Chapter 1. Alive, yet not entirely living. Why does one still feel pain after death? This is a rather unscientific query. Xiao Yang found himself perplexed, caught off guard by the enigma. How did he meet his demise? He had endeavored to save someone, only to endanger his own life in the process. To his astonishment, he discovered that he was not entirely dead. The throbbing agony in his head sent shockwaves through the nerves of his eyes. Just as he attempted to open his eyes to discern his surroundings, he hastily shut them again. The pain was excruciating. His consciousness gradually returned, along with a slow resurgence of his physical strength. After a brief interlude, the overwhelming sensation of weakness finally dissipated. Enduring the agonizing pain, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, revealing a ceiling, wallpaper, and a chandelier. He felt the hardness beneath him, the discomfort of a rigid surface. The tactile sensation through his palm suggested he was lying on smooth marble. "Wait," Xiao Yang gasped. The numbness in his hands and the pain radiating from his wrists alerted him to his bound state. He also noticed that his left eye felt sticky when he blinked, his vision clouded and tinged with red. A hot liquid trickled down his face, reaching the corner of his mouth. Xiao Yang extended his tongue to taste his lip, and his expression abruptly changed. The throbbing pain in his forehead hinted at injury and blood. Confusion and bewilderment flickered across his face. Suddenly, an overwhelming surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind, granting him no respite as they invaded his consciousness. Xiao Yang, age 22, hailing from the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, his grandfather a police officer, his father a police officer, and his mother yet another police officer. He had traversed dimensions. Xiao Yang was left dumbfounded. The memories swirling in his mind confirmed this astonishing truth: he had indeed crossed over, assuming the identity of another person. Or perhaps, this individual was merely another version of himself, that a different world, or perhaps a parallel existence sharing the same name, the same surname, possessing the same body. Xiao Yang distinctly recalled that in his previous life, he had never come across antiques, nor had he been mocked by an elderly man patting a dog's head. How could he be so fortunate as to traverse realms after death? The memories in his mind indicated that he currently resided in a five-star hotel's Western restaurant. His presence here was due to a blind date. At the tender age of 22, a blind date seemed rather excessive. Xiao Yang winced at the thought. This ex had been coerced by his mother into attending the rendezvous. Failure to comply would result in the cessation of his allowance. But then, an unfortunate incident occurred. The blind date had yet to arrive when a gang of thugs stormed in. Now, let us discuss Xiao Yang's ex, born into a family of law enforcement. With everyone in his family serving as police officers, it was no surprise that this ex had also gained admission to the police academy. After graduation, he aspired to join the force through examination and selection. That a passionate youth, driven by a sense of justice and the dream of becoming a people's police officer like his parents and grandfather. How would he react upon encountering a band of thugs? When he shouted, "I am a police officer," in an attempt to thwart their malice, a metal bat struck his head. And that was the end of him. What a uniquely eccentric ex. Truly, a young bull is unfazed by tigers, and a youth knows not the taste of excrement. Xiao Yang found himself in a state of amusement, his heart a tumult of emotions. Silently, he murmured, "Go in peace, I shall take care of your sister-in-law and niece." Wait a moment, wasn't his ex still a single dog? Well, never mind. After sorting through his memories of her, Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings once more, his pupils dilating with alarm. Upon witnessing the scene before him, a chill ran down his spine, and his heart felt as though it had turned to ice. First, what caught his eye were a dozen individuals bound hand and foot with zip ties. Fearful expressions spread rapidly among the crowd, engulfed by an invisible wave of terror, reminiscent of a flock of trembling lambs. Xiao Yang also spotted a bomb. Of course, it was uncertain whether it truly was a bomb. He could only see several people with spherical objects strapped to their chests. These spherical items were known as firework shells. When placed in a firework tube and ignited, they would ascend and burst into a dazzling display. The reason Xiao Yang speculated they could be bombs was simple. These firework shells were adorned with steel balls and metal fragments, evoking thoughts of three obscure terms: shrapnel shells, steel ball rounds, and cluster munitions. In his past life, Xiao Yang was somewhat of a military enthusiast. He had once read a post from a self-proclaimed, retired Special Forces soldier. According to this individual, formidable special operatives could utilize readily available materials to fashion weapons and explosives in the shortest time possible, using commonplace items, ordinary tools, and daily necessities. Among these methods was the creation of bombs using large firecrackers affixed with steel balls, nails, and metal pieces. The explosive power of firework shells is substantial, with a blast radius of approximately 20 to 50 meters, should they be covered with steel balls and metal fragments and detonated. The horror unfolded. The objects before him, suspected to be bombs, were not ignited by an open flame. It seemed they were equipped with remote detonation devices. A pallor washed over Xiao Yang's face as he recognized this detonation mechanism. It resembled the chassis of a child's remote-controlled toy car, with the wheels still intact. Could this device trigger a bomb? Xiao Yang began to sweat profusely. The answer was, indeed it could. The remote-controlled toy car could be manipulated from a distance. By using a remote control the transmitter to activate the toy car's receiver, integrated circuitry, and battery, one could initiate the motor. If the motor activation were replaced with a heating or instant heating device, it could serve to ignite the explosive. Ever heard of heating wires? And then boom! Xiao Yang felt a jolt of dread, his heart sinking. Where was the detonator? His gaze shifted to two masked figures. One stood at the entrance of the dining area, while the other loomed by the window. Each held a weapon in one hand and a remote detonator in the other. The weapons were a large machete and a baseball bat, just as Xiao Yang had surmised. Even more terrifying was the sight of one of the assailants pressing down on a button on the detonator with utmost intensity. Those unfamiliar with military affairs and detonators might not comprehend why, despite the button being pressed, the bomb had not yet exploded. In reality, there are various methods of detonation, one of which is the bounce detonation. This means that when the detonator button is pressed, the bomb does not detonate. Rather, it is the release of the button that triggers the explosion. It is said that this method of detonation was conceived by certain terrorists, aimed at seizing hostages, instigating terror, and issuing threats. When these terrorists immerse themselves among the crowd, the bomb is similarly concealed within. Even if military personnel or police have the opportunity to eliminate them, they hesitate to act. If a life is lost, their grip will loosen, triggering the explosion. Would one dare to intervene? Unless they can closely control the situation to prevent the detonation button from being released, such a scenario is nearly impossible. The terrorists are not foolish. Would they allow you to approach? The situation is akin to a hellish nightmare from the outset. Xiao Yang's heart felt cold and heavy. It was truly terrifying. Suddenly, a dispassionate voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Biological ability replicator activated successfully. Xiao Yang's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost in broad daylight, bewildered and perplexed. What on earth was happening? Chapter 2. What a game you are playing. Who is speaking in his mind? Xiao Yang's mouth hung slightly open, feeling somewhat dazed. Suddenly, a virtual template appeared before him out of thin air. Host, Xiao Yang system, biological ability copier ability. None copies. 1. Note: by contacting living beings, one can replicate their ultimate talents, top-notch skills, and unparalleled abilities. The host must explore the usage independently. One replication point is generated every 10 days and can be accumulated. System space. Empty. Note: a storage space of 10 cubic meters. Capable of holding non-biological items that do not exceed the 10 cubic meter volume and require the host's physical contact. System? Xiao Yang swallowed hard, his mind echoing with a resounding exclamation. Following the initial shock came an overwhelming wave of joy, leaving him trembling with excitement. Is there anyone unfamiliar with such a system? However, after his exhilaration subsided, confusion crept in. Having never experienced such phenomena before, he found the system to be rather haphazard. Let us first discuss the system space, which in essence is the fabled storage space. 10 cubic meters equates to a rectangular volume measuring 5 meters in length, 2 meters in width, and 1 meter in height. What use is such a trivial space? Is this truly the extent of a system's capabilities, devoid of conscience? Next, let us consider the system's ability replication. By touching living beings, one can replicate their ultimate talents, top-notch skills, and unparalleled abilities. The statement is clear yet vague. What precisely constitutes ultimate talent, top-notch skills, and unparalleled abilities? The crux lies within the system's phrase. The host must explore independently. What am I to explore? When time is of the essence and death could be but a heartbeat away. Indeed, the specter of death loomed. Xiao Yang suddenly snapped back to reality, glancing at the bombs and breaking into a cold sweat. There is still hope for rescue. Self-preservation is paramount. He had no desire to be the unfortunate soul who perished moments after his arrival in this new world. Blinking rapidly, the system template vanished from his sight. Self-preservation. How to achieve it? He found himself bound, surrounded by others similarly restrained. Despite the crude appearance of the weapons wielded by the two assailants, they possessed bombs, devices so perilous that one dared not approach them, lest they trigger a catastrophic chain reaction. At that very moment, Xiao Yang witnessed one of the assailants standing by the window, suddenly flinging a spherical object that resembled a bomb out into the night. In less than 3 seconds, a deafening explosion shattered the serene night, reverberating like thunder and sending shockwaves through the hearts of onlookers, instilling profound terror. It felt as though the entire world trembled at that instant, the air thick with dread and unease. Xiao Yang gasped in disbelief. He was correct. It was indeed a bomb. To those outside, heed my warning, do not approach, or I shall detonate the bomb at my side. Pay heed, all of you. If I perish, the detonation switch will spring free, and the bomb will explode. Do not test my resolve. I warn you, do not entertain thoughts of rescue. Should I see anyone daring to ascend to the 3rd floor, regardless of who it may be, I will detonate the bomb without hesitation. Moreover, the pallid-faced Xiao Yang quietly gazed at the assailant standing by the window, vociferously addressing the outside world. Once again, he deduced correctly, it was indeed a bouncing detonation mechanism. Is there truly no solution? Xiao Yang squinted his eyes. No, there must be a way to decipher this. For instance, certain signal jamming devices. If the detonation signal could be disrupted, the remote-controlled bomb would be rendered nearly inoperative. By nearly inoperative, it implies that while remote detonation would be impossible, manual activation remains an option. The crux of the matter is whether one can readily access such signal jamming tools. He could hear the blaring sirens and shouting from outside, surmising that the area surrounding the building was swarming with police. Even if law enforcement considered utilizing signal jammers, would they be able to deliver such devices in time? Even if they could, there are countless variables to contend with. One must never underestimate the intellect of those two assailants. Xiao Yang had once heard a saying, the vast majority of criminals possess a higher intelligence than the average person. The reasoning is evident. For example, lockpicking, counterfeiting currency, credit card fraud, and the creation of fake antiques. There are myriad instances. Without a modicum of intelligence, one would be foolish to contemplate a life of crime. Take the bomb before him, for instance. Firework shells, toy cars, and heating wires are common items that people are familiar with, even having engaged with them in play. However, could an ordinary person conceive of constructing a bomb in a moment's notice? If those two assailants possessed any semblance of intelligence, would they not anticipate that the police might deploy signal jammers? A chill coursed through Xiao Yang's body, as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. Something is amiss. What if, just what if, these two assailants also considered that possibility and were unperturbed by the thought of law enforcement employing such tactics against them? Yet, these two continued to wield their remote detonators, without any visible alternative methods. Could it be that they are genuinely simpletons? No, that cannot be. There must be something he has overlooked. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in an instant, his gaze darting swiftly. He scrutinized the two assailants, observing and analyzing. There exists only the detonator, with no other means of triggering the explosion, and both men were positioned a considerable distance, over 10 meters, from the bomb. Should an unforeseen circumstance arise, they would have no time to reach the bomb, let alone manually detonate it. For no matter how swift a person may be, can they outpace a bullet? The assailants before him are terrorists. In confronting terrorists, special police and armed forces would inevitably be deployed. Their involvement would certainly entail the presence of snipers. It is quite possible that snipers are already perched outside the hotel, their rifles at the ready. Their hesitation to act suggests an acute awareness of the peril posed by the detonators in the assailants' hands. However, they would surely devise a countermeasure in the briefest of moments. Wait, why am I contemplating these matters? Xiao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, and then he understood the reason. This was not his own experience or deduction, but rather that of his predecessor. It is inconsequential. Such matters can be unraveled with time. For now, he must devise a way to navigate through the immediate crisis, for survival is paramount. Thus, the police are likely to take action soon, are they not? Xiao Yang's complexion turned somewhat ashen. He had yet to identify any alternative methods the assailants might employ to detonate the bomb. If those two were not imbeciles, there must certainly be other means at their disposal. As the wireless remote detonation mechanism failed, What alternative means remained to trigger the bomb? Time was of the essence for manual activation. The wired option was elusive, and any anti-jamming devices were utterly absent. He could discern none in the vicinity. What methods were they employing? Xiao Yang's mind was on the verge of exploding with anxiety. Suddenly, his expression froze, veins on his forehead bulging. An overwhelming chill inundating his heart. His neck creaked like a rusted gear, slowly turning as his eyes scanned the crowd inch by inch. Hostages? At last, Xiao Yang identified the source of the anomaly. There were not merely two assailants, one was concealed among the hostages. At least one individual was poised to manually detonate the explosive at any moment. The situation was indeed perilous. Xiao Yang tightened his resolve, adrenaline surging through his veins. He needed to save himself, to locate this individual before the police intervened. He had no desire to face death once more. Chapter 3. How is this possible? Is this even science? Xiao Yang's gaze was surreptitiously observing the group of hostages. Aside from himself, there were a total of 17 individuals, with particular attention directed towards 4 of them. This was due to the fact that each of these 4 individuals was strapped with a bomb. If the reasoning held true, at least one among them must be an accomplice of the perpetrator, possibly even several. How could one identify this individual? If this accomplice were responsible for detonating the bomb at the first sign of trouble, would they not need to keep a vigilant watch over it? Just as one would glance at their food and chopsticks before partaking in a meal, ensuring they are prepared for the task at hand. Some might argue that constant vigilance is unnecessary. However, if the chopsticks and food were alive and in motion, uncertainty would ensue. In such a case, one would indeed need to observe closely, ensuring they could grasp the chopsticks and secure the elusive food. In the eyes of this individual, the 4 bomb-strapped hostages were akin to living food. To ensure he could act swiftly and detonate the bomb, he would be compelled to observe and ascertain their status. The slightest movement of his eyes, even peripheral glances, would necessitate frequent checks on the bombs. This much was undeniable. Yet, there was none of that. This indicated that the 13 individuals without bombs were likely not accomplices. The most probable suspects were, in fact, those 4 who were strapped with explosives. Only they could detonate the bombs in the shortest time possible. However, Xiao Yang's expression darkened, a tempest of concern brewing within him. It was not merely his visage that soured. His heart felt as though it had plummeted into an abyss. He meticulously scrutinized the zip ties binding the hands and feet of the 4 hostages. There were no signs of wear or breakage. For an ordinary person to break free from such restraints using mere physical strength was nearly impossible. Was this person not among the hostages? Xiao Yang could not suppress a curse. This was a battle of wits. It indicated that the individual was not foolish. They may have anticipated that someone would discover this detail. They foresaw that concealing the accomplice among the hostages would be uncovered and had thus made prior arrangements. Was there no accomplice hidden among the hostages? No, my hypothesis must be correct. A flash of insight struck Xiao Yang's mind, dispelling the fog that clouded his thoughts and illuminating his eyes. The accomplice must be among the hostages, or even if they were not present, they could appear there at a moment's notice. If this assumption held true, what method would this person employ to make their entrance? Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with newfound clarity as he shifted his gaze. Suddenly, an epiphany struck as he looked upward. His attention was fixated on the ceiling, specifically on the ventilation ducts. These vents were designed for the central air conditioning system to circulate air and dissipate heat. Many have seen scenes in films where someone crawls through a ventilation shaft. Such a feat is indeed possible. If an individual were to be hiding within the ductwork, they could simply remove the vent cover and drop down, swiftly landing among the hostages to detonate the bomb. What a cunning plan. Xiao Yang scoffed internally, only to be met with the grim reality of a significant problem. Even if one sees through everything, what can be done? Can you truly prevent it? Xiao Yang is neither a police officer nor a soldier. He has not undergone any training. How can one stop it? Let us not speak of the system. It has become utterly useless. There is no time to replicate biological abilities and gain strength. However, the system space may still serve a purpose. Xiao Yang can promptly utilize physical contact to transfer the straps on his body into the system space. He could even use physical contact to touch a bomb and send it into the space. Yet, there are 4 bombs present. The 4 hostages are not huddled together, but are rather dispersed. Can you immediately reach these bombs with your body? If not, the variables are too numerous. If Xiao Yang were to proceed recklessly, it would spell disaster. The secrets of the system would be exposed. Eyes are everywhere, and there are cameras watching. Even if he were to survive this life and death crisis, do you think his future days would be any easier? Not a chance. Xiao Yang feels exhausted. Having deeply realized that good fortune does not simply fall from the heavens, he perceives this as a test. It appears as though fate has granted him an opportunity to traverse and relive his life, to possess a system. All seems well. Yet, if he cannot survive this perilous crisis and cannot keep the system hidden, then everything is in vain. Do not panic. Do not panic. Even if there seems to be no way out, if exposure is inevitable, then prioritize resolving the immediate crisis. His life is paramount. Surviving comes first before contemplating anything else. Power, yes, power must be attained. If he can evade this crisis, he will fervently seek strength to fortify himself. This journey has enlightened Xiao Yang to the terrifying realities of a world unseen by ordinary people. Wait, what? Is there something peculiar in my vision? Xiao Yang paused. At that moment, his gaze was directed at the ceiling. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he noticed something seemingly moving. With a face full of confusion, Xiao Yang shifted his perspective to observe. The ceiling, the chandelier, the wallpaper. Wallpaper? Goodness. Xiao Yang widened his eyes in astonishment, realizing that a piece of human-shaped wallpaper was slowly moving. A moving wallpaper? No, it was not the wallpaper that was shifting. Someone had adhered a piece of wallpaper to themselves and was crawling on the ceiling. Upon this revelation, Xiao Yang was left dumbfounded. How is this even possible? Is this science? He did not even see how this person had appeared in the dining room, on the ceiling. The moment Xiao Yang noticed the figure, a fleeting sensation overwhelmed him. A sharp pain pierced his eyes as if an invisible dagger had stabbed them. Those eyes were cold as ice, devoid of any emotional fluctuation, emanating a chilling ruthlessness that sent shivers down his spine. But in an instant, the coldness in those eyes began to dissipate, and they blinked. Xiao Yang. Winky face, what the heck? Shortly after, a hand emerged from the human-shaped wallpaper. It appeared to be a woman's hand, yet it lacked any semblance of frailty. Its lines were perfectly proportioned, long and powerful. Subsequently, this hand gestured towards him. First, a finger pointed at Xiao Yang, followed by a clenched fist with a thumb raised upward. Xiao Yang understood. The sign language conveyed, "Hello, I am currently in a dire situation." He restrained his excitement, pondering the identity of the individual. A criminal investigator? A special police officer? A paramilitary? Regardless of their designation, one thing was certain. This person was there to rescue them. Why couldn't they be an assailant? Because assailants do not need to remove their trousers to pass gas. In the next moment, the individual executed a second gesture. Again, they pointed at Xiao Yang, then directed their finger toward their own face, although obscured by wallpaper. Preventing a clear view of their visage, Xiao Yang discerned that the person was indicating their mouth. Subsequently, the finger pointed to the ear, followed by a shaking motion. Finally, it gestured towards the eyes and head. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Me? Mouth? Ear? Eye? Head? In an instant, his eyes widened in realization. The individual was indicating him, then gestured to the mouth, implying he should speak. The finger then pointed at the ear, shaking, suggesting he should speak without making a sound that others could hear. Lastly, it pointed to the head, conveying that even if he spoke silently, it could still be understood. Lip reading. Xiao Yang was astonished. The lip movement spelled, understood. The individual's gesture indicated, clever. Chapter 4. Is my posture incorrect for time travel? Xiao Yang lip read. Are you here to rescue us? The other party, with a finger raised, affirmed, yes. Xiao Yang inquired, have you formulated the rescue plan? The other responded, indeed. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Not out of distrust in the police's capability to rescue hostages, but rather from a reluctance to surrender his fate into the hands of others. When will you act? Xiao Yang asked. Immediately came the reply. Have you prepared the signal jamming equipment and the bomb detonator? Xiao Yang pressed. Yes, the other confirmed. Xiao Yang pondered. There may be more than 2 assailants. Have you discovered anything else? The individual pointed towards the ceiling's ventilation grating. Impressive, Xiao Yang thought, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. At that moment, he sensed that a formidable ally had arrived, allowing him to relax. This warranted commendation. But was the situation truly so straightforward? Xiao Yang's nose twitched slightly, catching a whiff of something amiss. Every endeavor undertaken by individuals requires a purpose. Since the emergence of these assailants, they had failed to articulate any intent. Disregard any claims of inciting terror, if that were the case. They would simply kill rather than take hostages. Yet, after seizing hostages, they refused to negotiate with the police or disclose their demands. Was this method logical? At that juncture, the other party signaled, close your eyes. Xiao Yang, momentarily taken aback, obediently complied. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as glass shattered. Two objects resembling aluminum alloy receiver and tennis sword into the restaurant from the broken window. Those in the know would instantly recognize them as two electromagnetic radiation signal jammers. Such devices emit electromagnetic radiation over a range of approximately 25 to 50 meters. One would suffice, but the police had taken precautions and deployed an additional one. The instant the jamming devices entered the restaurant, grenade-like objects flew through the window, landing next to the two assailants. Boom. The explosions erupted. A blinding light and a sound exceeding 200 decibels filled the air. The assailants barely had time to react before collapsing to the ground. The hostages, too, were left dazed by the cacophony. Flashbangs. Xiao Yang finally comprehended why the individual had instructed him to close his eyes. At the same moment, a figure on the ceiling resembled an agile raccoon, performing acrobatics. Using only his hands to cling to the ceiling, he kicked through the ventilation grating. With a resounding thud, not only did he shatter the protective netting, but he also thrust his leg inside, disappearing into the duct. As Xiao Yang opened his eyes, he understood how the figure managed to traverse the ceiling, noticing two suction cup devices left behind. These were originally affixed to the individual, with two more in his hands. Startled, Xiao Yang had nearly mistaken him for Spider-Man. A smile crept onto his face as he realized the crisis was nearing resolution, and his life was finally spared. However, a nagging sense of unease lingered within him. In the next moment, Xiao Yang's smile faltered. He caught sight of a hand among the hostages, raising itself. It is crucial to note that all the hostages were bound, their hands and feet restrained. The strength of an ordinary person would scarcely suffice to break free from such bindings. Upon seeing that hand, Xiao Yang realized the gravity of the situation. There were accomplices among the hostages. This was not to be blamed on him. After all, in his previous 22 years of existence, he had been an ordinary individual, not a professional. How could he possibly distinguish between a thug and an innocent person? The sudden turn of events left him unprepared. Xiao Yang understood he needed to act. A woman was struggling to rise from the pile of hostages, crawling towards a fellow captive who was bound with explosives. It was evident that she had been affected by the shockwave of the blast. Her body weakened. Regardless, in just a few seconds, she would reach the bomb, her hand capable of touching it. At that moment, damn it, having also been impacted by the shockwave, Xiao Yang sprang up. A singular thought flashing through his mind. The system space. The storage space visible only to him materialized in his mind. In an instant, the bindings that restrained his hands and feet vanished, appearing within the storage space. Struggling against the ringing in his ears and the frantic beating of his heart, he rose swiftly, only to collapse again. His feet had been bound for too long, leaving them numb and weak. He could not maintain his balance. Frustrated, Xiao Yang extended his hands to the ground, shouting, "Snipers, for heaven's sake, shoot." How could he know? Even if the snipers outside noticed something amiss, they could not easily fire without risking collateral damage. The woman was still crawling among the hostages, as the bullets he awaited did not arrive. Xiao Yang summoned all his strength, propelling himself forward towards the woman. In a desperate bid for survival, he unleashed his full potential, pouring every ounce of energy into that moment. Perhaps it was just over a second, or maybe two, before he reached out, grasping the wrist of the woman as she reached for the bomb. To hell with it. He slammed his head into her face. Thud. Blood splattered from her visage. Her nose shattered upon impact, and her body crumpled to the side. This scene, however, allowed Xiao Yang to release a heavy sigh of relief. Yet, before he could take a breath in, he forgot to exhale. A glint of cold steel appeared before him, a dagger. The blade's reflection pierced his eyes, slicing his throat. The color drained from Xiao Yang's face. It was over. Two thugs had hidden among the hostages. There was no chance to evade now. Was he destined to die again? Xiao Yang felt a mix of frustration and helplessness. Was his arrival in this world misaligned? He never expected that, despite having traversed realms, he would still be plagued by misfortune. Just as he braced himself for the blade to meet flesh, a hand landed on his shoulder and yanked him back. The dagger narrowly missed, slicing his neck. Xiao Yang stood in shock, not from having escaped the dagger's thrust, but because. Ding, top-tier skill detected. Would you like to copy it? The system's voice echoed in his mind. What are these supreme techniques, and how do they come about? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled as he glanced at the hand resting on his shoulder. Humans, after all, are also living beings. As the sovereign of all creation, humanity undoubtedly possesses a myriad of exceptional techniques. Copy, Xiao Yang silently intoned. In an instant, an indescribable sensation coursed through his body, emanating from the hand upon his shoulder. It surged through his mind, bones, and flesh, leaving behind a peculiar imprint, Or perhaps an impression, a replication? Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with unprecedented brightness as he realized he seemed to have grown stronger, terrifyingly so. An endless array of military techniques bombarded his mind, body, and even his soul. Special skills, combat techniques, maneuvering abilities, infiltration tactics, reconnaissance skills, survival strategies. Simultaneously, the system's notification chimed once more. Ding. Supreme Technique Replication complete. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skills of a military king. Chapter 5. I have grown stronger, yet I remain unbald. I have become stronger, yet I remain unbald, mused Xiao Yang, glancing ahead. Before him stood a pair of long legs clad in distinctive camouflage trousers, accompanied by a booted foot. At that moment, this foot rested upon the face of a young boy, no older than 10. Xiao Yang's gaze shifted to the boy, who lay in a state of unconsciousness. Clutching a dagger, his lips twitched in a sardonic smile as he reflected, was I nearly bested by a child? How embarrassing. In hindsight, when he had initially observed the hostages to identify the accomplices of the assailants, he had indeed overlooked the presence of women and children. Such is the harsh reality. Negligence can cost lives. His gaze drifted once more, this time to a woman in military attire. Her short hair playfully hugged her scalp, framing a face of exquisite features that exuded an air of rebellious beauty, stoic, resilient, and striking. Her deep-set eyes, reminiscent of a tranquil winter lake, radiated an enchanting charm, akin to a snow lotus blooming atop a snowy peak. Stunned, Xiao Yang could scarcely believe that she was, in fact, a warrior of unparalleled prowess, a king of soldiers. Indeed, the elite skills replicated by the system were derived from this very woman. What further astonished him was her height. She appeared to stand at least 6 feet tall. Even accounting for the elevation provided by her military boots, she must have been around 5 feet 7 inches. Yet, something felt amiss. Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang forced himself to divert his gaze from her striking visage. What was a soldier doing here? Many are often misled by cinematic portrayals. Witnessing special forces engage in various operations, combating crime, and apprehending criminals. Such narratives are so simplistic they render the audience's intellect trivial. Do directors and screenwriters believe that all special police forces and armed police have perished, or that they are utterly inept? Are they unaware that certain elite special police and armed forces are on par with, if not identical to, top-tier soldiers? It is a far cry from ordinary cases. Even in the face of terrorist attacks, the presence of terrorists, or mercenaries crossing borders, there is no need for military intervention. These petty nuisances do not warrant such a response. Thus, the current situation became all the more alarming. An elite soldier, a king of soldiers, had made an appearance. What kind of incident could compel the nation to dispatch such a formidable figure? It was unfathomable. Suddenly, Xiao Yang? The female soldier's gaze locked onto him. Her eyes as dark as a deep well, flickering with a hint of intrigue. Xiao Yang felt both puzzled and astonished. Do you know me? The soldier did not respond directly, but uttered a name, Chu Dongchan. Who? Xiao Yang's expression resembled that of someone who had encountered an alien. Yet, he felt a vague familiarity with the name, not from his own memories but from those of his predecessor. In that instant, Xiao Yang's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the poised female soldier before him. An arranged match? Yes, an arranged match. Xiao Yang's ability to traverse dimensions stemmed from the demise of the parallel world's Xiao Yang. The reason he found himself in the hotel dining hall was indeed to engage in a matchmaking rendezvous. Chu Changchan is, in fact, the prospective partner that my predecessor has come to meet. A look of sudden realization mingled with confusion spread across Xiao Yang's face. The clarity stemmed from understanding why a soldier of fortune would appear. He recognized his misunderstanding. The situation was not as dire as he had initially believed. The confusion arose from the unexpected revelation that his match was a soldier of fortune. Before the two could exchange words, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed as a squad of special police burst into the restaurant. They swiftly surrounded and secured the area, neutralizing the threat posed by the assailants. The officers even retrieved a body from the ventilation ducts above and discovered an explosive device. Outside, in the hotel parking lot, Chu Chongchan was engaged in conversation with a group of police officials. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang, with several band-aids adorning his forehead, felt a lump in his throat. Unsure whether to express his relief, surviving felt exhilarating. Yet, a shadow of doubt crept over his countenance. Had the ordeal truly come to an end? Allow me to interject. Retracting his gaze, Xiao Yang addressed those present, indicating that their time was limited and perhaps running short. The crowd's attention shifted towards Xiao Yang, including Chu Chongchen. For those encountering Xiao Yang for the first time, he was a striking figure, standing approximately 187 meters tall, with a model-like physique, handsome features, a sunny demeanor, and eyes that sparkled like stars. He was undeniably captivating. Many mused that such striking looks ought to be utilized in stardom rather than in a mundane existence. However, to the leaders present, Xiao Yang appeared merely a youngster, too youthful for their ranks. They were intrigued by his statement, questioning the meaning behind "our time is limited." Did they not perceive that this band of assailants, or rather, terrorists, posed a significant threat? Xiao Yang had no time to indulge in trivialities. Wasn't the manner of their emergence peculiar? Some squinted in suspicion, others pondered, while a few expressed disdain. A middle-aged man in a white police uniform inquired with a smile, "Young man, what have you discovered?" In my captivity, it became evident that these assailants acted solely to instigate terror. They did not engage in dialogue with the police. Nor did they present demands or conditions, Xiao Yang replied swiftly. Every action undertaken by an individual must possess intent. We eat because we are hungry. We drink for thirst. We work to sustain our families. Even criminal acts are executed with a purpose. Such a group of assailants creating terror cannot possibly lack motive. Some in the crowd paled, while others furrowed their brows. Was this reasoning unknown to them? Surely, those in leadership positions were astute individuals. This line of thought had likely crossed their minds before. Yet it seemed trivial in light of the crisis being resolved. However, the young man's sudden inquiry brought an unsettling realization. Did they truly believe the crisis had been averted? Xiao Yang unflinchingly doused their optimism with cold water, suggesting, "I have considered a possibility, a decoy." The assembly fell silent, taken aback by the notion of a decoy. In an instant, several officers changed color, and beads of cold sweat surfaced on some foreheads. A single remark from Xiao Yang ignited a flurry of associations among the crowd. A band of marauders engaged in hostage-taking and instilling terror, yet their intentions remained shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, they effectively drew a substantial police presence. Upon reflection, their motives became glaringly evident. Indeed, it was a bait. Someone was fishing. Delving deeper, one might conclude this was a ploy to lure the tiger from its lair. By feigning a terror attack, they aimed to concentrate all law enforcement resources in one area, thereby diverting attention elsewhere. Xiao Yang continued to hint that, in the event of a terror attack, the law enforcement unit responsible for the hotel's jurisdiction would mobilize all available personnel. Once deployed, the internal resources of the unit would be left vulnerable. Initially, he could have distanced himself from the situation without the need to alert those involved. After all, the principle of non-interference is well understood. However, Xiao Yang possessed an unfortunate flaw. He could not tolerate injustice, nor could he endure being wronged, and he believed in settling scores without delay. He was the type who would retaliate against anyone who dared to vex him. Such impulsiveness, having narrowly escaped death upon his arrival. How could he possibly remain passive given his temperament? If he did not eliminate the mastermind orchestrating this incident, Xiao Yang would find no peace in slumber. Chapter 6. What should I do if I want to beat him? A crisis has arisen. The captain of the criminal police team, his expression grave, set down his phone and uttered those 3 words through clenched teeth. He had just attempted to reach the unit's phone, only to find it unanswered. Each police station is manned around the clock to swiftly respond to emergencies, so the lack of a response could only mean one thing: something terrible had transpired. The captain then called his subordinate on duty at the unit, but again, there was no answer. Recalling the ominous words of Xiao Yang, "Your time is running out. It may already be too late." The faces of those present turned ashen. A significant incident had undoubtedly occurred. It was evident that a group was willing to instigate a terror attack in order to divert all police forces from the district. They might have even invaded or attacked a police unit. Can you imagine the nefarious plans they were concocting? The adversaries were cunning, exploiting the terror to lure not only local but also external police forces away. Even if the criminal police team faced an attack and sought assistance from other units, most of the manpower would already be redirected towards the terror incident, leaving no one available to provide support. Moreover, the focus of everyone's energy would be on the terror attack, rendering any minor issues entirely overlooked. In Bin City, the streets were alive with traffic under the shimmering neon lights, akin to a celestial river cascading onto the earth, embellishing every inch of pavement with a dreamlike quality. A piercing siren shattered the tranquility of the night as police vehicles formed a long line, racing towards the location of a certain criminal police unit. Inside a police van, Xiao Yang gazed at the nocturnal landscape outside. Memories flooded his mind. His predecessor had lived in this city for 4 years, the very place where they attended police academy. In a rebellious spirit, they had even contemplated serving in this city, reluctant to return home, favoring the notion of distance from parental constraints. After escaping the clutches of life and death, Xiao Yang finally found himself in a position to reflect upon philosophical questions regarding the future. Following in his predecessor's footsteps and becoming a policeman? Absolutely not. That would be out of the question. As a time traveler, his primary objective should be to survive. Following that, it should be about earning money, and more money, while occasionally flaunting his success. As for the perilous profession of policing, let those who desire it pursue it. Wouldn't it be far more gratifying to simply enjoy life as a handsome man? Moreover, Xiao Yang believed he had become invincible. The skills he possessed as a warrior were formidable, almost otherworldly. This notion instilled in him the delusion that he could take on 10 adversaries simultaneously. This was merely in reference to his close combat abilities. If he were to find himself on a battlefield, wielding various weapons, it could conjure a horrifying scene unimaginable to the average person. All these formidable capabilities stemmed from a woman. Xiao Yang turned his head, stealing a glance at the woman beside him, Chu Dongchan. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably. What a terrifying woman! Just as he was lost in thought, Chu Dongchan, who had been resting her eyes, suddenly opened them, their gazes locking momentarily. Chu Dongchan, Xiao Yang, winky face, the atmosphere became undeniably awkward. As the shame of being caught peeping washed over Xiao Yang, he instinctively sought to cover his face, desperately searching for something to say. You wouldn't have come specifically to rescue me, would you? His words were far from graceful. Who do you think you are, to be my savior? Chu Dongchan's gaze was as frosty as ice, and after a brief silence, she replied, what a coincidence. This was indeed the legendary ice goddess. Xiao Yang could hardly fathom that such a stunning goddess would be in such a compromising situation. Had he encountered such a breathtaking young lady in his past life? Unaltered by any digital touch-up, he would have eagerly seized the opportunity to win her affection. However, recognizing that she was his blind date, he quickly dismissed the notion. After all, what if she turned out to be a domestic abuser? Is it not better to simply remain alive? Just as Xiao Yang's mind wandered through these thoughts, the criminal investigation team arrived. With a screech of brakes and the flinging open of doors, a throng of detectives surged into the precinct. I have something significant to do, Xiao Yang mused, contemplating whether to enter the building. What? Chu Dongchan shot him a glance. The restroom, he replied earnestly. What are you planning to do? She asked. Momentarily taken aback, unable to connect the dots between restroom and something significant. What else could it be but to relieve myself? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, thinking, do you want me to say I'm going to water a friend? Having traversed through an evening filled with crossovers, terror threats, bombs, and life and death crises had been exceedingly exhilarating. The excitement had him urgently needing a bathroom break, having held it for quite some time. Chu Dongchan's expression flickered with a hint of irritation before she composed herself, her demeanor turning icy once more. Do you not care about the case? She inquired. I'm not a police officer. Why should I care? Xiao Yang shrugged nonchalantly. Besides, I already mentioned it's too late. Ever since that phone call from the captain of the criminal investigation team went unanswered, it was clear that certain individuals had completed their tasks and vanished. It was likely that the police had begun a citywide manhunt. The criminals had orchestrated their plans with such finesse that it could only be described as a game of cat and mouse with the authorities. Although the perpetrators of the terror attacks had been apprehended, they were merely decoys, expendable pawns. No valuable leads could be extracted from them. Given the level of sophistication in the criminal strategy, it was implausible that they had not devised an escape route. Locating the main culprits would prove exceedingly challenging. When Xiao Yang shared his deductions and thoughts with the female warrior beside him, Chu Dongchan's expression grew increasingly intricate. Very clever, or perhaps exceedingly intelligent, she remarked. This showcased a level of intellect. Many individuals might eventually arrive at similar conclusions, albeit at varying speeds. It was akin to two people tackling a math problem. One takes 5 seconds, while the other takes 6. Both arrive at the correct answer, yet that 1 second difference signifies a significant disparity in intelligence. On the battlefield, a single second can mean the difference between life and death for countless adversaries. Before long, the truth came to light. As Xiao Yang had surmised, intruders had breached the precinct, taking control of the personnel on duty and disabling the surveillance systems. However, the nature of their activities within the criminal investigation team remained shrouded in mystery. They had neither committed murder nor caused destruction. It seemed the precinct had not lost any property. There was yet another critical element to consider. Before leaving, these individuals meticulously cleaned the entire scene, leaving no trace behind. Faced with such a situation, the personnel on site were utterly bewildered. They orchestrated a terror attack as bait and infiltrated the criminal investigation team. Yet they left without taking anything or causing any harm. How could this be? However, indeed, nothing was lost, there was no destruction, and, remarkably, no casualties. Was this not akin to encountering a specter? No deaths, no damage, and yet the scene was tidied up. Xiao Yang squinted, murmuring to himself. It must have been an object. Chu Dongshan's gaze grew even more intricate as she observed him, pondering what it could be. What it is, for now, is of little consequence. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply. What mattered more was his urgent need to relieve himself. He could hold it no longer. If he didn't visit the restroom soon, he might perish. Chu Dongshan. I really want to hit him. What should I do? Chapter 7 Young man. Has anyone ever told you that you have a punchable face? Why do some people dread attending school or going to work? Xiao Yang has come to a profound realization about this matter. He discovered one of the most exasperating reasons, the inability to relieve oneself comfortably. After addressing his personal hygiene, Xiao Yang exhaled deeply, standing before the mirror and gazing at his reflection. His appearance was identical to that of his previous life, and his physique was strikingly similar. He didn't even need to undergo a blood test to know that his blood type would surely be the same. Upon deeper reflection, it's possible that even their DNA could be identical. The deceased counterpart was, in fact, himself from a parallel universe. I must continue to live as Xiao Yang. Don't I? Xiao Yang mused in self-deprecation, then resolved to carry on living. Adjusting his mindset, he exited the restroom. Outside, not only was Chu Dongshan waiting, but there were also 3 police inspectors and 4 police officers. What is going on? Xiao Yang chuckled. It was merely a trip to the restroom. Did they really need to line up to welcome him? The crowd fell silent. Young man, has anyone ever mentioned that you have a punchable face? Just joking. Xiao Yang's lips curled into a smirk, a radiant smile illuminating his handsome features, infusing the atmosphere with youthful vitality. I plan to return and rest. The leaders have noticed my injuries, and it's rather uncomfortable. Xiao Yang feigned confusion, deliberately asking, Do you have any business with me? The group remained silent. Chu Dongshan regarded Xiao Yang with a penetrating gaze, then glanced at the cluster of officers, her eyes shimmering with a hint of amusement. Akin to a deep pool glistening after rain. A police inspector in a white shirt smiled. You are Xiao Yang, a resident of the capital, a graduate of Liaoning Police Academy, and your father is named Xiao Jianhua? What is this, a background check? Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Coming from a family of police officers and having attended police academy, you must have a strong desire to be a police officer, right? The inspector grinned amiably. There is an opportunity available. You could bypass the examination, the interview, and the initial training, directly entering through special recruitment, and even have a chance to earn merit. Would you consider it? Isn't this just a pie falling from the sky? Xiao Yang grimaced slightly. The issue is, if one fails to catch this pie properly, it could be fatal. While becoming a police officer is undoubtedly a good thing, a civil servant, a stable job, the flip side is solving cases, high-risk situations, and the constant threat of dying in the line of duty. As a transmigrator with a history of death, Xiao Yang now harbored a singular thought, to live well, even if it meant leading a mundane existence. Is this thought too much to ask? Who says that graduating from a police academy necessitates a career in law enforcement? Xiao Yang looked at the inspector, whose smile had frozen on his face, and said, I'm sorry, but I'm not interested in becoming a police officer. As soon as these words left his mouth, the atmosphere grew still. Chu Dongshan silently scrutinized Xiao Yang. Her previously indifferent gaze turned somewhat icy. She had come to Bin City for a vacation, to see her parents, and also because she was getting older. Arranged marriages seemed ludicrous. She had grown accustomed to living alone, or rather, she had her comrades and partners. She was prepared to devote her life to the military, to the people, and to the nation. Having already contemplated the meeting, I intended to merely go through the motions before returning to the military. However, fate intervened with a terrorist attack, and my prospective match was abducted. Chu Dongshan was acutely aware of the close relationship between her parents and those of her counterpart. She could not bear to witness Xiao Yang's demise. She made a phone call, leveraging military channels to participate in the rescue effort. Indeed, it was a deliberate rescue. Not a mere coincidence, as Xiao Yang astutely pointed out. Yet, now, Chu Dongshan feared she might have saved the wrong individual. She prepared to leave, lacking even the motivation to feign interest. Just as a heavy silence enveloped the room, Xiao Yang broke it, stating that the matter of the police should be left unmentioned. For he understood the reason behind their summons. Firstly, he had been the first to uncover that the terrorist incident was a ruse, with the true objective aimed at the Criminal Investigation Division. Secondly, the authorities found themselves devoid of leads, uncertain of the adversary's intentions, and consequently thought of him. They believed his intellect was sufficiently agile, hoping to employ him as a means to an end. This was indeed the case. Xiao Yang, too, sought to unveil the puppeteer behind the scenes. He surveyed the assembly, asserting that any harm inflicted upon him would not go unpunished. Such is the nature of humanity. When unencumbered by fear and devoid of desire, one may dare to defy the cosmos. He had no wish to be a police officer. He sought not their approval, nor could they dictate his choices. If they wished to utilize him, collaboration would ensue. If not, they could part ways amicably. Xiao Yang would not hesitate to turn on his heel and depart. Was this the truth? Despite having traversed time, Xiao Yang's values, established in his previous life, remained intact. Revenge was one aspect. How many men do not yearn to be the valiant protector of peace and guardian of the homeland? Xiao Yang was enduring, resisting the allure of becoming a police officer. He understood that once he entered that abyss, escape would be impossible. Have you made a discovery? Inquired a figure clad in a white shirt, eyes gleaming with mirth. Indeed, they sought to exploit him as a last resort. For Xiao Yang's displayed intellect was remarkably acute. Initially, none considered the incident a decoy, yet he had envisaged it. They had overlooked the fact that the target was the Criminal Investigation Division, another insight he had grasped. Just from these 2 points, his intelligence had eclipsed theirs. Now, they were in a state of urgency, compelled to suppress the incident swiftly and resolve the case. They wished to ascertain whether Xiao Yang's intellect was genuinely as formidable as it appeared, and if he could unearth further clues. Another critical factor was Xiao Yang's family. Someone intended to deliberately involve him, offering him a semblance of credit. In truth, the concepts I could conceive were not beyond their grasp. Xiao Yang never regarded himself as particularly clever. Within the realm of criminal investigation, the seasoned detectives before him could easily surpass him in intellect. It was evident to them that many anomalies existed within the situation. The adversaries had neither committed murder nor engaged in destruction, nor had they absconded with any items. Given that they had orchestrated a terrorist act, the implications of their plans must be of great significance. I recall a saying that circulates online: when the potential gain reaches 50%, individuals are emboldened to take risks. When it escalates to 100%, they dare to trample upon the law. When profits reach an astounding 500, individuals dare to disregard life, including their own. The perpetrators not only trample upon the law, but also disregard human existence, indicating that the benefits they seek are likely to be extraordinarily sinister. An amusing question arises: how could a criminal investigation team be embroiled in such interests? Everyone nodded in agreement, as Xiao Yang contemplated. It was clear that none present were fools, particularly in the realm of criminal investigation where they excelled. The notions Xiao Yang expressed had long been considered by them, which only added to their intrigue. Indeed, what could a criminal investigation team possess that would warrant such scheming, even resorting to using a terrorist attack as bait? The crowd's gaze turned expectantly towards Xiao Yang. Even Chu Dongchang, who had been preparing to leave, grew curious and wished to uncover what this young man had discovered. Only one possibility remained. Xiao Yang raised an eyebrow, his expression grave, suggesting that at some point, the personnel of the criminal investigation team inadvertently acquired something that appeared ordinary and was overlooked, yet its value was terrifying enough to incite this incident. It was a platitude, yet also a truth that some had already contemplated. However, the current dilemma lies in the fact that the item has been taken, and no one knows what it is. Yet, Xiao Yang's subsequent words struck the audience like a thunderbolt, rendering them speechless. Was the item truly taken? Xiao Yang's expression was peculiar. This group of seasoned detectives had thoroughly investigated the criminal investigation team and seemingly found nothing amiss. Did that not seem odd? Chapter 8. Hey, you little rascal. I've come to find you. Is the stuff still here? The people present exchanged glances, bewildered and incredulous. What kind of joke is this? After orchestrating such a grand spectacle, terror attacks, explosives, hostages, and even assaulting a law enforcement agency, you now tell us that they took nothing. Perhaps leaving something crucial behind at the Criminal Investigation Unit? If that is the case, is this the sort of ruthless act humanity is capable of? What madness is this? Observing the ghostly expressions on everyone's faces, Xiao Yang couldn't help but stifle a laugh. If he were to utter, "I'm just kidding," would he be met with violence? Suddenly, he sensed a piercing gaze upon him and turned to see Chu Dongchan. Her phoenix-like eyes narrowed, exuding an icy elegance reminiscent of a frozen beauty. Her gaze sparkled like cold stars, as if she could penetrate the deepest secrets of the human heart. Faced with those eyes, Xiao Yang's heart skipped a beat, feeling a twinge of guilt. Humph, what are you staring at? Do you not realize that if I were to close my eyes, you would be in dire straits? As for what Xiao Yang might do upon shutting his eyes, that remained a mystery to all. Chu Dangshan seemed to sense something amiss in Xiao Yang's gaze. A flash of cold light crossed her eyes, sharp as a military dagger. Damn. Xiao Yang averted his gaze, unwilling to meet hers. She was not someone to provoke. Not joking? The white-shirt police supervisor, regaining his composure, frowned slightly, his expression filled with confusion as he scrutinized Xiao Yang. Wouldn't he trying to joke reveal the truth? Xiao Yang was also prepared to test his hypothesis. How to verify it? I know you have the means to recreate the scene and identify their footprints, right? His tone was unusually assured. The knowledge he had gleaned from his predecessor's time at the police academy was now his own. He was no novice in the realm of criminal investigation. Don't be misled into thinking that once criminals clean up a scene, no traces remain. And don't let mindless crime dramas deceive you. For instance, at a murder scene, as long as there are blood droplets, no matter how much you wash it away, the police have ways to restore the blood traces. As for recreating footprints, that is even simpler. All that is needed is a microscope or a high-powered magnifying glass. Take the northern regions, for instance, where snow falls and people shovel it away. They may not clear it entirely, as some footprints compact the snow, causing it to stick to the ground. This sort of snow is challenging to remove with a mere broom. The same principle applies to footprints. The air carries fine dust and particles that settle on the ground, accumulating over time. When a person's foot steps on it, these particles become compacted into the surface. Simply sweeping away the dust with a broom, trying to erase the footprints, is nearly impossible. Moreover, as people walk, the soles of their shoes pick up various substances, oils, bacteria, dust, grime. During their passage, these materials are transferred to the ground they tread upon. Ordinary individuals may not grasp this, but seasoned criminal investigators, especially the veterans, are well aware. If one were to search in this manner, did the footprints of those who intruded into the criminal police team appear all at once? By analyzing their footprints, can we deduce the places they have visited and the objects they have interacted with, thereby determining whether they have taken a specific item or left everything untouched? Does the answer not present itself? As the saying goes, the passage of geese leaves a trace, and people leave marks. This statement has never been a jest. The restoration of footprints is not particularly challenging, yet it requires time. This has nothing to do with Xiao Yang, who is currently seated on the curb, consuming fast food and sipping mineral water, his vacant gaze fixed upon the distant sky, chewing the morsels in his mouth. The early dawn breaks, with light mist swirling gently, resembling a delicate inkwash painting, as if nature itself has rendered the softest strokes, sketching a hazy tableau across the tranquil earth. Xiao Yang had once yearned to witness the sunrise, but in his previous life, that desire remained unfulfilled. A figure quietly appeared beside him. Had it not been for Xiao Yang's king of soldiers' skills, which inexplicably endowed him with a heightened sense of awareness, he would not have even qualified to perceive this presence. His lifeless eyes regained their vibrancy, becoming animated. Was she truly here for a blind date with me? He distinctly recalled the disdain in Chu Dongchan's eyes and the indifference etched on her face when he expressed his reluctance to pursue a career in law enforcement. It was evident to him that she had no intention of engaging in such an encounter, much like his previous partner, who had approached the matter with a dismissive attitude. Who among the respectable would seek a blind date? If one does not wish to become a police officer, why then attend a police academy? Chu Dongchan slowly settled down, gazing at the golden glow that adorned the horizon. One day, an unpleasant odor wafted through his room. Xiao Yang set down his fast food box and searched for the source for quite some time, yet found nothing. It was not until a day later that he discovered a decayed ideal hidden within his pillow, along with a rotting dream. However, these were not the origins of the foul stench. He continued to search, tracing the odor until he reached beneath his bed. There, he uncovered a corpse. Xiao Yang smiled broadly, having found his youthful self. Chu Dongchan's phoenix eyes sparkled with intrigue. Could this truly be a 22-year-old youth? She suddenly perceived Xiao Yang as enigmatic, shrouded in the mist of dawn, elusive and inscrutable. And you? Xiao Yang mused, gazing at the rising sun in the distance. Where did you serve? Classified. Chu Dongchan shook her head, her demeanor growing increasingly frosty. Xiao Yang felt a bit lost. If one served in the military, why speak of classified matters? What prompted your desire to enlist? Xiao Yang casually inquired. It was not my decision to join the army at that time. Chu Dongchan seemed to ponder what could be disclosed and what should remain unspoken. At the age of 7, I became a soldier. She had been sent off to serve as a child. Xiao Yang was taken aback. How old are you now? 27. Chu Dongchan shot him a look. As if he were a fool. Here we are on a blind date, and you don't even know my age? 20 years of military service. Xiao Yang's gaze became utterly dazed. The expression seemed to convey, are you jesting with me? Stunned for several seconds, Xiao Yang furrowed his brows upon regaining his composure. It truly seemed plausible. Did one genuinely believe that a mere few years of military service could elevate them to the rank of a military king? Yet, becoming a soldier at the tender age of 7 was rather exaggerated. Xiao Yang recalled a statement made by Chu Dongchan, confidential. There are numerous matters that ordinary individuals remain oblivious to and unqualified to comprehend. It is possible that the state or military has secretly trained a cohort of children, molding them into formidable warriors. Thus, it became clear why one would attain the title of military king. Xiao Yang experienced an epiphany. He recalled some rumors from his previous life, such as the National Defense Youth class. It all made sense. At that moment, a uniformed inspector emerged from the Criminal Investigation Unit. He glanced at Xiao Yang and nodded. It was time to get to work. Xiao Yang rose to his feet. You little brat, I have come to find you. Chapter 9. A distinctly different style within the precinct of the Criminal Police Brigade. Xiao Yang crouched down, scrutinizing the ground where various shoe prints had been meticulously marked. There were 3 distinct pairs of footprints, each annotated with their respective strides, gaits, and directions. 2 pairs were size 41, while 1 was size 43. From these prints, one could deduce the suspect's height, weight, and gender, a formula that instructors in the Criminal Science and Technology program at the Police Academy would expound upon. Among the 3 suspects, 2 stood over 7 meters tall, and 1 exceeded 8 meters. Their physiques were typical of males, and through their strides and gaits, it was evident they might have undergone some form of training, though it remained unclear what kind, as they were unfamiliar to the officers. An elderly police chief, his countenance grave, relayed this information to Xiao Yang. The fact that the officers had no prior encounters with these individuals indicated that they were not ordinary people. One could discern a plethora of information from a person's walking posture, be it age, profession, or specialization. For instance, soldiers, due to their years of military training, exhibit strides and gaits distinct from the average individual. Similarly, specialized athletes and models also demonstrate unique walking patterns. Xiao Yang's expression turned icy, an unsettling premonition creeping over him. Beside him, Chu Dongchan slowly crouched, meticulously examining the shoe prints on the ground. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Could soldiers engage in criminal investigations? No, they typically do not. However, certain specialized military personnel excel in reconnaissance and espionage skills. Such operatives must possess remarkable investigative abilities, including camouflage, infiltration, eavesdropping, capturing, and interrogating prisoners, to effectively gather intelligence behind enemy lines. In foreign contexts, these soldiers are referred to as agents, while domestic experts call them special operations personnel. Xiao Yang chastised himself internally. Having acquired the skills of a military expert from Chu Dongchan, it was astonishing that he had neglected to consider her proficiency in reconnaissance. As he employed the reconnaissance skills from his military training to observe the footprints, his expression shifted dramatically. This was serious. Simultaneously, Chu Dongchan's demeanor became as frigid as ice, a fierce killing intent flickering in her eyes. At that moment, both individuals lifted their gazes and locked eyes, speaking in unison, agents. Chu Dongchan was astonished, her expression shifting intriguingly. Xiao Yang cursed inwardly, pondering whether he was losing his mind. How could he identify these prints as belonging to agents without any prior exposure? What if someone were to inquire about it? Fortunately, Chu Dongchan merely shot him a cold glance without probing further. Her silence was a testament to Xiao Yang's unblemished background. His lineage was impeccable, with his grandfather and parents all holding esteemed positions in law enforcement. Xiao Yang's father's work was also related to national security, making it unsurprising that he was familiar with the concept of agents. He breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes fixated on the shoe prints. 3 special operation personnel? More accurately, 3 individuals suspected of being enemy spies. This was a grave matter. Meanwhile, the police had begun to yield results from their interrogations of the captured rioters. The apprehended individuals were not terrorists. Rather, they were a group of cult members who had been subjected to years of indoctrination. As for the motives behind their acts of terror, it was the instigation of the upper echelons of a cult organization that led them to such actions. In his mind's eye, Xiao Yang envisioned a scenario where individuals had been entangled with the cult, manipulated through various incentives to create chaos. In essence, these cultists were being utilized as mere pawns to divert the police's attention. The true orchestrators remained shrouded in mystery. Xiao Yang observed the 3 distinct shoe prints before him, recognizing the cunning at play. Should these be the machinations of foreign spies, the situation could escalate considerably. The very presence of such ominous entities was alarming, particularly within the precinct of a criminal investigation unit. This incongruity sparked a profound sense of dissonance in Xiao Yang's mind. The atmosphere felt entirely amiss, yet it was not his concern. Rising to his feet, he followed the trail of prints into the criminal investigation team. Through these footprints, it became apparent how 3 suspected agents had effectively subdued the on-duty personnel within the unit. The entire operation unfolded with astonishing swiftness, leaving ordinary individuals with little chance to resist. Unarmed officers, when compared to those in specialized professions, were merely ordinary citizens. This group had subdued 3 officers, designating one to keep watch while the others searched within the precinct. The shoe prints indicated that they had traversed numerous rooms, storage areas, interrogation rooms, and various offices. Even the evidence room, rummaging through items. Despite wearing gloves during this process, it was evident that they had disturbed the scene. Although officers typically don shoe covers and gloves while examining a crime scene to minimize disruption, this hardly ensured that no alteration occurred. As previously noted, the air is laden with microscopic dust and particulates that settle upon various surfaces at any moment. In non-enclosed spaces, dust is inevitable, often imperceptible to the naked eye. The issue, however, lies in the fact that even when gloved, touching these items would result in the transfer of fine particles. Wouldn't this lead to a loss of traces on the objects? Thus, wearing gloves is of little consequence. Traces would still be left behind. From the evidence, it appeared that no items had been taken. They had not absconded with anything. The entire operation likely lasted no more than 20 minutes before they departed. This was indeed peculiar. After hearing Xiao Yang's succinct account of the investigation, Chu Dongshan frowned in contemplation. If even an outsider like him could discern the oddity, it was certainly noteworthy. Xiao Yang snickered, and the surrounding officers shared his amusement. If this group were indeed agents, how could they have left behind such a plethora of traces? Were they truly oblivious to the fact that a professional could easily unveil their identities with a mere glance? If they were so inept, how could they be entrusted with intelligence work? This only led to one conclusion. All traces were intentionally left behind. But why? Was there a possibility that they were unaware of the nature of the item they sought, yet cognizant that it must reside within the criminal investigation unit? A certain individual had previously visited the criminal investigation division with a particular item. After this individual departed, no belongings were discovered on them, leading to the conclusion that the item was concealed within the precinct. However, the nature of this object remained unknown to them. It was unclear whether it was a significant item hidden within another object, the form of which was also a mystery. Yet, if even they were oblivious to the form of this item and still orchestrated a terror attack, staging a dramatic assault on the criminal investigation division, it indicated. A glimmer ignited in Chu Dongshan's eyes, akin to starlight. The eyes of the seasoned detectives began to illuminate gradually. Xiao Yang's words nearly overtly conveyed to them that someone had deliberately orchestrated this grand performance, with a clear objective in mind. The puppet master behind the scenes aimed to employ the police's efforts to unearth the concealed item. Chapter 10. Never have I encountered such audacity impatiently awaiting a fool. Xiao Yang could hardly contain his amusement at the absurd antics of certain individuals. Truly, do you dare to play such games? Yet, others could not muster a smile. Indeed, they dared. These individuals were bold enough to perpetrate terror attacks and assault the criminal investigation unit. What, then, would they not dare? Until apprehension occurs. Countless variables remain in play. Given the deduction that a significant item may be concealed within the precinct, the priority must be to locate it. The police commenced a thorough search. Xiao Yang, however, remained aloof at the entrance, lost in thought. Chu Dongshan stood beside him like a shadow, observing him openly. I am aware of my charm, but must you be so blatant? Xiao Yang jested with a smile, asserting that while he appreciated the attention, it must not lead to undue temptation. Chu Dongshan replied with a cold glance, Never have I encountered such shamelessness. Is this not the legendary fool? Why not search together? She inquired, her tone frosty. I prefer not to flounder aimlessly, Xiao Yang countered, shaking his head. I am in search of someone. Someone? Chu Dongshan questioned, perplexed. You are merely sitting here. Whom do you seek? Indeed, Xiao Yang massaged his temples, contemplating those who had entered the criminal investigation unit with the item in question. It was not merely about finding someone, but rather deducing the identity of that individual who could traverse the precinct. Criminal investigators, internal staff, auxiliary officers, suspects, informants. The list was extensive. For an outsider to conceal an item within the precinct undetected is exceedingly challenging. It must be an insider. As previously analyzed, the item in question was alarming enough to attract the attention of suspected operatives. Xiao Yang did not underestimate the ordinary police officers. Could they truly encounter such a thing? Highly unlikely, as this item was not one that would typically be brought back by law enforcement, nor could an ordinary person readily access it. Yet, it had mysteriously surfaced within the precinct, known to certain individuals. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck Xiao Yang like a bolt of lightning. As if his very essence had been ignited, it dawned on him. Suppose an individual had acquired an item. If they were discovered by another group intent on seizing it, what actions might they take? Capture, theft. The individual likely recognized this peril and attempted to flee. However, escape seemed futile, for the pursuers were a cadre of operatives. In a moment of desperation, the individual sought refuge within the criminal investigation unit, reasoning that even operatives would hesitate to enter. What guise would they assume to gain entrance? A suspect? An informant? Or perhaps another identity? The specifics were inconsequential. What mattered was their successful entry. The operatives, intent on capturing this individual, had witnessed their arrival. Eventually, the individual departed the precinct, only to be apprehended by the operatives. The item had vanished. It is plausible that unforeseen events transpired during this sequence. The person seized by the operatives may well have met their demise. Thus, these suspected operatives harbored suspicions that the item was hidden within the precinct. One might wonder, why not directly approach the criminal police brigade? Why create a terror incident? Is that not madness? Who says they haven't attempted it? A group of agents seeking to infiltrate the criminal police brigade to procure something. Is that truly so challenging? They must have tried, yet regrettably found nothing. However, they remain convinced that the item is still present. Should the police acquire this item, it ought to trigger some anomalies. Yet, the criminal police brigade has exhibited nothing but normalcy, indicating that the item remains hidden from their grasp. Thus, they conceived an audacious idea to enlist the police's assistance in locating it. This led to the terror incident and the assault on the criminal police brigade. Is this not foolhardy? If the police truly uncover it, what chance would they have to retrieve it? Certainly, they must possess a method to obtain it. The specifics of this method. Xiao Yang's expression grew unprecedentedly grave. Before him stood not only police officers, but also special forces and elite soldiers. He could not fathom how these individuals could possess such confidence in their ability to seize the item. Furthermore, how could they ascertain, at the first opportunity, whether the police had found it? Damn. In a sudden realization, Xiao Yang sprang to his feet. There is something amiss within the criminal police brigade. Eavesdropping? Surveillance? What could their means be? If that is the case, has every move of the police been anticipated by the adversary? Abruptly, Xiao Yang halted, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Perhaps it would be prudent to refrain from action and see if he could exploit the situation, utilizing the adversary's methods. He too wished to cast his line. Of course, Xiao Yang harbored another hypothesis. Is there a second possibility? Are the perpetrators of the terror incident and the assailants on the criminal police brigade two distinct factions? The assailants seek to locate the item, while the other party aims to obstruct them. Thus, they intentionally orchestrate a terror incident to draw the police's attention, hoping to shatter all prospects of retrieval. Such a scenario is not beyond possibility. Those capable of drawing agents to pursue them are unlikely to be innocuous. A classic case of dog-eat-dog. Yet, let us table that for now and focus on uncovering the item. Xiao Yang continued his reasoning. Assuming the initial conjecture holds, there must be an individual being pursued who has infiltrated the criminal police brigade. Utilizing some form of strategy, they have concealed an item within the brigade. Yet, they are not a police officer. Even if they entered the brigade, their range of movement would be limited. The lobby? The interrogation room? The restroom? Locations suitable for concealing items echoed in Xiao Yang's mind. None of these sufficed. The entirety of the criminal police brigade had been thoroughly searched. What sort of person could manage to hide something beneath the watchful eyes of seasoned detectives? Could it be that the item is truly absent from the criminal police brigade? Otherwise, if that group cannot locate it, nor can the police, could it be that the item conceals itself, capable of flight or evasion? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's eyes widened. Movement? Indeed, the item must possess the ability to move, which is why it has evaded detection. Living? No, it need not be alive to be mobile. What else within the criminal police brigade, aside from the immobile, can move? Humans. The police. The items were not concealed within the criminal investigation team. Instead, that individual clandestinely placed them on the person of an officer within the team. Remarkably, this officer remained oblivious throughout, as did the others. Is this not so? Truly, what a genius. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of admiration. The maneuver was astoundingly clever. Who would have thought of such a method? Of course, this was merely Xiao Yang's deduction and required validation. He called for the members of the criminal investigation team to assemble. Glancing at Chu Dongshan beside him, he remarked, "I have stumbled upon something intriguing." "How intriguing?" Chu Dongshan inquired as she entered the criminal investigation team. Before long, the entire team appeared outside, standing before Xiao Yang. "Let us go. I shall treat you all to a meal, although you will have to cover your own expenses." Xiao Yang turned to leave, adding, "After all, I am merely a recently graduated, impoverished student." The crowd responded, "Are you a jester sent by the monkeys?" Chapter 11. Indeed, one must maintain an air of sophistication. In a quaint restaurant, 6 tables brimmed with police officers, all indulging in their meals, yet silence enveloped the room. Occasionally, glances would drift towards the young man, Xiao Yang, who was engrossed in his meal, their expressions betraying a mix of intrigue and skepticism. What was Xiao Yang's true identity? Only those in crisp white shirts seemed to possess the answer. A fresh graduate from the police academy, still not even a full-fledged officer, yet here he was, embroiled in a significant case. Wasn't it rather peculiar? However, once 3 officers in white shirts lent their support to this young lad, the situation seemed to shift into a semblance of logic. Initially, some speculated that Xiao Yang was merely the scion of a prominent family, fortuitously caught up in this affair. But when he displayed a level of deductive reasoning that astounded seasoned detectives, no one dared to underestimate him any longer. As for the act of dining, it was clear that these veteran detectives were no fools. None of them could be described as simpletons, for only the astute could don the badge. They understood that Xiao Yang had summoned them for a purpose, and they were eager to discern what this young man intended to do. Yet, throughout it all, Xiao Yang remained focused on his meal, silent and seemingly unperturbed. The others were left perplexed. Was he truly here just to eat, devoid of ulterior motives? Unable to withstand the weight of their stares, Xiao Yang finally looked up and urged, "Hurry and eat, consume more. A hearty meal will prepare us for the tasks ahead." The group fell silent, as if he had uttered something absurd. Moments later, a figure graced the entrance of the restaurant, and the eyes of the room lit up at the sight of her tall silhouette. It was Chu Dongshan, now clad in a new outfit, canvas shoes, a white shirt, and jeans that elegantly accentuated her over 175 centimeter stature, creating mesmerizing curves. Her eyes, like stars, exuded a rebellious, ethereal coldness, devoid of any discernible emotion. She approached Xiao Yang and took a seat beside him, embodying the poise of a seasoned warrior. Yet, Xiao Yang couldn't help but notice her striking figure. Was that not scientifically improbable? At least a 36D, he mused. He diverted his gaze, resuming his meal, only to feel her piercing stare upon him. "Don't look at me like that. It's easy to deduce," he thought. His thoughts meandered as he mumbled, "In my experience, formidable individuals are invariably astute. If one is indeed clever, they would suspect surveillance and take precautions. Should they uncover anything, a wise individual would deliberate with others rather than act impulsively. Am I mistaken?" Chu Dongshan stared at him, astonished, as if she stood before him stripped of all pretense, with no secrets left to unveil. Xiao Yang swallowed his food and cast a sidelong glance at the entranced beauty beside him. Truly, one must maintain an air of sophistication. The renowned warrior, impressive as she may be, was still ensnared by his own charisma. After a moment of hesitation, Chu Dongshan replied, "1. They are likely ours. Positioned over 200 meters away, cautious and observant. Their inaction is prudent." Xiao Yang nodded, smacking his lips, pondering that it might indeed serve as a warning signal. The caution line may serve as an early warning device or as a person. If you make a move, you will alert the snake in the grass. As he deduced, the movements of personnel within the criminal police team should be under surveillance. Moreover, it is possible that there exist monitoring and eavesdropping methods within the criminal police team. "Captain Liu, I have a question." Xiao Yang glanced at the captain of the criminal police team and inquired with a smile, "In the past 6 months, has there been any renovation, maintenance, or electrical and plumbing work within the criminal police team?" Captain Liu's expression suddenly shifted, and he nodded. Being astute individuals, Xiao Yang's inquiry made the key point apparent to him. Someone had taken advantage of maintenance work to infiltrate the criminal police team and install certain devices. What was repaired? Xiao Yang's lips curled slightly. The monitoring equipment in the team had inexplicably malfunctioned, leading them to summon someone for repairs. Captain Lu's face darkened, his teeth clenched in frustration. It was now clear why Xiao Yang had summoned them for a meal. He had also surmised that monitoring and eavesdropping gadgets might have appeared within the criminal police team. This is not your fault. After all, the other party might be agents or similar personnel, Xiao Yang consoled them. Now, for the second question. In the past 6 months, have there been many individuals who reported incidents or were brought back to the criminal police team as suspects? A law enforcement unit encounters a staggering number of cases and police incidents annually, often beyond the imagination of ordinary individuals. For instance, a police station might respond to over 80 calls daily, which can be quite alarming. However, the nature of work between the criminal police team and a police station differs significantly, as they typically handle more severe criminal cases, such as murder, robbery, kidnapping, violence, economic crimes, and drug offenses. Thus, the number of cases is relatively lower. It's not like the quaint Gotham City where numerous serious crimes abound. There are indeed several dozen, Captain Lu replied promptly. Please check how many individuals have entered the criminal police team in the past 6 months. Particularly those who have spent time in interrogation rooms, inquiry rooms, or the lobby, and interacted with your team as officers. Xiao Yang contemplated, focusing on those who were able to leave the criminal police team afterward. This detail was relatively easy to verify, although some individuals might not recall after 6 months. The criminal police team has surveillance. Unlike other places where video footage is kept for only 7 to 30 days, law enforcement units involved in cases, investigations, and interrogations retain footage for a significantly longer duration, even permanently. Xiao Yang was currently holding Captain Lu's phone, connected to the internal network of the criminal police team, reviewing several surveillance recordings. 6 segments contained suspicious footage. All matched the description of individuals who had entered the criminal police team and subsequently departed. Among them were 4 suspects and 2 individuals who had reported incidents. Through the surveillance videos, it was evident that they had interacted and conversed with police officers. Xiao Yang meticulously examined the 6 segments, replaying them repeatedly. Yet he found no anomalies and did not observe any physical contact between the suspects and the officers. Without contact, how could the items have been placed on the officers? In a moment of frustration, Xiao Yang slapped his forehead, berating himself internally. If the other party were indeed an agent, what would compel them to act under surveillance? Setting down his phone, he instructed Captain Lu to summon the 6 officers who had interacted with the suspects. He urged them to reflect on whether their conversations involved any physical contact, indirect interactions, or the exchange of objects. The detectives appeared bewildered, exchanging glances as they strained to recall the details, ultimately shaking their heads in unison. Suddenly, one officer's expression shifted to one of gravity. A realization struck him. I remember, at that moment, the suspect's phone was dead, and they borrowed mine. Does that count? In an instant, the restaurant fell into profound silence. Xiao Yang let out a deep sigh of relief. At last, he had found a lead. Chapter 12. A boy remains a boy until death. Xiao Yang gazed with keen interest at the mobile phone in his hand. The criminal investigator recalled that the individual had borrowed the phone to make a call. The duration was brief, lasting less than a minute. Yet for certain professionals, a minute can yield substantial outcomes. Xiao Yang lifted the phone to his ear. The device lacked a protective case, and its placement against his cheek conveniently concealed part of its surface, such as the SIM card slot. It is well known that some phones not only accommodate SIM cards, but also allow for the insertion of TF memory cards for expansion. Through the act of making a call, or rather feigning one, could one exploit this opportunity to access the card slot and insert something clandestine? For an ordinary person, it would be nearly impossible. However, for an intelligence operative, it would likely present little challenge. Setting the phone down, Xiao Yang accepted a card ejector from a nearby investigator and inserted it into the slot. With a click, the tray popped open. He retrieved the tray, turned it over, and a memory card appeared before him. I concede, you are more cunning than I. Xiao Yang mused to himself with a sly smile. The other's pupils constricted wildly, their eyes widening in astonishment. A mutual expression of realization dawned upon them. So that was it. Take the items to the National Security Bureau. A stern-faced supervisor directed, his gaze fixed intently on Xiao Yang. Certain contents were deemed inappropriate for their scrutiny. To speak plainly, these items were unsuitable for the eyes of law enforcement, and they lacked the authority to examine them. Xiao Yang offered no further words and rose to exit the restaurant. Chu Dongchan's eyes gleamed with a profound light as she followed closely behind him. The two entered a police vehicle, departing under the watchful eyes of a crowd of officers. Is this truly necessary? Xiao Yang inquired nonchalantly as she drove the police car. Did you not express a desire to abandon the profession of policing? If that is the case, why risk your life? Because I bear no grudges, Xiao Yang replied earnestly. Most of the time, I would confront my enemies directly. If the situation does not allow for immediate resolution, I will find a way to track them down and confront them then. The corners of Xiao Yang's mouth twitched involuntarily. It was her first encounter with someone so unabashedly forthright about their vindictiveness. Such a mindset was perilous. Are you certain they will appear? She questioned, casting him a sidelong glance, her eyes shimmering with uncertainty. For reasons unknown, she found his self-satisfaction irksome. Do you not already possess the answer? Xiao Yang responded with a grin. Indeed, my prospective match. Xiao Yang opened her mouth, momentarily speechless. Yes, she had surmised the truth. Xiao Yang was fishing for information. And he was performing a ruse. From the moment he summoned a large group of officers for a meal, the charade had commenced. He was acutely aware that someone was surveilling the police. Consequently, an individual had indeed followed, which she had also detected. The most amusing aspect was that a cadre of officers was cooperating with his act. Indeed, the scene in the restaurant was entirely staged. Otherwise, why were only the two of them en route to the National Security Bureau in Binhai, without any other escort? Because the presence of police escorting certain individuals would deter others from appearing. However, who would willingly leap into such an obvious trap? Yet, indeed, individuals are inherently drawn to gamble. When presented with immense potential rewards, they find it impossible to suppress this instinct, yearning to take a chance. Winning equates to paradise, while losing represents perdition. Some individuals find their professions perched precariously between these two realms. When opportunities arise, how could they let them slip away? Xiao Yang adeptly seized upon this psychological tendency, orchestrating a cunning scheme. Alternatively, one might say he was fishing, potentially luring more than just a single prize catch. He had previously deduced that those behind the terror attacks and the assailants of the criminal police might not be part of the same faction. Should this reasoning hold true? A rather intriguing spectacle was poised to unfold. From this moment forth, Xiao Yang would no longer be a mere pawn in the game, but rather the master strategist. Had not the once youthful boy transformed into a lifeless corpse? For the first time, Xiao Yang raised the corners of her mouth in a subtle smile before a man, her dimples appearing delicately. She recalled his words. The dream-chasing youth had perished. Have you ever heard the saying? In Xiao Yang's eyes, a radiant light akin to the sun flickered, exuding warmth. A man remains a boy until death. A smile blossomed on Xiao Yang's cheeks, less frigid, more alluring. In that moment, she resembled a once-frozen beauty brought back to life. Suddenly, Xiao Yang softly warned, "They are coming." Behind the police car, two vans approached at breakneck speed. Wow, that was fast. Just a second ago, Xiao Yang had exuded confidence, but now anxiety began to creep in. His mind raced with a cacophony of chaotic thoughts, leaving disarray in its wake. Are you afraid? A playful glint danced in Xiao Yang's eyes. As they turned off the main road, Xiao Yang, with an air of bravado, retorted, I am neither a soldier nor a policeman. Isn't it quite normal to feel apprehensive? The only reason he dared to engage in such high-stakes antics was the presence of a formidable female warrior by his side. Moreover, he had assimilated certain skills from Xiao Yang, gaining a tangible understanding of the prowess of a soldier. With a warrior at his side, he felt a sense of security. Coupled with his own audacity, he believed he could navigate any situation with ease. However, when real danger loomed, a chilling thought struck him. Many people can drive, but the vast majority operate ordinary vehicles. If one day someone handed you a supercar, would you not take a moment to familiarize yourself with it before taking the wheel? This was precisely Xiao Yang's predicament. Though his skills as a warrior were formidable, ingrained into his very being, he had never engaged in actual combat and lacked any experience in life and death struggles. Xiao Yang confessed, I admit I may have acted impulsively just now. It's human nature. The first time is always daunting. You almost seem like you're 22 now, Xiao Yang remarked, her dark, bright eyes sparkling with evident amusement. What are you pretending for? Xiao Yang's gaze faltered. You'd best keep your eyes open while you sleep tonight. Watch out, or I might just surprise you. Suddenly, boom. The rear of the police car was struck by the front of a business vehicle from behind. Amidst the deafening crash, the police car lost its balance, soaring into the air like a leaf caught in a tempest. It flipped and spun, tracing a remarkable arc across the sky. Inside, Xiao Yang remained composed, his gaze meeting that of Xiao Yang, who happened to be looking at him as well. Their mutual surprise transformed into a smile. as if they had forged an unspoken understanding. With a thud, the roof of the car slammed down onto the ground, wheels pointing skyward, a startling sight to behold. The two business vehicles behind abruptly braked, their doors flung open, and 6 men leaped out, rushing towards the police car. Upon reaching the front of the vehicle, one man crouched down to inspect it, only to find Xiao Yang with his eyes tightly shut inside. However, Chu Dongchan had vanished without a trace. The crouching man's expression shifted dramatically as he was about to warn his companions. Suddenly, Xiao Yang opened his eyes and smiled at him, saying, "Hey, are you here to relieve yourself as well?" Chapter 13, This system is truly terrifying. Xiao Yang observed an unusual transformation in his body. At the moment he prepared to strike, numerous weak points manifested on his target. Each weak point possessed the potential to inflict severe injury, disability, or even death. Once he made his move, it would either be death or incapacitation. This was the power bestowed upon him by the skills of a military king. For instance, in the present moment, Xiao Yang's hand extended with lightning speed. Reaching out of the car window, it landed before the man crouching on the ground. Her fingers clutched the back of the man's head while the thumb targeted his right eye. With a sickening pop, Xiao Yang's thumb punctured the man's eyeball, and he yanked his arm back. Thud. The man's head collided with the vehicle, producing a dull, thunderous sound. He had no chance to scream, collapsing like a limp rag doll. The entire sequence transpired in perhaps less than a second. A full-grown man reduced to the fragility of an ant in Xiao Yang's grasp. There was no exhilaration, no excitement, only an indescribable horror. This was the might of a military king. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with intensity. One could say this was the prowess of the top killing machines within the Dragon Kingdom's military. He could not afford to be dazed, hesitant, or distracted. He forced himself to move. Once in motion, he was like a leopard. Utilizing both hands and feet, he burst through the car window, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. The speed was terrifying, a culmination of his physical capabilities and bodily limits. For an ordinary person, such velocity would be nearly impossible. Yet, for elite soldiers, pushing the human body to its extremes was merely routine. Xiao Yang was swift, but there was a ghostly figure even faster. In the instant that the other 5 men were distracted by Xiao Yang's assault on their companion, the figure soared into the air, vaulting over the overturned police car. In their hazy vision, a leg twisted gracefully in midair, akin to a great axe cleaving horizontally, striking one man's cheek. Thud crack. The formidable force rendered that leg an unstoppable weapon, smashing the man's head against his shoulder, snapping his neck. Yet, before the figure even touched the ground, an arm swung forth. A flash of light appeared in her palm, a weapon approximately 30 centimeters long, resembling a triangular iron spike, with 3 sharp edges like a chisel. With a swift motion, the triangular dagger plunged into one man's eye, piercing through to the back of his skull. In a blink, 2 lives were erased from existence. The figure landed gracefully, akin to a nimble feline. Immediately afterward, she crouched low, like a taut bowstring, and sprang again. In midair, she positioned herself before another man, her pale hand seizing the back of his head. One knee was already thrust forward, ready to strike. Thud. The knee, infused with savage force, collided with the man's face, splattering blood and shattering bones simultaneously. The man fell backward as though struck by a truck. As the figure landed, it stood before the other 2 men. With a firm grip, each hand seized the neck of a man, and with a swift motion, they collided their heads together. A resounding thud echoed as the 2 men lost their vitality, collapsing to the ground, unconscious. At that moment, Xiao Yang had just risen to his feet. However, he was an eyewitness to Chu Dongchan's ruthless execution. There were no hesitations, no flamboyant displays. It was an embodiment of power and speed, harmoniously intertwined, akin to a well-oiled assembly line of assault. Everything yielded to the principles of velocity and strength, efficiency, and yet more efficiency. This was neither combat nor slaughter, nor was it a manifestation of violent aesthetics. It was a sheer deprivation, a blatant annihilation of life, akin to crushing ants underfoot. Terrifyingly so, Xiao Yang's heart raced. He was not frightened by Chu Dongchan's formidable prowess, but rather by the realization that he, possessing the skills of a military king, could effortlessly emulate such lethal efficiency. What truly terrified him was the system. Was this what they termed the replication of top-tier techniques? Moreover, he had only replicated one supreme skill. What of the extreme talents and unparalleled abilities? Xiao Yang dared not ponder further. They were all mere mortals. Chu Dongchan cast a glance at Xiao Yang, her brows furrowing. Probing the waters? In simpler terms, they were not foolish. The 6 assailants before them were mere pawns, a test. If capturing a 007 were that simple, would there still be audiences for such films? Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang scoffed. Some fish are not easily fooled. They do not rush to devour the bait, but instead tease the hook. They might nibble away at the bait without ever getting caught. The battle of patience lies between the angler and the fish. Yet, the initiative always rests in the angler's hands, for they possess the bait. He strode towards a luxury vehicle, dismissing the corpses and injured assailants with indifference. Appearing calm, he was, in truth, a tempest of anxiety within. Lives had been extinguished, multiple lives. This was no mere film, but a brutal reality he had witnessed firsthand. With a pallid visage, Xiao Yang stifled his nausea as he entered the vehicle. Chudong-chan, with an impassive demeanor, took the driver's seat, starting the engine and driving off. What lay ahead, one could surmise, was clear. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded, aware that those individuals were still watching us. The word watch was pronounced with emphasis, when they realized that mere numbers and unexpected tactics could not subdue them. The next act would likely involve Xiao Yang's expression hardened, his voice grave. It would be weaponry. I suspect you may not be an ordinary police academy graduate. Chudong-chan scrutinized him deeply. The more she interacted with him, the more she discerned the alarming intellect Xiao Yang possessed. How could a young man just emerging from academia wield such intelligence? Was this even normal? You mentioned that once this incident was resolved, and provided we both survived, would we continue our matchmaking endeavors? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, jesting. Chudong-chan, she yearned to pry open Xiao Yang's skull to uncover what lay within. In such dire circumstances, was he truly still contemplating romantic pursuits? What on earth? Xiao Yang leaned back in his chair, murmuring. What? Chudong-chan raised an eyebrow. With this face of mine, should I simply rely on others for a living? Xiao Yang squinted playfully. Wouldn't that be delightful? Haha. Chudong-chan couldn't help but laugh, her bright eyes resembling two crescent moons. It was confirmed. He was indeed a rather self-absorbed jester. Suddenly, the thunderous roar of a helicopter echoed overhead. Xiao Yang was taken aback. Chudong-chan's gaze turned slightly frosty. How could a helicopter appear here? In an instant, a spherical object plummeted from the sky, crashing onto the windshield of the business vehicle. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in shock, fixated on the object, for it seemed eerily familiar. He had encountered such a thing not long ago. It was a fireworks shell, covered in steel beads and metal sheets. However, the fireworks shell before him was coated with a thick layer of glass adhesive. The adhesive's stickiness ensured that it clung tightly to the windshield upon impact. Damn! Xiao Yang cursed, but before he could react, Chudong-chan lunged at him, her hand already flinging open the car door. Utilizing the momentum from her legs, she propelled both herself and Xiao Yang out of the business vehicle. Boom! The fireworks shell detonated abruptly. A kaleidoscope of flames shot into the sky. Steel beads, metal shards, and fierce flames devoured everything, enveloping the world in chaos. Chapter 14. My companions and I were stunned lying on the ground. Xiao Yang struggled to breathe. As he was pinned beneath someone, his face was buried in a grand yet terrifying embrace. His eyes widened and his mouth gaped, filled with an overwhelming desire to take a bite. His expression mirrored that of my companions and me, utterly astonished. How could something be so enormous? It must be a cow. With a sudden lightness, Chudong-chan rose. Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings. The modified fireworks shell had unleashed a tremendous explosion, transforming the business vehicle into a wreckage. Fortunately, Chudong-chan's quick reflexes and extraordinary evasive skills spared them from harm. Unfortunately, Xiao Yang's gaze was drawn not only to a medical helicopter circling above, but also to an arm extending from the open cabin, brandishing a large firearm. The barrel was thick, resembling that of a short-barreled shotgun. Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically as he extended his palm, for Chudong-chan had already reached out her hand. With a resounding clap, their hands locked together. Chudong-chan propelled backward, not only pulling Xiao Yang along, but also launching them both 2 meters away. Bang! A gunshot echoed from the sky. Countless projectiles surged forth like a tempest, striking the very spot where they had just been, peppering the hard concrete with sparks and craters. Xiao Yang couldn't help but complain about the shoddy craftsmanship. Possessing the skills of a weapon master, he had some understanding of contemporary firearms. Yet none could compare to the one that had just fired. There was only one possibility, a makeshift firearm. This was why he referred to it as a small workshop creation. It didn't require precision or rifling. It relied solely on gunpowder and buckshot. In close quarters, it was far more formidable than a handgun. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on Xiao Yang's back. Regardless of whether it was a homemade gun or not, it was still a firearm. At that moment, the barrel of the helicopter's weapon aimed at them once more. However, Chu Dongchan refused to give the assailant another chance to fire. With a swift motion of her arm, a cold gleam sliced through the air as a military dagger soared into the sky. Thud! It struck the gunman squarely under the jaw, embedding itself deeply from below. Yet, the crisis was far from averted. Two cars emerged on the road, speeding towards them. One of the vehicles careened wildly in their direction. Get down! Chu Dongchan grasped Xiao Yang by the collar and, with a powerful swing of her arm, hurled him towards the wrecked business vehicle. Damn! In midair. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. At the very least, he was a human being. Could she not show a modicum of respect? With a thud, his body slammed against the side of the business vehicle, his eyes fixated on the car barreling towards Chu Dongchan. He watched as her agile form lunged forward like a female leopard. Before her body even touched the ground, she curled into a ball, utilizing the momentum of her sprint to roll swiftly across the road, evading the vehicle's path. Just as the car screeched to a halt, Chu Dongchan's body rebounded from the ground. Suspended in the air, her legs bent before she propelled herself downward. Bang, crack! Her feet shattered the car window and landed forcefully upon the driver's head. Using the full force of her sprint, she burst into the vehicle. My sister is incredible! Xiao Yang, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, was filled with admiration. This is no female soldier king. She is nothing short of a monster. Anyone daring to marry such a woman? Xiao Yang shuddered. It was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, another car came to a halt, and the door swung open. Should I hide? Impossible. Hiding is out of the question for this lifetime. It's time to showcase the prowess of kicking the Beihai kindergarten. Xiao Yang dashed forward. He had spotted one of the men emerging from the vehicle, brandishing a firearm. As he ran, Xiao Yang's expression shifted, and even his physique underwent a transformation. The warrior techniques he had absorbed from Chu Dongchan awakened completely at that moment, turning Xiao Yang into a lethal weapon, a human weapon. As the gunman's thigh extended out of the car door, Xiao Yang's foot had already slammed against the door. Bang! The car door trapped the man's ankle against the frame. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the man's ankle twisted at an unnatural angle, snapping. Before he could utter a scream, the car door was yanked open. A hand reached out, grasping at the gunman's hand. It was not an attempt to seize the weapon, but rather a swift motion to twist it, altering the angle of the barrel. Simultaneously, Xiao Yang's finger pressed against the man's finger resting on the trigger. A flick. Bang! Gunfire erupted, spraying countless bullets into the driver's face. Blood and flesh erupted across the driver's visage, and his head collided violently against the window. I've killed. Xiao Yang momentarily lost his focus, only to snap back into clarity. His arm swung, striking the gunman's neck. With a crunch, he crushed the man's throat. Xiao Yang turned to the rear door of the car. Two men had already disembarked, one raising a short-barreled shotgun aimed directly at him. Before he could fire, Xiao Yang delivered a lightning-fast kick to the man's calf. Bang! The man's leg was propelled backward, lifting off the ground as his body lurched. At the same time, Xiao Yang seized the shotgun's barrel. A powerful shove followed. Crack! The stock smashed against the man's nose, sending a wave of excruciating pain throughout his body, eliciting tears even before he could open his eyes. In the next instant, the barrel was thrust into his mouth. Gulp! The man's eyes widened in shock. Boom! The horrifying gunfire erupted within him, the back of his neck exploding in the wake of the shot. Blood, flesh, vertebrae, and bullets erupted forth, spraying towards the other man who had raised a shotgun. The gruesome explosion painted the man's face. It was as though an invisible hammer had struck him down to the ground. Whether it was luck or the primitive shotgun's reduced power, or perhaps the bullets had previously detonated in his companion's mouth, the fallen man was inexplicably still alive, clutching his face and rolling on the ground in agony. Xiao Yang grasped the empty shotgun and charged forward. As he approached, he lifted the weapon as if wielding a blazing torch. Bang! The stock crashed against the man's head, silencing his cries abruptly. Xiao Yang did not cease his actions. Instead, he reached for the hunting rifle discarded beside the man. With a swift motion, he aimed it skyward, directing it towards the medical helicopter hovering above, and pulled the trigger. Bang! The cold firearm unleashed a torrent of searing pellets, raining down like a tempest. The projectile sparked upon striking the helicopter, yet it proved utterly futile. The helicopter suddenly ascended, making its escape. Abruptly, a cacophony of cell phone ringtones erupted beneath him. Xiao Yang glanced down to discover the sound emanating from the man at his feet. After a moment's deliberation, he crouched and rummaged through the man's belongings, ultimately retrieving a mobile device. He answered the call. A voice, cold and menacing, resonated from the phone. informing him of a building filled with numerous individuals and a formidable bomb. Either you come alone with the item, or I will detonate the bomb. Choose wisely. Xiao Yang chuckled. Was there truly a choice? There was, indeed. As long as he disregarded the fate of others and turned his back on the unfolding events, he could simply walk away. But could he swallow his pride? With a sardonic smile, Xiao Yang inquired, "Where are you?" Chapter 15, Little Brother. You certainly know how to have fun. Do you think I would speak? The laughter from the phone receiver echoed back. Or perhaps you believe I am oblivious to the trap you have laid. If I am not foolish, then why send someone to their demise? Xiao Yang nearly chuckled. Did you collide with a pig, or did you mistakenly crash into a tree? The other party, it must be said that Xiao Yang's sharp tongue rendered the other party speechless. After a moment, the other party sneered, expressing disdain for rude and impulsive youth. If one is neither rude nor impulsive, can they still be considered young? Xiao Yang had no desire to engage in idle chatter. Since you have discerned the truth yet still dare to reveal yourself, are you courting death? Courting death? Ha, the other party laughed heartily. Do you truly believe I cannot see your backup plan? Do you genuinely think that the national security of Long Nation can apprehend me? Xiao Yang's lips twitched. The other party has seen through it? Perhaps some have not contemplated this question. The events unfolding before them have long since escalated to matters of national security. The potential presence of foreign intelligence personnel, possibly even two factions. Why, then, has the national security of Long Nation remained absent throughout? There is another crucial point. When Xiao Yang and Chu Donchan departed, escorting a memory card to the national security in Bin City, where were the criminal police, special police, and armed police. Additionally, why was it necessary to deliver it rather than allowing national security to retrieve it? The scene was rife with chaos. Over a dozen villains appeared, with casualties exceeding 2 digits. Is it not strange that the police have yet to arrive? Coupled with the continuous absence of national security, one can draw numerous conclusions. This is a trap, a pit excavated by Xiao Yang, intended to ensnare certain individuals. Whoever leaps into it shall meet their end. The situation has changed. As Xiao Yang himself stated, do not presume you are the only clever one. There are multitudes of intelligent beings in this world. No more pretense? Xiao Yang smiled wryly. The other party has articulated their objective, thereby revealing their identity. If previously these individuals were merely suspected foreign intelligence operatives, it can now be confirmed. Is this significant? The other party chuckled. You possess bait? While I hold a hostage, shall we exchange, or will you watch those innocent lives perish? Xiao Yang frowned. This encapsulates his reluctance to be a police officer, for it is a most frustrating predicament, as one is often led by the nose by the wicked. Law enforcement must operate within the confines of regulations, unlike the malevolent, who act with impunity, disregarding any rules. I am still not clever enough. Xiao Yang felt a fleeting pang of shame before returning to a cold smile. Do you truly believe you have mastered this game? Otherwise? The other party laughed heartily. I suspect that some individuals will not allow you such satisfaction. Xiao Yang's smile broadened. There exists a saying in Long Nation: the mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird lurks behind. The laughter of the other party abruptly ceased, plunging them into silence. Do you truly believe I cannot discern that there is another group intent on preventing you from obtaining the item? Xiao Yang's tone was resolute. The item was originally secured by that group, yet you wish to seize it from them. Have you ever pondered this question? Why did the other party only attempt to thwart you once? It has remained passive ever since? If I were to relinquish the item to you now, can you truly ensure your safe departure? Is it conceivable that they are merely biding their time, waiting for you to seize the item before striking? The other party continued to remain silent. Why the sudden reticence? Are you not fond of conversation? Xiao Yang jested. Perhaps your assertion holds merit. The other party spoke again, yet insisted that delaying the conversation served no purpose, nor could they trace my whereabouts. It would be futile. The phone is in the possession of their accomplice and operates wirelessly, making it traceable, is it not? The answer is, indeed. By utilizing the signal base stations in proximity to Xiao Yang, one can scrutinize the active communication frequencies, employing the signal source to trace the originating signal, thereby approximating the location of the other party. It is akin to dialing emergency services. Your location is promptly pinpointed by the dispatch center, even if the call is terminated. Law enforcement will swiftly arrive at your position. It's a similar concept. Ordinary individuals may not understand this, but for certain professionals, it is common knowledge. As long as the item remains in my possession, you will inevitably appear before me. Is there a need for tracking? Xiao Yang suppressed his amusement. Now, you are presented with but two choices. Do you wish to be the mantis or the cicada? What course of action do you desire to pursue? The other party's words were laced with mirth, calm and composed. Perhaps we might proceed this way. Xiao Yang considered his tone carefully. Let us divide the spoils equally. But I intend to apprehend that group. Do you grasp my intent? Who comprises the opposing faction, and what is their identity? I remain entirely in the dark. This uncertainty is what troubles Xiao Yang the most. The unknown adversary is indeed the most formidable. In stark contrast, the individual on the line. From the moment they reveal themselves, they are destined to become a lifeless corpse. Do they truly believe that the law enforcement and national security of the Dragon Kingdom are composed of fools? No, their might is beyond your imagination. They are merely allowing Xiao Yang the opportunity to refrain from action. Would the Dragon Kingdom genuinely deliver a portion of the spoils to me? The other party scoffed. Do you still believe you have a choice? Xiao Yang mirrored the derision. Unless you turn and walk away right now, but would you be content with that? So many of your subordinates have perished. Even if they were but ants, mere tools, they were nonetheless your own. With the mission unfulfilled and so many fallen, will your superiors exonerate you? If you truly wish to depart, would you still be here exchanging pleasantries with me? The other party spoke in a low tone. Then what do you propose? Accompany me in a charade. We shall serve as bait to lure out that group, and you have no alternative. Xiao Yang's tone turned icy. In 1 minute, disclose the location of the hostage. The call ended, and he set the phone down. As he turned, he was unsurprised to find Chu Dongshan gazing at him with piercing, frigid eyes. That gaze seemed to inquire, "Young brother, care to provide an explanation?" Explanation for what? One man faced a vehicle full of assailants, 3 of whom were armed. The outcome, 3 dead, 1 severely injured. The wounded individual had a shattered trachea, teetering on the brink of death, while Xiao Yang emerged unscathed. Can you believe that? Upon realizing these circumstances, Chu Dongshan's hair stood on end. Although she could easily accomplish it, she was aware that many extraordinary beings could as well. However, ordinary individuals would undoubtedly struggle. Even elite police or special forces might not perform better than Xiao Yang. Yet, Xiao Yang was merely a 22-year-old youth, freshly graduated from the police academy. What could account for his sudden transformation into such a formidable, even terrifying presence? Science. Abruptly, Xiao Yang extended his arms and embraced Chu Dongshan. Under normal circumstances, this would have been impossible. Yet, in her moment of bewilderment, she forgot to evade him. What was he planning, silencing her for good? This time, it felt as if he was truly risking everything, but he felt a pang of regret, as he had never encountered a woman in his life. Xiao Yang held her tightly, inhaling her scent, and thought, if he survived, he would provide an explanation. With that, he released her, leaving Chu Dongshan stunned in place as he stepped into a sedan. Once the engine roared to life, he sped away. After a moment, Chu Dongshan regained her senses, her delicate teeth grazing her lip. Her gaze shifted, a strange expression crossing her face as a smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Her cheeks flushing. Anger, frustration, embarrassment, and a hint of amusement swirled within her. Was he attempting to ensnare her with the very tactics meant to ensnare women? Oh, little brother, you certainly know how to play the game. Chapter 16. A nameless tycoon once swore that he had never encountered a woman in his lifetime. The driver, Xiao Yang, wore a sheepish smile akin to that of a thief caught in the act, though he mused, not counting my past life. He recalled the words of that elusive magnate. What would you do if a woman unearthed your secret and you wished for her silence? The most effective method is to make her fall in love with you. The most audacious approach is to ensnare her to the point where she questions her very existence, unable to be apart from you for even a moment. What became of that magnate, you ask? Rumor has it, he met a woeful end. Xiao Yang pondered the terrifying nature of Chu Dongshan and shuddered slightly. Is there still hope for me? No, it seems I am doomed to await my fate. Suddenly, his phone chimed. With a pained expression, he answered, location? XXX District, XX Street, Ujinjuan Community, came the cold response. You have only 10 minutes, the voice added. Are you joking? Xiao Yang retorted, but the call was abruptly terminated. 9 minutes later, he arrived at a certain street, in a residential area. The car came to a halt, and Xiao Yang stepped out. Simultaneously, his phone rang again. After connecting, the voice instructed, Building 31, Unit 3, top floor. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment as he entered the community, scanning the surroundings before arriving at the residential building. Upon spotting the door to Unit 3, his eyelids fluttered at the sight of a slight gap left ajar. He pushed the unit door open and stepped into the corridor. The building, a modest high-rise, boasted 8 stories. Upon reaching the 8th floor, his phone rang once more. Go to the rooftop, the voice commanded. A fugitive. Indeed, Xiao Yang gazed toward the safety ladder leading to the rooftop. Climbing to the ceiling, he noticed a metallic rain shield and pushed it aside. Gradually, He ascended to the rooftop, surveying the area, empty, devoid of any presence. His phone rang again. Are you not surprised? The voice inquired with a chuckle. Enough banter. Where is your cooperation? Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly. Huh. The other laughed coldly. Suddenly, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, hearing a buzzing sound. A drone emerged from one side of the building, hovering momentarily before slowly descending at his feet. Place the item on it. The voice instructed, each word deliberate. What a daring maneuver! Xiao Yang crouched down, intrigued, as he noticed a small box attached to the drone's belly. Suddenly, he asked with a grin, is there truly a bomb inside the building? You wouldn't dare gamble with innocent lives, would you? The voice chuckled in return. Oh. The cunning one. Xiao Yang sighed with a smile. If you guessed correctly, the next turn of events may be quite grim for you, the voice said, dripping with malice. Indeed, it would be dreadful. Xiao Yang smiled brightly. If this were a face-to-face exchange, he might have safely handed over the item, avoiding any mishap. However, the situation was different now. The other party was utilizing the drone to seize the item, compelling certain individuals to act prematurely, preventing Xiao Yang from placing the item on the drone. Otherwise, the item may never be found again. Is there another group that might appear? Or rather, is there truly a second group of individuals? Xiao Yang reached into his pocket and slowly produced a memory card, no larger than a fingernail. The entire action was deliberate, as if meant for certain observers. Suddenly, Xiao Yang paused, a trace of mockery gracing his features. The game was over. The other party expressed astonishment. In truth, there was no second group, was there? Xiao Yang rose, speaking calmly and assertively. What do you mean? The tone of the other party grew increasingly frigid. Indeed, speculation is humanity's greatest fear. Xiao Yang mused. Perhaps I have overestimated your intelligence, yet you are not as clever as you think. The other party fell silent. Do you know how I discovered this? Xiao Yang smiled, recalling the moment the medical helicopter appeared right after that firework bomb exploded. I had my suspicions. The terrorists who took hostages in the hotel had employed such fireworks. However, the three assailants attacking the criminal police unit were identified as agents through their footprints. And I momentarily dismissed that suspicion. If they were indeed one group, there would be no need for such a nonsensical act. Utilizing the police to aid in locating their possessions, it was illogical. Yet, upon encountering the drone before me, I realized my error. You are indeed one group, or rather, there is a problem within your ranks. Xiao Yang articulated each word with precision. Someone had betrayed you. Is that so? The other party replied coldly. Xiao Yang picked up the drone, examining the small box beneath it. The box was modest in size, capable of holding a memory card or a USB drive. This indicated that the other party was already aware of what Xiao Yang had obtained. Otherwise, they would not have prepared such a small container. Yet therein lies the issue. On what grounds can you ascertain that this is a memory card? If you were already aware that it was a memory card, why not simply retrieve it directly from that police officer? At this juncture, some may be bewildered, unable to grasp the implications. Allow me to illustrate with an example. Imagine a family possessing a priceless treasure. Would they disclose this information to others? If not, and they subsequently discovered the treasure had been stolen, who do you suppose the thief might be? If that example remains unclear, let me be more explicit. Within an intelligence organization, there exists a crucial item. Yet, a traitor absconds with it. He is pursued by the organization, which must reclaim the item. However, the organization may not foresee a grave issue. There is more than one traitor. The accomplices of the defector do not wish for the organization to capture him. For if he were caught, it could spell doom for all. Consequently, they contemplate leveraging the forces of the Dragon Kingdom's police to muddy the waters, ensuring that the individual who absconded with the item vanishes from existence. There is also the possibility that the item, being small enough to fit within a memory card, exists in multiple copies. Should it fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, it would not result in a significant crisis. Should it fall into the hands of the organization, dire consequences would surely ensue. Yet, unexpectedly, there was Xiao Yang, who, upon acquiring the object, did not choose to quietly amass wealth, but instead sought to ensnare all. Astonishingly, he resorted to phishing. The traitors, gripped by fear of the object falling into the organization as possession, found themselves compelled to intervene and thwart his plans. Xiao Yang was able to deduce these developments due to a crucial insight. Even the members of that organization might not know the whereabouts of the item. Only the traitors were privy to the fact that it was a memory card or a USB drive. The box beneath the drone's belly was perfectly suited to contain such an item. Who, then, was conversing with Xiao Yang at that moment? If his instincts were correct, the organization's members would soon make their appearance. And then, There were those who wished to erase him, the organization's members, and the memory card from existence entirely. Thus, there truly was a bomb within the residential building. Chapter 17. What do you use to compete with me? Is this your scheme? A sardonic smile, filled with derision and a hint of provocation, crept across Xiao Yang's lips. You must be deluding yourself, aren't you? The sound of mocking laughter echoed from the phone's receiver. Even if you've discerned the situation, it seems rather too late. You shouldn't have come here. Xiao Yang could see through his plans, just as the other could perceive Xiao Yang's vulnerabilities. Young man, how naively innocent you are. Bang. The safety hatch on the rooftop of the residential building was violently flung open, and a group of individuals surged onto the terrace. 7 in total, for brandished long knives, while 3 revealed makeshift shotguns. Xiao Yang remained unfazed, holding his phone aloft without turning around. Showing off? No, he had no interest in witnessing a gathering of corpses. The 7 quickly encircled Xiao Yang, a dark muzzle aimed at his head. Hand over your belongings, the gunman growled menacingly. Xiao Yang smiled and uttered 2 words. Kneel down. The 7 were momentarily taken aback, including the one who had been conversing with Xiao Yang. Has he lost his mind? Not kneeling? Xiao Yang, grinning broadly, thought. Then let them perish. Bang. Approximately 400 meters away, atop a commercial building, a terrifying and low gunshot resonated. In an instant, the head of the man who had aimed at Xiao Yang exploded. It was as if an invisible hand had struck the skull, shattering flesh and bone. Akin to a watermelon bursting, splattering blood and remnants across the ground. Such was the power of a 12.7 by 108 millimeters bullet. Not only was it effective against equipment, but it also yielded unexpectedly brutal results against humanity. Impressive, indeed. Xiao Yang gazed at the headless corpse that had collapsed and the horrific crater left in the ground, his lips twitching. He knew who had fired the shot, Chu Dongchan. Such a sniper rifle would never be found in the hands of ordinary armed police or special forces. It belonged to border defense units or the military, inappropriate for urban settings or close-quarter combat. What purpose would it serve to use artillery against mosquitoes? The presence of border defense elite forces was improbable, and soldiers typically wouldn't carry heavy weaponry into a city. Considering the military prowess of Chu Dongchan, the answer became evident. Yet the impressive in Xiao Yang's mind did not solely pertain to the sniper rifle. Imagine the implications of a soldier carrying a heavy sniper rifle within the city. There exists no absolute loyalty, nor special identity. Regardless of how much trust a nation places, such a display would be unthinkable. This signified that Chu Dongchan was more than just a soldier, more than merely a military king. As the body fell, the remaining 6 appeared ensnared by an invisible grip of terror. Their faces were etched with fear and unease, their eyes betraying profound dread, as if they had witnessed something utterly chilling. Suddenly, one attempted to flee. Bang! The gunshot rang out once more from afar. In an instant, the individual's midsection exploded, as though an unseen maw had bitten into his waist, devouring flesh and nearly severing his body. Thud. He collapsed onto the ground, not dead. Yet more than half of his abdomen was gone. A wretched howl erupted from his lips as blood and entrails spilled from his severed abdomen. The horrifying scene rendered all onlookers numb with terror. The man convulsed a few times before succumbing to silence. The remaining 5, paralyzed by fear, dared not move an inch. The atmosphere of dread spread like a contagion. Some closed their eyes, while others trembled uncontrollably. Kneel, Xiao Yang commanded, his gaze fixed upon them. Uttering those 2 words once more, those words seemed to possess an enchanting power. Thud. The 5 individuals sank to their knees, relinquishing their weapons, akin to quails awaiting slaughter. Trembling in fear. Why the silence? Xiao Yang inquired with a playful grin directed at his phone. Are you frightened? A chilling laughter reverberated from the device. In truth, there is a question I've longed to pose to you. Xiao Yang raised his other hand, brandishing a memory card, important, yet not of utmost significance, merely a bait, perhaps. His opponent fell silent. Your true intention must be to leverage the Dragon Kingdom's military police to eliminate those within your organization and subsequently erase all traces. Even those in the know, including yourself? Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with mirth. After a prolonged silence, the adversary queried, how did you deduce this? Did you activate the detonator? Xiao Yang teased, surely, you must be disappointed that it didn't explode? The opponent hissed, indeed. Once bitten by a snake, one is wary of ropes for years. Xiao Yang chuckled at his own misfortune. Ever since I was once abducted and encountered a bomb, I've become particularly sensitive to their presence, knowing that the destination harbored explosives. Do you think I would remain unprepared? He raised his hand, revealing a small object the size of a fingernail from beneath his collar. A listening device, also a headset. Do you see it? From the moment you contacted me using the phone of the deceased, our conversation has been overheard by many. When you boasted about a building filled with people and a bomb, threatening me with such confidence, I was merely buying time, aware that someone was preparing something. Devices capable of jamming the detonator's remote signal are readily available, especially since they were employed in a recent hotel terrorist incident. As I drove alone to meet you, the moment you disclosed your location, someone had already arrived with the necessary equipment. Did you truly believe I was a reckless fool, unafraid of death? Your objective must be to eliminate everyone involved, obliterate certain items, and erase your own presence from this incident, vanishing without a trace. With those knowledgeable about the items dead, they too would disappear, or perhaps fall into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, where others would dare not pursue the matter. This encapsulates the crux of your entire scheme. Does it not? The adversary remained silent, gripped by a chilling realization, feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. He had never anticipated that someone could orchestrate such an elaborate plot, controlling the entire narrative from the outset, never granting him a single opportunity for resistance. At the inception of this pit, at the very moment of his arrival, and after he leaped into it, defeat was already his. Yet do you truly believe you have triumphed? Do you still wish to struggle? Xiao Yang seemed to fathom the opponent's psyche, asking, "Have you ever pondered why I have engaged in this lengthy discourse with you?" The opponent appeared perplexed. "I am merely verifying, confirming your location." Xiao Yang tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he surveyed the surroundings. "From the moment I stood upon this rooftop, I have been ascertaining whether you could perceive me. If so, where you would conceal yourself, from what vantage point you would observe. In the realm of criminal psychology, there exists a curious phenomenon. Perpetrators often relish the opportunity to return to the scene of their crime, with some even choosing to observe their nefarious handiwork in its entirety. After several confirmations, I discovered that indeed, you were watching me." Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon the two lifeless bodies below, particularly at the moment they were assassinated. You too were taken aback, rendered silent, for you were in close proximity, aware that if the sniper spotted you, your life would be forfeit. You see, since I have confirmed your presence nearby and your awareness of my existence, deducing your approximate location becomes rather straightforward. You must be situated at a considerable height, as one cannot view the rooftop unless one is elevated. Furthermore, your distance from me is likely not excessive, as you would desire a close-up view of your own masterpiece. Of course, there is another crucial point. A drone is unsuitable for single-handed operation. Thus, it is improbable that you would wield a telescope in one hand while maneuvering the drone with the other. This ultimately leaves us with two possibilities. Either a telescope lies before you, or it does not. Elevated, nearby, concealed, with or without a telescope, Xiao Yang grinned broadly. Having provided so many hints, my dear, if you cannot locate him, you are unworthy of being a soldier king. What transpires? The subsequent words from Xiao Yang were not intended for the adversary, but rather for Chu Dongchan. Xiao Yang was stalling for time, allowing Chu Dongchan the opportunity to pinpoint that individual. What would the outcome be? Target locked. A cold, melodious female voice resonated from the listening device in Xiao Yang's hand. He smiled in delight. Yet, not everyone shared in his mirth. Do you think you have prevailed? The opponent's tone finally lost its composure, infused with a frenzied pitch. I shall not be defeated. In terms of intelligence, you fall short. In tactics, you are inferior. In strategy, you remain lacking. A scornful smile curled at the corner of Xiao Yang's lips. What do you possess to contend with me? Practice more, if you are but a novice. Chapter 18. How wonderful it is to live another day. A towering 24-story residential building looms majestically, reminiscent of a grand castle. At this moment, it is encircled by countless special police and armed forces. Inside, several elite officers have gathered outside the entrance on the 13th floor, poised for a surprise assault. Ready to breach the door. Outside the building, armed personnel are also seen on the exterior wall of the 14th floor, prepared to shatter a window at a moment's notice. Xiao Yang stands in the corridor, gazing at the entrance, internally lamenting, I should just run. However, escape is not an option. If he dares to flee, someone will detonate the bomb. Is there really a bomb? Indeed, not only is there one, but it is homemade and exceedingly powerful, capable of obliterating the 13th floor, or even the entire building. It is a type of explosive few could ever imagine, gas canisters. Those unfamiliar with the destructive potential of gas canisters might scoff, thinking, is this nonsense? Can this really kill? Yet, those aware of the devastating nature of such explosions would turn pale. for the explosive force of each canister is equivalent to 150 kilograms of TNT, capable of reducing a villa to rubble. However, the true terror lies not solely in the canisters themselves, but in what Xiao Yang has just disclosed regarding the situation. There are 5 gas canisters inside the residence, along with a detonating device capable of igniting all 5 simultaneously. Furthermore, a pressure-triggered detonator rests in the hands of the target. This is not a wireless remote but a wired control. Xiao Yang also informed him that the adversary had intentionally shown her this before drawing the curtains, clearly indicating a heightened awareness of counter-sniping. Yet, this awareness seems somewhat ridiculous to Xiao Yang, for there exists a high-tech device known as an infrared penetrating sniper scope, commonly referred to as a penetrating infrared thermal imager. However, Xiao Yang cannot take action. As previously mentioned, the pressure-triggered detonator does not detonate the bomb by simply pressing down. Rather, it must be pressed and then released to trigger the explosion. Eliminating the target is straightforward, but if the target dies, their grip will loosen, resulting in detonation. That is the crux of the matter. Now, the adversary has put forth a demand, a requirement directed at Xiao Yang. He must enter the residence alone within 3 minutes, or the bomb will be detonated. 3 minutes is hardly sufficient for the police to evacuate the residents within the building. This is precisely why Xiao Yang contemplates fleeing. Indeed, one should not be overly arrogant. A moment of bravado can lead to dire consequences. Don't want to go in? Xiao Dongchan's voice resonates in Xiao Yang's ears, the listening device snugly fitted in his ear. Isn't that obvious? Xiao Yang replies, furious. I'm still just a child. A chuckle escapes Xiao Dongchan, leaving him uncertain whether she is amused or mocking his reluctance. After a moment, her tone softens. You don't have to go in. But will you expose my secret? Xiao Yang swallows hard, appearing weak, helpless, and pitiable, recalling a time when he single-handedly took down 3 armed assailants. Incorrect. All 4 have perished. Indeed. Xiao Dongchan chuckled. What if I enter and emerge alive? Xiao Yang appeared somewhat flustered. The outcome would be the same. Xiao Dongchan's tone softened, reminiscent of a friendly neighbor. Damn. Xiao Yang wore an expression of displeasure, rolling his eyes in various directions. This insufferable sister is truly mischievous. Women are indeed the most troublesome. At that moment, Xiao Dongchan posed an intriguing question. Can you reveal your true thoughts to me? What? Xiao Yang frowned. Do you genuinely not wish to become a police officer? Xiao Dongchan's tone carried a hint of significance. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, lost in thought for an extended period. No one could discern what occupied his mind. He chose not to pursue the topic further and instead strode towards the entrance. Outside the building, in the distance, on the rooftop of a commercial building, Xiao Dongchan smiled charmingly, exuding an air of captivating allure. Xiao Yang was now worthy of being her prospective partner. As Xiao Yang approached the door, he found the security door ajar. Inside stood a man holding a detonator. He was an ordinary middle-aged man, so nondescript that he could easily blend into a crowd. Yet, this seemingly unremarkable individual had orchestrated a bomb attack, targeting the police station, resulting in a series of explosive incidents that claimed numerous lives. The event involved multiple explosives, an array of firearms, and entangled intelligence organizations. It appears I have triumphed. A mocking grin spread across the middle-aged man's face. Come in. Do you believe that dragging me down with you signifies your victory? Xiao Yang squinted, smiling as he entered the door, hearing the security door close behind him. What other choice do you have? The middle-aged man sauntered into the living room, laughing boisterously. Yet here you are. Xiao Yang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the gas canisters in the hall. 5 gas canisters were arranged in a pentagon, resembling a plum blossom. At the center lay a peculiar object connected by a wire, the other end of which rested in the middle-aged man's hand. Xiao Yang's eyelids twitched, his eyes glinting. Do not even think about it. The middle-aged man seemed to anticipate Xiao Yang's intentions, taunting him. If I sever the detonator's wire, the bomb will explode. Care to test that? Test your audacity. Xiao Yang averted his gaze, coldly scrutinizing the middle-aged man. Is it merely to take me down with you? Yes. And yet, no? The middle-aged man sighed in resignation, feeling a pang of unwillingness at his impending defeat, seeking to engage in conversation with his adversary before his demise. Attempting to salvage his dignity, Xiao Yang smirked slightly. May I pose a query? The middle-aged man's voice betrayed no emotion. Do you understand the essence of freedom? Freedom? Xiao Yang pondered. Life is but 30,000 days. One must seize the day whenever possible. The middle-aged man. He realized he had asked the wrong person. Indeed, how could a youth grasp the true nature of freedom? I have a friend. The middle-aged man sighed. Xiao Yang. Brother, that reference is far too outdated. Are you certain you wish to employ it? He felt as though he existed perpetually in a cesspool, akin to a maggot. The middle-aged man muttered to himself. Even the sight of Xiao Yang squatting before the gas canisters could not deter him. He was unwilling to accept defeat, having contemplated countless strategies to no avail. Until one fateful day, he finally seized an opportunity, transforming into a pupa. Aware that he was on the verge of breaking free, sprouting wings to escape the cesspool. Yet, he wished to keep his true identity concealed, particularly his origins. He devised a plan to obliterate the cesspool, intent on exterminating all the flies. Only in this manner would no one discover where he hailed from, once merely a maggot. However, the middle-aged man's eyes reddened, bloodshot and frenzied, fixated on Xiao Yang. He was thwarted, losing the very essence of what he had diligently pursued. Can you guess what he would do next? A rather repulsive tale indeed. Xiao Yang sneered. So, you are merely a maggot that feasts on filth all day. His words, as venomous as ever. Huh. The middle-aged man chuckled coldly. I relish your futile struggles. It's amusing how powerless you are against me. Powerless against you? Xiao Yang laughed derisively. Have you ever heard the saying that supporting characters perish from excessive chatter? The middle-aged man was taken aback, not by Xiao Yang's words, but by his actions. He witnessed the youth recklessly grasp the bomb's wires and then sever them. The middle-aged man was dumbfounded. Wait, the bomb did not detonate? In that instant, his eyes widened in disbelief as he realized that the very bomb he had painstakingly crafted not only failed to explode but had vanished. Indeed, vanished into thin air. How could this be? Alas, the middle-aged man would never comprehend that there exists a phenomenon known as a system, a realm referred to as system space, and a type of individual known as a hanging loser. I have indulged you too much, granting you numerous opportunities to flaunt your superiority, yet you remain utterly ineffectual. Xiao Yang rose and approached the middle-aged man, advising, remember this in your next life. Do not pretend to be something you are not. Such pretense is utterly filthy. The middle-aged man regained his senses, and Xiao Yang leaped behind a nearby sofa, waving at him. Suddenly, the middle-aged man noticed an unfamiliar object in his grasp. This item had originally been positioned between the 5 gas canisters, serving as the detonator for their explosion. And then, boom, a terrifying explosion ensued. Amid the roar, the middle-aged man's body was instantly torn to shreds, akin to shattered porcelain, tracing arcs through the air, scattering amidst the smoky debris. In the next moment, 5 gas canisters materialized around him. Xiao Yang, concealed beneath the sofa, grinned silently. How delightful to have lived another day. Chapter 19. Are you serious, little brother? Countless armed police and special forces burst through doors and windows. Upon witnessing the chaos strewn across the floor, the dismembered bodies, and the 5 scattered gas canisters, they fell silent. When the sofa was lifted, Xiao Yang remained seated, refusing assistance. He was utterly exhausted and had no desire to move. Through time travel, a system, bombs, terrorist attacks, investigations, and a battle of wits in the brief span of 2 days, he had exhausted all his physical and mental energy. Previously, he had read novels where protagonists, after traversing through time and space, feigned weakness to triumph over their adversaries, reveling in the thrill of their exploits. However, reality struck Xiao Yang with a harsh slap. Time travel is alluring, and systems are impressive. Everyone desires them, don't they? But such power comes at a cost, your very life. Fortunately, he was clever. Otherwise, it would have been a tragic end. Xiao Yang forcibly comforted himself. Lost in thought, he was unaware of how much time had passed. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him as a figure appeared before him. Upon seeing the newcomer, Xiao Yang blinked and swallowed hard. He was captivated, not by the person before him, but by her equipment. At that moment, Chu Donchan resembled a mobile armory. Her tactical vest was adorned with a submachine gun, grenades, magazines, and stun grenades. Along her long legs were holstered a self-defense pistol and a combat knife. To top it off, she carried an exceptionally exaggerated anti-material sniper rifle on her back. Anyone with a modicum of military knowledge would recognize that such an ensemble indicated her prowess not only in shooting but also in close, medium, and long-range combat. The pistol and knife suited close encounters, the submachine gun was ideal for mid-range fire suppression, and the anti-material sniper rifle excelled in long-range strikes. Recalling Chu Dongchan's terrifying hand-to-hand combat skills, which resembled a butcher effortlessly dispatching meat, Xiao Yang gasped in astonishment. He had never subscribed to male chauvinism and had never regarded women as weak. But was it not a bit excessive to be this formidable? Chu Donchan cast a casual glance at him, seemingly asking, Are you feeling cold? Xiao Yang's expression conveyed a mix of indignation and disbelief, as if to say, "How dare you question my strengths?" His eyes, filled with disdain, observed the slight dirt on his pant leg. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chu Dongchan's eyes as she extended her hand. Xiao Yang grasped it and rose, appearing utterly drained. "Could you explain why the gas canisters did not explode?" Chu Dongchan scrutinized the canisters, narrowing her eyes. The curtains had obstructed her line of sight, preventing her from fully discerning the situation at that moment. However, this did not imply that she had not detected the intense explosive heat emanating from the target before it was obliterated. From the force of the explosion, Chu Dongshan deduced that it was not the gas canisters that detonated, but rather an explosive device akin to a detonation booster. If memory served correctly, this device had originally been placed among the 5 gas canisters. Why had it suddenly appeared on the target, resulting in their demise? The surfaces of the canisters bore no signs of explosive impact. What had Xiao Yang done, and how had he accomplished it? This series of events left Chu Dongchan with a singular impression, profoundly perplexing yet impressive. "You wouldn't be thinking of interrogating me, would you?" Xiao Yang put on an air of bravado, exuding a defiant demeanor, as he reflected upon his own conscience before posing his inquiries. After all, he considered himself a hero, a man of merit. His demeanor was deliberate. When certain matters elude clarification, muddling through them can serve as a tactic. In retrospect, the situation had left Xiao Yang somewhat apprehensive. Initially, he had intended to take a risk. At the moment, he severed the bomb's wiring. He intended to hurl the explosive materials into the system's space, hoping to absorb the explosion within that realm. To his astonishment, the unexpected occurred. The materials did not explode. This indicated that the system's space could suspend whatever was contained within, akin to a cessation of time and space. Xiao Yang experienced a profound sense of relief, as if he had narrowly escaped disaster. He then darted behind the sofa, utilizing the system's space to materialize the explosives before the intended target. Without any unforeseen incident, they detonated upon arrival. Could he explain such reckless behavior to others? Absolutely not. It was akin to self-incrimination. Xiao Yang was not foolish. Faced with the impossibility of explanation, he opted to feign ignorance. Moreover, he felt emboldened by his status as a hero who would dare challenge him. Chu Dongshan regarded him with a frosty glare, silent and unyielding. Under the gaze of such a formidable soldier, a chill crept into Xiao Yang's heart, conjuring up a multitude of alarming scenarios in his mind. Outside the residential building, Xiao Yang encountered a multitude of officials from various agencies: public security, national security, armed police. He donned a facade of smiles, handshakes, and feigned interest. Since he had no intention of joining the police force, there was no need to engage with these individuals. His singular desire was to survive. Inside the business vehicle, Xiao Yang observed with keen interest as Chu Dongchan magically disassembled an array of weapons. After meticulously arranging the components into a large suitcase, she turned to him with an expression of sardonic disbelief. After a moment of silence, Chu Dongchan addressed the incident at hand, her countenance serious. Despite her full participation in the proceedings, she found herself perplexed by certain aspects. This was not due to a lack of intelligence. Only someone of significant acumen could rise to the rank of a top-tier soldier. Rather, the events unfolding before her transcended the comprehension of an ordinary person. One must concede that there indeed exist individuals in this world with high intelligence who harbor ulterior motives. Such individuals weave intricate plots designed to ensnare the unsuspecting, much like a predator preying upon the weak. There existed an intelligence organization with a traitor among its ranks. Xiao Yang analyzed the situation in his mind. During this process, the traitor had acquired something of considerable value. He understood that unless he eliminated all those privy to the information, he would be relentlessly pursued for the rest of his life, no matter how far he fled. To evade such a fate and secure a tranquil existence, he saw only one solution: to silence the witnesses through lethal means. However, relying solely on his own strength was insufficient, prompting him to devise a plan to employ the might of the Dragon Kingdom's military and police forces. It was evident that we had indeed assisted him in silencing the witnesses. However, this individual has successfully wielded a metaphorical sword, yet it is a double-edged one, capable of inflicting harm not only upon others but also upon himself. Xiao Yang humorously remarked that humans have an inherent penchant for self-destruction. A pressing question arose. Chu Dongchan inquired about a crucial point. If his scheme were to succeed and we apprehended members of the organization, would not all his plans be laid bare? Not to worry, Xiao Yang replied with a smile. even if the Dragon Kingdom becomes aware of his existence and the valuable asset he possesses. They would refrain from publicizing it, opting instead to discreetly seek him out. Setting aside the question of whether they could even locate him, official actions, particularly abroad, cannot be reckless or unrestrained. Even if they were to capture him, it would merely amount to relinquishing the object of interest, or at worst, sacrificing one life. The members of that organization, however, are different. They possess the audacity to pursue him relentlessly, employing every conceivable means to find him. Should they succeed, they would ensure he meets a most dreadful fate, perhaps one worse than death itself. Before us lie these two choices. If you were to choose, what would you select? Moreover, this individual is quite cunning, attempting to orchestrate a golden cicada shedding its shell, a feigned death to escape. Alas, all his plans have been thrown into disarray by my intervention. Xiao Yang beamed with a radiant smile, declaring, he is simply out of luck. Understanding dawned upon Chu Dongchan as she regarded the young man before her with a complex gaze. Is this fate? If, perchance, the individual had chosen a different hotel for his planned attack, he might have achieved success. Yet, Xiao Yang emerged as an unpredictable variable. The crux of the matter is that Xiao Yang is a madman who holds grudges that do not linger beyond a night. Why provoke anyone else when you could provoke him? If he were to show you mercy, that would indeed be a rarity. Suddenly, a bright smile graced Chu Dongchan's face. Yet this very smile caused someone to shudder, their expression faltering. Now we may address your question. Why are you so formidable? Chu Dongchan, with a beaming smile, lacked any trace of mirth in her eyes. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation, I shall have no choice but to turn you over to the authorities, allowing others to entertain you. How could you? Xiao Yang mentally fortified himself with a mountain collapsing before me without changing color buff, though internally he was a tumultuous mess. How to proceed? Why the silence? Chu Dongchan mimicked Xiao Yang's earlier teasing tone, asking, are you not fond of conversation? Xiao Yang replied, have you stripped the bamboo shoots from Qingzhou Mountain? A desire to strike her arose, but he feared he might not prevail, feeling a long-lost sensation of prickling unease. He glanced around and asked, if I claimed to have an impeccable memory, would you believe me? Chu Dongchan responded, young brother, are you truly serious? Chapter 20. A true man must stand by his words. Could Xiao Yang truly possess an extraordinary memory? He was, after all, just an ordinary man. Yet, he found himself attributing the act of killing 4 individuals to an exceptional recall, suggesting that his prowess derived from witnessing Chu Dongchan in action. The audacity of such a claim stemmed from the skills he had acquired as a warrior. It was evident that he had absorbed many of the abilities that Chu Dongchan possessed. Had he considered the ramifications? Chu Dongchan, with her calm and piercing gaze, scrutinized Xiao Yang for a prolonged moment, as if to imply, have you never endured the harsh realities of life? Xiao Yang remained silent, seemingly unwilling to provide an explanation. As her expression grew increasingly frigid, he thought to himself, I, Xiao, have no need to justify my actions to anyone. Xiao Yang wore the guise of a beleaguered man, aware that even if he spoke, she would not believe him. Amused, Chu Dongchan chuckled, very well, let us disembark. Outside the vehicle, the two stood face to face. Whatever I do, you must follow suit, she declared, a chilling smile gracing her lips. If you succeed, I shall believe you. If you fail, reconsider the consequences. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang felt a sense of relief, expecting that Chu Dongchan would demonstrate a martial arts performance for him to mimic. However, the unexpected occurred. Chu Dongchan launched a punch. Startled, Xiao Yang quickly evaded, bewildered. Why are you not following the script? Following closely, Chu Dongchan, like an enraged lioness, struck at his vital points: eyes, throat, armpits, lower back, and groin, with lethal precision. Was she attempting to kill him? Certainly not. She aimed to intimidate. In a state of sudden peril, one's true reactions emerge. Yet, Chu Dongchan remained unaware that Xiao Yang was equally adept in combat. Moreover, he was quite astute. The moment she struck, he discerned her intentions. In an instant, he began to evade clumsily, retreating frantically while keeping a keen eye on her moves, feigning vulnerability. In truth, her strikes lacked lethal intent. Her strength and speed were insufficient. If she unleashed her full power, unless she self-destructed, Xiao Yang would surely meet his demise. After dozens of exchanges, Chu Dongchan's expression shifted to one of astonishment and disbelief. Xiao Yang, who had initially been on the defensive, retaliated with a move she had just executed. Anyone else would have been left dumbfounded by such a surreal occurrence. Did the feats of fiction truly manifest in reality? In response, Chu Dongchan altered her tactics, unleashing even more formidable attacks. The sheer force, unparalleled speed, and lethal strikes descended upon Xiao Yang like a tempest. Once more, he found himself scrambling to evade, cognizant that she would not take his life. In comparison to her lethal prowess, his own was vastly inferior. Yet, despite this, he was left aching from the relentless barrage of blows. His eyes remained fixated on her fist and feet. 10 seconds, half a minute, a full minute passed. Suddenly, he erupted. Damn it. Is this never ending? With a roar, he unleashed a flurry of strikes. Chu Dongchan's expression shifted dramatically. Xiao Yang's counterattack was yet another technique she had previously employed, identical in execution. At this very moment, the two combatants clashed with a ferocity akin to a deluge breaching a dam, unveiling an entirely novel method of slaughter. Speed, power, efficiency. Every strike aimed solely at one objective, to kill, to kill, to kill. Unbeknownst to him, a throng had gathered around, comprising police, state security, and armed forces, all wide-eyed in astonishment at the fierce duel unfolding before them. In their eyes, the two engaged in mortal combat resembled not humans, but rather two relentless, colliding machines of destruction. Madness had ensued, complete and utter madness. Then, thud, Xiao Yang lay on the ground, exhaling a sigh. Defeated. It was inevitable. Firstly, his physical prowess was woefully inadequate. In comparison to a seasoned soldier, he was but a frail chick. Secondly, he possessed a gift of photographic memory. To surpass years of rigorous training with mere mimicry was sheer folly. Ultimately, even if he wished to triumph, victory was unattainable. Chu Dongchan was simply too formidable. Akin to a monster, she appeared tireless, impervious to pain, and infallible, resembling a true humanoid machine. It was terrifying. Yet, Xiao Yang smiled. A virtual template, visible only to him, materialized before his eyes. Host, Xiao Yang system, biological ability replicator ability, skills of the War King replication, 08. Note, by making contact with a living being, the host can replicate their ultimate talents, elite skills, and unparalleled abilities. The host must explore their application independently. One replication point is generated every 10 days and can accumulate. System space, zip-ties X2, note, 10 cubic storage space. Capable of holding non-biological items that the host has touched and do not exceed 10 cubic units. What on earth are zip ties? Oh, those were what bound him when he was taken hostage, almost forgotten. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, fixating on the 08 displayed on the template. Originally, upon acquiring the elite skill of the War King, it had read 010, indicating that 2 days had elapsed. In 8 more days, that 0 would transform into 1, granting him 1 replication point once again. At that moment, what did he desire most? Strength, or perhaps stamina? With absolute power, he could easily lay Chu Dongchan flat with a single blow. Any fanciful maneuvers would crumble before unassailable might. Chu Dongchan was momentarily dazed, grappling with an incomprehensible reality. Did photographic memory truly exist? If not, how could one explain Xiao Yang's proficiency in those techniques? What was even more alarming was his ability to learn and apply them instantaneously. It should be noted that such techniques were not easily mastered within a day or two, nor could an ordinary person acquire them. They originated from a singular domain, special forces. Those who understood what special forces entailed knew just how terrifying it could be. Suddenly, Chu Dongchan crouched down. With a rip, she tore open Xiao Yang's shirt. Xiao Yang, the onlookers. Do they really want to play poker in broad daylight? Chu Dongchan disregarded the peculiar gazes of the crowd. She scrutinized Xiao Yang's upper body closely, then grasped his arm to examine his palm. After a prolonged silence, with a peculiar expression, she questioned, "Can you truly remember everything at a glance?" "You've seen it all." Xiao Yang feigned composure, asserting, "Not everything can be remembered at a glance. I am only interested in combat." "Is that so?" Chu Dongchan replied with a half-smile, pulling Xiao Yang along. "That should be the case." A chill inexplicably coursed through Xiao Yang, who swallowed hard, fearing that Chu Dongchan might take him to witness a sparring match or boxing. The so-called remarkable memory would surely be exposed. "I believe you," Chu Dongchan nodded. "Your demeanor hardly suggests that you do." Xiao Yang nearly wept. "Let me take you home." Chu Dongchan's gaze sparkled as she glanced at him. The anxious Xiao Yang dared not speak, following her into the car. Binhai City, a certain apartment complex. Upon disembarking, Xiao Yang gazed at a building. Memories flooded his mind, reminding him that his predecessor had rented a place after graduating from the police academy. It was not for romantic escapades, but rather for joint examinations, interviews, and training, preparing to serve as an officer in Binhai City. The same old story, it was all about rebellion. "Would you care to come in for a moment?" Xiao Yang politely inquired, glancing at Chu Donchan in the car. No, you should rest well. I will pick you up tomorrow. Is it never ending? Xiao Yang felt a surge of irritation, his gaze icy as it bore into Chu Donchan's eyes. If necessary, he would not hesitate to adopt the demeanor of a Sigma male. Have you forgotten something? Chu Donchan coldly met Xiao Yang's gaze. Forgotten what? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a sense of absurdity washed over him. Wait, a blind date? If you have already figured out how to explain it to your parents, then there is no need to meet. Chu Donchan displayed a smile reminiscent of a bewildered fawn. Xiao Yang immediately deflated. When shall we meet tomorrow? His timidity stemmed from memories of his predecessor. His predecessor's mother was no fool. She had warned her child over the phone, insisting that pictures with the date be sent to her to prevent any deception. Without photographic evidence, financial support would be cut off. Newly employed, without a job, and cut off from funds. Xiao Yang's face paled. In the evening, as you will be quite busy during the day, Chu Donchan hinted, remember to apply ice to your face. With that, she drove away. His face? Xiao Yang instinctively touched it. Ouch. The pain surged back, reminding him of the altercation with Chu Donchan. He had been bested by a woman. Should he believe that in the future, she might forsake him without a word? Xiao Yang clenched his teeth, vowing to exact revenge. A real man must always keep his promises. Chapter 21. A heartfelt sensation. Xiao Yang entered a modest apartment, characterized by its simplicity and orderliness. Upon reaching the bathroom, he shed his clothes and stood beneath the showerhead. As the warm water cascaded over him, a refreshing sensation enveloped his entire being, bestowing upon him a sense of revival. After his bath, he strolled into the bedroom and collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. When he next opened his eyes, it was to the sound of a persistent knock at the door. Upon answering, he was greeted by a contingent of police officers, fur-clad in white shirts and one in an administrative jacket. What brings you here, arrayed? Xiao Yang blinked in surprise. Aren't you going to invite us in? Chuckled the middle-aged man in the administrative jacket. Xiao Yang stepped aside. Recognizing him instantly, the top figure of the Bincheng Public Security Bureau, the deputy mayor. With Bincheng enjoying a sub-provincial administrative status, the mayor held a deputy ministerial rank. The deputy mayor also served as the head of the police department, a position of considerable authority. This was a recollection from a previous time. Given his aspirations within the Bincheng police system, it was inconceivable that he would not recognize the leader. The four officers in white shirts were no ordinary personnel. Two bore armbands emblazoned with national security. Once everyone settled in the small living room, the five dignitaries regarded Xiao Yang with bemused expressions. So, is there something you need? Xiao Yang inquired, maintaining his composure. The question was rather superfluous. They were dealing with an extraordinary case, or perhaps an incident, entangled with an intelligence organization involving lives, explosives, and threats of terror. Xiao Yang had been involved throughout, assuming a commanding role, and could be said to have spearheaded the investigation. Yet, he had fled the previous day. Witnessing Xiao Yang's seemingly carefree demeanor left the assembled leaders at a loss. They exchanged glances, realizing that he was genuinely disinterested in a career in law enforcement. This was no jest. Consequently, their expressions grew increasingly complex. Did Xiao Yang truly not comprehend that? Should he desire it, he could effortlessly secure a first-class merit award? What? You say he has just graduated from police academy and is not yet an officer? Provided everyone present was agreeable, Xiao Yang could bypass the civil service examination, interviews, training, and even a year of probationary service. He could be directly recruited as a formal police officer. Moreover, this case was unlikely to reach resolution anytime soon. Only upon its conclusion could accolades be awarded, which would take at least several months, potentially half a year. The recognition would undoubtedly accrue to Xiao Yang. He might even receive a provincial or municipal honor. This was no idle jest. Securing a first-class merit award would not only yield a monetary bonus but also guarantee an elevation in rank, an increase in salary, and enhanced benefits. They had examined Xiao Yang's records. He joined the Communist Youth League at 15, applied for party membership at 18, and by the time of his graduation at 22, he was already a formal party member. They could easily promote him to a clerk. However, the prerequisite for all this was Xiao Yang's commitment to a police career. If he so desired, they would undoubtedly lend their support. Why? As previously mentioned, aside from Xiao Yang, his entire family were police officers. His mother held a position in the public security sector, his father served at the national security level, and his grandfather was the executive deputy minister within the Ministry of Public Security. This is also why, when Xiao Yang became involved in the current incident, several individuals in white shirts came forward to endorse him. Why would the National Security Bureau cooperate with him to set a trap? Of course, it is also due to Xiao Yang's own abilities. He has uncovered nearly all the leads by himself, rendering it impossible for others to decline cooperation. However, at this moment, Xiao Yang no longer wishes to be a police officer. This he declared in front of several individuals in white shirts. Their visit today had two purposes. First, the case. And second, matters concerning Xiao Yang's career in law enforcement. They first inquired about the details of the case, to which Xiao Yang responded truthfully, recounting exactly what he had told Chu Donchan. Subsequently, several leaders rose to take their leave. Was that it? As they departed, they left behind a special recruitment document for police officers. Special recruitment refers to the unique enlistment of police officers by public security organs, primarily targeting retired military personnel and urgently needed special talents in law enforcement. Once Xiao Yang signs and affixes his fingerprint to this document, he can report for duty, with dedicated personnel to assist him with the relevant matters. Many may not comprehend the significance of this. In essence, it can be perceived as the Bincheng police force seeking exceptional talents, or as a reflection of social connections, or even as a veil of shame. A veil of shame? A young man, not a police officer, has taken down such a significant case. Does this not bring disgrace to the Bincheng police? Thus, these leaders departed, overwhelmed by embarrassment. They entrusted this veil of shame to Xiao Yang, allowing him to make a choice. For if Xiao Yang becomes a police officer in Bincheng, the veil will cover the shame, equating the resolution of the case with the success of the Bincheng police, preserving their dignity. Conversely, if he declines, the veil of shame shall be lifted. Am I to play this game? Sitting on the sofa, Xiao Yang gazed at the special recruitment document, bemused. A true man must honor his words. Declaring he would not be a police officer meant he would not. He picked up the special recruitment document, intending to toss it into the trash. However, after much hesitation, he ultimately placed it back on the coffee table. Xiao Yang closed his eyes and murmured, "What is happening? It must be the influence of my predecessor. Is he not truly gone? Yes. It must be him wanting to be a police officer. Certainly not me." Opening his eyes, Xiao Yang fixed his gaze ahead, his expression a blend of defiance, disdain, and a hint of mischief, a smirk playing on his lips. "Let whoever wish to come. I absolutely refuse to risk my life." Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Xiao Yang frowned, wondering who it could be. He rose and walked to the entrance, opening the door. Upon seeing the figure outside, he was astonished. Chu Donchan. He was taken aback, noting her attire was still so unassuming. Canvas shoes, jeans, a white shirt. Yet, this simple outfit contrasted sharply with her flawless figure. Her unadorned face bore a subtle frost, resembling a beautiful ice maiden emerging from a world of snow. "Are you being a bit disrespectful to me?" Xiao Yang chuckled softly, teasingly asking, "Can't you change into something else?" Chu Donchan replied, "What do you mean?" "Blind dates, dear sister, blind dates." Xiao Yang lamented. "Which girl would attend a blind date without dressing up beautifully? Are you afraid that your date might take a liking to you?" "Oh." Chu Donchan's voice was cool and melodious. She could very well avoid blind dates. "You said that on purpose, didn't you?" Xiao Yang secretly pouted, bearing the humiliation in silence. While he certainly wished to avoid blind dates, his wallet had other plans. "Wait for me to change my outfit." Xiao Yang gestured towards the sofa in the living room, and they proceeded to dine together. After changing, he entered the living room. Chu Donchan sat gracefully on the sofa, gazing out the window. The setting sun cast its golden rays into the room, illuminating her figure. She resembled a meticulously crafted ice sculpture, exquisite yet unattainable. Xiao Yang found himself captivated. "What are you thinking?" Chu Donchan did not look at him, but instead focused on the recruitment document on the coffee table. "Not much, really." Xiao Yang approached the entrance, ready to go on the blind date. Unbeknownst to him, as Chu Donchan rose, she slightly curved her lips, her beautiful eyes half closed, revealing a hint of a smile. In that fleeting moment, her icy demeanor melted away, akin to a cat just awakening from slumber. At a windowside table in a quaint old restaurant in Bincheng, Xiao Yang and Chu Donchan sat across from each other. "Shall we begin?" Xiao Yang asked with a playful tone. "Sure." Chu Donchan's lips twitched slightly. They had shared experiences of terror, pursued criminals, and witnessed death, akin to having weathered a storm together. They were quite familiar with each other. Yet here they were, pretending to be strangers on a blind date. Isn't that amusing? What is the first step of a blind date? Again. Xiao Yang chuckled, initiating the order. "May I ask you a question first?" Chu Donchan casually remarked as she picked up the menu. You wish to inquire about my personal circumstances, correct? Xiao Yang flashed his signature roguish grin, stating he was unemployed, with no savings, only 300 yuan in his pocket. No car or house in the foreseeable future due to financial constraints, and he had never had a previous partner nor experienced love. As for how much he could earn monthly, stop. Chu Dongchan interrupted his rambling. That is not what I was asking. Huh? Xiao Yang's smile froze on his face. What I want to know is, do you have any dietary restrictions? Chu Dongchan's enchanting gaze remained steady on him. Do you eat coriander? Xiao Yang stood there, momentarily dazed, staring at her. Time seemed to stretch on. Thump, thump, his heart raced violently. He recalled someone once asking online, has it been long since anyone cared about your feelings? Sometimes, it is remarkably simple to stir a man's heart. Just a word, a gesture. A casual show of concern. Chapter 22. Spending money feels worse than losing it as Xiao Yang gazed at the array of dishes and a bowl of soup brought forth by the waiter, sweet and sour pork. Stir-fried vegetables, braised meat strips, eggplant with minced meat, and oyster soup. He found his expression peculiar. All these delicacies were ordered by Chu Dongchan, who certainly had a refined taste for food. Once the beverages and rice were served, the two, initially on a blind date, transformed into voracious eaters, devouring their meals with gusto. When Xiao Yang observed Chu Dongchan nonchalantly drinking directly from a beer bottle and subsequently burping, his eyes widened in astonishment. Had he never witnessed a woman drinking? Chu Dongchan shot him a look, implying that she simply had never encountered a woman who drank straight from the bottle. Xiao Yang grinned, finding this very soldier-like. Could a soldier indulge in alcohol? Indeed. While excessive drinking was prohibited, military personnel were not allowed to overindulge or cause disturbances. There was something intriguing about this moment. Not only did Chu Dongchan drink, but she also inquired if Xiao Yang could handle strong liquor. With an unperturbed expression, he nodded affirmatively, indicating he could manage a little. Soon, a bottle of 60-degree white liquor was brought to their table, and they began toasting one another. Before long, the bottle was emptied, and they were both pleasantly satiated. In a tipsy haze, Xiao Yang summoned the waiter for the bill. After settling the payment, Chu Dongchan suddenly remarked that she had intended to treat him. At that moment, Xiao Yang felt a disheartening pang, as though the money spent weighed heavier than a loss. Then why didn't you say so earlier? On a September night, the streets were caressed by the gentle moonlight, with fallen leaves dancing in the soft breeze. Stop pretending. I know you're not drunk, Chu Dongchan said coldly. I truly am intoxicated, Xiao Yang replied with a silly grin, uttering foolish remarks. If you wish to extract information from me, now would be the perfect opportunity. Chu Dongchan scoffed. You've indeed figured it out. She had intended to take advantage of the dining occasion to get him drunk. Otherwise, she wouldn't have chosen to drink in public. Unfortunately for her, he remained sober, and some questions could not be pried loose. I possess an exceptional memory. Don't inquire further. Xiao Yang shifted his neck, exhaling a breath of alcohol, and raised his hand with 4 fingers extended, declaring, I swear on 4. He fumbled with his words, trying to articulate his vow. Chu Dongchan let out a disdainful huff, chuckling awkwardly. Xiao Yang noticed a long bench by the roadside and made his way over to sit down, patting the space beside him. After a brief hesitation, Chu Dongchan settled next to him. Both were cunning as foxes, so she thought it best to ask whatever she desired. Xiao Yang looked up at the moonlit sky. Chu Dongchan shook her head, deeming it pointless. Then allow me to pose a question. Why do you protect me? We are not related. He pondered. Do I deserve the protection of a soldier of your caliber, to have you by my side safeguarding and assisting me? Moreover, Chu Dongchan's identity was likely formidable. She was no ordinary military personnel. Just imagine someone capable of wielding an anti-material sniper rifle casually in the city. To exaggerate somewhat, not even his grandfather would qualify for such a role. You haven team is heard, he continued. Even a deputy minister might not be deemed worthy. My grandmother has a good relationship with your grandmother, Chu Dongchan stated with a serene demeanor and elegant poise. Xiao Yang smacked his forehead, struck by sudden realization. Although the Xiao family was renowned as a lineage of police officers, they appeared quite impressive. Indeed, it is merely a matter of circumstance. However, my grandmother is undeniably formidable. Memories within his mind recount that his grandfather was once a man of humble origins. By a twist of fate, he enacted a rather dramatic rescue of a damsel in distress. In those times, such narrative arcs were steeped in romance. A humble constable fell in love with a lady of high birth. How melodramatic, is it not? Often, the most dramatic tales are drawn from the fabric of life itself. One cannot help but acknowledge the fortunate destiny of his grandfather, who encountered his grandmother in that era. In today's world, one would scarcely even graze the threshold of an aristocratic family, let alone meet a lady of such distinction. How could your family bear to send a mere 7-year-old into the military? This has always piqued Xiao Yang's curiosity. Chu Dongchan, with an air of tranquility, replied, "My grandfather was a soldier. Our entire family comprises soldiers." Xiao Yang felt a deep respect dawning upon him. It dawned on him, "With your background, do you still require matchmaking?" This aspect genuinely baffled Xiao Yang. "Do you think I am capable of fighting?" Chu Dongchan asked, her smile ambiguous. Xiao Yang silently concealed his face, overwhelmed by embarrassment. A dignified time traveler, a mere novice, had been bested by a woman just yesterday. How could he not feel shame? "May I pose another question?" Chu Dongchan, devoid of any intention to mock him, inquired with utmost seriousness. "If granted the opportunity to exchange 1/3 or even half of your lifespan for my current abilities, would you accept?" Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He finally comprehended why Chu Dongchan was so formidable. It was a life exchanged. Perhaps some might not grasp this concept. To rephrase, it entails the extraction of one's physical potential. Many have heard of the terms motorized infantry and transcendence of the flesh within military circles. In his previous life, Xiao Yang had often heard others boast of 4 types of physical training: health training, enhanced training, wartime training, and extreme training. Generally, health training pertains to the conventional drills conducted in peacetime. Enhanced training is typically reserved for specialized units. Wartime training refers to intensive preparations during times of national conflict. As for extreme training, it is akin to the old generation's motorized infantry and transcendence of the flesh training. This extreme physical training seemingly aims to extract every ounce of human potential, unleashing the utmost combat prowess. Yet, all Earthlings are familiar with the principle of equivalent exchange. Strength does not emerge from thin air. To extract physical potential equates to depleting one's vitality. How long can one sustain such a state? Xiao Yang gazed intently at Chu Dongchan. "I do not know," she responded, her voice tinged with hollowness and numbness. "If a normal person might live to 80, one could currently expect to live only to 55 or perhaps 40. If circumstances are dire, one might perish during a mission at any moment." Her words seemed to pose a question. "Would you desire a wife with a fleeting lifespan?" Was that not a touch too candid? Xiao Yang was taken aback, his tone laced with existential doubt, as if fearing that others might wish to marry her. "Be more self-assured. Remove the as-if from your statement. It should be worthy of my admiration." Chu Dongchan cast him a sidelong glance, asserting that she was not one to scavenge for every stray creature. "What do you mean by that?" Xiao Yang's expression darkened, a challenge brewing within him. Chu Dongchan remained silent, her eyes conveying a message. "Do you truly believe you can best me?" Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for words. A wave of embarrassment engulfed him, akin to a torrential flood. No, a tsunami, overwhelming him entirely. After a moment of silence, Xiao Yang inquired, "Do you have a fondness for the military profession?" "I never did, long ago," Chu Dongchan replied, her beautiful eyes shimmering as she gazed at the full moon above. "But now, I find great joy in it." "Is it worth it?" Xiao Yang furrowed his brow into deep creases. "Humans are inherently selfish. It is in our nature." Chu Dongchan remarked, "Yet someone must take action." She lifted her hand to caress the long bench beneath her, surveying the surrounding scenery before finally turning her gaze back to the moon, a smile illuminating her face. Xiao Yang understood. They could sit here in tranquility, savoring life and enjoying the moonlight without a care in the world. But how had they come to possess this moment? Countless individuals in various nations faced hunger and deprivation, living in conditions akin to those of beasts. Why were they denied such simple pleasures? As Chu Dongchan had stated, while human selfishness is innate, ignorance is not a virtue. "I seem to be hungry again. Shall we go for some barbecue? Would you care to join me?" Xiao Yang raised his chin with an air of authority. "You treat." "Ha." Chu Dongchan laughed heartily. "All right." They rose slowly, exchanging smiles, and together, they stepped forward under the moonlight, embarking on their journey. Chapter 23, Come. Behold, the heart. Xiao Yang had a dream that many might have experienced, a common childhood nightmare: finding a restroom. What rendered this dream terrifying was not the inability to locate a toilet, but the realization that, before he could awaken, the restroom had already been found. And then, Xiao Yang was jolted awake, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. What is the soft sensation? He recalled that there were no pillows or stuffed toys on the bed. His sluggish mind rapidly cleared, and he became acutely aware of his surroundings. He discovered that he was embracing someone, a woman. Not only was he holding her, but his face was buried in her magnificent bosom. If circumstances permitted, Xiao Yang would have quite liked to unbutton that bothersome shirt. Let there be no misunderstanding. They were civilized individuals. He merely wished to glimpse the heart. Reluctantly, Xiao Yang raised his face, only to meet a pair of cold, piercing eyes fixed upon him. "Good morning," he stammered, suppressing the tumultuous embarrassment within him. The atmosphere shifted dramatically for Chu Dongchan, her demeanor suddenly exuding an aura of lethal intent. "How pleased are you, exactly?" Xiao Yang's lips twitched. "Perhaps a bit too pleased?" With a chilling laugh, Chu Dongchan retorted, "Have you ever considered that you might be on the brink of death?" Xiao Yang inwardly cursed. Yet, who was she trying to intimidate? Suddenly, he lowered his head again, burying his face back into her bosom. Chu Dongchan was momentarily taken aback. How dare he? Yet, Xiao Yang was undeterred. His psyche was complex. The more others pressed against him, the more audacious he became. It had nothing to do with fear or thrill, rather. It was a matter of his character. He would retaliate against anyone who provoked him. "Are you not afraid of death?" Chu Dongchan's voice sliced through the air like a glacial wind. "Since you intend to kill me anyway, what use is fear?" Xiao Yang surprisingly nestled his face deeper into her embrace. Upon assessing the situation, he concluded, "I am doomed. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to end your life?" Her eyes glimmered with a fierce, murderous intent, fixated on Xiao Yang in her grasp. Yet, she ultimately refrained from acting. Hypothetically speaking, he murmured from within her embrace, "If I were to become a police officer, would you spare me?" The fire of anger in Chu Dongchan's eyes dissipated. "Stop feigning innocence. I see through your ruse. Your plot is as worn out as a cliché romance novel." Xiao Yang scoffed. "Isn't it merely a beauty trap? Pretend to sleep with the male lead. Then turn and walk away. If the male lead wishes to see the female lead again, he must grow stronger, becoming a warrior to pursue her. In the end, she would say, you finally caught up to me, culminating in a harmonious union, thus becoming invincible. Am I right?" Chu Dongchan pondered. Is he perhaps suffering from some delusion? Yet, as absurd as it seemed, the narrative held a certain appeal. It might indeed satisfy some women's vanity. Above all, it was a pity that this fellow did not pursue a career in writing web novels. Chu Dongchan inexplicably felt a desire to laugh. "So what are your thoughts? What should I do if I don't want to be a police officer?" Xiao Yang sighed. "I'm afraid of dying." Would he truly be afraid of death? Chu Dongchan found it amusing and perplexing. Here was a young man who, after experiencing a minor setback, boldly pursued a group of informants like a rabid dog, even confronting danger head-on. He claimed to fear death, but could she believe him? She was unable to decipher the workings of his mind. Yet one thing was certain. He actually wished to be a police officer, though he hesitated, and it had nothing to do with fear of mortality. "I quite like the melodramatic plot you just mentioned," Chu Dongchan remarked, playfully patting his head. "Why not indulge in some melodrama?" At that moment, she seemed to forget Xiao Yang's face, which was intimately close to her chest. A female blogger had once noted that when a boy can hold a girl's hand, he can embrace her waist, and when he can unfasten her skirt, she might feel emboldened to dance before him without clothing. Of course, if a girl tells a boy she is cold, he should be wary, for she may be seeking mischief. Xiao Yang felt a surge of laughter and relief. The crisis had finally passed. No, he needed to put an end to this morally questionable behavior immediately. It was wrong to deceive a woman who lacked romantic experience. Chu Dongchan was intelligent, yet her understanding of the dynamics between men and women was merely at a kindergarten level, easily manipulated. Xiao Yang hesitated to take advantage of her naivety. Then, do I truly wish to become a police officer? A genuine thought surfaced within him. Yes, you are still alive. Xiao Yang squinted his eyes. After a long pause, he realized, no, it was not about a previous partner, it was about himself. His past relationship had ended completely. Xiao Yang sighed. Many boys harbor a dream of one day wielding a firearm. There are typically two paths to achieving that dream, becoming a police officer or a soldier. From a young age, boys understood what police officers and soldiers represented, fighting against evil. As they grew older, they began to comprehend what it meant to combat wrongdoing, wearing a police uniform to uphold justice or donning a military uniform to guard the nation. Indeed, this is the dream of countless boys. Have you made a decision? Xiao Yang asked himself. I have. Since you wish for me to become a police officer, then I shall pursue it. Xiao Yang feigned vulnerability, deliberately putting on an act in Chu Dongchan's embrace. Haha, Chu Dongchan laughed at his antics, suddenly pushing him away and kicking him off the bed. With a stern expression, she stood up, exclaiming, "What are you pretending for?" Sitting on the floor, Xiao Yang felt a sense of despair. The sages had once advised, when seeking a partner, never choose a woman who is too intelligent, especially one who is both strong-willed and clever. let alone one with formidable strength. Otherwise, you may meet a grim fate. The question lingered. Had they truly crossed a line the previous night? Don't be ridiculous. We didn't even remove our clothes. We simply drank too much and shared a bed. After both had freshened up, they settled onto the living room sofa. Chu Dongshan retrieved her wallet and pulled out a stack of money, placing it on the coffee table. Xiao Yang, what are you doing? Overnight fees? Do you take me for a fool? Upon seeing Xiao Yang's pained expression, Chu Dongshan nearly burst into laughter. Someone, feeling sympathetic for his grandson, had me convey a message to you. Surely, you don't intend to scheme, do you? Xiao Yang, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, I cannot entertain such frivolities. I am not a superficial individual. Hey. Chu Dongshan chose not to expose him, instead glancing at the special police recruitment document on the coffee table. Have you ever considered a second profession, perhaps as a soldier? Huh? Xiao Yang was taken aback, completely unprepared. In truth, Chu Dongshan remarked, you are quite formidable. More than just formidable. Setting aside that nonsense about photographic memory, Xiao Yang was able to withstand her attacks for 2 minutes without faltering. To borrow a line from the cinema, with 20 years of training, what makes you think you can withstand me? Chu Dongshan had undergone rigorous training since the age of 7, dedicating a full 20 years to it. Enduring the extreme overload conditioning of the older generation of scouts to acquire her strength, a mere ordinary person would be unable to withstand even a single blow, facing immediate defeat. Yet Xiao Yang could endure for 2 minutes, which was indeed quite alarming. Chu Dongshan had no doubts, how could she? However, Xiao Yang's background was strikingly clean. Not only was his entire family composed of police officers, but his grandmother was. He had never found himself in opposition to the state or its people. If he dared to, his family would uphold justice against him without the state needing to intervene. How could one investigate such a person? It was utterly impossible. A soldier? Xiao Yang shook his head, citing the numerous regulations. Although he genuinely wished to don a military uniform, he was too wild. Confinement in a military camp would drive him to madness. The police profession was different. While it too had its constraints, the regulations were not as stringent. Farewell. Chu Dongshan rose and walked toward the entrance. Are you leaving just like that? Xiao Yang's composure faltered. What other choice do I have? Pausing in her shoe-wearing actions. Chu Dongshan fixed her gaze upon him. So what do we define our relationship as now? Xiao Yang inquired with a smile. Chu Dongshan chuckled in return. Do we really have a relationship? They say one night as a couple leads to 100 nights of affection. Xiao Yang smirked mischievously. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Even with a heart as steadfast as stone, a faint blush crept onto Chu Dongshan's cheeks, filled with indignation. Be quiet. Witnessing the irate reaction of the sister, Xiao Yang whispered with a chuckle. At least leave a contact number? You mentioned it yourself. Chu Dongshan's eyes sparkled with mischief. The male lead must become stronger to keep pace with the female lead. So, you fancy the strong female lead? Xiao Yang sighed, lacking the energy to retort. Chu Dongshan departed, leaving behind a rather peculiar phone number. Watching her leave, Xiao Yang found it difficult to articulate his emotions. He closed the door and turned around, gazing out of the living room's floor-to-ceiling window at the brilliant sun rising in the sky. Half of life is a struggle for survival. Pause, forget, and let the winds carry it away. As for what lies ahead, let the future decide. For now, Xiao Yang's face mirrored the radiant sun outside. I have slapped myself. I wish to be a police officer. Chapter 24. Has the current social conduct become so corrupted? Bincheng, Public Security Bureau, Director's Office. Have you made up your mind? Inquired a middle-aged man clad in an administrative jacket, a smile gracing his face. Xiao Yang felt a rush of embarrassment, nearly flushing. He handed over the signed special recruitment document for joining the police force. Huh. The man erupted into hearty laughter, indicating that he had initially intended to call an old classmate, but now saw no need for it. Really? Xiao Yang expressed his surprise. I was classmates with your mother. Zhang Digui chuckled. You may call me Uncle Zhang from now on. Is there such a connection? Xiao Yang feigned astonishment, inwardly scoffing. Speaking of your mother, all of us from that class hold her in high regard, Zhang Digui reminisced. In our cohort, only 9 of us chose to pursue drug enforcement. And your mother was one of them. There are numerous branches within the police force, such as criminal investigation, public security, economic crime investigation, foreign affairs, detention centers, and drug enforcement, among others. It is widely acknowledged that being a police officer is inherently perilous. The sacrifice rate for drug enforcement officers is an astounding 4.9 times that of regular officers, with an injury rate tenfold higher. What extraordinary courage it must take, especially for a woman, to choose the path of drug enforcement. it is difficult not to feel admiration. Within the public security system, there exists a saying, no one envies the accomplishments or ranks of drug enforcement officers. For their achievements are earned through genuine sacrifice, often at the cost of their lives. Moreover, no one dares to demean drug enforcement officers or their families. Such actions would render one an enemy of all drug enforcement personnel. The consequences of incurring the wrath of such formidable individuals are indeed terrifying. Xiao Yang listened attentively, refraining from interruption as he contemplated the purpose behind the man's seemingly trivial discourse. You are the top figure in the Binching public security system. Where is your stature? Zhang Digui chuckled. What I am trying to convey is that aside from drug enforcement, you have the option to choose other branches of the police force. I fear I may be struck down by your mother, Zhang Digui added with a grin. Xiao Yang replied. That mother I have yet to meet is quite formidable, isn't she? Are you truly so intimidated? Have you made your decision? Zhang Digui asked again, his smile unwavering. Xiao Yang nodded. Criminal investigation. My predecessor specialized in investigation, and my knowledge is closely aligned with criminal matters. If I am to become a police officer, I certainly wish to confront those wrongdoers head-on. Zhang Digui ceased his chatter and summoned a secretary to assist Xiao Yang with the enrollment procedures. Once completed, the secretary escorted Xiao Yang to a specific location, the Criminal Investigation Bureau of the Binching Public Security Bureau. This bureau comprises 4 divisions: the Criminal Police Brigade, Criminal Investigation Brigade, Criminal Science and Technology Brigade, and the Police Dog Training Brigade, primarily responsible for organizing and investigating major cross-regional criminal offenses throughout the city. The secretary guided Xiao Yang to the office of the bureau chief, named Yang, a second-level police supervisor at the deputy department level. Uncle Yang. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile as he extended his hand. I will be relying on you moving forward. Why the sudden familiarity? It is because he has been supported and has memorized the script. One should be well acquainted with their relatives or perhaps understand the nuances of human relationships, regardless of the reason. You must address him as uncle. Are you still a police officer? Yang playfully patted Xiao Yang's shoulder, teasing him. What could Xiao Yang possibly say? To borrow a line from online literature, as long as I am not embarrassed, the embarrassment falls upon others. I have witnessed your abilities firsthand. It would be a pity to keep them hidden. Yang reined in his laughter and said with gravity, I have a position here that suits you perfectly. What institution? Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity. The Criminal Investigation Division. Yang provided the answer. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. In the realm of criminal investigation, the Criminal Investigation Division is akin to the legendary Major Crime Unit. However, contrary to portrayals in film and television, apart from Xianjiang, the Dragon Nation does not have a concept of a major crime unit. Do not be deceived by the media. Nonetheless, given that Bin City enjoys a sub-provincial administrative status, it possesses a Criminal Investigation Division. In most cities, the Criminal Investigation Department is referred to as the Criminal Investigation Section. The primary function of the Criminal Investigation Division is to specialize in combating criminal activities, focusing on 3 major categories: significant, serious, and particularly complex criminal cases. In simpler terms, it is dedicated to investigating major, serious, and special cases, in stark contrast to the convenience depicted in dramas, where any police precinct can tackle major cases. That is simply absurd, is it not? Whenever a particularly grave or significant case arises, the Municipal Bureau takes direct control. For larger cases, the Provincial Department intervenes. If the matter escalates further, the Ministry of Public Security must step in. It is not a matter of underestimating smaller units, it is simply a question of qualification. So, when a significant case is transitioned to the Municipal Bureau for oversight, who conducts the investigation? Typically, it is entrusted to the Criminal Investigation Division, which forms a special task force for the investigation. The Criminal Investigation Division can be considered a gathering place for the elite within the city's criminal investigation sector. It is also where the so-called big players congregate. Uncle Yang, do you perhaps hold me in too high regard? Xiao Yang chuckled awkwardly. I have only just graduated from the police academy. I truly do hold you in high regard. Yang laughed heartily, nodding. If you can handle even such cases, then if I were to think any less of you, I would be a fool. Just how formidable Xiao Yang is evident to anyone with eyes. Leaving aside the cases, one must acknowledge his singular ability to confront 4 assailants, 3 of whom were armed, and emerge victorious, eliminating them all single-handedly. This feat transcends mere formidability. His combat prowess can only be described as terrifying. Moreover, his deductive skills are equally impressive, if not more so. He deduced that the assailant's intent was not a terrorist attack, but rather an assault on the criminal investigation team. He also determined that certain items were concealed within the precinct, and even pinpointed that they were hidden within a police officer's mobile phone. Ultimately, he unearthed a significant intelligence network, leading to a collaboration among the public security, national security, and armed police forces, effectively dismantling an intelligence organization and eliminating the puppet master behind it all. What more can I say? This certainly hampers my ability to remain low profile. Are you a professional at elevating others? Xiao Yang's lips twitched, rendering him speechless. It was settled. From this moment forward, he shall maintain a demeanor of humility and enigma. Indeed, he will utter not a word regarding his own striking handsomeness. As the secretary departed, Yang Yong personally escorted Xiao Yang to the Criminal Investigation Department. Upon arrival, Xiao Yang found himself momentarily flabbergasted. Although it was designated as a departmental office, it merely encompassed less than 200 square meters on a single floor of the building. Yet, despite its modest size, it was fully equipped. An office hall, 2 office rooms, an armory, and an archive room. Everything one could need. When Xiao Yang and Yang Yong arrived, only a young man was present, engrossed in a video game on the computer. Observing the youth's unwavering focus on the screen, Xiao Yang felt a sense of incredulity. Yang Yong, equally taken aback, pondered aloud, should we pretend not to notice, or simply ignore him? He cleared his throat, causing the young man to jump in surprise and turn around, bewildered. Director, what brings you here? He stammered. Mouse, I hope I haven't interrupted your gaming. Yang Yong inquired with a smile. The young man, known as Gu Hao, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Being caught playing games during work hours by a superior was mortifying. However, one should not underestimate this seemingly idler. Gu Hao was a past prodigy in cyber investigation, having utilized his computer expertise to solve numerous high-profile internet crimes. He had been awarded 4 third-class and 1 second-class commendations for his police work and had been transferred to the Criminal Investigation Department. At the tender age of 27, he held the rank of first-class police officer, specializing in cyber investigation and security, a true expert in his field. Are Old Li and the others currently engaged in a case? Yang Yong inquired coldly. Gu Hao nodded vigorously, explaining that they were investigating the dismemberment case transferred from the bureau, which had kept them away for several days. Isn't it rather commonplace for a group of officers to be absent from their post for several days? He mused. When working on cases, it was not unusual for officers to be away for extended periods, even weeks, while crossing provincial borders, often subsisting on food from outside and sleeping wherever they could. All in the relentless pursuit of justice. The concepts of office hours and punching in were virtually non-existent. I'm bringing you a newcomer, Yang Yong announced, gesturing towards Xiao Yang. He will report tomorrow. Take some time to get acquainted. I'll make a call to Old Li. With a nod to Xiao Yang, he exited the office, leaving Xiao Yang and Gu Hao to exchange glances in silent bewilderment. Hello, I am Gu Hao, the young man said with a smile, extending his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you, Xiao Yang, he replied, shaking Gu Hao's hand. Emulating the tone of Chu Donchan from that morning, he exclaimed, How delightful it is to meet you. Gu Hao was nearly taken aback, wondering if the current social fabric had become so unrefined. Chapter 25, Embarrassment. Almost leaving him ashamed, what is a newcomer? Gu Hao stared blankly at the young man before him, judging by the latter's appearance. He looked like a recent graduate from a police academy, perhaps not even a formal officer yet. It had already been mentioned that the Criminal Investigation Division was a gathering place for big shots. Could just anyone stroll in? Gu Hao's expression darkened, a chill creeping in. A term sprang to mind, gilding. Xiao Yang watched the subtle changes in Gu Hao's demeanor with a smile, choosing to remain silent. One cannot blame people for enjoying the thrill of masquerading as something they are not. It is genuinely exhilarating when others perceive you as a mere novice. The moment you reveal your true identity as a big shot can be quite delightful, catching them off guard. However, reality is not a novel. Gu Hao's expression suddenly shifted, and he exclaimed, Wait, you are that Xiao Yang? You see, there are no fools here. The recent horrifying incident in Beihai City could hardly be concealed from those who were observant, especially within the ranks of the police force. Moreover, in a unit like the Criminal Investigation Division, secrets are hard to keep. Well, seeing the other party smile without speaking, Gu Hao was filled with excitement. He grasped Xiao Yang's hands once more, exclaiming, Great master, please accept this humble disciple's respect. If you keep this up, I might blush. Xiao Yang was both amused and exasperated. Yet, it was evident that Gu Hao was quite the lively character, such a joker. But I heard you are not actually a police officer, right? Gu Hao inquired with a grin, Were you specially recruited? Xiao Yang nodded. Ge Hao gave a thumbs up. Shall we chat? That may not be feasible. Xiao Yang shook his head, indicating the need for discretion. Such matters were commonplace. Details of cases could not be divulged. And he had been warned about this just yesterday. Ge Hao's face contorted in disappointment yet broke into a mischievous grin. How about just a few whispered words? Please. Explode right where you stand. Xiao Yang surveyed the surroundings. First, lead me to familiarize myself with the environment. Of course. Ge Hao did not press further and guided Xiao Yang through the Criminal Investigation Division, briefly explaining the personnel configuration. There were 2 directors, 2 chief officers, and 4 deputy officers. Rather than a division, it resembled a team. If assistance was required, they had the authority to request personnel from other units. Essentially, it operated as an elite task force ready for deployment at any moment, wielding considerable authority, as it was capable of handling special cases. Have you familiarized yourself enough? Yang Yong walked in after making a call. Quite enough, Xiao Yang replied. From now on, work here with peace of mind. Yang Yong smiled. I have already informed your director, and tomorrow when you come to work, your police uniform and credentials will be delivered. As for the service weapon, you will need to follow the proper procedures. They will take you to practice shooting, and once you qualify, you can collect your certificate. If you have any questions, consult Housie. By the way, it's lunchtime. Shall we head to the canteen together? Not today, Xiao Yang shook his head. I need to share the good news with my family and prepare for my first day tomorrow. All right then, I shall take my leave, Yang Yong said, not minding the situation, and pointed at Ge Hao with a smile. You must not bully the newcomers. Of course, how could I dare? Ge Hao chuckled. After Yang Yong departed, Xiao Yang waved goodbye to Ge Hao, preparing to head home. Ge Hao chuckled and waved back. See you tomorrow, my friend. On the journey home, seated in the ride-hailing vehicle, Xiao Yang's mind conjured the image of a striking figure, and an involuntary smile graced his lips. He recalled the question, do you like cilantro? Since his heart was stirred, he resolved to pursue it. He dismissed any pretense of propriety, letting go of concerns about whether they could be lovers or friends. He chose to disregard the nature of their relationship and boldly embrace fate. As the saying goes, the mountains and forests never vow to the seasons. They wither as fate dictates. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed the peculiar number. Within moments, the call connected. Is there something you need? Chu Dongchang's cold voice resonated through the line, as if she anticipated his call. Nothing much, Xiao Yang replied with a chuckle. I just consulted my fortune, and it foretold that we are fated to meet. Chu Dongchang retorted icily. You can tell fortunes? Absolutely, Xiao Yang declared with a grin. Do you believe I can discern your character by asking you 4 simple questions? Childish, came her unyielding response. Then listen closely, Xiao Yang began. Do you prefer spring or autumn? I like winter, she replied flatly. Do you favor beer or liquor? I prefer juice. Do you enjoy spicy hot pot or crossing the bridge rice noodles? I like meat sandwiches. For the final question, he said, his eyes glinting mischievously, do you prefer older brothers or older sisters? I wish to have a younger brother. My fortune-telling is complete. Xiao Yang smirked. You are a sister who enjoys juice in winter, relishes meat sandwiches, and wishes to care for a younger brother. Am I correct? Chu Dongchang fell silent. Realizing she had been ensnared, she revealed her preferences to him. This was no fortune-telling. It was clearly a scam. A scoundrel? Chu Dongchang's tone turned frosty. Otherwise, it's perplexing why he exhibits such tricks. Sister Dongchang, what do you believe constitutes a scoundrel? Xiao Yang smoothly rephrased. Trash. She answered without hesitation. This prompted a question from Xiao Yang. Why do you think people enjoy junk food? Chu Dongchang fell silent, unable to provide an answer. The reasoning is simple, Xiao Yang smirked. Junk food is unhealthy, yet it is delectable. What exactly are you trying to convey? Chu Dongchang's voice remained cold. When someone attempts to approach you, if you don't dislike them, then refrain from pretending to be aloof. Don't deliberately maintain your distance, Xiao Yang stated calmly. There is a saying that resonates. No one will endlessly pursue you, nor can anyone wait indefinitely for you. If you lack the courage to seek happiness, do not blame the potential beauty that may pass you by. Are you truly not willing to give it a try? Silence lingered once more. And then the call ended. Does your conscience not ache? Xiao Yang contemplated throwing his phone in frustration. Forget it. Compassion cannot save a stubborn soul. The driver beside him regarded Xiao Yang as if he were a celestial being. The gaze seemed to convey, brother, if you wish to learn the craft, kneel and listen. However, Xiao Yang disregarded him, turning his attention to the window. Some cherish the flowers that fall in the evening breeze, while others adore the cats that dart through the alleyways. It is also quite pleasant to wander alone and witness the sunset. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon glancing at it, Xiao Yang chuckled and answered, "Where are you?" Chu Donchan inquired coldly. "I'm preparing to go sing," Xiao Yang replied with a grin. "Will you join me?" "I cannot sing," Chu Donchan responded. "I will teach you," Xiao Yang said, providing her with an address before hanging up. The driver stared in disbelief. "Kneel." At the KTV in Binching, Xiao Yang stood at the entrance and spotted Chu Donchan stepping out of the car. The two entered the KTV, first visiting the self-service supermarket on the first floor to purchase some snacks and beverages before heading to a private room. As Chu Donchan settled into her seat, Xiao Yang, while selecting songs, remarked with a laugh, "Sister Donchan, you'll sing a duet with me later. I've practiced this song. My singing is quite splendid. There's no need for you to feel inferior. I will guide you." Chu Donchan cast a subtle glance in his direction. At that moment, the soothing accompaniment began. "I'll sing first, and then you follow," Xiao Yang declared, positioning himself beside Chu Donchan and handing her a microphone. Clearing his throat, he commenced his off-key rendition. Do not pile up nostalgia, lest the plot turns melodramatic. After loving for so many years, why ruin the classic? Sister Donchan, quickly, your turn. Chu Donchan maintained her composure, a flicker of amusement dancing in her eyes as she grasped the microphone. "We are all adults, no dragging or debts. Wasting time is my choice." Xiao Yang was taken aback, feeling suddenly foolish. Chu Donchan's voice was enchanting, imbued with a subtle rasp that was both magnetic and melodious. Notably, she not only sang but did so remarkably well, possessing a prowess that could rival that of professional singers. Like actors taking their final bow, he watched the lights dim. Chu Donchan turned to gaze at the disheveled Xiao Yang in the wind, her eyes crinkling into a smile, beautifully resembling two crescent moons. She appeared genuinely joyful. "I've practiced this song. There is no need for you to feel inferior when singing with me. I sing splendidly," echoed in Xiao Yang's mind. Causing his head to buzz, he stared at the red antibacterial cover on the microphone, tempted to remove it and place it on his nose. His emotions were tumultuous, a blend of anger, joy, and embarrassment, generating an overwhelming urge to flee the KTV and plunge into the nearest sewer. The awkwardness nearly rendered him utterly humiliated. Chapter 26. The scene is quite abstract. The sun descends in the west, painting the horizon with a brilliant orange hue that cascades like molten gold upon the sea's surface. A couple sits quietly on the beach, the gentle sea breeze caressing their faces. "You claim you cannot sing?" Xiao Yang, with drunken eyes, irritably pats the sand, venting his dissatisfaction. "Do you truly possess the gift of divination?" Chu Donchan's lips curve into a slight smile, her eyes twinkling with mirth. Her gaze has softened, losing some of its previous chill, now imbued with warmth. "Ah, this." Xiao Yang, feeling a twinge of guilt, scoffs softly, shaking his head in an attempt to regain clarity. It is not merely an act of feigned drunkenness. He is genuinely intoxicated. "Have you ever harbored dreams?" Chu Donchan, equally inebriated, gazes at the setting sun, her eyes radiating a hint of charm. Dreams are indeed essential. Otherwise, what distinguishes us from mere driftwood? Xiao Yang chuckles, recalling the wish he made at 18. "I hope to encounter a breathtaking beauty, one of exceptional grace, who, afflicted by a terminal illness, would find solace in my ability to heal her. Despite her family's vast fortune, she would profess an unquenchable love for me, unwilling to part ways. Then, her domineering sister would arrive, only to fall for me as well. I would find myself torn between them, when suddenly, a sweet 18-year-old girl would cling to me, crying for attention. Thus, the three sisters would take residence in my home, showering me with affection and servitude. Their father, unable to endure the situation, would confront me, only to discover that I am his long-lost son, while the sisters are all adopted. Eventually, I would be welcomed back to inherit a fortune, embarking on a scandalous life with two sisters and a little sister by my side. Anticipation fills the air as Xiao Yang excitedly rubs his hands together. "Donchan, tell me, isn't that wish remarkable?" Chu Donchan gazes at him, her expression laced with a wary scrutiny, as if assessing a lunatic. Suddenly, the sounds of children's laughter and chatter break through the air. They turn to see a group of children, backpacks slung over their shoulders, returning home from school. Their innocent faces radiating joy. "They seem so happy," Chu Donchan murmurs. "I hope they take their time growing up." Xiao Yang softly reflects. The world of adults is far from joyful. Chu Donchan's heart quakes as she studies his gaze. Yet, Xiao Yang succumbs to his intoxication, collapsing, his head inadvertently resting upon her lap. She squints, raising her hand, yet it does not fall. Her eyes return to the group of children, now fading into the distance. "Donchan? Yes? Your singing is truly beautiful. Oh, would you sing another song? Would you?" A long silence ensues. Chu Dongchan sang softly, cradling the sofa, her sleepy eyes heavy and hair disheveled, yearning to be as carefree as a movie protagonist. Beneath the eaves, crows gathered densely, a reflection of her repressed emotions that remained unexpressed. Xiao Yang grinned foolishly, intoxicated by laughter. The golden rays of the setting sun bathed the beach, cloaking them in a dreamlike glow, weaving a heartwarming and enchanting tableau. The following day, at 7 a.m., in the Criminal Investigation Department, Xiao Yang arrived punctually. Pushing open the door, he was met with the same eerie silence as the day before. Only Gu Hao was sprawled across his desk, snoring thunderously. What should a newcomer typically do? Xiao Yang instinctively picked up a broom and began to tidy up. For over an hour, he remained industrious. At 8:15 a.m., the head of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Yang Yong, entered carrying a fashion bag, momentarily taken aback. He gazed at the immaculately clean department, momentarily questioning whether he had entered the right place. When had the Criminal Investigation Department ever been so neat? His gaze fell upon Xiao Yang, who emerged from the restroom with a basin of water and a cloth, causing Yang Yang's eyelids to twitch and a meaningful smile to appear on his face. Uncle Yang, Xiao Yang greeted with a smile, setting down the basin and approaching. I brought you something. Yang Yong handed over the fashion bag, curious if it would fit. Was a high-ranking official truly this idol? Xiao Yang, puzzled, accepted the handbag and opened it to find a police uniform and an identification card. He picked up the ID. Glancing at it, the black leather wallet bore the police emblem, with 5 characters inscribed below, People's Police Certificate. Opening it further revealed, front, Xiao Yang L Province. B City Public Security Bureau Criminal Investigation Department 04 back. People's Police Certificate China Police Name. Xiao Yang Blood Type. O Date of Birth. Position, Criminal Investigation Department Officer Rank. 3rd Class Inspector valid until. Issued by the Ministry of Public Security along with 3rd Class Inspector. Officer. Xiao Yang was captivated. Not only had he become a police officer, but he had also bypassed a year of public service internship, directly becoming an officer. It seemed almost ludicrous. Yet, this was a special recruitment personally arranged by the head of the Municipal Public Security Bureau. Although certain steps were overlooked, it was of little consequence. Xiao Yang, a graduate of the police academy, possessed formidable investigative skills and had successfully solved a special case, indeed qualifying as special talent. This direct recruitment merely bypassed the joint examination, training, and internship, expediting his transition into a formal police officer. With the handbag in hand, Xiao Yang proceeded to the changing room. When he emerged, both Yang Yong and the now awake Gu Hao stared in astonishment. Clad in a sharp dark blue police uniform, Xiao Yang's handsome visage was accentuated. The shoulder insignias gleamed. His posture was upright, and his steps were steady, exuding an air of elegance. His gaze conveyed determination and wisdom, each stride imbued with confidence and strength. At 22 years old, with a youthful countenance, he seemed almost too perfect. In a daze, Gu Hao murmured to himself, questioning the merits of being a policeman versus the allure of stardom. Yang Yong, regaining his composure, nearly struck him in disbelief. Stardom? What nonsense is that? To even be compared with the noble profession of policing. Satisfied, Yang Yong cast a glance at Xiao Yang and nodded approvingly. Work diligently, he instructed before departing. Did he truly believe the esteemed director had nothing but leisure time on his hands? Brother, you are exceptionally handsome, Gu Hao exclaimed, feigning admiration, his own envy causing him to metaphorically bang his head against the wall. You're quite the match for my former self. Xiao Yang replied, thank you. Though I feel somewhat insulted. Just as their banter unfolded, an unexpected figure entered the Criminal Investigation Department. A middle-aged man, approximately 170 centimeters tall, with a resolute visage and distinct features. Time had etched subtle wrinkles onto his face, lending him an air of stability and determination. His piercing gaze was sharp and profound, as if capable of discerning the truths of the world and penetrating the darkness. This man appeared notably fatigued, momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Yang. A smile broke across his face. You must be Xiao Yang. Standing at attention, Xiao Yang saluted. Xiao Yang, reporting for duty. This was not mere formality, but rather adherence to the customary protocol for new recruits. The man before him was Li Huaqing, 41 years old, a first-class police superintendent and the director of the Criminal Investigation Department, Xiao Yang's future direct superior. All right, our department doesn't adhere to excessive formalities, Li Huaqing remarked with a smile. Have you familiarized yourself with the working environment? Quite well, Xiao Yang nodded. Excellent, Li Huaqing continued, devoid of any airs of authority. I've heard from the director about your capabilities. You cannot be treated as a mere newcomer. Coincidentally, we have a case that has been troubling us for half a month. I will take you to the scene shortly to see if we can uncover any new leads. Understood, Xiao Yang responded, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The visit to the scene was indeed forthcoming, but it also served as a means of assessment. They wished to gauge his true abilities. Go Hao. Please retrieve the case files for Xiao Yang to review, Li Huaqing instructed. Certainly, Go Hao replied, moving to a desk to access the computer. He navigated through the internal archives of the Criminal Investigation Department and retrieved a case file, presenting it to Xiao Yang. Take a look at the file and feel free to ask me any questions. Seated at the chair, Xiao Yang gazed at the monitor displaying a document labeled Criminal Investigation Case File. At first glance, he was taken aback. The case title read, Suicide Dismemberment Case. It was bewildering. He recognized each word, yet the combination of suicide and dismemberment left him perplexed. What could this possibly entail? Did someone commit suicide only to subsequently dismember themselves? The imagery was rather abstract. Chapter 27. Why the silence? Is laughter absent? Criminal Case File. Case name, the Suicide Dismemberment Case. Case number, B19. Date of filing, August 17th. 2024, 14 days prior. Filing authority, Criminal Investigation Department of B City, Province L, compiled by Li Huaqing, et al. On the morning of August 17th, the 110 Emergency Response Center in B City received a distress call. The caller, claiming to be a resident of an apartment complex, reported a nauseating stench emanating from the bathroom. Upon summoning a maintenance worker for inspection, the technician attributed the foul odor to a source below, suggesting it was being transmitted through the ventilation ducts into the caller's apartment. The caller subsequently ventured to the apartment of a downstairs neighbor. Upon arriving at the entrance of the neighbor's residence, the caller detected the acrid odor seeping through the door. After knocking yielded no response, the caller enlisted the help of property management to check the emergency contact number, only to find it switched off. After 2 continuous days of fruitless searching and overwhelmed by the unbearable stench, the caller opted to alert the authorities. Soon after, local police arrived on the scene, attempted to contact the homeowner in vain, and sought assistance to force entry. Upon gaining access to the apartment, the officers, auxiliary personnel, and the caller were met with a horrifying sight. In the living room lay a peculiar machine, upon which rested a dismembered body, barely recognizable as human. The remains were in a state of advanced decomposition, with bodily fluids pooling on the floor. Given the severity of the case and the abnormal condition of the corpse, the local police reported the incident. Typically, homicide investigations are not directly handled by the local precinct due to a lack of criminal investigative authority. However, the nature of the suspicious death warranted immediate escalation to the city bureau. Subsequently, the criminal investigation team took over, forming a task force that conducted a thorough investigation over the course of 7 days. The case was then transferred to the Criminal Investigation Department. What unfolded next was bewildering. The investigators, perplexed by their findings, concluded that the deceased had taken their own life. This was not a typographical error. Informal documentation can denote, is, or establish a connection. The superior officers reviewing the case were equally astonished. How could one possibly dismember themselves in an act of suicide? It seemed utterly ludicrous. Nonetheless, the forensic department and the criminal investigation team presented their findings. Through autopsy, the forensic experts confirmed the presence of a toxic substance within the deceased, tetramethylene disulfondiamine. While its chemical nomenclature may elude the layperson, it is better known by its common name, berdificum, a potent rodenticide. Further examination revealed that the cause of death was indeed poisoning, followed by dismemberment. The process did not involve any coercion, force, or harm. The investigators on site determined that the peculiar machine was responsible for the body's dismemberment, slicing it into 16 segments. The method employed was neither blade nor saw, but rather a wire saw. The mechanism operated by ensnaring the object in the steel wire, subsequently activating an internal motor that tightened and maneuvered the wire to effectuate the cutting. Through surveillance footage, investigators confirmed that the machine had been brought into the deceased's home by them. Through an investigative visit, it was revealed that the deceased had frequented a morning market, purchasing 10 packets of rat poison. The on-site examination yielded no signs of intrusion or the presence of a second party. Trace evidence led to the discovery of the rat poison packaging, a cup, shoe prints, fingerprints, and residual fibers, alongside the deceased's activities prior to death. Technicians recreated the crime scene using 3-dimensional simulations. It was determined that the deceased ingested the rat poison using the cup, subsequently lay on a machine, secured a wire saw to their body, and initiated a timed start and stop of the machine. After succumbing to poisoning, the body was dismembered by the machine. Thus, the conclusion of the deceased committed suicide was reached. However, the implications of this case are profound. It is akin to feeling hungry, ordering takeout, and then defecating on it while consuming the meal. Such behavior seems irrational. The investigation's conclusion mirrors this absurdity, a suicide that involved dismemberment. What kind of mental turmoil would compel one to act in such a grotesque manner? Death has already claimed the individual, yet they choose to repulse even in death. Throughout history, there have been numerous known cases of suicide, yet none have been so bizarre. This raises the question, is it truly a suicide? The circumstances seem far-fetched. Nevertheless, all evidence at the scene points to the deceased having taken their own life, with no indications of homicide or the conditions that would support such a theory. Yet, any rational mind would find it implausible to engage in such self-deprecating behavior. If it is deemed impossible, then only one alternative remains: homicide. Furthermore, it suggests a homicide so expertly executed that even seasoned investigators are rendered oblivious. Is this feasible? In the realm of humanity, there exists no absolute. The moment skepticism arises, certain events may have already transpired. This principle has been validated countless times, often in alarming ways. Ultimately, the case was handed over to the Criminal Investigation Department. Upon arrival, the findings remained unchanged. Every conceivable method, experience, and technique had been utilized. Despite the innate sense that something was amiss, the conclusion persisted: the deceased committed suicide. After reviewing the case files, Xiao Yang wore an expression of frustration and disbelief. The events that had transpired since his crossing over were increasingly bizarre, each more peculiar than the last. In his previous life, he, a master of eloquence, would have expressed his outrage vocally. Suddenly, he noticed Li Huaqing and Gu Hao standing nearby, both wearing amused expressions as they observed him. Xiao Yang glanced at the wall clock, realizing he had been engrossed in the case files for so long that it was now 10 o'clock. "Have you made any discoveries?" Li Huaqing inquired with a smile. Xiao Yang was indeed remarkable, a fact he acknowledged. Yet, at merely 22 years of age, he understood that even the most gifted individuals could not possess innate experience. Experience is something acquired over years through practical knowledge and skills, built through personal encounters. To draw a vivid analogy, Wei Shen, a prodigy, is a prime example. You instructed him to investigate the unsolved case, yet he would falter, lacking any experience in handling such matters. Li Huaqing acknowledged that the young man before him possessed some merit. However, this did not imply that Xiao Yang could effortlessly uncover leads from the outset. If Xiao Yang were indeed so extraordinary, it would only suggest one thing: that seasoned detectives like themselves had previously been living in ignorance. However, the next statement made by Xiao Yang not only left Li Huaqing in a state of astonishment, but also rendered Gu Hao momentarily speechless. It was not that he had discovered anything, rather, it was simply peculiar. Xiao Yang cautiously inquired whether they had ever encountered a rope saw or the machinery associated with it. What was so strange about this question that it could leave two veteran detectives dumbfounded? The truth is, the vast majority of ordinary people have never laid eyes on a rope saw throughout their lives, let alone purchased one or had any opportunity to interact with it. Now, let us turn our attention to the deceased. Hu Zhikong, a 29-year-old male from Binhai City, worked in social media while his parents resided abroad, leaving him to spend his days sequestered at home, rarely venturing outside. Upon reviewing the case files, Xiao Yang noted that the police had examined Hu Zhikong's computer and mobile phone, revealing that he had begun to search for the term rope saw online with increasing frequency since August 8th, amassing a total of 152 search entries. You did not misread that. Should the authorities wish to investigate you, they can access all of an ordinary person's online search history. Forensic experts estimated that Hu Zhikong's time of death occurred approximately between the 9th and 11th of the month. One should not blame the forensic pathologist for being unable to provide an exact time of death under normal circumstances. If a person has been deceased for over 24 to 48 hours, an autopsy can only yield an approximate time of death. In the heat of August, with its sweltering temperatures hastening decomposition, the fact that forensic experts could narrow down the time of death to between the 9th and 11th was already quite impressive. What is the significance of recounting this seemingly trivial information? Why would a 29-year-old man, who spent all his time at home, suddenly begin searching for rope saw? It is exceedingly rare for ordinary individuals to encounter a rope saw, let alone have the opportunity to hear the term. Yet, Hu Zhikong inexplicably commenced his searches? Moreover, presuming his time of death was on the 9th, he would have searched for it on the 8th, purchased it, and brought it home. On the 9th, he would then have skillfully operated the rope saw machinery to dismember himself. Would not a discerning mind begin to sense that something was amiss? Does it not seem that Hu Zhikong's actions were excessively skillful and swift? Is this not a curious point? Just moments ago, you were laughing merrily. Xiao Yang found amusement in observing Li Huaqing and Gu Hao, now lost in thought. Why the sudden silence? Have you lost your sense of humor? Chapter 28. The Scholar's Swagger. Ruling the world, Li Huaqing and Gu Hao were momentarily engulfed in confusion. Could it be that they had been outwitted by Xiao Yang? How could such a significant oversight have escaped their notice? However, this was not the case. They were already aware of the discrepancy. Yet it was hard to fathom that a young man who had just officially joined the police force could, after merely an hour of reviewing the case file, uncover such a critical flaw. The initial investigators had spent an entire day examining the deceased's online search history, which led them to the realization that the timing was amiss, thus revealing the inconsistency. In contrast, Xiao Yang had accomplished this in just over an hour. Although the case file documented the investigation process, it did not indicate the inconsistency, making it exceedingly difficult to discern without any prompts. Yet, Xiao Yang had managed to do so. This was not a level of acuity one would expect from a novice. Recovering from their astonishment, Li Huaqing and Gu Hao exchanged glances. Indeed, one cannot underestimate those capable of handling such complex cases, regardless of their youth. Their thoughts drifted to the recent harrowing case they had heard about. Although they had not been directly involved, they were acutely aware of its terrifying nature. Gu Hao turned to Li Huaqing, his expression inquiring whether they should continue probing. Probe your sister. Li Huaqing rolled his eyes. Have you eaten breakfast? He smiled at Xiao Yang. If you haven't, let's grab a bite together before heading to the scene. Xiao Yang beamed with delight. Allow me to treat. He recalled that when they first met, Li Huaqing had mentioned a troublesome case that had been plaguing the Criminal Investigation Department for several days. At that time, the we referred to the collective of the department, excluding Xiao Yang. However, the current let-s indicated that they were now considering him one of their own. This represented a significant shift. Status is earned through effort, and respect is commanded through competence. Those with capability are acknowledged, those without it are rendered invisible. Such is the stark reality. In Binqing, on Jinshidan Street, the crime scene was situated within a modest high-rise residential complex, characterized by 8-story buildings with duplex apartments. As Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing exited the police vehicle, they noticed several individuals squatting beside a flower bed, enjoying their boxed lunches. 6 pairs of eyes simultaneously turned toward Xiao Yang, filled with curiosity, skepticism, and astonishment. These 6 individuals were members of the Criminal Investigation Department. The day prior, the chief had informed Li Huaqing about a newcomer, but they had not taken it seriously, assuming it was merely a seasoned officer brought in to assist with the investigation. They never anticipated that the newcomer would be so inexperienced. A youthful face in his 20s, a third-level sergeant? Was this some sort of joke? Their sentiments mirrored Gu Hao's initial thoughts. Surely, he wasn't here merely to enhance his credentials, was he? Li Huaqing, known for his discretion, had refrained from discussing Xiao Yang's arrival with his subordinates beforehand. Those who could not maintain confidentiality within the police force often found themselves stripped of their uniforms. Let us introduce ourselves. These are your future colleagues, Li Huaqing remarked, gesturing toward Xiao Yang. This is Xiao Yang, personally delivered by the chief yesterday. The moment the name Xiao Yang was uttered, an immediate silence fell over the group. The name had recently gained considerable notoriety within the police department, and the fact that the chief had personally brought him in, coupled with Li Huaqing's formal introduction, added an air of significance to the occasion. Upon witnessing Xiao Yang adorned in his pristine police uniform and insignia, they swiftly deduced the identity of the individual before them. Greetings, esteemed mentors, I am Xiao Yang, he proclaimed with a warm, sunny smile, expressing a desire for their guidance. The term mentor conveyed a sense of respect, as he adopted a humble demeanor. Hello, hello. Several detectives rose with jovial smiles, exuding warmth and camaraderie. I am Dong Hu, Luo Jessen, Gu Feng, Zhou Zheng, and Qian Xiangqian. When it came to the last individual, a middle-aged man, he merely nodded and smiled, extending his hand without uttering a word or introducing himself. A hint of disdain lingered in the air, and Xiao Yang, still beaming, observed the man's hand but refrained from shaking it. Zhui Xiaojia, Li Huaqing cheerfully introduced. He had previously worked in drug enforcement, serving as an undercover agent. After being exposed, he suffered a sulfuric acid attack that left him alive but rendered his voice incapacitated. Goodness. Xiao Yang felt a surge of respect, extending both hands to grasp the man's single outstretched hand. There are regulations that prevent disabled individuals from becoming police officers, but this pertains only to those applying before their service. Officers who incur injuries in the line of duty may continue their careers, with assessments based on the degree of disability and the nature of their work. The inability to speak, after all, is hardly a significant impediment. Please, continue your meal. I shall escort Xiao Yang upstairs for a brief tour. Li Huaqing gestured to his subordinates before leading Xiao Yang towards a nearby residential building, embodying the Minterman-T dynamic. Indeed, this was the reality. Newcomers are typically guided by seasoned officers, albeit during their probationary period. Just yesterday, Yang Yong had called Li Huaqing, specifically requesting that he take Xiao Yang under his wing. Although Xiao Yang had officially become a police officer, he was still a novice. The privilege of having a prominent director personally guide him was indeed rare. Upon entering the building, the two ascended in the elevator to the 7th floor. Two auxiliary officers stood guard outside an apartment door, and upon spotting Li Huaqing, they promptly saluted. Have you not forgotten the protocols taught at the police academy? Li Huaqing quipped as he accepted the gloves and shoe covers offered by the auxiliary officers. Xiao Yang nodded and quickly donned the gloves and shoe covers. The 3 essential elements of crime scene investigation are as follows. 1. Always wear gloves, shoe covers, and masks. 2. Minimize one's own traces by limiting movement. 3. Avoid touching evidence and items within the scene. In truth, the mere presence of investigators at a crime scene constitutes a form of destruction. However, in the pursuit of justice, this is unavoidable. Thus, the aim is to mitigate the extent of the disruption. As he opened the apartment door, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. Detecting a nauseating stench of decay, poor ventilation, he pondered incredulously. Certain cases necessitate sealing the scene, not only to prevent the stench from permeating but also to ensure the site remains sealed off to inhibit air circulation. As previously mentioned, the air contains minute dust particles, floating debris, and particulates. With the movement of air, these can infiltrate the scene, potentially aiding in evidence collection, yet also serving to compromise it. Even the air itself can disrupt a crime scene, necessitating containment. This serves to illustrate the stark contrast between reality and fictional portrayals of law enforcement. In dramas, officers freely enter and exit scenes, even indulging in smoking or snacking on site. In reality, such behavior would likely result in a severe reprimand. Upon entering the scene, Xiao Yang's attention was immediately captivated by a peculiar machine. It resembles a lathe, yet devoid of the weighty presence typically associated with such machinery. Crafted from an aluminum alloy frame, beneath it lies a motor, a drive shaft, and a control panel. The cadaver has already been removed. However, the machine is besmirched with the remnants of decayed bodily fluids, exuding a foul stench after desiccation, while the ground is similarly marred. Xiao Yang is meticulously examining the scene, yet Li Huaqing finds himself scrutinizing him. The more he observes, the more he senses an incongruity. How can one articulate this disquiet? There exists a formidable aura, absent in the youth, marked by composure and sharpness. Those who possess such an imposing presence often bear the weight of significant events in their past, whether through trials of life and death, profound enlightenment, or a rebirth from the ashes. Xiao Yang's spirit and mindset surpass that of the ordinary individual, inadvertently revealing a palpable decisiveness and dominance. He embodies both the scholarly essence and a hint of banditry, harmoniously complementing each other. As the ancient saying goes, the scholar possesses the spirit of a rogue, ruling over the world. Li Huaqing's eyelids twitch uncontrollably. There is something distinctly amiss about Xiao Yang. Chapter 29. A spine-chilling and eerie layout. Xiao Yang shifted his gaze, surveying his surroundings. The knowledge of criminal investigation that he had previously acquired had now transformed into a vivid memory. However, comprehension of criminal investigation does not equate to experience. One must consume a meal bite by bite, and similarly, experience is accumulated gradually. This is common sense. He refrained from further examining the machine, as it was deemed unnecessary. Every detail pertaining to the case was meticulously documented in the case file. The insights of seasoned detectives far surpassed his own. Their experience could easily overshadow his. The investigative team and the criminal investigation department had thoroughly explored all possible leads. Even the points of suspicion he had identified were already considered and investigated by them. Li Huaqing provided the answer. 6 months prior, the deceased, Hu Zhikong, had come into contact with a rope saw, possessing knowledge of it and having used it. The only path remaining before Xiao Yang was one that had not been traversed by other investigators, or rather, one that had not yet been discovered. Should he fail to find it, he would be ensnared in the same dead end as the others. As a police officer, the desire to solve a case is inherent. Yet, He could not shake the feeling of frustration, for Xiao Yang lacked the confidence to turn the tide. Suddenly, he sighed deeply, a wry smile creeping across his face. Why, with his own strengths, must he run on someone else's track and be led by the nose? It is akin to an argument. If one merely follows another's rhythm, victory will forever elude them. Do not underestimate the art of argumentation, for it too is a contest. One must draw the opponent into their own realm of expertise, employing their strengths to overpower the adversary. Otherwise, one is merely a fool. What is Xiao Yang's forte? Strategy, layout, intellect. Just days prior, he had unearthed a deep pit, ensnaring an intelligence organization. Perhaps his intellect was not the most exceptional. However, his strategic planning and layout capabilities were significantly superior to those of the average person. If this were a game of chess, Xiao Yang murmured, not one, but two games. 1. The murderer's layout for the act of killing. 2. The deceased's layout for suicide. There are 3 possible outcomes in chess: a loss, a win, or a draw. Regardless of the outcome, once the game commences, the objective is to strive for victory. What constitutes victory? At times, it can be perceived as a means to derive joy, happiness, or pleasure. It serves a self-serving purpose or a form of benefit. Individuals do not engage in actions without reason. Our ancestors have imparted a clear lesson to us: no profit, no early rise. Let us hypothesize that these 2 chess games are motivated by profit. In the first game, where does the murderer's motive for killing lie? This is a perplexing matter. If the intent was merely to take a life, why concoct such a convoluted scheme with so many intricate details? Is it to showcase one's superior skills, to exhibit prowess, or to demonstrate exceptional intelligence? Such reasoning is foolish. The more intelligent one is, the less likely they are to act so foolishly. For the truly astute understand a fundamental truth: high-quality ingredients are often prepared using the simplest of methods. The more intelligent one is, the more they contemplate the simplicity of a layout, avoiding unnecessary complexity and refraining from showcasing their intricate methods. For the wise know the truth of 100 careful plans can still have a flaw. The greater the difficulty and the more intricate the arrangement, the more errors and omissions abound. There can only be one outcome. The intelligent can be ensnared by their own cleverness. Thus, could this be a homicide? If so, it suggests that the perpetrator is extraordinarily foolish, perhaps even mentally unstable or psychologically deranged. In the realm of criminal investigation, there exists a principle: to commit a crime without leaving traces, or to achieve a flawless crime, there is but one possibility: murder driven by passion. Intelligent individuals are not to be feared. Rather, it is the cunning of a deranged mind that is truly alarming. Their thought processes elude the comprehension of ordinary minds, traversing paths untraveled. They may not even be aware of their own actions, leaving one to ponder how to unravel the situation. The current circumstances indeed resemble a form of perfection. However, upon closer inspection, there are too many discrepancies. Xiao Yang shook his head. First, there are 10 packets of rat poison. Under normal conditions, a single packet is sufficient to cause death, yet the victim, Hu Zhikong, consumed all 10 packets. Knowing that one packet could be lethal, why would he ingest 10? Treating it as a meal, as if he relished rat poison? Second, there is the time switch. After consuming the poison, Hu Zhikong immediately lay upon the bandsaw, setting a timer for the machine to operate and then shut off. If he intended to dismember his own corpse post-mortem, wouldn't it suffice to simply set the machine to run continuously? Why bother with a timer, unless he was conserving energy? If indeed someone orchestrated this scenario, how could such blatant oversights remain? Xiao Yang realized that if he could deduce this, so too could others. The fact that the perpetrator could devise such a plan indicates intelligence. Yet, how could a clever individual overlook such obvious flaws? After much contemplation, he could only dismiss the notion of homicide, as it was too foolish. Any discerning observer would recognize the discrepancies. If it is not murder, could it truly be suicide? The intricacies involved seem excessive, bordering on the incomprehensible. Let us assume it is a suicide. What, then, was the purpose behind the deceased's elaborate arrangement? Without a motive, one must wonder how gravely ill Hu Zhikong must have been to consume 10 packets of rat poison and go to such lengths to dismember himself, merely to revile his own being. His medical history has been thoroughly investigated, revealing no psychological or mental disorders, nor any recent traumas. As a self-employed media professional with savings exceeding 400,000, enjoying a life of comfort with a home and vehicle, it seems implausible that he would develop mental illness. Assuming Hu Zhikong was not ill, it follows that his suicide must have been driven by a specific motive, one so compelling that it necessitated his demise and the manner of his passing. The benefits derived from this motive could be exceedingly sinister, possibly yielding tenfold or even 100-fold returns. One might question, what benefits could possibly exist after death? There are indeed possibilities. If a person is aware of their impending demise, what actions might they undertake in their final moments? 1. Insurance. To create the illusion of an unnatural death. To defraud the insurance company with a designated beneficiary. 2. Coercion. Was he compelled to die in such a manner for the sake of profit? 3. Revenge. To seek revenge through one's own demise, to perish alongside another? Is there any insurance for the deceased? Xiao Yang inquired. None, replied Li Huacheng, who had been observing Xiao Yang from the sidelines. Is there any evidence of external coercion or inducement? Xiao Yang continued to question. None. Li Huacheng shook his head, stating that in recent years, they had nearly exhausted the investigation of all individuals, objects, and events related to the deceased and found no causal link to the death. Have you considered revenge? Xiao Yang articulated each word deliberately. Yes, Li Huacheng's eyes gleamed with sharp insight. You discerned it? Internally. Impressive. Indeed, revenge. This is the conclusion reached by 2 investigative units, the Criminal Investigation Brigade and the Criminal Investigation Department, after extensive inquiry and speculation, arriving at the closest semblance of truth. Some may find it incomprehensible that one could employ such a method of self-retribution. Yet, there have been numerous instances of such cases in criminal history. Strangely, if the deceased were to exact revenge in this manner, they would undoubtedly leave behind some clues to indicate certain individuals. Otherwise, what value is there in such a death? However, there was nothing at the scene. The deceased's suicide could not be linked to any individuals. This is somewhat perplexing. It is akin to someone laboriously digging a pit, preparing to bury another. Shouldn't there be some bait left behind to lure someone into that pit? Yet, in the current scenario, it appears a pit has been dug. But no bait is visible. How then can one entice someone to leap into it? It is illogical. It seems we have overlooked a crucial matter. Xiao Yang's expression shifted to one of intrigue. There exists the potential for someone unexpected to jump into the pit. How could this be? Li Huacheng was taken aback. They had investigated all suspicious individuals, leaving no stone unturned. Who else could there be? Xiao Yang locked eyes with Li Huacheng, contemplating who would be the first to appear after Hu Zhikong's death. No one stepped forth. Wait. In an instant, Xiao Yang's words struck Li Huacheng's mind like a bolt of lightning, causing his eyes to widen in disbelief. The deceased Hu Zhikong's parents? An odd atmosphere began to ferment in the air, permeating their surroundings. Xiao Yang and Li Huacheng exchanged glances, observing the peculiar expressions on each other's faces. This matter transcended the realm of the bizarre. It bordered on the incomprehensible. One cannot blame the investigators for not considering it. Who could fathom that someone would target their own parents in such a manner? Is it possible? It is, for the police had attempted to contact the deceased's parents. Yet, they were unreachable. Chapter 30. What an astonishing turn of events. If my deductions are accurate, a chill runs down Xiao Yang's spine. Li Huacheng, too, is enveloped by a disconcerting sensation, as though he is teetering on the brink of a dark abyss. What a grotesque distortion of morality and degradation of humanity. This is truly an affront to nature. Let us investigate further. Xiao Yang maintained a stoic expression, hoping fervently that my reasoning is flawed. Indeed, from the perspective of contemporary values, it should not reach such depths. Li Huacheng concurred, albeit with a pallor that betrayed his unease as he exited through the door. Your worries are your own. Why invoke the core socialist values to me? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. He could empathize with Li Huacheng's sentiments. As one reaches middle age, one's children are likely not so young anymore. If this case indeed involves children ensnaring their parents, what would other parents with children think? Would they not be concerned? If such beasts can emerge, there could be a second, or even countless others. Beware of delving into the darkness of human nature. It is a perilous endeavor. Once explored, one may find one's understanding cruelly cast into the cesspool of despair. This case is rather unsettling. Xiao Yang inhaled deeply. It is not fear that grips him, but rather a sense of revulsion. Of course, his deductions may not be entirely accurate. This is merely a new lead, a dog hole that has opened in a dead end. Whether there lies a way out on the other side, or merely another wall, remains uncertain. Let us continue our search. Xiao Yang surveyed the crime scene once more, smiling as if to treat it as a learning opportunity. His mind recalled every detail from the case files, beginning to correlate them with the scene before him. However, he refrained from further examination in the hall and instead proceeded to the kitchen, bathroom, studio, and finally the bedroom. Adopting a youthful perspective to analyze the deceased's daily life and psychological state prior to their demise. Every individual's daily activities reflect their psychological changes. Joy manifests differently than anger. Criminal psychology not only elucidates the mental states and behaviors of both suspects and victims, but also plays a crucial role in the investigative process. Xiao Yang gradually crouched down, his gaze fixed upon the footprints on the floor. These shoe prints had already been marked by the investigators, revealing the deceased's movements prior to death. Yet, as he observed, Xiao Yang's expression grew increasingly grave, even chilling. What psychological manifestations might one expect from a person who knows they are about to die? Sadness? Fear? Anger? Helplessness? Weightiness? Yet, what sent shivers down Xiao Yang's spine was the sight of joy. How could someone on the precipice of suicide appear so elated? In truth, one can glean much about an individual's psychological state from their footprints. Anger, heaviness, indecision, all manifest in slower, shorter, heavier steps with a broader footfall. Conversely, a lively, excited, and joyful demeanor is reflected in quicker, longer, lighter steps with a narrower footfall. Particularly in a state of happiness, one strides confidently and effortlessly, with a brisk and vibrant gait, embodying an air of spontaneity. Xiao Yang's scalp was tingling and his pupils constricted. In that moment, he felt a genuine sense of fear, gripped by an inexplicable eeriness. Have you ever encountered someone on the brink of death who appeared genuinely joyful? Xiao Yang certainly had not. He was engulfed in confusion, anger, and a hint of horror. The confusion stemmed from his inability to comprehend why the deceased had exhibited happiness at that moment. The anger arose from the feeling that his intellect had been undermined. The horror struck him as he realized that the deductions he had made were likely to be overturned. Why had he not been informed about the deceased's mental state prior to death? Xiao Yang's frustration grew as he turned to look at the recently arrived Li Huaqing. Li Huaqing was momentarily taken aback, pondering why Xiao Yang was glaring at him, feeling it was a bit presumptuous. However, he quickly regained his composure, wearing an awkward expression. Indeed, he had intentionally withheld information about the deceased's psychological state before death. Why? As a mentor, he believed in testing his apprentice. Have you ever seen a master simply imparting their skills without first assessing their disciple's foundation? It was customary to gauge the apprentice's understanding before providing targeted instruction. Yet, this apprentice was rather formidable. Before Li Huaqing could assess him, Xiao Yang had already deduced the truth, leaving him feeling foolish and embarrassed. A crisis had arisen. Xiao Yang's expression turned grave as he realized that his previous deductions might need to be discarded, suggesting the possibility of murder. Li Huaqing's countenance shifted dramatically. What did this imply? It indicated that the deceased's mental state before death was profoundly anomalous, and surely they had all recognized it. Xiao Yang's voice turned icy as he queried whether they suspected the deceased had psychological issues. Otherwise, such a dramatic scene of suicide would not have occurred. Yet, this would only strengthen their belief that it was indeed a suicide, as only someone with psychological turmoil would orchestrate such a scene. However, a chilling question emerged. What if his mind was intact? Why would someone on the brink of death feel joy? How could one find happiness at such a moment? Unless... Xiao Yang fixed his gaze on Li Huaqing. They both simultaneously voiced their thoughts. He did not know he was dying? If this hypothesis held true, it would mean a person unaware of their impending demise had, paradoxically, succumbed to death. This could only suggest one conclusion: murder. If it were indeed murder. Li Huaqing's eyes twitched, a surge of anxiety coursing through him. Why would this occur? Was there a possibility that some aspects of his prior deductions were flawed, yet still retained validity? Xiao Yang took a deep breath, his gaze wandering, seemingly lost in thought. Their objective appeared to be the parents of the deceased, Hu Zhikong. Employing this method to compel them to come forth. It had already been reasoned that once a child dies, the first to emerge would undoubtedly be the parents. Yet the pressing issue lay in the fact that Hu Zhikong's parents resided abroad, and even the police were unable to reach them. Investigations into the deceased's phone communications and social media revealed no records of contact with anyone overseas. Then, another possibility emerged. Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing spoke in unison. Something was missing. What could that something be? An object that enables the deceased to connect with their parents, a mobile phone, an application, or a mode of communication, something even the police have failed to uncover. Xiao Yang's expression was grim, and Li Huaqing's was no better. If homicide is confirmed, 3 questions arise. 1. Who possesses the capability to orchestrate a crime so intricate that even law enforcement is unable to discern or locate any clues? 2. What are the identities and statuses of the deceased's parents, such that they would become the target of such a meticulous scheme? 3. The audacity of certain individuals to devise such a plan and commit murder indicates a blatant disregard for law enforcement. Contemplating further, one must ponder the identity of those who dare to so brazenly defy the police. A bold thought crossed Xiao Yang's mind. The investigation may ultimately reveal something far beyond imagination. A significant event is imminent. Chapter 31. I am a time traveler, yet not a celestial being outside the residential building. Xiao Yang gazed at the 7 solemn-faced detectives before him. He longed to revel in their misfortune, yet found himself unable to do so. After all, he was now a police officer. If his colleagues faced disgrace, would he remain unscathed? The police force is akin to a large family. One's honor is shared by all. And so too is one's shame. What lay before them was but a hypothesis. Although the likelihood of this theory aligning with reality was exceedingly high, it remained a mere conjecture. It would be remiss to suggest that these seasoned detectives had not considered the possibility of foul play. The Criminal Investigation Division and the Detective Bureau were the epitome of the city's police elite. How could they not suspect homicide? The true concern was that, should it indeed be murder, the perpetrator's methods could be horrifyingly sophisticated, so much so that the elite officers might overlook them. This could inadvertently foster a delusion among them. If so many experienced detectives could not discern the truth, could it truly be murder? Indeed. Even Xiao Yang initially dismissed the notion of homicide, nearly falling prey to deception himself. The brilliance of the perpetrator lay in their deliberate creation of apparent flaws that misdirected their thought processes. One might ponder, to orchestrate such a crime. Surely it must be the work of an astute individual. Yet how could such a clever person leave behind such significant errors? How could intelligence backfire so spectacularly? Yet, that was precisely what had transpired. The perpetrator's acumen was terrifying in its understanding and manipulation of human psychology. It is often the case that the perfection of an object does not necessitate an absence of flaws. Indeed, introducing a few imperfections can render it utterly unique, a truth well understood by many. "Brother, you are impressive," exclaimed an elder detective, giving a thumbs up in jest. "You, the new wave, have outdone us veterans. What a remarkable feat, my friend." "Let us not belittle that term," Xiao Yang chuckled. "We are on the brink of being outplayed. If we do not unearth some clues soon, it may be too late." The others nodded in agreement. There were no fools present. Fools could not infiltrate the detective bureau. Since Xiao Yang had presented a plausible theory, it could only indicate one thing. There existed an individual or a group intent on reaching the parents of the deceased. Hu Zhikong. There was an even graver possibility. Hu Zhikong's parents had already arrived. Recently, Xiao Yang and Li Hua had uncovered a crucial lead. Something was missing, an item that likely served as the means of communication between Hu Zhikong and his parents. Once tragedy struck, it was highly probable that his parents would be informed. With their son deceased in such a tragic manner, would they not come forth? This was precisely the aim of those intent on committing murder, awaiting the arrival of Hu Zhikong's parents. They had interpreted the idiom waiting by the tree stump for a heir to perfection. Should the parents dare to appear, that group would undoubtedly have a way to locate them. Xiao Yang's concern regarding it being too late stemmed from the fear that Hu Zhikong's parents might be found by that group upon their arrival. The primary tasks for the Detective Bureau were threefold. 1. To re-examine the crime scene and uncover clues to break the case. 2. To locate Hu Zhikong's parents before anyone else. 3. To ascertain the true identities of Hu Zhikong's parents. For the police, the tasks of finding individuals and investigating people are their specialties. 6 criminal investigators have departed to seek out leads. Li Huaqing's eyes glimmered as he focused intently on Xiao Yang, now relying on him to uncover some clues. What gives him this confidence in Xiao Yang? While Xiao Yang's identity and background may remain a secret to the average person, it is far from a mystery to the officers with connections. Just moments ago, Xiao Yang was examining footprints and analyzing the psychological state of the deceased before their demise. Li Huaqing stepped outside to make a phone call to Director Yang Yong. Upon connecting, he inquired, "Who exactly is Xiao Yang? What is going on?" Yang Yong chuckled, asking in return. Li Huaqing, with a grave tone, added, "He is extraordinarily formidable, not at all like a typical young person. The presence of someone with a scholarly banded aura is exceedingly rare throughout history. Such individuals invariably emerge as dominant figures, heroes, titans, or even sovereigns. Historical greats such as Cao Cao, Li Shimin, and Liu Bei exemplify this commanding aura. Having served in the police force for over 2 decades and risen to the position of head of the Criminal Investigation Department, Li Huaqing firmly believed in the accuracy of his observations. Since Xiao Yang joined the department, he had already scrutinized Xiao Yang's dossier. To his astonishment, he discovered that a current official was unable to access Xiao Yang's family connections due to confidentiality. How remarkable is that? Yang remained silent for a moment before responding to his subordinate. His mother is a narcotics officer, his father works in national security, and his grandfather is in the Ministry of Public Security. Do I need to elaborate further? At that moment, Li Huaqing inhaled sharply, taken aback. The narcotics officer's profile is inaccessible even to internal personnel, let alone ordinary citizens. If one were ever to see the profile of a narcotics officer exposed, it would signify their demise, or perhaps even the loss of their family members. As for the national security aspect, it is shrouded in covert operations, with all details kept under wraps. The individual working in the Ministry of Public Security is likely at the ministerial level, or at the very least, at a division level. Which of Xiao Yang's relatives could possibly be within your reach to investigate? Do you believe that if you continue your inquiries, someone may come looking for you to have a chat? Yang nearly warned the subordinate outright. Do not court disaster. No wonder he is so formidable, with connections in narcotics enforcement, national security, and seasoned criminal investigators. At that time, Li Huaqing paid little heed to the director's warning, his focus entirely on Xiao Yang's ancestors, misunderstanding the source of Xiao Yang's capabilities, attributing them to familial influence. This is not mere jest, it is quite logical. In contemporary criminal investigation, technology plays a crucial role, such as surveillance systems. However, in the era of earlier criminal investigations, such technology was non-existent. They relied solely on their intellect and personal prowess to outsmart criminals. The most representative figures of that time were the 8 tigers of criminal investigation. Reflecting on this, Li Huaqing breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he might have begun to suspect that Xiao Yang was some kind of prodigious anomaly, possessing an uncanny ability that belied his youth. What do you expect of me? I am merely a time traveler, not a deity, Xiao Yang silently lamented. It was evident that this leader intended to use him as a mere tool. Upon their return to the scene, Li Huaqing transformed into a subordinate, allowing Xiao Yang to take the lead while he provided assistance. Indeed, they had exhausted all possible avenues for investigation. They had explored every conceivable thought. The scene before them yielded no discoveries, leaving them at a loss for how to proceed. Yet, Xiao Yang subsequently uttered a statement that made Li Huaqing's face flush with embarrassment. There are undoubtedly issues at play here. 2 issues, to be precise. Xiao Yang was not ridiculing the ineptitude of seasoned detectives. Rather, he was speaking the truth. One issue pertained to the means of communication between the deceased and their parents, while the other was the crucial factor that led to the victim's suicide. Regardless of which issue it was, it indicated that certain individuals possessed extraordinary skills and techniques that might transcend the understanding of the average person, effectively placing them in a realm of ignorance. It was akin to being an expert in criminal investigations. One might be well-versed in various cases, yet entirely oblivious to methods from other fields. Do you comprehend military tactics? Do you grasp intelligence strategies? Not to mention, do you understand finance? Do you have knowledge of chemistry? Regardless of one's prowess in criminal investigation in other domains, one remains a novice. If someone were to employ knowledge, skills, or techniques from other fields to commit a crime, the police would be left bewildered. Li Huaqing suddenly changed expression, uttering a niche term, cross-domain crime. How apt it was. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled. To break the deadlock, traditional investigative methods would no longer suffice. Li Huaqing felt overwhelmed. If this truly was a case of cross-domain crime, they had ventured into the blind spots of criminal investigators' knowledge. How could one find clues when they lacked understanding of the perpetrator's methods? Have you forgotten how I recognized the discrepancies? Xiao Yang offered a hint. This is our clue. Li Huaqing was momentarily stunned, then his eyes brightened. The psychological state of the deceased before their demise, happy? Yes, happy, Xiao Yang teased. He wasn't foolish. If he had no psychological issues, why would he feel joy? What could have brought such happiness to the deceased? Or rather, what could possibly make a young man elated? A psychologist once remarked that a man's psyche often bears a striking resemblance to that of a child, with intersections in certain aspects. For instance, entertainment, toys, and women. Do children also fancy women? Not in that manner, but men universally enjoy being pampered by women. To illustrate, a combination of endearments, coquetry, charm, pleading, and flattery equals a formula that appeals to men of all ages, a recipe for excitement akin to administering a stimulant to a horse, resulting in an ever-energized male. Is this not true? There is no need to elaborate on entertainment and toys. Men remain boys at heart until the end. From the age of 6 to 60, the affinity for amusement and playthings remains unchanged. Equally undeniable, right? The gazes of Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing met, and they exchanged a knowing smile that only men could comprehend. A direction for the investigation had finally emerged. Chapter 32. Step forward and take 2 steps. The residence of the deceased, Hu Zhikong, was adorned with an abundance of toys and various forms of entertainment. However, there existed nothing that could bring a man to the point of joy so profound that he would willingly embrace death. As previously analyzed, it is highly probable that Hu Zhikong was unaware of his impending demise. Otherwise, one would rarely find an individual of sound mind who could find happiness in such a fate. The odds of such a coincidence occurring are exceedingly slim. Not toys. Not entertainment. Could it be a woman? Xiao Yang contemplated the chainsaw machine before him, pondering deeply. He then shifted his gaze to the floor. He felt reassured by the thorough investigation conducted by the Criminal Investigation Department. At the time of the deceased passing, it was certain that no one else was present, nor had any suspicious individuals entered the scene. However, the absence of such presences now does not negate the possibility of their existence in the past. Had the bedroom been examined? Xiao Yang referred to the bed itself. No traces of a second individual were discovered. Li Huaqing furrowed his brow, sensing an issue. What is the problem? Xiao Yang inquired. The mattress seen by the headboard appears to have been cleaned, Li Huaqing stated. The last cleaning occurred approximately 3 months ago. Even the most fastidious of residents would seldom lift the mattress to clean the crevice between the headboard and the mattress itself. Modern mattresses are predominantly composed of materials such as latex, springs, and coconut core. For women, the weight of these materials makes moving them quite laborious. Yet, for men, it is not a jest against men, nor a critique. How many men have lifted mattresses to clean the crevices and remove dust? Come forth and take 2 steps. Thus, this detail raises significant questions. Those who prefer a life of seclusion, regardless of gender, are predominantly lazy. As a male who revels in solitude, it is indeed peculiar that he would take the initiative to tidy the mattress crevice and eliminate dust. So what is the crux of this lengthy discourse? The crevice between the headboard and the mattress may conceal items that an ordinary person would overlook. While sleeping, it is inevitable for one to shed flakes of skin, hair, and dandruff. At this point, an astute observer should recognize the implication. DNA. Hair is one of the means to verify DNA. Skin flakes and dandruff, being desquamated epithelial cells, also contain DNA. However, such materials are rarely utilized for identification, as the extraction process often leads to contamination with other microorganisms' DNA. Yet, for the police, the presence of foreign DNA is of little consequence. Their primary concern is to ascertain whether anyone other than the deceased had occupied the bed. The result revealed that the crevice between the headboard and the mattress had indeed been cleaned. Initially, the police did not pay this detail much heed, as they had found no evidence of a second person during their examination of the death scene. No one could have linked the cleaning of the mattress crevice 3 months prior to the current case of death. However, Xiao Yang's inquiry led Li Huaqing to realize that a problem had arisen. Is it possible that the mattress was not cleaned by the deceased, but rather by another individual? Was the intent to obliterate certain traces? This indicates that 3 months ago, a second person indeed visited the home of the deceased. Could this individual potentially be connected to the case at hand, or even be the perpetrator? Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing's expressions darkened. One could not help but ponder what sort of individual would possess the foresight to anticipate a police investigation into such matters. Does an ordinary person comprehend this? If we entertain this hypothesis, there exists an individual not only aware of the impending police scrutiny, but also capable of erasing all traces 3 months in advance, meticulously preparing for this tragic incident. Suddenly, are you implying that you have left no evidence whatsoever? Xiao Yang surveyed the entire scene, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. You consider yourself astute, yet others are not devoid of intelligence. Surely you grasp the principle that attempts to conceal often reveal more? The more you act in such a manner, the more it indicates you have left behind something of greater significance, correct? Observing Li Huaqing, who appeared perplexed as he seemingly conversed with the air, one could sense his trepidation. Criminal psychology, the laws of crime scenes. Xiao Yang articulated this notion, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Li Huaqing. What on earth is the law of crime scenes? As previously mentioned, numerous offenders exhibit a peculiar tendency to return to the scene of their crimes, often observing the police investigation unfold. This reflects a strange psychological phenomenon, a sense of satisfaction, alleviation of anxiety, eradication of evidence, and a desire to revisit or relive the criminal act, all contribute to this behavior. Some, akin to artists, appear to revel in showcasing their masterpieces. Regardless of the motivation, These criminals share a common trait: pride. They are convinced that law enforcement will remain oblivious to their actions. Of course, this spectating may not be orchestrated for the benefit of the police. As deduced earlier, certain individuals may have ulterior motives concerning the victim's parents. It is equally plausible they have prepared for the benefit of the victim's family. Xiao Yang's insinuation served to alert Li Huaqing that someone may very well be observing their every move. Could anything be more chilling? If this were indeed the case, it implies that for the past fortnight, every action taken by the police has unfolded right beneath someone's watchful gaze. Li Huaqing shivered, goosebumps prickling his skin. In an instant, his gaze shifted towards the window. No, there were no buildings opposite, nor mountains in the distance. Furthermore, they resided on a high floor, rendering any form of spectating nearly impossible. It could not be a drone. If such a device were present, the police would undoubtedly have detected it. Reflecting on Xiao Yang's prior soliloquy directed at thin air, coupled with his deliberate observations of the surroundings, Li Huaqing's expression transformed dramatically as he scanned the vicinity. Concealment often leads to revelation? He grasped the meaning behind Xiao Yang's words. That individual had left behind something that enabled them to observe the investigation in its entirety. It seemed this person had eradicated all traces, yet had inadvertently left behind the most significant one. This object lay within the scene, concealed in a manner that eluded the notice of all police personnel, perhaps in a place they had failed to examine. This is the essence of seasoned detectives. Xiao Yang fixed his gaze upon Li Huaqing. With but a mere hint, one can discern your thoughts. Perhaps their intellect may not surpass yours. Yet their wealth of experience could easily overwhelm you. What does it mean to draw inferences from a single instance? This is it. It should be. Li Huaqing withdrew his gaze from the living room, focusing intently on Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang nodded in affirmation. If his reasoning is correct, the object must be in the living room. Then, pondering further, if that individual truly observed them the entire time, where would this object be concealed? Firstly, it must be hidden. Secondly, it must be out of sight. Lastly, it is likely to be something akin to a camera or a listening device. Is it not? Then, considering a location that harmoniously combines concealment and vantage point while remaining undetected, where could that possibly be? Almost simultaneously, both individuals lifted their gazes. They looked towards the ceiling, the suspended ceiling, the chandelier, the night light. After a brief moment, the auxiliary officer brought over 2 A-frame ladders. Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing ascended the ladders and began their investigation. After more than half an hour of searching, they found nothing. Turn on the lights, Xiao Yang commanded. The auxiliary officer activated the chandelier and the night light. Then, with a cold smirk, Xiao Yang fixed his gaze upon the chandelier. Li Huaqing, also looking at the chandelier, wore a grim expression. Within one of the lampshades of the chandelier, they discerned a small patch of shadow. They had found it. Suddenly, a voice erupted from within the lampshade. You astonish me, officer. You are quite impressive. I shall remember you. Chapter 33, The Grand Performance, The Unveiling Suddenly. While perched upon a ladder, Xiao Yang leaped into the air, lunging towards Li Huaqing. In the blink of an eye, the two collided midair and tumbled onto the living room sofa. With a thunderous crash, the exquisite crystal chandelier shattered without warning. Fragments, accompanied by angry sparks, scattered in all directions like a meteor shower, raining down upon every corner of the room. Xiao Yang, who landed heavily on the sofa, felt a shiver of dread. Had he arrived just a second later, both he and Li Huaqing might have been injured. In the worst-case scenario, they could have lost their lives. How could one predict such a calamity? Shaken, Li Huaqing first glanced at the destroyed chandelier, then turned his gaze to Xiao Yang. There exists a certain law, the barking dog law. As Xiao Yang rose, he recalled that if one were to throw a stone into a doghouse, the loudest barker would undoubtedly be the one struck. As one approaches, a timid dog merely yelps and flees, while a bold one retaliates. Akin to a person enraged by humiliation. Could a person who commits such an act be timid? When confronted with their own traces, would they leave behind any evidence? Certainly not. Such individuals are astute. Even if they do leave traces, they would possess contingency plans to prevent capture. A proud person, when their pride is trampled, can become exceedingly ferocious. They may lash out like a rabid dog, ready to bite fiercely. Rather than being angry, Xiao Yang found amusement in the chaos. Lamenting only that his plans had been disrupted, yet revealing a rather intriguing piece of information, Li Huaqing stared intently at Xiao Yang for a prolonged moment. A sense of trepidation and fear creeping into his heart. In this precarious situation, he could not fathom why a mere 22-year-old could remain so composed and unflappable. Most individuals When faced with crises, become restless and unable to maintain even a semblance of calm, let alone engage in thoughtful consideration. Yet, Xiao Yang appeared utterly unfazed by the turmoil. His mind was perpetually in motion, never ceasing to work. Not even seasoned detectives, who have weathered countless storms, could maintain such composure. What had Xiao Yang experienced in his past? Snapping back to reality, Li Huaqing instinctively inquired, "Have you discovered something?" The items were intended for the late Hu Zhikang's parents. Not for us. Xiao Yang glanced at the chandelier's remnants, scoffing as he concluded that they believed themselves unworthy. In other words, that individual arrogantly presumed the police would be incapable of uncovering this evidence. Li Huaqing felt a sting of humiliation. "Do you think the police are inept?" Xiao Yang posed a peculiar question. Li Huaqing did not respond with anger, but rather fell into deep contemplation, his eyes flickering. "Are you suggesting the police are certainly not inept? In fact, they are formidable in the realm of criminal investigation. If they are not inept and are indeed powerful, then who possesses the audacity to disregard their capabilities and perceive them as worthless? It must be someone far more formidable than the police themselves." To such individuals, the so-called police might be regarded as little more than ants. Thus, it is not the police who are inept, but rather the formidable nature of the adversary that leaves one in trepidation. Special forces? Military personnel? Or something else entirely? Li Huaqing's countenance instantly drained of color. Gripped by the dreadful notion, they are neither special forces nor military. I have encountered those individuals before. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Special forces operate with utmost discretion, preferring to remain unseen. Even when glimpsed, they strive to conceal their presence, eschewing ostentation and bravado. Conversely, military personnel are forthright, devoid of ulterior motives. This was the source of his confusion. However, his limited exposure to special professions rendered it difficult to ascertain the identity of the individual in question. Yet, one thing was abundantly clear. The case at hand was a homicide, with the perpetrator being exceedingly formidable. The individuals they were pursuing were certainly not ordinary. This was Xiao Yang's revelation. The surveillance had evidently been prepared for the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikang. Just this detail alone raised suspicions about the exceptional nature of Hu Zhikang's parents. Consider this. Why have Hu Zhikang's parents yet to make an appearance? Xiao Yang had reason to suspect that they had returned to the country long ago, perhaps even residing in Bin City. However, their identities were undoubtedly questionable, compelling them to avoid contact with the authorities. Yet, the tragedy of losing a child would surely prompt any parent to seek the truth. Thus, they would inevitably surface. The scene was swarming with police, yet they could not approach them. Would ordinary individuals have the means to infiltrate? The very surveillance equipment before Xiao Yang indicated otherwise, suggesting that they could indeed gain access, as it was designed specifically for them, to confirm their presence. If Hu Zhikang's parents were capable of orchestrating such clandestine appearances, could they truly be considered simple? An uncontainable excitement flickered in Xiao Yang's demeanor as he remarked to Li Huaqing, "What we are about to confront may not be a singular adversary." Li Huaqing, equally astute, inquired darkly, "Hu Zhikang's parents must be in our vicinity, correct?" "Indeed," Xiao Yang affirmed. "They may not dare to show themselves, but they will undoubtedly wish to see their child." Li Huaqing's expression shifted subtly. "Are you suggesting the identification center?" Xiao Yang provided the answer. The full name, Forensic Judicial Identification Center. The victim, Hu Zhikang, currently lies within the autopsy room of the Identification Center. Not urgent? Li Huaqing queried, his gaze peculiar. Not at all, Xiao Yang replied with a cold smirk. I can surmise that the astute individual responsible for this case would also arrive at the same conclusion. Yet, it is not merely we who possess intelligence. Do you believe Hu Zhikang's parents are simpletons? If they too can deduce this, do you think they would willingly fall into a trap? Hence, there is no rush. If Hu Zhikang's parents are indeed the astute individuals I suspect, they have likely discerned the machinations of certain parties. The agony of losing a child, though excruciating, must be borne. To act rashly would jeopardize their own safety. How then could they seek vengeance for their child? If they are shrewd, then we are all shrewd. Who is the most anxious? First and foremost, the police. For they are driven by the imperative to solve the case. The second party, the orchestrator of the murder. When Xiao Yang disrupted this individual's scheme, his identity was already compromised, and he was filled with rage and humiliation. If Hu Zhikang's parents possessed sufficient intelligence, they would not be in a hurry at this moment. They would likely adopt a strategy of watching the tigers fight from the mountain. Had Xiao Yang been in their position, he would have bided his time until the police identified the murderer of their son before intervening. This is the course of action a wise person would take. Since the perpetrator has been exposed, would he flee? No, he would not, for he is a proud and clever individual. He is acutely aware that Hu Jikong's parents are already in Binching. How could he possibly resign himself to losing the carefully laid plans he had devised? Thus, a rather intriguing and exhilarating situation has arisen for Xiao Yang, a trifecta of wits at play. So, what comes next? Are you afraid of death? Xiao Yang asked Li Huaqing earnestly. Huh? Li Huaqing, taken aback by the question, suddenly changed his expression as a realization struck him. Shortly thereafter, he grinned and replied, Do you think I became a policeman for a position of power? Am I afraid of death? Yes, everyone fears death. However, when you choose the profession of a police officer, one must speak frankly. If you fear death, then why on earth would you become a policeman? Can we not demean this noble profession? Many individuals, upon applying to the police academy and donning the uniform, possess a certain understanding. Some may change over time, but others remain steadfast in their convictions. Let us proceed to perform a play, a performance we must undertake. Xiao Yang walked towards the entrance, and by the way, do you enjoy fishing? Indeed, but I lack the time. What a coincidence, I enjoy it too. The two exited the room and descended the stairs. What about the scene we left behind? It doesn't matter now. They understand well that even if an investigation were to occur, little would be uncovered. Instead, a grand spectacle awaits them beyond the scene. Given that certain individuals are enraged, what actions might they take? Even if this person is not genuinely furious, they must put on a fade now. For it is not solely Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing who relish fishing. Many astute individuals share this passion. As they exited the residential building and stepped outside the community, the night enveloped them like ink, the sky having long since darkened. Suddenly, two vans screeched to a halt by the roadside, their doors flung open. A group of young men, wielding machetes and clubs, charged forth, their faces twisted with malice. This is quite the society. Will we die? Li Huaqing asked with a cheerful smile, nearly bursting into laughter. You will not. They have intentionally led us to this clue, allowing us to follow this trail to uncover the truth. Xiao Yang replied with a grin, yet that individual surely wishes for my demise. He has mentioned it before, remember me. A spirited young man, brandishing a machete, pointed at Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing, shouting, Kill them. The grand performance is about to commence. Chapter 34. Grave doubts about being treated like fools, along with evidence. Once, someone posed a question to Xiao Yang. What constitutes a mafia? Xiao Yang countered. What do you think? The individual replied, I believe it refers to those who squander their days, lacking any education, sporting bald heads and tattoos, cursing freely, smoking incessantly, either bullying others or intimidating them, never contemplating the consequences of their actions, while foolishly considering themselves charming. Xiao Yang shook his head. That doesn't qualify. He inquired further, then what type of person would you describe? Xiao Yang smiled and said, tailored suits, prestigious watches, cigars, luxury cars, opulent mansions, higher education, graceful demeanor. Movements as fluid as a dragon, laughter filled with wisdom, devoid of ignorance, with connections that reach the heavens. Such individuals are the true embodiment of the dark society. The inquirer then asked, what about the people I described? Xiao Yang chuckled, my dear brother, those are simply fools. The police. Li Huaqing shouted at the group of youths. What do you intend to do? His reprimand had a significant effect. The spirited young men momentarily appeared stunned. However, it did not deter them for long. The leader of the group shouted back, forget the police, let us attack them. Once again, the mob surged forward. At this moment, Xiao Yang regarded these fools who sought to end his life. Having acquired the skills of a warrior, he felt his physique transforming, morphing from an ordinary man into a lethal weapon. Just as a cleaver was about to descend upon him, Xiao Yang sprang into action. With a resounding thud, his elbow struck the throat of the knife-wielding youth. Armed with the prowess of a soldier, Xiao Yang understood the formidable hardness of his elbow. Nearly as solid as human bone, lacking soft tissue and muscle, the force of his elbow strike proved more devastating than a punch. What would be the outcome when Xiao Yang unleashed his full might upon the most vulnerable part of the human anatomy? Crack! The youth's throat was shattered by the blow, collapsing into the esophagus and trachea, rendering his respiratory system incapacitated. Some might argue, you are a police officer. This is murder. The irony lay in the fact that there were approximately 17 or 18 young men brandishing weapons, intent on taking his life. Had they ever considered the consequences of their own hesitation and mercy? Xiao Yang could never comprehend those whose minds were clouded with ignorance. Was a police officer's life not valuable? The youth struck in the throat, gasped, his mouth agape, relinquishing his grip on the knife. Grasping his neck, he staggered backward. In the moment the cleaver fell, Xiao Yang deftly seized the handle. With a powerful stride and an assertive swing of his arm, the blade sliced through the neck of another youth. Xiao Yang's body glided past him effortlessly. With a swift thrust, the sharp tip of the knife plunged into the abdomen of a third youth. Xiao Yang did not waste time extracting it. As his thigh bent, he propelled himself into the air, positioning himself before a fourth youth, clasping the back of his head. Thud, thud, thud. 3 successive knee strikes pounded against the youth's face. Blood and fractured bone exploded beneath the force of the impact, a cacophonous spray. As he descended, Xiao Yang seized the crude steel rebar from the youth's grasp. You heard that correctly, rebar. Do you comprehend the terror that ensues when such an object strikes a person? Thud. The steel rebar made intimate contact with the cranial structure of the fifth youth. The horrifying sound of bones fracturing reverberated through the air. The rebar had penetrated deep into the young man's skull. He collapsed like a rag doll, devoid of any utterance. Crack. The rebar in Xiao Yang's grasp collided violently with a machete. The blade was sent flying, along with the opponent's thumb and the flesh of his palm, crushed under the force. In the next moment, the rebar struck the sixth youth squarely on the cheek. Crunch. This young man's face caved in and shattered, his head being forcibly driven down onto his shoulder. He was knocked flat. When Xiao Yang sought to strike again, it was already too late. Both Li Huaqing and the remaining youths recoiled in fear, retreating several meters. Some gasped in shock, others trembled in terror, while a few instinctively leaned back. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Li Huaqing's emotions were tumultuous, a shiver running down his spine. He had heard of Xiao Yang's achievements from days prior, knowing that he had single-handedly taken down 4 armed assailants. It seemed exaggerated, almost incredulous, yet he recognized the formidable prowess. However, Li Huaqing had never anticipated that Xiao Yang could embody such overwhelming ferocity and ruthlessness. 5 seconds, or was it 6? The exact duration eluded him. He only recalled the momentary glimpse of Xiao Yang's savagery and cold-blooded cruelty, an essence that instilled an authentic dread within him. To Li Huaqing, this slaughter transcended mere violence. It became an art form, the art of killing. I shall warn you but once. All of you, hands on your heads. Xiao Yang raised the rebar, pointing it at the group of youths. Kneel. Suddenly, one youth turned to flee. Xiao Yang's expression remained impassive. Yet the steel bar flew from his grasp the moment he swung his arm. Thwack. The rebar, propelled by terrifying momentum, pierced the youth's lower back. He fell to the ground, releasing a heart-wrenching scream. Gulp. Witnessing this scene, everyone present swallowed hard, faces drained of color, their eyes wide with terror. Their hearts raced with unadulterated fear. Kneel. Xiao Yang's voice roared like a tempest from the abyss. Thud. The first youth knelt. The second followed suit, then the third. The tableau from the rooftop of a nearby apartment building replayed itself once more. Once all the youths capable of movement had complied. Kneeling with hands clasped atop their heads, Xiao Yang's eyes gradually regained clarity, the coldness dissipating as he turned his gaze toward Li Huaqing. A chill coursed through Li Huaqing. Climbing from his salts to his crown, his heartbeat nearly escaping his throat. He did not falter, rather, a prickling sensation enveloped his scalp. Instinctively, he felt a profound trepidation toward Xiao Yang. Just moments ago, they had been analyzing the case together, with Xiao Yang appearing as a docile and astute young man. Yet, in the blink of an eye, he revealed himself to be capable of dispatching 10 adversaries without a flicker of hesitation. How could one endure such a revelation? Li Huaqing's composure remained intact, a testament to his mental fortitude. However, as he glanced down at the motionless youths lying on the ground, a new wave of unease washed over him. Or rather, several had already become lifeless corpses. Li Huaqing knew it was over. A catastrophe had occurred. Far too many had perished. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of awkwardness. This could not be blamed on him. If blame were to be assigned, it would rest upon the excessively potent abilities bestowed by the system. It had nothing to do with him. Xiao Yang contemplated calling someone. His parents in this lifetime? Or perhaps his grandfather? Or the grandmother from his former memories, who had always showered him with affection. Never mind. Whatever will be, will be. I, Qin Yongren, fear no one. Xiao Yang mused to himself. Minutes passed. Several police vehicles, a multitude of officers, and an ambulance arrived at the scene. 7 young individuals were carried away, 3 of whom were confirmed dead on the spot. The remaining youths were handcuffed and escorted to police cars. Throughout this process, the officers cast peculiar glances at Xiao Yang. Shortly thereafter, the director of the Criminal Investigation Bureau, Yang, arrived. His gaze upon Xiao Yang was particularly complex, He opened his mouth but found himself speechless. An alternate investigation, perhaps. Li Huaqing forced a bitter smile, indicating that they needed to interrogate the individuals, as they possessed clues. Very well, Yang Yang nodded. What more could be said? A police officer on his first day had inadvertently caused the deaths of 3 individuals. As the superior, he found himself utterly at a loss for words. Fortunately, the incident stemmed from an assault on an officer, so it was not overly severe. Despite the fatalities, he trusted that the higher-ups could withstand the pressure. However, Yang Yang felt he himself could not bear it. He was far too small to shoulder such burdens. Inside the police vehicle, Xiao Yang, Yang Yang, and Li Huaqing exchanged intense glances. After a prolonged silence, Yang Yang, with a piercing gaze, inquired, if I recall correctly, "You have 7 lives on your hands in recent days?" Contemplating this made one shudder. 8. In fact, I even caused one to perish in an explosion. Xiao Yang blinked but remained silent. If one were to consider indirect or direct casualties resulting from his involvement, the number seemed to swell even further. Chu Dongchan had killed numerous individuals to protect him. Altogether, it might well exceed 20. Noticing the 2 superiors fixating on him, Xiao Yang realized silence was no longer an option. With a bashful smile, he declared, "Truth be told, I am quite benevolent. I would never intentionally harm another. I cannot even bear to step on an ant passing by my feet." Yang Yang, Li Huaqing. The 2 could only feel their minds besieged by an unendurable storm, seriously doubting whether he regarded them as fools, and there was evidence to support such suspicions. Chapter 35. Rest assured, I will take action. Interrogation room. Xiao Yang and Li Huaqing were intently gazing at the young man restrained in the interrogation chair. Bald, tattooed, with a dog collar, the quintessential thug trifecta. At that moment, the young man was already pale with fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. He had witnessed the gruesome demise of several of his subordinates and was acutely aware of the brutality of the young police officer across from him. He understood all too well that he was doomed. In a rather ironic twist, the longer one is entrenched in the underworld, the more knowledgeable they often become about the law, often surpassing the average citizen in legal awareness. This is largely due to their frequent encounters with criminal elements and the sight of individuals being apprehended by the police. They are cognizant of the nuances of criminal detention, sentencing, and the duration of incarceration. Presently, an assault on a police officer alone could warrant a sentence of less than 3 years. However, if it escalates to a collective assault involving a controlled weapon with the explicit intent to kill, the charge could be elevated to attempted murder, resulting in a sentence ranging from 3 to 10 years. For him and his subordinates, the prospect of leaving prison was a distant dream. Should he opt for a confession to receive leniency, or would he rather resist and face a harsher sentence? Xiao Yang scrutinized the young man, presenting him with a choice. The young man stammered, "Is it really appropriate for you to speak like that?" "I." His gaze fell, unable to meet Xiao Yang's eyes. "I will confess." He had no choice. Failing to confess could lead to a decade-long sentence. Assaulting a law enforcement officer warranted severe punishment, yet a voluntary confession could indeed mitigate the sentence. "You are not obligated to confess," Xiao Yang remarked with a hint of regret. "I still possess numerous methods at my disposal." "Are you certain you do not wish to explore them?" The young man responded, "Brother, you are a police officer, after all. I almost forgot." Xiao Yang cast a cheerful glance at the camera in the interrogation room. This part will be cut. It cannot be broadcasted." The detectives observing from the monitoring room were taken aback, some even contemplating expletives. Yet, laughter erupted among them, for they understood this was merely a tactic of interrogation. There are 7 methods in interrogation: direct approach, cross-examination, leading with courtesy before aggression, targeting vulnerabilities, feigning reality, striking at weaknesses, and inducing fear or temptation. Xiao Yang was currently employing fear and deception, creating psychological pressure. This method, while somewhat rudimentary, has become less common in contemporary criminal investigations. However, it can yield remarkable results with timid offenders, as evidenced by the young man before him, who was sweating profusely and shaking like a leaf. The effectiveness of the approach was unexpectedly pronounced. Just prior, Xiao Yang had brutally slain 7 men in the young man's presence, with 3 dying on the spot. How could he dare to doubt Xiao Yang's words? Would he truly fear nothing? Ultimately, the young man confessed without reservation. An hour prior, he and his subordinates had been dining and drinking. During their revelry, an influential figure from the criminal world had called him, requesting the elimination of 2 individuals, promising a reward of 200,000. The elder had instructed him that these 2 were con artists masquerading as police officers, extorting others, including the elder's own acquaintance, and deserved a lesson. Importantly, the elder emphasized that it was sufficient to merely injure the older one, but should the younger one be killed, an additional 50,000 would be granted. Some may ask, are these thugs truly so foolish as to believe such words and dare to take action? Indeed. As Xiao Yang aptly stated, they are indeed imbeciles. The thugs themselves possess no wealth. Their income primarily derives from doing jobs for others. This doing jobs refers to accepting payment to resolve disputes on behalf of others. They intimidate, engage in fights, and maintain order for those who hire them. When not occupied with such tasks, they linger in gaming halls, billiard rooms, or internet cafes. Occasionally, they may serve as security personnel in nightclubs or bars. Some unscrupulous individuals even resort to extorting students within schools. The more sophisticated among them might work for debt collection agencies, retrieving outstanding payments. When a sum of 200,000 is thrown their way, augmented by a few drinks, one must wonder if they would hesitate. And when an additional 500,000 is added, totaling 700,000, they become emboldened. Under intoxication, individuals are prone to impulsiveness. It is not merely imposter police they would dare confront. They would even challenge real officers. Thus, when Li Huaqing revealed his identity as a police officer, these thugs dismissed him outright, having already predetermined him to be a fake. Subsequently, they were utterly petrified by Xiao Yang's ferocity and brutality. It was shockingly merciless. The sequence of events unfolded as such. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. The timing aligned perfectly with his analysis of the situation alongside Li Huaqing. That cunning murderer had already begun arranging matters, indicating they were even more astute than Xiao Yang had anticipated. They surmised that the surveillance equipment would inevitably be discovered. The moment it was indeed found, the thugs sprang into action. What appeared to be an outburst of anger was, in truth, a calculated maneuver, luring the police to continue their pursuit in search of a puppet master. Were the police the target? No, it was the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong. They likely anticipated that Hu Zhikong's parents would closely follow the police. When the authorities identified the individual responsible for their son's demise, Hu Zhikong's parents would inevitably appear. At that juncture, the true mastermind would reveal themselves, potentially abducting or even eliminating Hu Zhikong's parents before the police's eyes. This reasoning was almost flawlessly constructed, with every detail aligning perfectly. The only uncertainty for Xiao Yang lay in whether the murderer intended to capture someone or kill them. If the objective was capture, too many variables existed. But if the intent was murder, Xiao Yang's expression grew somber. He recalled a particular profession, assassins. This seemed to resonate. Earlier, Xiao Yang had theorized that the perpetrator might belong to a special profession. Due to a lack of experience, he could not pinpoint which profession it was. However, it was clear that they were neither special forces nor military personnel, who would typically possess the capability to disregard police authority. An assassin, then, made sense. The rationale is straightforward. An assassin easily apprehended by the police cannot truly be deemed an assassin. Many ordinary individuals harbor misconceptions about assassins, often envisioning them as figures from films, engaging in covert killings or direct confrontations. Such notions are utterly misguided. In documented cases known to law enforcement, assassins indeed represent a profoundly terrifying profession and existence. Sometimes, even when a person has been murdered, the signs can be utterly imperceptible, leading one to perceive it as mere accident. What is even more chilling is that, despite the fact that they were indeed killed, the police and forensic experts may later conclude that the individual succumbed to natural causes. Does this not sound surreal? Yet it is the stark reality. Death can occur from a fall, a car accident, intoxication, or sudden illness, each a mere twist of fate. The myriad of bizarre methods employed to commit murder not only instills a sense of dread, but also evokes incredulity. Consider, for instance, instances where one witnesses someone's sudden demise, unexpected and seemingly without cause. But can we truly ascertain that these individuals passed away from natural causes? Take the case at hand, the dismemberment of a suicide victim. Is the victim's death comprehensible to the average person? Even the police, after a fortnight of investigation, alongside 2 major investigative units in Bin City, have failed to yield any results. If indeed a murderer is at play, is that not terrifying? Upon exiting the interrogation room and meeting with Yang Yong, when Xiao Yang shared his deductions, both Li Huaqing and Yang Yong felt a palpable tension in the air, their expressions grave. It is common knowledge that assassins exist in this world. The real question, however, is that even the police, not to mention ordinary citizens, remain largely ignorant about the profession of a killer. Since the founding of Longhua, how many assassins have been apprehended and how many murder cases solved. Even if the truth remains uncertain, Xiao Yang spoke with an unwavering resolve, assuring them, "Rest assured, I will take action." Internally, he thought, "Fear not, I will rally support." Yang Yong and Li Huaqing exchanged glances, contemplating the peculiar nature of this young man. Could he be a fool? Xiao Yang was not jesting. While the profession of a killer may seem formidable, can it truly compare to the prowess of a genuine killing machine? Soldiers, after all, are not targeting anyone in particular. They embody the essence of combat. It is widely acknowledged that whether in defense of one's homeland or in the pursuit of conquest, the vocation of a soldier is predicated on the art of killing. Assassins? They are but a triviality. The collision of these two realms promises to be a spectacle indeed. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with fervor. "Sister, I miss you." With that thought, he retrieved his phone and dialed Chu Dongchan. "What is it?" Chu Dongchan's tone was as unchanging as the ages, perpetually frigid. "Let us break up," Xiao Yang stated earnestly. "I believe we are not suited for one another." A lengthy silence ensued, stretching over 10 seconds. "May I inquire when we were ever together?" Chu Dongchan's voice turned even colder. "We have shared a bed," Xiao Yang replied, asserting what he considered an obvious truth. Another brief silence followed, yet this time, her tone softened. "Where are you? I have something for you." Chapter 36. Everyone is a decent person. What pitfall awaits me? Is there still a chance for salvation? As Xiao Yang set his phone aside, he began to tremble uncontrollably. Perhaps it was time to embrace death. He realized he had an inexplicable affinity for teetering on the precipice of life and death, oscillating between the two. Such is the complexity of human nature. The more exhilarating and fearful an experience, the more one is drawn to it. Yet, in a moment of carelessness, one might find oneself ensnared by their own recklessness. Xiao Yang departed the police station alone, making his way to the rendezvous point with Chu Dongchan. A rendezvous? He was no longer involved in the investigation. As a police officer, he had taken 3 lives on his very first day. Let us not delve into the notion of justifiable defense. In the absence of oversight, such actions could be deemed impressive. Of course, this was merely part of Xiao Yang's performance. It was only at this moment that he recognized a critical oversight. Could it be that the murderer was anticipating the police's discovery of the surveillance? Did that leave him perplexed? Initially, Xiao Yang was indeed confounded. However, once the realization struck, a chilling dread enveloped him. How did he deduce this? The timing of the thug's appearance was too convenient. Almost too swift. It seemed as though they had been meticulously prepared. The instant the surveillance was uncovered, they were ready to pounce. Reflect on this carefully. If this reasoning holds true, it suggests that the killer has struck 3 birds with 1 arrow. The first possibility, utilizing the surveillance to ascertain whether the victim Hu Zhikong's parents would show up. The second possibility, the murderer was aware that Hu Zhikong's parents would not be so naive. Should they fail to appear, a secondary plan would unfold, using the surveillance, the police, and a fabricated perpetrator to lure Hu Zhikong's parents out. This foresight would explain the rapid emergence of the thugs. This also leads to a third possibility. The murderer intends to eliminate him. This is evident from a certain big brother who hastily offered 50,000 to take his life. Why? In the historical epic romance of the 3 kingdoms, one might ponder whom Cao Cao, Shou and Sima Yi most desired to see dead. Zhuge Liang. His unparalleled intelligence made him a formidable adversary, capable of unraveling their schemes. Throughout history, individuals of such acumen have been primary targets for elimination. Far more terrifying than renowned generals. Of course, in comparison to Zhuge Liang, Xiao Yang is unworthy. Yet, he possesses the insight to discern the murderer's designs. Do you think the killer harbors no concerns about Xiao Yang repeatedly uncovering and potentially thwarting his plans? One must not assume the murderer is oblivious. He has been keenly observing the police's investigative process over the past fortnight. The fact that Xiao Yang has only been on the scene for a brief time yet is already beginning to unravel the mystery. Does that not invoke fear? If you were the murderer, would you dare to allow him to remain? Trust that if you let him linger, he would not hesitate to shatter your carefully laid plans and expose your machinations. Therefore, Xiao Yang must perish, even if he does not fall victim to the thugs. His fate is sealed. Xiao Yang surmised that his adversary might be aware that he could potentially survive the assault. However, casualties are inevitable, and at that juncture, Xiao Yang would be unable to continue the investigation, as he would be placed on administrative leave pending an inquiry. Thus, the case must be reassigned. A classic diversion. Without Xiao Yang's continued investigation, he could proceed according to the predetermined plan. Simultaneously, the perpetrator harbored concerns that he might delve into other cases, necessitating a decisive resolution. This is precisely why Xiao Yang remarked that the adversary's intellect is somewhat terrifying. One need not speculate to foresee the next moves of the culprit, right? Diverting the tiger from its mountain lair not only facilitates Xiao Yang's departure from the case, allowing for opportunistic actions, but also provides a chance to eliminate the threat entirely. Hence, Xiao Yang reached out to Chu Dongchan. Playing mind games with me? If we were to quantify intelligence, I would undoubtedly outweigh you by a considerable margin. In Bin City, opposite the Transportation University, there exists a quaint street of eateries. Upon disembarking from the taxi, Xiao Yang encountered the stern-faced Chu Dongchan. How does one soothe a woman on the brink of an emotional outburst? He inquired. Sister Dongchan, have you noticed anything? Standing before her, Xiao Yang asked. Chu Dongchan narrowed her eyes. What is it that I should notice? Those who harbor disdain for you are remarkably unattractive, Xiao Yang stated earnestly. Do you think I look handsome today? I've gained new insights, Chu Dongchan replied. Is this the sort of flamboyant dialogue that carbon-based life forms can conjure? Indeed. She had recognized a person who had taken shamelessness to an extraordinary level without a hint of embarrassment. Yet, for reasons unknown, the anger that should have bubbled within her had dissipated. The shift in Chu Dongchan's demeanor brought relief to Xiao Yang. To calm a woman on the verge of explosion, one must first learn to be amusing. Once she finds joy, her ire will naturally subside. In a barbecue restaurant, the server placed skewers grilled to medium near their table. The meat was not fully cooked, as allowing it to cool would render it unpalatable, and reheating could lead to overcooking. Medium doneness allows for easy reheating, prevents cooling, and invites diners to partake in the grilling experience. Xiao Yang tended to the skewers while Chu Dongchan peeled garlic. Eating meat without garlic diminishes the flavor, she noted. After preparing a plate of garlic, she placed it before Xiao Yang. I feel as though I might perish. Xiao Yang adopted a pitiful expression and placed the grilled meat in front of her. Oh, Chu Dongchan remarked, taking a bite of the skewer with an air of nonchalance. What is your reaction? Xiao Yang questioned. In the Dragon Kingdom, regulations regarding hazardous materials are exceedingly stringent. After swallowing her meat, Chu Dongchan spoke in a gentle tone. Xiao Yang realized her implication. As long as no formidable weapons, such as firearms or ammunition, were involved, he was in no mortal peril. Indeed, such was the case. He had once fought with a soldier and managed to endure for several minutes. Whether in a duel or a brawl, as long as weapons were absent, the number of individuals capable of ending Xiao Yang's life was exceedingly limited. The issue, however, lay in the fact that the Dragon Kingdom enforces weapon regulations to an almost ludicrous extent. What are you afraid of? Are you contemplating self-harm? If you continue down this path, you may find yourself without a boyfriend. Xiao Yang grinned, attempting to frighten her. Then I shall seek a girlfriend. Chu Dongchan replied with a dispassionate tone. Your reasoning is compelling, Xiao Yang conceded. I find myself at a loss for words. I have heard that should one choose not to marry or procreate, their future assets may be claimed by the state. Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Aren't you afraid? Why should I be afraid? Chu Dongchan's lips curled into a slight smile. Are you afraid? What a joke. I wouldn't leave until I've spent every last cent. With a demeanor akin to a carefree pig, Xiao Yang declared, if I don't secure a loan before I leave and fail to take advantage of those unscrupulous lenders, it would be a betrayal of my conscience. Chu Dongchan responded, to be honest, this approach is rather suffocating. If everyone behaved this way, those lenders would be in tears. Who would dare to kill you? Chu Dongchan eventually voiced her curiosity. I don't know, Xiao Yang mumbled, savoring the roasted meat. Perhaps it's on its way. Chu Dongchan was taken aback and then laughed in disbelief. Are you trying to deceive me? With her intelligence, she quickly grasped the situation. What do you mean? And by your caretaker? We are all educated individuals here. What nonsense is this? Xiao Yang, grinning widely, replied, this is called mutual assistance. Suddenly, Chu Dongchan felt her command of the Chinese language was lacking. Xiao Yang's distorted vocabulary left her feeling quite unsettled. Stop playing around, she said with a serious expression. Is the other party truly formidable? This was an obvious statement. If he weren't, Xiao Yang wouldn't have sought her out. She inquired about the identity of this person. Perhaps. Xiao Yang feigned a pitiful expression. A killer. Chu Dongchan frowned, fully aware of what a killer entailed. She understood that unless a killer were insane, they would not target the police. Have you ever seen someone poke a hornet's nest? Aren't you afraid of being hunted down by the entire police force? He is clever. With exceptional skills, he isn't afraid of ordinary officers. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow and rubbed his chin. I can't confirm whether he is indeed a killer. I want to verify it. If someone comes to kill him, then I can be certain. If no one comes, that would be troublesome. Suddenly, Xiao Yang was momentarily stunned. gazing at Chu Dongchan before him. He realized she seemed to have transformed. Indeed, transformed. Just moments ago, she was as cold as ice, resembling a beautiful statue. Now, her exquisite visage was adorned with a sweet smile, gazing at him with warmth. The ice maiden not only thawed, but became a tender and charming neighborly sister, looking at him as if he were a beloved. What on earth? Xiao Yang was momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he quickly regained his composure. Had Chu Dongchan discovered something? Chapter 37. Gun calluses and gun bones. Laughter, conversation, and the sizzling sound of barbecued meat intertwined within the bustling barbecue restaurant. Xiao Yang skillfully turned the skewers over the grill, while Chu Dongchan's gentle gaze was fixed upon him. Yet, the corners of their eyes discreetly observed the new couple at the neighboring table. A pair of lovers. They appeared to be in their mid-20s. The woman was of above-average beauty, while the man was rather unremarkable. The proprietress, clad in a faded apron, approached them, jotting down their barbecue order. Everything seemed perfectly ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities. Xiao Yang felt a sense of bewilderment. What could have triggered such a change in demeanor and alertness in Chu Dongchan, the formidable female soldier? It wasn't entirely his fault. There exists a term, experience. Suddenly, Chu Dongchan rose and sat closely beside him, leaning against him affectionately, her head resting in the nook of his neck. This left Xiao Yang utterly flustered. He thought to himself, surely, she isn't trying to seduce me? One must exercise caution when venturing into the world. Self-preservation is paramount. In these times, there are far too many tempting vixens, and one must not allow them to succeed. Abruptly, he felt a sharp pain in his arm, causing him to grimace. Turning to Chu Dongchan, he was met with a pair of disdainful eyes. He realized, much to his embarrassment, that his arm had unknowingly found its way into her ample bosom. This was not his doing. His arm had a mind of its own, and he was innocent. At that moment, Chu Dongchan whispered sweetly into his ear, mentioning hands, calluses, knuckles, and appearances, guns. A chill ran down Xiao Yang's spine, and his heart raced. His peripheral vision again darted to the couple, his pupils dilating as he focused on the man's hands. The man's palms were broad and sturdy, akin to two weathered stones. The calluses and distinct knuckles revealed themselves inadvertently, and Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed as he recognized the significance of those calluses and joints through his king of soldiers skills. Gun calluses, gun bones. Many are familiar with the hands of farmers who toil in the fields. Their hands differ significantly from those who have never engaged in hard labor. They are rough, dirty, with enlarged, powerful joints, and covered in calluses. This principle, at times, holds true in other fields as well. For instance, among those who handle firearms, such individuals, through years of contact with weapons and ammunition training, also develop calluses, albeit in different areas. The thumb, the web of the hand, the index finger, and the palm, among others. The impact from firearms is no lighter than that of agricultural work. In fact, it may be even greater. Years of training can lead to abnormal joint formations, a detail lost on the average person. However, those accustomed to frequent firearms training are well aware of this. How could they possibly escape the discerning gaze of Chu Dongchan? This revelation raised another question. A person who has consistently accessed firearms, developing gun calluses and bones, indicates that they are likely to come into contact with weapons at any given moment. Could one speculate whether such individuals might be armed? This leads us to a third inquiry. In the Dragon Kingdom, what kind of individuals have prolonged access to firearms and ammunition? To speak candidly, ordinary citizens do not qualify, nor do average police officers or regular soldiers. Only those of exceptional standing, such as special police forces, elite military units, or specialized operatives, are deemed worthy. With this established, a fourth question arises. The aforementioned categories of professionals invariably exude a military demeanor, a posture befitting soldiers, as even special police undergo rigorous combat training. Yet, this couple before us lacks such an aura, suggesting they may not belong to these professions, if they are not from these lines of work. A fifth question emerges. How did they acquire their gun calluses and bone structure? What locations in the Dragon Kingdom allow individuals outside of specialized professions to engage in prolonged firearms training? Reflecting on Chu Dongchan's words, she provided 5 clues: hands, calluses, bones, guns, and finally, appearance. Xiao Yang scrutinized the couple's faces, his eyelids fluttering. Upon closer observation, he recognized their features as distinctly Asian, yet subtly divergent from those of his compatriots. Generally, the skin tone in the Dragon Kingdom leans towards yellow, with brown-black eyes. However, the couple's complexion was a lighter shade of brown, their features more pronounced, with relatively darker eyes, larger pupils, elevated outer eye corners, and narrower noses. Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes, glinting with a cold light, his arm encircling Chu Dongchan's slender waist, leaning closer to her short hair and murmuring, "Foreigners? Smugglers?" Chu Dongchan tensed at his movement, but did not pull away, responding with a soft hum. Even if they were foreigners, could they not be expatriates? Could they not possess permanent residency? Why must they be labeled as smugglers? Earlier, the terms gun calluses and gun bones were mentioned. If these foreigners had entered the Dragon Kingdom through legitimate channels, would you truly believe that security checks are inept? Particularly at entry points connected to foreign nations, where ordinary security personnel are supplemented by specialized agents, such as those from national security, who meticulously scrutinize individuals deemed dangerous. Do you truly believe that these two, possessing gun calluses and bones, could elude the watchful eyes of such specialized security? Thus, if these individuals are indeed foreign nationals found here, there is only one plausible explanation: smuggling. While this may seem a slow revelation, it occurred in a mere instant. They appeared as a couple, intimately enjoying barbecued delicacies. Xiao Yang even took a skewer of meat and offered it to the sister. Chu Dongchan remarked, "Isn't this excessive?" Yet, they were merely performing, so she endured. After taking a bite, she observed Xiao Yang continue to feed her, this time with fatty meat, prompting her to frown. Disliking fatty cuts? Xiao Yang naturally bit into the fatty piece before presenting the leaner meat at her lips. Chu Dongchan hesitated, realizing his actions were instinctual, his gaze focused elsewhere. Lost in thought, after a moment's pause, she bit into the grilled meat, allowing her body to relax. Such is human nature when certain boundaries are crossed. Everything else becomes inconsequential. She did not harbor any dislike for her blind date. Rather, it was his tender age that deterred her. Chu Dongchan did not perceive herself as at a disadvantage. Being 5 years older than Xiao Yang, it was he who was at a loss. Such is the divergence of perspectives among individuals. Suddenly, a couple seated nearby drew her attention. The woman rose, seemingly intending to visit the restroom, yet under normal circumstances, she would have simply proceeded directly. Instead, she approached the table occupied by Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan, positioning herself at an angle that cleverly concealed her from their gaze, thereby obscuring the movements of her arm. In an instant, a glint of cold light flashed from the woman's waist, its speed dizzying. A sharp blade emerged, tracing a brilliant arc as it aimed toward Xiao Yang's neck. Remarkably, Xiao Yang appeared oblivious to the imminent threat of the blade. A smile graced his lips, a cheerful demeanor enveloping him. He was assured of one thing: he harbored no fear of death. A long leg, which elicited a sigh of admiration from Xiao Yang, was lifted just as the blade approached. With a resounding thud, a foot clad in canvas shoes intercepted the wrist of the knife-wielding hand. That foot seemed more agile than a hand, akin to a constrictor, using the ankle to pin down the opponent's wrist while the sole captured the woman's arm. Like a hook, it gripped her wrist, forcefully pulling downward. An unfathomable force bore down upon the woman, sending her crashing to the ground. At the moment of impact, another leg, longer than Xiao Yang's own life, was raised high and then descended with alarming speed. Thud! It landed squarely upon the woman's face. How ferocious! Xiao Yang's heart raced as he pondered whether he could endure such powerful legs in the future. The answer would likely evoke sorrow and despair in 99% of men. It would be lethal. However, Xiao Yang had no time to contemplate Chu Dongchan's legs. His gaze remained fixed on the man at the adjacent table. As the woman fell, the man had already sprung into action, his arm rising swiftly. In that same moment, Xiao Yang also moved, darting forth like a leopard. He covered a distance of 1.5 meters, positioning himself beside the man, his palm resting upon the man's wrist. It must be noted that Xiao Yang's reaction, speed, and readiness were commendable. Yet, it proved futile, resulting in an unexpected twist. Xiao Yang had anticipated the man would brandish a weapon, perhaps a firearm. Instead, the wrist bore a peculiar object, a spherical paper package. The moment Xiao Yang clasped the man's wrist, the package erupted. Bang! A blinding flash of light transformed the surroundings into a realm of day. To his dismay, Xiao Yang realized he could no longer see. A term flickered in his mind. Flashbang? No, for there was no deafening noise. It was a flash grenade, or rather, a rudimentary blinding device. Chapter 38. The true face of the cunning old fiend. The essence of the narrative is clear. I did not flinch. Xiao Yang, now deprived of sight, began to question his existence. A blinding flash grenade? In truth, understanding the principle behind such devices is not particularly difficult. It employs the combustion of magnesium or potassium to produce an overwhelmingly brilliant light. The issue lies in the fact that such knowledge was never imparted during 9 years of compulsory education, yet the nefarious are well versed in it. Does that not provoke frustration? While a flash grenade may serve a purpose for the average individual, for one with the prowess of a martial master like Xiao Yang, it is akin to child's play. If one were a soldier or a top-tier combatant, would blindness incapacitate them? Xiao Yang's grip on the man's wrist tightened, his palm pressing down against the back of the man's hand with swift force. A distinct pop echoed as the wrist dislocated. Joint manipulation. Xiao Yang did not relent, maintaining his grip on the wrist, exerting pressure, and pulling it backward. With a sudden crash, the two bodies collided. Through the tactile sensation, the man's form materialized in Xiao Yang's mind. He swung his elbow with precision, striking the man's armpit, the crisp sound of bone fracturing reverberating through the air. Simultaneously, Xiao Yang's knee crashed into the man's groin. This series of attacks was not random, utilizing joint techniques to incapacitate the opponent's wrist. The agonizing pain and misalignment of tendons would render the assailant temporarily immobile. The armpit, being another vulnerability of the human body, when struck, could similarly incapacitate the victim. The groin, needless to say, is a universal weakness among males. Xiao Yang's intentions were abundantly clear. He afforded no opportunity for the adversary to retaliate. Engaging a killer, allowing them to strike could mean death with even a single blow. As his knee connected with the man's groin, Xiao Yang released his grip on the wrist. With a decisive step, guided by instinct and an understanding of the man's stance, he positioned himself behind him. Back to back, he intertwined his fingers, securing them around the man's neck, hoisting him onto his shoulder. His body bent forward with agility, akin to lifting a heavy sack, leveraging his back, arms, and bending form to lift the man effortlessly. Channeling all his explosive force, he slammed downwards. A chilling crack resonated through the air. Xiao Yang released his hold. The man's neck hung limply, resembling a broken chopstick. With a thud, he collapsed, convulsing, and within moments, his breath ceased. Witnessing this scene, Chu Dongchan's pupils dilated in terror, hesitating to approach. In that moment, Xiao Yang emanated an aura of terrifying murderous intent, his muscles coiled tightly, akin to a bowstring drawn to its limit, ready to snap at any provocation. Should one dare to approach him then, they would surely invoke a tempest of violence. It's safe now. Chu Dongchan's gentle voice broke through. Xiao Yang's body quivered, relaxing at her words. He sank to the ground, exhaling a long breath. The barbecue shop erupted into chaos, screams, gasps, and confusion filled the air. Some were blinded, while others witnessed murder unfold before their eyes. The entire episode transpired in a mere blink of an eye. By the time the patrons comprehended what had occurred, mere seconds had passed, and it was all over. Sister Dongchan, I think I've gone blind. Xiao Yang wore a mournful expression, feeling that only your embrace could bring me a flicker of warmth. Chu Dongchan, if it weren't for his temporary blindness, she would have relished the opportunity to kick this scoundrel to death. Even in such dire circumstances, he still harbored thoughts of taking advantage of me. Is it truly that enticing? Xiao Yang, indeed. Chu Dongchan felt both exasperated and amused. He wouldn't be blind for long. At most, he'd suffer for a few days. What if? Xiao Yang sought comfort. As I am the sole scion of the Xiao family, is a hug too much to ask? In truth, his vision had already returned. But he feigned blindness. The blinding light produced by magnesium or potassium could only affect human sight for a mere 3 to 10 seconds. It was far less dramatic than portrayed in films and games. Chu Dongchan narrowed her beautiful eyes, sensing something amiss. As she thought, given the circumstances, Xiao Yang still had the mood to tease her? She then approached him, crouched down, and gently cradled his head. Xiao Yang instinctively buried his face in the crook of her neck, his lips brushing against her ear. Someone is watching me. The assassin might also have some eavesdropping devices. His words were so soft that only Chu Dongchan could hear. Find them. Such professional matters require professional expertise. While Xiao Yang possessed the skills of a seasoned warrior, his experience was insufficient. It was akin to how everyone on Earth knows how to kill a chicken, by cutting its throat, letting it bleed, and scalding its feathers. Yet, when one actually attempts it, they realize that killing a chicken is not as simple as it seems. Chu Dongchan squinted her eyes, her expression unchanged. One arm wrapped around Xiao Yang, allowing him to feign a dead dog in her embrace. With her other hand, she took out her phone and dialed 110 to report an incident. Her eyes scanned the surroundings, observing discreetly. After a few seconds, she put down her phone. Frowning as she said, "There's no one. Perhaps they've fled." Chu Dongchan's expression grew somewhat grave. If such a person lurked in the shadows, unnoticed by her, it would be a terrifying matter. It indicated that the opponent's ability to conceal themselves was extraordinarily formidable. Just as I suspected. Xiao Yang, muffled in her embrace, remained silent. Chu Dongchan, meaning you were already aware they had escaped, yet you deliberately linger in my arms? Xiao Yang, would you believe me if I said otherwise? What exactly is going on? Chu Dongchan's gaze turned perilous. Upon seeing her sister's erratic eyes, Xiao Yang felt a chill in his heart. It was a test. To be precise, a mutual probing. Xiao Yang sought to ascertain the identity of the other party. Just as they were testing him, the intent to kill him was genuine, but so was the desire to evaluate his capabilities and methods. If Xiao Yang were to perish, he would merely be considered a dead insect, unworthy of concern. However, should he possess the means to survive and resolve this crisis, the adversary would be compelled to regard him with seriousness, truly perceiving him as a rival. Concurrently, all strategies and plans would inevitably shift. Why? The opponent had already discerned that Xiao Yang was acting, confirming, and fishing for information. This implied that all their schemes had been unveiled to Xiao Yang. Continuing down this path would be tantamount to courting disaster. As Chu Dongchan listened to Xiao Yang's explanation, her gaze shifted, regarding him as one might observe a cunning fox. What does it mean to take one step while anticipating three? It refers precisely to individuals like Xiao Yang. Should one find oneself as an adversary to such a person, lacking in astuteness could lead to an untimely demise, perhaps even without understanding how one met their end. Thus, the jovial fa-ade of a prankster is but a mere disguise. His true nature is that of a shrewd and calculating individual, is it not? With a sharp slap, Chu Dongchan struck Xiao Yang on the head, her voice cold and commanding, "Get up." Xiao Yang complied, rising from her embrace, no longer daring to feign innocence. How much better it would be to simply play the role of a foolish sibling. Why must she be so clever? It is truly vexing. In less than 2 minutes, Li Huacheng led a team into the barbecue restaurant. Why the haste? They had been stationed nearby, coordinating with Xiao Yang, hence their rapid arrival. However, to avoid detection by certain individuals, they utilized the city's surveillance system from a distance to monitor the establishment. This was also why Chu Dongchan had remained oblivious. Confirmed? Li Huacheng's gaze fell upon the male corpse and the unconscious woman, his expression a complex mixture as he regarded Xiao Yang. It was evident that an assassin was involved. Xiao Yang nodded, yet it remained uncertain whether the mastermind was indeed the assassin. He gestured toward the bodies on the ground, discarded pawns, likely from abroad, leaving the trail cold. Abroad? Li Huacheng's expression darkened as he watched a detective retrieve a peculiar weapon from the corpse, a gun that bore a striking resemblance to a pin. It operated by pulling the cap to chamber a bullet and pressing the clip to fire. Unfortunately, the assailant had not even had the chance to use it before Xiao Yang had dispatched him. Meanwhile, the other leads were likely to go cold as well. Xiao Yang rubbed his temples, reflecting on the police's current investigation into the gang behind the assault on the officers. Given that the adversaries were aware he had unraveled their scheme, they would not proceed any further. With the leads severed, how would the police continue their investigation? They could pursue the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong. It would be a test of skill to see who could locate them first. The origins of the case lay with that family of three. In truth, all events stemmed from them. Yet now, the pressing question was how to find them. No need to search, Xiao Yang said, a cold smile gracing his lips. They shall reveal themselves soon. Chapter 39. Behold, it has emerged at this moment. The crowd was enveloped in confusion. Why did Xiao Yang assert that the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong, would show themselves? If they were astute, they would undoubtedly appear. Xiao Yang's countenance was as tranquil as water, for even we could discern that the perpetrator had deliberately sent thugs to entice us into an investigation. If Hu Zhikong's parents were wise, would they not also perceive this? If they could see through the ruse and witness me slaying 3 thugs without police intervention, would they not harbor suspicions? Assuming they deduce something, as long as they were not foolish, they would likely follow me to discern my intentions. Even if they could not detect my fishing expedition to ascertain the identity of the murderer, when the assassin attempted to eliminate me and I vanquished him on the spot, they would surely realize I was luring out the truth, aware of the killer's machinations. They would understand that trailing us was futile, as it would not lead them to the true murderer of their child. Since merely watching from the sidelines would yield no results, how might they seek vengeance for their son? Xiao Yang blinked, contemplating the most straightforward and forceful approach, to draw the snake out of its lair. But how to accomplish this? The killer's intent in murdering Hu Zhikong was to draw out his parents. Once this couple revealed themselves, would the true mastermind not also emerge? Upon hearing Xiao Yang's analytical reasoning, the expressions of the onlookers shifted, their astonishment palpable. Such deductions, upon reflection, could be arrived at gradually. However, the fact that Xiao Yang had grasped it in an instant was nothing short of overwhelming. This was not merely a display of superior intellect, but a demonstration of forcefully pressing their thoughts into the ground. At times, people harbor a profound envy, jealousy, and resentment toward those of high intelligence. But is such envy of any utility? When one attempts to bridge the chasm of intellect through sheer effort, they soon realize the divide is insurmountable. Chu Dongshan gazed at Xiao Yang, who was shining brightly amidst the crowd. She could not help but acknowledge his current allure. As Stephen Chow aptly stated, some individuals are born to be protagonists, illuminating the darkness like fireflies, impossible to conceal. Chu Dongshan felt a tinge of regret. Just days before, upon discovering his high intelligence and formidable combat skills, she pondered why she hadn't taken him under her wing to mold him into a soldier. Utilizing Xiao Yang within the police force seemed a squandered opportunity. However, after a moment of contemplation, her eyes sparkled with resolve. It was not too late. The question remained. Li Huaqing furrowed his brow, pondering how they might locate Hu Zhikong's parents. As I mentioned earlier, why seek them out? Xiao Yang countered. Imagine a dining table at which many wish to partake. What is required to secure a seat? Strength to sit at the table? Li Huaqing responded, his eyes lighting up. Precisely, an equal footing. Xiao Yang's gaze narrowed slightly. The crux of the issue is the imbalance of power among us, the killer, and Hu Zhikong's parents. We stand as the strongest. The murderer ranks second, while Hu Zhikong's parents are the most vulnerable. If we were to exchange roles and find ourselves in their position, what would we do? The crowd suddenly comprehends the gravity of the situation. To balance the disparity in strength, Li Huaqing articulates the solution, collaboration with the strongest. Indeed, Xiao Yang nods in agreement, or perhaps it is more accurate to say, leveraging strength. Moreover, this assistance will undoubtedly be extended by the police, as they are keen on solving the case. Yet, power cannot simply be borrowed at will. While the police are determined to crack the case, one cannot expect fortune to fall from the sky without justification. Why would they lend their strength without cause? This seemed to confirm Xiao Yang's reasoning. A criminal investigator escorted a delivery person into the barbecue restaurant. The delivery person also held a secondary occupation as a local errand runner. 5 minutes ago, someone placed an order for me to deliver something to this barbecue restaurant, to be given to the youngest officer inside. The delivery person appeared visibly anxious, casting furtive glances at the sharp-eyed police officers, swallowing hard. Upon finishing his statement, he produced a USB drive and handed it over. In an instant, all eyes turned to Xiao Yang. Is there a younger officer present than him? The onlookers exchanged glances, some brimming with anger, others resigned, some sighing, while others shook their heads or offered a bitter smile. What did this scene represent? This group of seasoned detectives found themselves utterly disregarded. In the eyes of certain individuals, they were not even worthy of engagement. All attention was directed toward Xiao Yang, the rookie officer who had only just begun his career. Did they not feel ashamed? Yet, there was nothing to be ashamed of. It was merely their overthinking. For they were not confronting a mere assembly of ordinary criminals. The gun calluses and bone structure of the two assassins already revealed a multitude of issues. Had ordinary officers dared to fish for information as Xiao Yang did, without Chu Dongshan's presence, they might have faced dire consequences. Dongshan. Xiao Yang refrained from directly taking the USB drive from the delivery person's hands. Instead, glancing towards the astute older sister, Chu Dongshan inhaled deeply, exhaling to suppress her impulse to strike him. As she raised her hand, 2 finger cuts appeared on her left thumb and index finger, and she accepted the USB drive. After scrutinizing the unchanged finger cuts and taking a whiff, she extracted her phone to test the drive. Toxins, bacteria, explosives, nothing was detected. Casually tossing the USB drive to Xiao Yang, she coldly declared, "It's fine." Her actions left the nearby detectives in a state of astonishment, particularly Li Huaqing, whose heart raced in tandem with his eyelids. Years prior, during an awards ceremony in the province, he had encountered 2 prominent figures and observed the bodyguards flanking them. It is well known that only individuals of ministerial rank or higher are entitled to bodyguards. However, Chu Dongshan's maneuver bore a striking resemblance to those bodyguards. Regrettably, he was overthinking it. Even those bodyguards would not dare to brandish anti-material sniper rifles in the city. Xiao Yang paid no heed to the peculiar looks from the others. Casting a few glances at the USB drive, which bore a Type-C port, Xiao Yang retrieved his mobile phone and connected it directly, witnessing the emergence of a USB drive. Upon opening it, he discovered a document and an MP3 audio file. Xiao Yang tapped on the audio file and brought the phone to his ear. "Hello." A monotonous male voice emanated from the speaker. "I wish to collaborate with the police. I presume you have deduced my identity by now? Naturally, to demonstrate my sincerity, I present you with a gift, which I hope you will not disdain. It is a dossier containing the names of certain members from a particular assassination organization. Although it represents merely a fraction, just a handful of individuals, should we choose to cooperate, it would enable me to exact my revenge. In return, I shall provide the police with a comprehensive list." At this juncture, Xiao Yang silently smiled. "See, it has indeed come to light. Chapter 40 as spring arrives. I do not utter a word. Which insect dares to make a sound? After midnight, the barbecue shop remains brightly lit. Neon lights flicker, illuminating the bustling street. Xiao Yang and Chu Donchan calmly observed two forensic experts carrying a body wrapped in a shroud bag onto a medical van. They also witnessed the female assassin being escorted into a police vehicle. After the investigation, Li Huaqing reported with a solemn expression that the identities of the 7 individuals listed on the USB drive were authentic. However, 6 of them were unaccounted for, and 1 had been apprehended in the hospital. Indeed, a killer. Xiao Yang listened to the report, his expression remaining unfazed, as if he were not the least surprised by this outcome. "Aren't you anxious?" Li Huaqing, observing his subordinate's calm demeanor, felt somewhat fatigued. "It is not us who are anxious, but rather them," Xiao Yang replied leisurely. "The killer's target is that couple, and the couple's target is also the killer. However, the current situation is that if we do not assist the couple, they will not dare to reveal themselves. If they do not come forward, the killer cannot locate them, and likewise, they will remain in the shadows. If the killer does not expose themselves, the couple cannot seek vengeance. Both the killer and the couple understand this principle. As long as we refrain from intervening, none of them will dare to act. Do you understand? A certain phrase is quite apt." Xiao Yang chuckled playfully as spring arrives. "I do not utter a word. Which insect dares to make a sound?" Chu Donchan. Li Huaqing. How audacious. However, is this phrase truly applicable in this context? Upon reflection, it seems the current situation indeed mirrors this sentiment. Let us find a place to continue dining. After satisfying our hunger and thirst, we shall indulge in a good night's rest. Xiao Yang stretched lazily. A grand performance awaits us. Li Huaqing opened his mouth, but words eluded him. It appeared that the initiative now resided not solely with the police. Have you noticed? The command has subtly shifted into Xiao Yang's hands. Chu Donchan's gaze took on a profound complexity, reminiscent of familiarity, for she had witnessed a similar scene just days prior. A group of police officers, alongside several individuals in white shirts, were present. Yet, in the end, the command authority fell to Xiao Yang. He orchestrated the police, national security, and armed police, orchestrating a trap that ensnared certain individuals completely. This ability to seize command unnoticed by others, to control the situation, was remarkable. Everyone accepted it as a matter of course, with no one opposing. Isn't it extraordinary? Chu Donchan recalled a conversation with an elder who once shared that there exists a type of person whose capabilities are exceptionally strong. They can garner the trust of those around them, leading others to unconsciously follow in their footsteps, as if possessing an innate charisma. When they call, many respond. In yet another barbecue shop, Xiao Yang and Chu Donchan found themselves together once more. He grilled the meat while she peeled garlic. Upon learning that Chu Donchan was Xiao Yang's blind date, Li Huaqing, feeling intuitive, took the other subordinates and departed. Would he linger as a third wheel? Since Xiao Yang expressed that there was no rush, Li Huaqing recognized the wisdom in his words. After a day of interaction, he found himself thoroughly impressed by this new subordinate. He finally understood why the higher-ups had assigned Xiao Yang to the Criminal Investigation Department. His skills in deduction, strategy, and planning were formidable, almost monstrous in their prowess. As Xiao Yang grilled the meat and placed several skewers before her, Chu Donchan suddenly inquired, "Do you like me?" Xiao Yang stared at her, his expression akin to a rigid sculpture, and after a long moment, he nodded. "Yes, I do. I am 27 years old and have mentioned that I may not have a long life. I could very well perish on a mission at any moment." Chu Donchan, like a solitary lotus beneath a cold moon, maintained her chill and composure. "Are you out of your mind?" A 27-year-old woman who is unlikely to see her 50th birthday has no time for a normal relationship, no time to bear children, and may frequently be dispatched on missions. She has devoted nearly all her time, energy, and life to her country and its people. What normal man would desire her or fall for such a woman? Are you certain you're sane? Xiao Yang took a bite of the grilled meat, puffed out his cheeks, and replied, liking someone doesn't mean I wish to pursue you. Nor does it imply I desire to sleep with you or marry you. I'm not pressuring you in any way. So what if I like you? Are you out of your mind? Chu Dongshan was momentarily rendered speechless. Do you realize how unappealing your aloof demeanor is? It resembles that of my high school homeroom teacher. Xiao Yang asserted, always presenting yourself as a goddess is hardly endearing. But charming. Chu Dongshan's lips twitched. Since I joined the army at 7. When has the term charming ever been associated with me? Are you provoking me? Her expression remained indifferent, and her tone was equally cold. However, her slightly clumsy enunciation betrayed her true feelings. Why would I provoke you? Do I have money to waste? Xiao Yang's eyes darted playfully. Of course. Although you resemble a cold goddess, you have many merits, such as a stunning figure and beauty. Vulgar, Chu Dongshan scoffed. Oddly enough, despite the coarseness and superficiality of his words, she found herself less irritated and even somewhat pleased. Why was that? Then, she realized the reason. After all, she was a woman. Women, to some extent, possess a hint of vanity. When a man praises your beauty and figure before your very eyes, it can indeed satisfy one's vanity greatly. Yet, Chu Dongshan furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. After a moment of contemplation, she narrowed her eyes. Are you attempting to manipulate me? She finally comprehended what was off. Insulting first and then complimenting? Xiao Yang had initially spoken ill of her, provoking her anger. Then, he shifted his tone to praise her appearance and physique, creating a stark contrast that fluctuated her emotions and effectively controlled her reactions. Little brother, you certainly know how to play the game. Can't you just act a bit naive? Xiao Yang appeared feeble and dispirited. In truth, men are often fond of those naive and submissive young ladies. Excessive intelligence can be daunting, cannot it? Chu Dongshan's eyes shimmered with a blend of mockery and indignation. When one particular individual lay in my embrace like an infant, he certainly did not express such sentiments. Xiao Yang's face flushed crimson, nearly to the point of explosion. For a rugged man of 187 centimeters to whimper in a woman's arms, if this were to be revealed, how could he possibly retain his dignity? I had thought you were guiltless. Chu Dongshan's lips curled into a smile, revealing that he too possessed a sense of shame. Spare me, fair warrior. Xiao Yang nearly knelt in supplication. He had come to realize that Chu Dongshan truly harbored a queenly complex. As long as one concedes before her, appeases her, and makes her believe she has the upper hand, one could easily discover her pleasure points. Typically, at this juncture, sweet words would yield remarkable results. Yet, Xiao Yang had no desire to exploit her. She may be formidable and astute, but in matters of romance, she resembled a delicate white flower. Why the silence? Chu Dongshan's mood was exceptionally bright, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Sister Dongshan, do you know why cats are so fond of feather wands? Xiao Yang regarded her with calmness. Chu Dongshan momentarily lost her train of thought. The nature of cats is characterized by caution and curiosity. If one were to approach with the intention of capturing them, they would swiftly flee, showing little inclination to engage. Xiao Yang seemed to be musing aloud. However, if one were to present a feather wand and wave it enticingly, it would pique their curiosity. They would fixate on the wand, eventually approaching to play, and in the course of play, would find themselves caught. Chu Dongshan stood frozen. Was Xiao Yang speaking of cats? No. Each word avoided direct mention of women, yet every syllable resonated with implications about them. He was conveying that should he desire, she would inevitably become his. Yet, he did not wish to toy with her or deceive her. What was his intention? Once this case concludes, a radiant smile graced Xiao Yang's face. Let us embark on a romance, the purest kind. Chapter 41. Who did this wretched dog learn from? As the effects of alcohol gradually took hold, Chu Dongshan leaned on the dining table, her delicate hand cradling her chin. With narrowed, alluring eyes and flushed cheeks, she resembled a voluptuous peony flower, enticingly poised for mischief. Her gaze fell upon the young man across from her. At merely 22 years of age, he appeared to her, an older woman, as nothing more than a playful pup. Was she truly contemplating a romantic entanglement with him? Suddenly, the hazy look in Chu Dongshan's eyes transformed into one of icy sharpness, akin to a military blade. Then, with a hint of amusement, she thought, is he attempting to manipulate me again? She sensed a whisper of danger drawing near, noticing someone appearing at the entrance of the barbecue shop. No wonder Xiao Yang dared to indulge in so much alcohol amid such perilous circumstances. It was because she was there to protect him. Xiao Yang, so astute. How could he be foolish enough to place his life in someone else's hands for protection? Yet, that was precisely what he had done, entrusting himself to Xiao Yang. Would she care for him? After the first, second, third instances of intervention, it would be impossible to let go. Who taught this wretched dog such behavior? Xiao Yang bit her lip, overwhelmed with the urge to strike him. Hello. A middle-aged man stood before their table. Though he had crossed the threshold of 50, his hair, though graying, remained neatly styled. Time had etched deep wrinkles upon his face, and his eyes bore the weight of experience and madness. How delightful. Seemingly intoxicated. Xiao Yang lifted his head. The man replied. Beside him, Xiao Yang nearly burst into laughter. He truly was incorrigibly audacious. What shall I call you? Xiao Yang inquired with a grin. Hu Jin. The man sighed. I am the father of the victim, Hu Zhikong, the very person the murderer seeks. How did you deduce that I would collaborate with you? Because you were waiting for me. Hu Jin maintained a calm demeanor. When you took the USB drive, doing nothing and showing no haste, you were merely anticipating my arrival. If I did not appear in person, what collaboration could we discuss? And who might you be? Xiao Yang scrutinized Hu Jin's hands. To him, it seemed likely that Hu Zhikong's parents were part of the assassination plot. After all, why would there be a list of targets? However, he saw neither calluses nor gunshot residue on Hu Jin's hands. Did the assassin organization have civilian roles? Does my identity truly matter? Hu Jin locked eyes with Xiao Yang. You wish to solve this case, and I seek vengeance. Understanding this is sufficient. You are mistaken about something. Xiao Yang sneered. While it is true that we wish to resolve the case, we equally choose to disregard the matter of dogs biting dogs. My son is innocent. Hu Jin's gaze intensified with madness. The notion of a criminal's offspring being innocent? Xiao Yang scoffed. Has your descendant not reaped the benefits of your actions? And how did you acquire those benefits? When you were gaining those advantages, did you ever consider the calamity they might bring to your progeny? If you did not contemplate this at the time, do you now dare to speak of innocence, humanity, and lofty principles? Do you deserve such a claim? If your son were to become a ghost after his demise, who do you think he would loathe more? The one who ended his life, or you, his parents? Hu Jin's complexion turned ashen upon Xiao Yang's words, the madness in his eyes gradually being supplanted by anguish. Indeed, who could he blame? The seeds he had sown had borne such fruit. How could he still claim innocence? If he were truly innocent, then why had his son perished? Yet, in an instant, the gloom in Hu Jin's gaze dissipated, revealing an eerie tranquility. He despised opponents who possessed intellect and could master their emotions. Xiao Yang regarded him coldly. Hu Jin exuded an air of authority, resilience, intelligence, and composure. Such individuals were indeed formidable. What do they seek from me? Hu Jin rasped. You will divulge it to me, but do so swiftly, for... Xiao Yang lifted his glass and took a sip of beer, signaling the conclusion of their encounter. Conclusion is a term from the realm of chess, signifying the endgame, the decisive battle. The appearance of Hu Jin marked the moment of the general's arrival. Would that shadowy mastermind reveal themselves? Xiao Yang was acutely aware that his adversary must possess a trump card. Hu Jin, too, understood that his foe would inevitably emerge. Otherwise, he would not have dared to collaborate with Xiao Yang. Naturally, Hu Jin had his own contingencies. His wife had yet to make an appearance. In this contest of wits among three parties, none were lacking in intelligence. Xiao Yang had only two matters to ponder: the killer's trump card and Hu Jin's hidden advantage. What could they be? It was no longer of consequence. They would eventually be laid bare. From the moment Hu Jin appeared, it was the killer's sole opportunity. Even if the assailant knew it was a trap, they would have to leap into it. Otherwise, once Xiao Yang escorted Hu Jin to the police station, the killer would have no further chances. As Xiao Yang lifted his glass, he realized it was empty. At that moment, a delicate, pale hand holding a bottle approached, pouring wine for him. Xiao Yang gazed at that hand, donning a sincere smile. I shall protect you from now on. You, little brother. How do you intend to protect me? Xiao Yang dismissed his words lightly. She did not believe a single punctuation mark of Xiao Yang's declarations, viewing them as mere scheming and traps. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Xiao Yang's promise of protection was genuine. Once this case concluded, he would find a way to harness the system to uncover true power. Speak. Xiao Yang turned his attention back to Hu Jin. What means do you possess? Everything you can conceive of and those you cannot. Hu Jin asserted with certainty. Any method of murder. To kill you? Xiao Yang seemed to imply. Not at all. Hu Jin shook his head. I shall not perish. Xiao Yang's gaze sharpened. It appeared you and your wife's capabilities were quite impressive. Do not attempt to extract information from me, Hu Jin replied coldly. That is a sum of money, a substantial amount that I obtained from another. That individual desires us to return the funds and wishes for our demise. If we were to die, the money would vanish. Therefore, we cannot die. Do you comprehend? I understand. Xiao Yang smiled. It is akin to someone attempting to seize a wealthy tycoon's company. Merely killing the tycoon will not suffice to acquire the company. One must have the tycoon sign a transfer agreement, relinquishing their ownership of the company's shares. Only in this manner can you acquire the company. If the wealthy perish, all is rendered void. What is the essence of the assassination list? Xiao Yang fixed his gaze upon Hu Jin's eyes. I previously mentioned that I possess a substantial sum of money, Hu Jin reiterated. I see. Xiao Yang pondered while nodding. Some individuals always presume that wealth can manipulate the supernatural? No. Yet in today's world, money can indeed compel the supernatural. For instance, soldiers from the land of Sam broadcast live online, not merely for their fans or traffic, but fundamentally for wealth. They are willing to unveil the power compartments of aircraft carriers, the cockpits of fighter jets, and the launch pads of submarines. Is that not remarkable? As long as you compensate them, they dare to undertake anything. Since those assassins sought to eliminate the Hu Jin couple, how could the couple refrain from retaliating? Is it truly difficult to procure the list of assassins with financial means? This world is indeed wondrous. What you cannot conceive is never impossible. All doubts have been dispelled. A joyful smile illuminated Xiao Yang's face. He glanced toward the entrance of the barbecue shop. Had they finally arrived? Bang, bang, bang. The glass doors of the barbecue shop shattered. Spherical objects flew into the establishment. However, before these objects could reach the ground, boom, boom, boom. A blinding light and dense smoke erupted, enveloping the entire space. Chapter 42. The Perils of Cinematic Novels. The explosion echoed deafeningly, engulfing the entire world in a blinding light and thick smoke. The variety of chaos was astonishing. Xiao Yang scoffed. Having learned from a previous encounter with a blinding projectile, he was prepared this time. As a spherical object hurtled into the barbecue shop, he had already shut his eyes. After the thunderous roar subsided, he opened his eyes to a haze that obscured all vision, the establishment filled with dense smoke. A smoke bomb? Xiao Yang cursed inwardly. The creation of smoke and blinding bombs was not particularly advanced technology. The principles were quite straightforward: fuse, smoke agents, explosive casing. Yet, such knowledge was certainly absent from the 9 years of compulsory education. It poignantly highlighted the shortcomings of education in crisis management. Education what? Do you expect the nation to train you to become terrorists? Dream on. What followed was an intrusion. Xiao Yang waited. Indeed, something breached the barbecue shop. But it was not a person, it was a vehicle. With a roar, the car crashed through the entrance like a feral beast, yet it did not proceed forward. Instead, it blocked the doorway, and the front door swung open, from which 2 individuals leaped out. Simultaneously, 2 others jumped in through the already shattered windows outside. Seemingly impervious to the smoke, charging toward Xiao Yang and his companions. This reckless tactic seemed profoundly misguided. Xiao Yang pondered. Suddenly, a silver blade sliced through the smoke, aiming for his torso. He dismissed it entirely. With Chu Dongchan present, his own demise was an impossibility. A true man must embody such confidence. Abruptly, a swift chop cleaved through the haze, striking the assailant's throat. A sickening crack echoed, abruptly halting the attack. Bang! The thunderous report of gunfire followed. Perhaps it was less than a second, or merely half a second. 3 shots rang out in unison, 3 bullets piercing 3 foreheads, obliterating their occipital regions. This indicated the use of a military-grade firearm, as opposed to a police-issued weapon. Police ammunition might fail to kill even when a magazine is emptied, whereas military rounds could easily claim a life with just 1 shot. The disparity in power was akin to heaven and earth. Chu Dongchan lowered her arm, her pistol returning to her waist, and turned her gaze to Xiao Yang. As the smoke dissipated, Xiao Yang fell into contemplation. Was the enemy truly courting death? For assailants lay lifeless on the ground. Why such foolishness? If they were genuinely that dim-witted, how could they have orchestrated such a complex scheme? Suddenly, beeping echoed from within the car. Xiao Yang's head snapped up. He sprang into action, leaping forward. Thud. He landed on the car's hood, crouching to peer inside. Damn. Xiao Yang cursed, discovering a timer attached to what appeared to be a bomb. The timer was counting down. 8, 7, 6. Xiao Yang shouted at Chu Dongchan, urging her to take him away. But not forward. They needed to retreat, sprinting toward the kitchen at the back of the barbecue shop. The front entrance was blocked, and there was insufficient time to jump through the window. It was crucial to remember that Hu Jin was already considered an elder. In moments of immobility, is 5 seconds sufficient? Blocked exits, assaults, explosives. Are we being driven to the kitchen? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow as he ran. How could they know he would discover the bomb? What if? Yet, they seemed to be aware of his capabilities, wagering that he would deduce their intentions. Moreover, the electronic beeping served as a harbinger. Fortunately, it was late at night, and the barbecue shop was nearly empty. The establishment was run by a couple, both of whom were in the kitchen. As Xiao Yang burst in, Chu Dongchan followed, gripping Hu Jin as if she were a chick. Boom. The explosion resonated. The impact was not substantial. Had he been deceived? Xiao Yang's eyelids twitched, his mind racing, his gaze fixed on the couple. This was their shop. And it was Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan's first visit. What a coincidence that they would encounter trouble. Yet, Xiao Yang's eyes scrutinized them intently. His gaze swept back and forth across their faces. He noticed the proprietress, her expression one of sheer terror, glancing at her husband. In a normal scenario, upon an explosion in the shop, one would instinctively look toward the source of the blast, wouldn't they? Yet, the proprietress's instinct was to gaze at her husband. Her face a mask of fear? Kill. Xiao Yang's voice was cold as ice. Without hesitation, Chu Dongchan surged past him. A triangular military dagger seemed to materialize from thin air, grasped firmly in her hand as she lunged at the husband. In an instant, the husband reacted, retreating swiftly. His reflexes far from ordinary. Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan exchanged a contemptuous smile. Just a mere probing, and their opponent had revealed himself. Why resort to a dagger when one could wield a firearm? However, as Chu Dongchan approached the husband, an eerie smile emerged on his face. Chu Dongchan's expression shifted drastically. Her momentum faltered, as if defying the laws of physics, before she suddenly pivoted and lunged forward, shielding Xiao Yang with her body. Just as on that day in the restaurant, when she had asked him if he liked coriander. Xiao Yang's heart raced violently once more. Yet, Hu Jin was also present. The adversaries would not employ explosives again. It could not be a method of mutual destruction. Had she not anticipated this, or was it merely instinct? Did she truly relish the act of protecting him? Xiao Yang embraced Chu Dongchan, inhaling her fragrance. Boom. A thunderous roar erupted, but it was not from a bomb. It was a cacophony accompanied by a deafening noise. Xiao Yang felt a peculiar sensation, as if two massive hammers were relentlessly pounding on his ears, shattering his auditory senses. Besides the ringing in his ears, he could hear nothing else. The disorientation was overwhelming. His body felt as if it had lost all sense of direction. A stun grenade? As he collapsed, the answer dawned upon him. Blinding grenades, smoke bombs, and now even stun grenades had come into play. Were these individuals truly assassins? No wonder Hu Jin had remarked that they possessed every conceivable and inconceivable means of killing. This had utterly transformed Xiao Yang's perception of the assassin profession. Indeed, films and novels could be deadly. Xiao Yang, Chu Dongchan, along with Hu Jin, all fell, as did the proprietress. It appeared that 4 lifeless bodies lay incapacitated. The boss merely swayed slightly, seemingly unfazed. Had one been able to glimpse his ears, they would have noticed that the ear canals were obstructed, filled with 2 soundproof earplugs. A clear sign of prior preparation. Almost instantaneously after the explosion, the back door of the kitchen swung open, and a figure rushed in. Together with the boss, he hoisted the unconscious Hu Jin and retreated through the back entrance. Meanwhile, the seemingly unconscious Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan simultaneously opened their eyes. The bait had been taken, yet the bait was still tethered to the hook by the fishing line. Could they escape? You seem to have a penchant for playing with fire, Chu Dongchan murmured with a hint of annoyance. Aren't you the same? Xiao Yang retorted. A sense of unspoken understanding passed between them, and they exchanged a knowing smile. Then, remove your hand from my backside. This is a single warning. My hand has a mind of its own. I am but an innocent party. Smack. Spare me. I acknowledge my error. You don't merely acknowledge your error. You realize you are on the brink of death. Chapter 43. Mischievous Child. Father is here. 2 individuals escorted Hu Jin out of the kitchen and into a narrow alley behind the building. However, rather than making a direct escape, they swiftly approached a sewage manhole cover. They were acutely aware of the intricate net of surveillance outside, rendering any attempt to flee impossible. Just then, the manhole cover was abruptly lifted, and a pair of hands emerged from below. The duo lowered Hu Jin into the opening, where the hands clasped him and guided him into the depths of the sewage system. Though people reside in the city, few truly comprehend the urban sewage infrastructure. Many remain oblivious to the extensive underground network that resembles a labyrinth. As long as one navigates the correct sewage pipes, it is feasible to traverse the city's hidden corners. Several minutes later, at a location above ground, an ambulance stood beside a manhole. Suddenly, the cover was removed, and Hu Jin was hoisted out from below. Two individuals clad in white coats lifted him onto a stretcher, affixing an oxygen mask over his face. One of them produced a bottle and poured its contents, a mixture resembling blood, over Hu Jin's head and face. This not only fabricated the illusion of injury, but also obscured Hu Jin's identity. The ambulance activated its emergency lights and sirens, swiftly departing the scene. At the Criminal Investigation Department, Guhao sat before a computer, a sardonic smile adorning his face. On one monitor, a city map was displayed, with a red dot moving across it. Another screen, linked to the city's surveillance system, continuously switched between various monitoring feeds, each fixated on the ambulance. In a large courtyard in Bin City, a multitude of detectives sprang into action at the sound of a command, racing towards several police vehicles, which sped out of the compound. Inside one police car, Yang Yang and Li Huaqing exchanged glances, reflecting on their circumstances with a mix of incredulity and bitter smiles. What on earth was happening in Bin City? Was it on the verge of becoming Gotham? The image of Xiao Yang's handsome, sunny smile flashed in their minds. Two incidents, or rather two events, had bizarrely entwined with this young lad. Was it mere coincidence? Or something more sinister? Head, I have a question, Li Huaqing spoke, voicing his inner doubts. Was Xiao Yang intentionally sent to the Criminal Investigation Department by you and the big boss? Would you believe me if I said no? Yang Yang replied, a peculiar expression on his face. When the big boss sent him over, he instructed us to take special care, mentioning he was the only child of an old classmate. I thought it might be beneficial for you to guide him. I even entertained the idea of giving him a bit of polish. But look at this. A deputy division chief and a division chief, both sharing a silent laugh. What polishing could he possibly need at such a level? Sometimes, the most poignant and tragic aspects of life reveal themselves not through the younger generation surpassing the older, but through the realization that one has been crushed on the beach without understanding how it happened. Is it conceivable that this police academy student is merely a FAAD, a nesting doll in disguise? Li Huaqing gestured skyward, grinning broadly, as if his blind date might just fit the bill. You're overthinking it. That young lady isn't a guard, but she is far more formidable than one. I can't divulge any more. Yang Yang rolled his eyes. As for Xiao Yang, rest assured, his identity and background will undoubtedly pose no issues. That's a relief. Li Huaqing chuckled as he offered a cigarette to his superior, stating, you just need to bear the burden. The smoke nearly escaped his mouth as Yang Yang grumbled. What burden? If anyone should bear it, it should be the big boss. Hey. The two exchanged knowing glances, their faces alight with mischievous grins, arriving at a delightful consensus. The target was locked. They parked the car. Exiting the vehicle, two suspects were escorting Hu Jin into a commercial building. Inside a police car, Xiao Yang listened intently to Guhao's report through his earpiece. His demeanor was calm, yet there was a hint of distraction, leaving no one aware of his thoughts. Meanwhile, Chu Dongchan had vanished, and no one knew her whereabouts. 5 minutes later, the police car came to a halt outside a commercial building. Regaining his focus, Xiao Yang opened the door and stepped out, observing countless officers surrounding the edifice. He cast a cursory glance at the building, then turned his neck, letting his gaze fall upon an ambulance. Coldly, he inquired, is that Hu Jin? Most likely, came Guhao's rapid response through the earpiece, though his face was obscured. The tracker's positioning and the city surveillance had detected no anomalies. It was a 90% certainty it was him. 90%? Xiao Yang's expression remained inscrutable. Don't even mention 90%. Sometimes he doesn't even trust his own eyes. There was another point of suspicion. Xiao Yang had observed Hu Jin closely. This individual exuded an aura of authority, possessed intelligence, and exhibited a calm demeanor, terrifying traits. Would he truly allow himself to be so easily taken away? And what of his wife, who had never shown herself? Would she simply watch her husband fall into peril? Wait a moment, his wife? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. What had I overlooked? In an instant, he realized his oversight. The case. How had the entire incident unfolded? Returning to the beginning, the Hu Zhikong's suicide dismemberment case. The victim had been quite joyful before his demise. Such joy, if not derived from entertainment or a woman, what else could it be? Initially, Xiao Yang had failed to consider the most improbable scenarios. Yet now, a new possibility emerged. The victim's parents. Was it conceivable that they, or one of them, had cleaned the mattress seams in the victim's bedroom a fortnight prior? Xiao Yang had speculated that the victim might have been unaware of his impending death. Yet he had still consumed rat poison and willingly laid himself upon the saw machine, an apparatus he had purchased himself. If his mind was sound, would a normal person engage in such actions? And with such apparent delight? Xiao Yang's mind was ablaze, akin to boiling water, or a CPU operating under extreme conditions, racing with violent fervor. With every deduction, analysis, and torrent of information colliding within his brain, his eyes gradually brightened, though they bore the weight of profound exhaustion. In that instant, a look of epiphany illuminated Xiao Yang's eyes. Father? Mother? Indeed, there exists a most grandiose deception in this world, one that eludes our defenses, even rendering us unsuspecting familial bonds. For instance, can you recall the amount of money you received as New Year's gifts? Where did all that money ultimately vanish? Countless times throughout your childhood, you have been deceived by your parents, yet do you still harbor any wariness towards them? Now, if a father or a mother were to deceive you once more, perhaps by forcing you to ingest poison or compelling you to lie upon a sawing machine, would you be on guard? An uncontrollable chill coursed through Xiao Yang, causing his scalp to prickle with dread. He then pondered an even more harrowing question. Are the parents of the victim, Hu Zhikong, truly in collusion? If they are indeed complicit, how could they, as parents, not fear retribution from their offspring's adversaries? How could they fail to safeguard their child, allowing them to be so easily found and harmed? Xiao Yang exhaled deeply. At that moment, all previous doubts and inconsistencies crystallized into clarity. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted at the main entrance of the office building. As the ground quaked and the structure trembled, the windows on the first floor shattered instantaneously. Shards of glass flew like razor-sharp blades in all directions. Flames and smoke voraciously consumed everything, transforming the area into a colossal inferno, effectively barring anyone from approaching the building. Outside, a voice amplified through a loudspeaker declared ominously, "Whoever dares to come closer will face the destruction of the entire building." The expressions of all police officers shifted dramatically. Yet, Xiao Yang remained unervingly composed, a hint of derision gracing his features. Sister Donchan, he seemed to address the air, there might indeed be explosives within the building. Perhaps numerous assassins, and it's possible an elderly woman will enter this edifice. Locate that elderly woman. She is likely to be coerced. And before she divulges any secrets, she must be taken away. For as long as she remains silent, the risk of more horrific incidents will be mitigated. Should that elderly woman possess high intelligence, perhaps nothing will transpire, in which case you must eliminate all hazards within the building. Xiao Yang's gaze was as frigid as the frost of winter, instilling a sense of dread. Do you comprehend? Understood. The voice of Chu Dongchan echoed through the earpiece. A figure, unnoticed by all, approached the office building like a specter, vanishing from sight. As for Xiao Yang, he made his way towards the ambulance. Little rascal, your father has come for you. If I do not extract your mess, I shall consider it as though you have left it pristine. Chapter 44. The notorious fugitive inside the ambulance. 2 suspects, Hu Jin and 3 others? Xiao Yang sneered. Yet there were 4 sets of footprints? During the barbecue restaurant attack, he instructed Chu Dongchan to escort Hu Jin into the kitchen. In the process, Chu Dongchan stealthily placed a tracking device on Hu Jin. As this was a crucial part of their strategy, their original plan was to use Hu Jin to lure out the hidden assailant lurking in the shadows. However, one must ponder, is the tracking device truly still on Hu Jin? Is it possible that someone has already discovered the device? Then, within the confines of the ambulance, they could have sent a decoy in Hu Jin's place, misleading others into believing Hu Jin was inside the commercial building. Who could this individual be? The answer has been unveiled. The mastermind behind it all is none other than Hu Jin himself, the first assassin at the barbecue restaurant, the one who delivered the hit list USB, and the assailant at the second barbecue restaurant. All were Hu Jin's accomplices. Who would have thought that the true culprit stood right before you? Even if he were in plain sight, one would struggle to fathom that he is the murderer. For it is incomprehensible that a father could slay his own child. The purpose of this heinous act was to draw out his wife. The child, until his last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that his father would take his life, engaging in a suicide game with joy. Had Xiao Yang not suddenly sensed something amiss? Deeming Hu Jin a terrifying individual incapable of passively allowing himself to be captured, he might have overlooked certain details. Perhaps Xiao Yang, too, would have fallen victim to the ruse, becoming a mere pawn in their game. The reasoning is quite straightforward. The building before them was surrounded by police, rendering escape impossible. If you were a villain, would you willingly walk into the police's trap? If Hu Jin were not a fool, what would he do? He would execute a clever escape. He would make everyone believe he had entered the commercial building, including his wife. When the barbecue restaurant was attacked, he would appear to be captured. This scene would play out before his wife's eyes. Hu Jin's ultimate aim was not solely to lure his wife into the building. He intended to manipulate certain individuals within the building against her, while simultaneously ensuring an easy escape route for himself, leaving the police's net to capture nothing but air. One must marvel at the brilliance of this scheme, meticulously orchestrated to ensnare everyone. Now, reflecting on Hu Jin's past words. He mentioned having received a sum of money from someone. Could it be that the money was indeed taken, but not by Hu Jin, rather by his wife? Thus, his insinuation was that the assassins pursued him due to financial matters. Could we interpret this to mean that the assassins are Hu Jin's own, targeting his wife? This also elucidates why Hu Jin could effortlessly produce the list of assassins, because this organization of killers belongs to him. What kind of lie is the most terrifying in this world? Is it the blend of truth and falsehood, or the notion of one truth among many lies? Neither. The most terrifying lie in this world is the truth, the reality. When you invert the order of truth and reality and induce a shift, it transforms into the most dreadful and elusive falsehood. At this moment, one might ponder, is there a flaw in this reasoning? Could Hu Jin's wife truly be oblivious to the fact that her husband is the leader of a murderous organization, unable to perceive the deception? Unaware that her husband has slain a child? Xiao Yang does not possess such foresight. He is not a deity capable of foretelling the future. Yet, he is certain that Hu Jin's wife will inevitably appear, either to rescue her husband or to eliminate him. There exists no third possibility. The timing of her appearance is somewhat uncertain for Xiao Yang. Hence, he informs Chu Donchan that perhaps an elderly woman will appear at the building, though it is not guaranteed, advising her to be prepared for any eventuality. This also elucidates why Xiao Yang remains fixated on the ambulance rather than the building itself. For it is from here that Hu Jin will escape unnoticed. Xiao Yang's gaze shifts to the side door of the ambulance, landing on the sewage manhole cover beside it. He raises his eyes to survey the surroundings. Conveniently, the side door of the ambulance lies within a blind spot of the city's surveillance network. Could this be the location? His focus returns to the manhole cover, a cold smile gracing his features. However, he refrains from disturbing the cover. If he were Hu Jin, would he not be concerned about being discovered while making his escape? Thus, there must be vigilant eyes observing, ensuring that no one tamper with the manhole cover or uncover what lies beneath. The moment one touches it, Hu Jin will be alerted. Xiao Yang departs. The city's sewage system is interspersed with manholes every 20 to 50 meters. He must elude Hu Jin's watchful gaze and descend underground. This maneuver cannot involve other officers, as it would incite suspicion and lead to detection. Should Hu Jin become aware, he would flee. 70 meters from the encircled location at a commercial building, a manhole cover is suddenly pushed aside, and Xiao Yang swiftly emerges. He casts his gaze towards a point 40 meters away, where another manhole awaits. Xiao Yang rotates his eyes, gradually shifting his focus to the business building, moving step by step. He avoids the front entrance, instead making his way to the rear of the building, entering the service corridor. Guhao, can you control the building's surveillance? Xiao Yang pauses. Wait a moment. The earpiece crackles as Guhao responds after several seconds. Yes, I can. I need to access the surveillance room and devise a method to remain unseen. No problem. All right. Impressive. Xiao Yang expresses admiration. He confirms the location of the surveillance room and approaches its entrance. Inhaling deeply, then exhaling. His muscles gradually tense in preparation. If you were a villain, a leader of a criminal organization, engaged in nefarious deeds within a commercial building, would there not be certain precautions in place? For instance, to prevent detection, would you not control the surveillance equipment within the building? Provided Hu Jin is not a fool, there would undoubtedly be his operatives stationed in the surveillance room. Xiao Yang realized that in order to locate Hu Jin within the building, he must first eliminate these individuals. Similarly, if he were to incapacitate those within the surveillance room, it is quite possible that Hu Jin would become aware of his actions. The crux of the matter rests on Xiao Yang's ability to remain undetected by Hu Jin in a brief interval. His hand gradually descended upon the doorknob. Oh, heavens. Might you show some mercy? With a soft click, the door swung open, unlatched. Oh, divine presence, I cherish you. Xiao Yang stepped inside. As he burst into the surveillance room, Xiao Yang noticed an individual bound and lying on the floor. He also spotted a man seated before the monitoring station, wearing headphones. On the desk, there lay a dagger and a pin, or rather, a pin gun. This particular firearm was one he had encountered on the person of an assassin who had sought to take his life, only to meet his own demise. At that moment, the man swiftly turned his head and caught sight of Xiao Yang, mouth agape. Too late. A swift hand strike appeared before the man. Crack. The blow struck the man's neck, rendering him incapable of uttering a sound, his mouth swiftly covered. He could only watch in horror as a hand darted like lightning to seize the dagger from the desk. with a swift thrust, avoiding the ribs. It plunged into his chest, penetrating at an upward angle, piercing through his heart. The man's body convulsed violently. Yet he soon realized with despair that two arms had coiled around him like constricting serpents, rendering him utterly immobile. Gradually, he succumbed to weakness, fading into silence, until he slumped lifelessly in the chair. Xiao Yang exhaled a sigh of relief. Cautiously, he removed the man's headphones and donned them himself. His eyes darted across the myriad of surveillance screens before him. He paid no heed to the terrified monitor operator who had witnessed the entire scene and was now paralyzed with fear. Xiao Yang had no time to rescue him. He was racing against the clock, for Hu Jin could discover the anomaly at any moment. In an instant, Xiao Yang's gaze fixated on a split screen on one of the monitors. One of the four small screens displayed the rooftop. Not only did he see a familiar figure, but he also observed an aircraft, a Delta Wing, a notorious criminal. Xiao Yang's expression grew grave. Should the adversary perceive anything amiss, they could flee at any moment aboard that Delta Wing. Xiao Yang dashed out of the surveillance room, making a beeline for the building's elevator. Yet, a peculiar question floated through his mind. Why do nefarious individuals often congregate on rooftops? Such a mystical phenomenon. He entered the elevator and pressed the button for the top floor. As the doors closed, the elevator ascended rapidly. The building comprised 24 stories, and upon reaching the 23rd floor, it suddenly decelerated. Xiao Yang's expression shifted instantaneously. This is bad. Those accustomed to riding elevators, particularly in high-rise buildings, know that it is rare for anyone to press the button for just one floor when they are already on a high level. The wait for the elevator would be interminable. In that time, one might as well take the stairs. Moreover, given that he was currently on the 23rd floor, the elevator's pause indicated that someone intended to ascend to the 24th floor. It was certainly not a descent, for the downward elevator remained in motion. Guess who might be outside the elevator? Suddenly, I must confess, your intellect instills a certain trepidation within me. What manner of creature are you? The words of Hu Jin echoed from the earpiece that Xiao Yang had retrieved from the surveillance room, lamenting, "Alas, you are doomed." Ding! The elevator doors creaked open slowly. In that fleeting moment, figures exuding an aura of menace surged into the elevator. Chapter 45, the main course observing the individuals rushing into the elevator. Xiao Yang wore an expression of calm, yet within him blazed a fervent excitement, consuming him like an inferno. At times, he questioned whether he was indeed a deviant. In the face of life and death, the vast majority trembled in fear. He, however, reveled in exhilaration and thrill. Suddenly, Xiao Yang crouched down, his thighs bending as the soles of his feet pressed against the elevator wall behind him. With a powerful thrust, he propelled himself forward with a resounding bang. Like a leopard, he launched himself, colliding with the legs of his adversaries, sending them sprawling, tumbling out of the elevator, regardless of one's strength. Even if one were a warrior or a god of the elevator, surrounded by a throng wielding daggers and long blades, the inevitable outcome would be death. When Xiao Yang came to a halt, he had already burst forth from the elevator. Utilizing the momentum, he executed a somersault. Crack! Two long blades struck the very spot he had just vacated, sending sparks flying from the ground. Xiao Yang propelled himself forward, suddenly curling into a ball. Bang! A bullet whizzed past his head, striking the ground and shattering the marble beneath. As gunfire erupted, Xiao Yang employed military evasion techniques, narrowly dodging the projectile. His body rolled to the ground, landing in a half-crouch. With a fierce leap, he ascended before a knife-wielding assailant. His leg whipped around like a serpent's tail. Not in a kick, but in a constricting motion. It coiled around the man's neck, tightening instantly. In an abrupt motion, he twisted mid-air. Crack! The man's gaze shifted from facing forward to a bewildered look as he questioned, "What just happened? Why can I see what is behind me?" He remained oblivious to the fact that his head had been grotesquely twisted backward, forming an unnatural angle. Suddenly, darkness enveloped him. His head hung limply against his back as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. This bizarre method of murder left the other assassins in stunned silence. Little did they realize that Xiao Yang had transcended the bounds of normalcy, transforming into a lethal weapon. Every muscle, every bone, even his teeth and joints, had morphed into instruments of death. At the instant he snapped a man's neck with his thigh, Xiao Yang surveyed the situation in midair. 6 individuals remained 6 assassins, 1 had perished. For blades, 2 firearms, 1 a pin gun, the other a cigarette box gun. One of the pin guns had already been rendered useless, capable of firing only a single bullet, which had been evaded. Xiao Yang would not grant them the opportunity to load a second round. As he landed, his body lunged forward with force. Bang! He crashed into the embrace of an assassin, as if welcoming him. At the moment of impact, his fist struck the adversary's side. The flank, one of humanity's vulnerabilities, succumbed to the weight of gravity, leaving the foe incapacitated. With his other hand, Xiao Yang seized the cigarette box gun from the opponent, twisting it with rapid precision. Fingers rested upon one another, the muzzle aimed at a particular assassin. A swift pull of the trigger echoed. Bang! A blossom of crimson erupted from the assassin's chest, collapsing to the ground as if struck by lightning. Xiao Yang advanced, his thigh propelling him forward with the force of a raging bull, colliding with the assassins before him. Two of them nimbly evaded, precisely the moment Xiao Yang had been anticipating. The human body finds it arduous to halt, let alone alter its course. Much like delivering a full-force punch, retracting the fist proves a challenge. In an instant, Xiao Yang surged towards a moving assassin, appearing before him with a look of horror etched on his face. Bam! His knee slammed into the assassin's groin, while his head collided with the assassin's face. Seizing the assassin's knife-wielding hand with his right, the assassin, overwhelmed by pain in both his lower region and face, faltered in his grip. The long knife was effortlessly wrested from him. With a swift motion, Xiao Yang deflected an incoming blade. Crack! He spun around, delivering a lethal strike. The very assassin whom he had initially forced back found his footing, but was met with the blade aimed at his throat. Thud! The knife sliced through, blood spraying forth. Fierce, precise, ruthless. In less than 4 seconds, he had dispatched 3 foes. As Xiao Yang sheathed his blade, the remaining 3 assassins felt an icy chill wash over them. Their hearts were gripped by sheer terror, a singular question forming. Who, indeed, was the true assassin? Alas, no one remained to provide an answer. Transformed into a living weapon, Xiao Yang lunged at one of the assassins. Like a tiger, he pounced, fueled by a savage ferocity, delivering a deadly strike. The assassin hastily raised his hand, brandishing his knife. Clang! The 2 blades clashed with no embellishment, one fueled by intent, the other by desperation. The assassin's weapon failed to withstand Xiao Yang's onslaught. Swiftly severed. Crack! The blade struck the side of the assassin's neck, blood gushing forth, cleaving nearly half of it. Releasing his hold, Xiao Yang pivoted just as a dagger lunged at him. There was no time to evade. But why retreat? In a flash, his thigh lashed out. Which is longer? The arm or the leg? Bam! Just as the dagger appeared before him, Xiao Yang's foot landed upon the assassin's abdomen. Grasping the hand that held the dagger, he propelled the assassin backward, the dagger now in Xiao Yang's left hand. With a reverse grip, he flicked the blade backward. Crack! He deflected an incoming dagger. Due to the reverse grip, as he parried the assassin's weapon, his arm fell naturally. Thud! The blade plunged into the eye of the ambushing assassin, fully embedding itself. In that moment, Xiao Yang did not even glance back. He stepped forward, propelling himself into the air, his thigh bending and springing upward. The assassin, who had been sent sprawling to the ground, had not yet risen when he beheld Xiao Yang above him, soaring into the sky. He observed as Xiao Yang's thigh retracted in midair, bending as if in supplication. No, not in supplication, but as if forming a pair of ram's horns, poised to strike down with tremendous force. The assassin's face instantly drained of color, his eyes filled with terror. The desire to flee was futile. Boom! Crack! Xiao Yang's knees struck the assassin's chest and neck with brutal force. The chilling sound of breaking bones resonated, accompanied by the roar of the ground. Not only did it shatter the assassin's neck, but it also caved in his chest. When Xiao Yang rose, astonishingly, the assassin was still clinging to life, his body trembling uncontrollably as he desperately kicked. Xiao Yang observed him quietly, watching as the assassin's eyes widened until they finally fell still. He then turned his gaze to the 5 corpses nearby. Extending his tongue, he licked the corner of his mouth, reminiscent of a ravenous wolf that had just finished a meal. The glint of cruel, bloody light in his eyes gradually cleared, and a silent smile spread across his face, as if he had just indulged in a lavish feast and was thoroughly satisfied. Now, it was time for the main course. Xiao Yang strode towards the staircase, pondering whether you would be surprised to see that I am still alive. I can hardly wait. Chapter 46. I was almost overwhelmed by your display. How beastly. In the early hours of the morning, the sky resembled a vast expanse of black silk, concealing the stars. The horizon appeared in a nebulous hue of pale blue-gray, akin to diluted ink wash, exuding a sense of tranquility and serenity. On the rooftop, Hujin, with a cigarette in hand, exhibited a glimmer of calmness in his gaze. Suddenly, the wind picked up, transforming from a gentle breeze to a ferocious gale, causing Hujin, who was smoking, to squint and become momentarily dazed. He realized that this was no ordinary gust. It was. In an instant, he looked up, his pupils constricting sharply. A figure was plummeting from the sky. accompanied by a parachute. Yet, before Hu Jin could fully comprehend the situation, the figure had already landed on the rooftop. The parachute and backpack fell away, cascading off the edge of the building. I began following you at 18, and by 19, I bore your child. Ji Kong is indeed your own flesh and blood. The figure approached, eyes ablaze with a frenzied light, roaring in fury as if intent on devouring the entire world. Why? Why? A peculiar smile crept across Hu Jin's face as he gazed at the advancing middle-aged woman. How long has it been since we last met? What do you mean? The woman gritted her teeth, her voice laced with profound hatred. As she drew nearer, her features became discernible. She appeared to be in her mid-40s, standing approximately 1.65 meters. Were it not for her grotesque expression, one might have noticed her lingering allure as a middle-aged beauty. Yet, in this moment, she resembled a ferocious lioness bereft of her cubs. Huh? Hu Jin's smile grew increasingly sinister. Look at me. Am I still the same as before? The deranged woman halted, fixated on Hu Jin's face, momentarily stunned. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "You! I never expected you could still recognize me at a glance." Hu Jin erupted into joyous laughter. Sister-in-law, it has been too long. He was not Hu Jin. His true name was Hu Yu. The names Jin and Yu combined signify beautiful jade, originally intended for a pair of twins. He was the younger brother among them. The riddle that had perplexed Xiao Yang found its resolution. How could it be you? The woman's expression shifted, her fury intensifying. You, my elder brother, who cared for me so deeply, is dead. But you continued to laugh heartily. Not only did I personally slay him, but I also fully assumed control of the assassin organization. Oh, by the way, I killed your son as well. Upon hearing this, the woman nearly lost her balance, swaying unsteadily. After a prolonged silence, her voice hoarse, she asked, "Your brother treated you so well. Why? Why would you do this?" "Because, such is human nature." Hu Yu replied, a morbid smile gracing his features. Isn't human nature precisely this? To desire that which is good for oneself, to covet what cannot be obtained, to resent when it is denied, and ultimately, to kill when consumed by rage. In the face of humanity, where is the bond of kinship? Only greed, only self-interest, only the allure of gain. That which is grasped is the only reality. It is precisely the possession of humanity that becomes a weakness. Sister-in-law, do you not agree? You have lost your mind. The woman, her face contorted in disbelief, cried out, "Are you even human? How could you sink to such depths of depravity? It is exhausting to be a person. Perhaps being a beast is not so bad after all." Hu Yu shrugged, a radiant smile on his face. "So, my dear sister-in-law, you must know what it is I desire, do you not? I know what you seek. It is meant for Ji Kong." But now the woman's eyes burned crimson, as if flames were igniting within her. Each word was forced through clenched teeth. "Even if I perish, I will take you down with me. Even if you survive, you shall never attain it in this lifetime." "Is that so?" Hu Yu chuckled softly. "Sister-in-law, have your parents abandoned you?" "Ah, and you have a younger sister. Does she not? Your sister has a husband, children, and now they all lie within my grasp. If I were to die, they too would meet their end. Will you still kill me?" The woman stood frozen, as if transformed into a statue. Meanwhile, Hu Yu not only laughed joyfully but brazenly approached her, standing before her with an air of superiority. "If you dare not kill me, then obediently hand over what I seek, and gracefully accept your demise, sister-in-law. Do you understand? What does he truly desire? The password to a private bank vault. Within that vault lies immense wealth, sufficient to ensure a life of luxury for anyone who refrains from squandering it. A fortune that would last a lifetime without worry of depletion. This wealth was originally intended for the victim, Hu Ji Kong. Yet the vault's password remains firmly in the woman's possession. All of Hu Yu's schemes and machinations are aimed at this goal. This is why he is willing to lure the woman out, even if it means taking the lives of her children or her husband. He possesses means to obtain the key to the vault as password. Do you fear for your relatives? It is undeniable that Hu Yu is not merely a beast. He is a rare breed of madness. Is this still humanity? Indeed, this is humanity. For all the malevolence you can conceive of in this world is wrought by human hands. Sometimes, people will deride others as being less than beasts. But let us not be mistaken, beasts cannot rival human malevolence. Yet, Hu Yu seems to have forgotten one crucial point. The woman before him is a mother. Some women, upon losing their children, lose their reason and will destructively reshape the world. Suddenly, the woman's arm shot up, a gun appearing in her hand, swiftly aimed at Hu Yu. Bang! Hu Yu's fist struck her face first, sending her crashing to the ground. He looked down at her, laughing uproariously, futile effort. "I was trained by my father from a young age, far superior to my brother. And even if I were to fail in obtaining that fortune, I would still kill you. The funds from the assassin organization would suffice for me to live a life of indulgence. The sole purpose of drawing you out was to silence you, to utterly erase all traces of my elder brother from this world, thereby allowing me to inherit everything without the fear of future discovery. Do you comprehend? Hu picked up the woman's gun, a smile still gracing his face as he aimed it at her, presenting two choices: surrender your possessions and ensure your family's survival, or face death alongside your loved ones. Make your selection. The woman's face contorted almost beyond recognition, yet she remained silent. Instead, a peculiar expression suddenly appeared on her face as she stared intently at Hu. No, her gaze was fixed behind him. What? Hu's expression changed, the hairs on his body standing on end. Before he could turn around, a voice emerged from behind him. I was nearly driven to despair by your display. Are you truly such a beast? Chapter 47. Sister, think twice to be honest. Xiao Yang was utterly astonished. In his 2 lifetimes, it was the first time he encountered someone so incredibly beastly, in the presence of genuine savagery. He felt like a mere child, terrified to the core. Nonetheless, Xiao Yang gazed at the suddenly turned Hu as if he were a fool. You're alive? Hu was equally taken aback, struggling to believe it. Surprised? Unexpected? Xiao Yang teased, encouragingly adding, why don't you try to kill me? You truly are a monster. Hu retorted, ignoring the jest, his expression darkening. Something felt amiss, since Xiao Yang had managed to deal with his subordinates and stealthily approached him from the rooftop. He clearly had the opportunity to strike, to seize his gun and subdue him. Why did he not act, instead allowing himself to be threatened at gunpoint? Suddenly, Hu's face changed drastically. His eyes, seeming rusty, slowly shifted to the firearm. It was only at this moment that he sensed something was wrong. A slight sting pricked his palm. It was not that he hadn't noticed. Rather, he had just struck a woman with that very hand. It was normal to feel pain after hitting someone, yet this sensation was different. It felt as if he had been pricked by a needle. Did he just realize it? Xiao Yang gazed at him with a complex expression. Your sister-in-law must have been a killer in her past, though she may have aged and lost her prowess. She remains a trained assassin. I truly wonder how you dared to handle her weapon so carelessly. Remember the time he had eliminated a hitman at the barbecue restaurant? When the forensic team discovered the corpse was that of an assassin, even with gloves on, they hesitated to touch it. They first used tools to check for any metallic objects or foreign substances on the body. Only after thoroughly examining it, stripping it of all clothing with a forensic scalpel to confirm there was nothing concealed, did they dare to approach. Was such caution necessary? Indeed, there existed a case where the police had shot down an assassin, only to be pricked by a tiny needle while inspecting the body. That officer perished. The needle was a means of the assassin's suicide, hollowed out and containing poison, a venom from a box jellyfish. It could kill an adult within 30 seconds to 4 minutes, leaving no chance for rescue. Just moments ago, Xiao Yang had witnessed Hu overpower the woman and saw her drop the gun. He distinctly noted the glint of malice and a grotesque smile in her eyes as she fell. It was evident she knew she could not kill Hu, or perhaps his wife. Before seeking revenge, she had tampered with the firearm. In a normal person's psyche, when your opponent possesses a gun and you have incapacitated them, the instinct is to prevent them from retrieving it. What is the best and most effective course of action? To secure the weapon in one's own hands. Thus, Xiao Yang arrived too late, missing his chance to intervene. Xiao Yang gazed at the woman with profound trepidation. He had never held women in disdain, nor did he perceive them as feeble. Yet, even in his admiration, these women exuded an unnerving aura. Just one Chu Danchan was formidable enough to leave others in the dust. Now, an ordinary woman emerged, wielding a terrifying intellect that sent shivers down his spine. Was it merely luck that had led him to this moment? Upon realizing the gravity of the situation, Hu's eyes widened, brimming with terror and despair. As if he were witnessing the apocalypse, his body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, he turned, aiming his gun at the woman. He pulled the trigger. Yet both the woman and Xiao Yang merely chuckled coldly. Bang! A thunderous explosion erupted from the handgun, not a gunshot, but a detonation. Hu's hand, along with the firearm, was obliterated. His hand was nearly severed, blood spurting wildly from the mangled remnants. Hu howled in agony, rolling on the ground, clutching his wrist, consumed by excruciating pain. Impressive. Xiao Yang observed the woman with newfound respect. This was no mere pistol, it was a trap, both toxic and explosive. He had not anticipated such a turn of events. Hu, a man of considerable intellect, had meticulously orchestrated plans that nearly ensnared everyone, only to be outmaneuvered in the end. As the saying goes, heaven's justice is cyclical. Who can escape its grasp? Yet, To allow him to perish in such a manner would be an injustice in itself. Xiao Yang approached, a long knife materializing in his hand, procured from the system's space. Discreetly stashed away moments earlier. Now it served its purpose. Standing before Hu Yu, he brought his leg down with force. Thud. Xiao Yang's foot pressed firmly against Hu Yu's chest. With a swift motion, the knife fell, severing Hu Yu's arm with a sickening crack. Xiao Yang was unaware of the poison that lingered on the handgun, nor if it was too late for salvation. Regardless, amputating this arm was undoubtedly prudent. Whether Hu Yu would survive was a matter of fate. No. A roar erupted from behind the woman, like a furious beast, surged forward, brimming with wrath and malice. In an instant, she lunged at Hu Yu. Xiao Yang's leg swung out, striking her squarely in the face, sending her sprawling. Why show pity? What madness was it to feel compassion for an assassin? Then, Xiao Yang raised his arm again. Crack, crack, crack. He dismembered Hu Yu's other hand and both feet. Do not misconstrue his actions. This was merely to prevent Hu Yu from fleeing, to avert unforeseen circumstances. Nothing more, truly. Hu Yu did not scream this time. H had caught up with him. The pain rendered him unconscious. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed for assistance. He then sat down heavily on the ground, glancing at the unconscious Hu Yu and the similarly incapacitated woman. A grin spread across his face as he looked toward the horizon. The dawn unfolded like poetry, the sunrise painted the sky. The sun, a brilliant gem, was embedded in the heavens. The golden radiance instantaneously illuminated the entire world, as if nature itself were proclaiming the dawn of a new day. Some individuals ascended to the rooftop, while Hu Yu and the woman were led away. Yet, Xiao Yang remained entranced, gazing into the distant, resplendent colors. Eventually, a figure settled beside him, sharing in the spectacle of the sunrise. After a moment, he spoke, Sister Donchan. Yes? I am utterly fatigued. Oh, may I rest my head on your thigh? Of course, it is not because you possess enchanting legs, nor am I curious to feel their texture, and certainly, I do not wish to take advantage of you. This is merely a fundamental right of humanity to yearn for beauty. Is that permissible? With a playful glint, Chu Donchan regarded him, her fingers playfully cracking, producing a crisp sound. Well, I was merely speaking impulsively. Can I retract that? Xiao Yang felt on the verge of tears. Sister, please think carefully. Chu Donchan smiled radiantly, the light in her eyes transforming into a soft, glistening warmth. It's too late. Chapter 48. The comfort of indulgence. It was noon, with the sun shining just right. Exhausted, Xiao Yang sat outside the criminal investigation department, a cigarette dangling from his lips. Alongside Chu Donchan. Do you smoke? Chu Donchan frowned. No, Xiao Yang replied, taking a drag and skillfully blowing a smoke ring. Chu Donchan was on the verge of wanting to hit him. Sometimes, men smoke not just tobacco, but the loneliness and complexities of human relationships. Xiao Yang spoke wearily. If the head of the police force offers me a cigarette, should I accept it? When a high-ranking official hands you a cigarette, even if you don't smoke, you must accept it and learn to partake. It's akin to a supermarket owner who, while his primary business is stealing sweet potatoes, never intended to open another location. Yet, when he finds himself flanked by the provincial party secretary and the governor, he decides to expand his enterprise. The world is indeed wondrous, resembling a realm of social intricacies where everyone navigates through human connections. Chu Donchan glanced at the cigarette pack in Xiao Yang's hand, a smirk playing on her lips. Who would care if they lifted a cigarette from the head of the police in Binching? Winter sister, I've heard that the soldier kings are quite formidable? Xiao Yang inquired, eyeing the icy beauty beside him. I'm talking about the real veterans, the sergeants. They say even generals salute them out of respect, claiming that some generals were raised by these veterans. Is that true? He had often heard people online boast about those old sergeants being extraordinary. Was it really so? In normal circumstances, soldiers chew Donchan lightly bit her lip, a smile creeping across her face. 3 years as a private, 3 as a corporal, 4 as a sergeant, 4 as a level 4 sergeant major, 5 as a level 3 sergeant major, 6 as a level 2 sergeant major, and 6 as a level 1 sergeant major. She continued, now, let us consider the relatively young major generals born in the 1970s. Su Rong, born in 1970, was promoted to major general at the age of 46 in 2016. Then there's Wei Changjin, born in 1965, who became a major general at 55 in 2020. Now, regarding the sergeants you mentioned, how long have they served, and how long have the generals served? Without any medals, do they warrant a salute from a general? Calling a level 1 sergeant major old squad leader is mostly a matter of courtesy. In terms of service, which general has less experience than a level 2 or level 1 sergeant major? How could these so-called old squad leaders possibly have raised generals? With a teasing smile, Chu Dongchan's face radiated mockery. Little brother, perhaps you've indulged in too many fictional tales? Xiao Yang retorted, little brother my foot. Do you believe I wouldn't scare you if I showed you? Yet, he felt deceived by the novels, a pang of disappointment washing over him. Isn't the term soldier king meant to refer to ordinary soldiers? He pondered. On a national level, even a general is still a soldier, a pawn. Chu Dongchan regarded him as if he were a naive child. In the military realm, those who excel in skills, capabilities, and combat prowess can all be termed soldier kings. On the chessboard of existence, everything is but a pawn. Having gained new insights, Xiao Yang suddenly realized what it truly means to be a king of soldiers. He was curious about who the most formidable individuals in the military were. The top 3 contenders in martial arts competitions had recently been promoted. They are all quite fierce and ruthless, Chu Dongchan remarked with a gentle smile. Understanding dawned upon Xiao Yang as he nodded. Do you have a fondness for soldiers? Chu Dongchan gazed directly into his eyes. Indeed, Xiao Yang affirmed, for instance, I have aspired since childhood to be a man akin to Xiang Yu. Why? Chu Dongchan inquired. Surprised. Is that even a question? He epitomizes the pinnacle of human combat capability. Xiao Yang spoke passionately, leading a cavalry of 28. He dared to confront Liu Bang's 5,000, a godlike figure whose strength seemed almost superhuman. He undoubtedly opened a path, if he hadn't I'd be the one to suffer, he added. The crux of the matter lies in the audacity of Sima Qian to write about him. And the fact that Liu dared to acknowledge it, true men, indeed, with pride that counts for little. Of course, the most remarkable tale is the Battle of Jiulu, where Xiang Yu faced off against 400,000 Qin soldiers with a mere 50,000 of his own. He shattered their ranks, can you believe it? It exemplifies the concept of the advantage is mine, defy me, and you shall face the consequences. Xiao Yang cast a teasing glance at the somewhat displeased Chu Dongchan. According to historical accounts, the only one capable of enduring Xiang Yu's relentless assaults was the legendary Yu Ji. What do you mean? Why could Yu Ji withstand Xiang Yu? Chu Dongchan questioned, perplexed, unaware that the wheels of fate were already turning against her. Feeling drowsy, Xiao Yang feigned a yawn and decided to leave. If he lingered any longer, he might find himself in trouble when she finally caught on. Wait a moment. Xiao Yang said earnestly, don't forget about our appointment tomorrow. When did I ever agree to a date with you? Chu Dongchan retorted. At the bus stop. Xiao Yang pondered when he might purchase a vehicle. Alas, he remembered that his salary wouldn't arrive for another month. He calculated how much he could actually save. His heart sank at the thought. After deducting expenses for food and daily necessities, how little would remain of his meager earnings? He couldn't even afford instant noodles, let alone a car. Perhaps it was wiser to take the bus, he thought, prioritizing his survival over pretensions. Speaking of instant noodles, Xiao Yang felt a wave of despair wash over him. After 2 barbecues the previous night, disaster had struck on both occasions. What kind of fate was this? Why did protagonists in novels become extraordinary upon their reincarnation? Yet here he was, nearly meeting his end twice in just a few days. The absurdity of his situation only grew more apparent as he shook his head, feeling too exhausted to complain. Suddenly, a military jeep with white plates came to a halt before him. Looking up, he saw Chu Dongchan inside. Are you hungry? She asked. Starving, he replied. Get in. She instructed. Once again, they found themselves at a barbecue restaurant. As Xiao Yang sat down, he felt a mix of trepidation and anticipation. Surely, nothing would go awry this time. Observing Xiao Yang's cautious demeanor, Chu Dongchan couldn't help but chuckle. Fortunately, this time, their outing passed without incident. By the time they exited the restaurant, the afternoon had already slipped away. With a slightly tipsy demeanor, Xiao Yang waved his hand and proclaimed, let us sing, and I shall demonstrate what it means to be a deity of song. A chuckle escaped from Chu Dongchan, clearly amused by his antics. Had he truly forgotten the lessons of the past? The night was gentle, and the moonlight cascaded like water. A couple emerged from the KTV, supporting one another as they strolled leisurely along the street. Their laughter intertwined with melodies, creating the most exquisite nocturne. Though I may lack an understanding of romance and struggle with charm, Xiao Yang sang with a smile, and warmth enveloped my heart. My thoughts remained uncomplicated, devoid of any vices. Chu Dongchan's fair visage blushed with a hint of crimson from the wine, exuding an alluring charm. Her eyes, glimmering with mirth, resembled crescent moons. As they walked, they arrived at the long bench they had previously occupied. They sat together, gazing at the starry night sky once more. Do you remember the good news I shared last time? Chu Dongchan inquired softly. What? Xiao Yang responded, his eyes widening in a dazed manner. Join the army. Chu Donchan said, her gaze fixed upon the full moon. Why so silent? She asked, turning to him. Xiao Yang leaned against her, his form gradually succumbing to slumber. The sound of his gentle snores filling the air. With a sigh, Chu Donchan's gaze returned to the heavens. Is this your answer? Perhaps it is for the best. We are, after all, inhabitants of different worlds. Meeting you, knowing you, has brought me joy. Farewell. Suddenly, he stirred, his hazy eyes meeting hers. We promise to date, if you dare to run away. I shall break your legs, he declared, albeit in a drunken haze. Chu Donchan felt her spirits lift unexpectedly, a smile threatening to break free. Little brother, are you serious? Unfortunately, Xiao Yang was unable to respond, instead collapsing into her embrace. What a comfort it is to drift into sleep after such bravado. Chapter 49. Helpless as a man as the first rays of morning sunlight gently infiltrated the bedroom. They softly caressed the edge of the bed. On the bed, Xiao Yang appeared to be lost in a delightful dream, a mischievous smile gracing his face. Suddenly, he reached out his arm to embrace the space beside him, only to find nothing. Xiao Yang's eyelids fluttered, his thoughts and consciousness gradually awakening. Last night, there had indeed been someone beside him, a comforting presence. Could it have been a dream? Memories began to resurface. Dining, singing, strolling along the street, lounging on a long bench, being assisted home while inebriated, someone urging him to freshen up, and then forcibly lifting someone into bed, and promptly falling asleep. Damn! Xiao Yang opened his eyes, a shiver running down his spine. Was I truly so bold? How wonderful it is to be alive. Stunned for a while. His mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet he found himself at a loss for words. He was nothing like his usual flamboyant and dashing self. Once he regained his composure, Xiao Yang tossed aside the covers and glanced beneath him, gritting his teeth. Come on, buddy, you're not doing your part. We agreed to stand shoulder to shoulder, yet you just fell asleep last night. He swore to himself, from now on, if I drink again, I'll be a dog. Woof woof. However, the thought of having spent the night in the embrace of Chu Donchan made Xiao Yang chuckle quietly, like a caterpillar. He wriggled playfully in bed, completely shattering his suave and clever persona. He laughed like a fool. He nearly forgot the important matters at hand. Ceasing his foolish laughter, a singular thought struck him. Suddenly, a virtual system template materialized before him. Host, Xiao Yang system, biological ability replicator ability, skills of a warrior replication, 0-5 days. Note, by coming into contact with living beings, one can replicate their ultimate talents, top-notch skills, and unparalleled abilities. The host must explore the usage independently. One replication point is generated every 10 days and can accumulate. System space, zip ties x2. Long knife x1. Note, 10 cubic storage space, capable of storing non-biological items that require physical contact with the host and do not exceed 10 cubic space. Another 5 days until I earn a replication point? Xiao Yang wore a pained expression, murmuring, I am already parched with anticipation. Less than a week into his transmigration, he had faced 2 crises in succession, each time narrowly escaping with his life. To call it mere coincidence or extraordinary luck would be an insult to his intelligence. Heaven. Is this truly how you choose to play? Yet, balance exists between all things. The law of equivalent exchange teaches us that there is no such thing as good fortune in this world. Fate is impartial to all. What you are given must inevitably be taken away. Xiao Yang felt a pang in his teeth. This meant that since his transmigration, he had acquired the legendary crisis-induced constitution. If all went as expected, he would likely be destined for chaos from here on out. To avoid being obliterated, one must fight desperately to survive. Is that how it is? What nonsense. The system template vanished in an instant, and Xiao Yang scoffed. After all, he was living on borrowed time. Each day was a gain, and survival was never an option. He would never settle for that. Suddenly, borrowed time? A melodious and cool voice echoed from the doorway of the bedroom. Xiao Yang, she has tea left? Raising his eyes, he beheld the perfect figure leaning against the door, with legs reminiscent of a comic book heroine, a waist as slender as an A4 sheet, and a captivating face that could enchant any onlooker. Who else could it be but Chu Donchan? Wake up and join me for breakfast, he urged. Chu Donchan cast a fleeting glance in his direction before turning away. Xiao Yang thought to himself, how can she remain so composed? It defies logic. He hastily dressed and dashed into the bathroom to freshen up. Upon entering the living room, he surveyed the dining table, which bore a simple yet steaming array of congee. Buns and pickled vegetables, ordinary fare, yet inviting. Xiao Yang approached, seated himself, and began to eat, mumbling before he could even swallow. "Did you make this, sis?" Chu Dongchan shot him a withering look, her eyes silently conveying the message. "What do you have at home? Surely you realize there isn't a grain of rice in your pantry, so how could you possibly cook?" Xiao Yang felt his face flush with embarrassment. The absurdity of expecting a pampered young man to take on the culinary arts was laughable. It wasn't that he was a staunch traditionalist. Rather, he simply lacked the skill. Though he had attempted cooking before, following recipes meticulously, the results had invariably been disappointing, leaving him with a sense of incredulity. He had to concede that he was utterly inept in the kitchen. Yet, one must not be too perfect. Xiao Yang offered himself a convenient excuse, attributing his shortcomings to his straightforward and clever nature. "I must be off," he announced. Chu Dongchan took a bite of her bun, ignoring him. "Is this a farewell meal?" Xiao Yang pondered momentarily before smiling and adding, "Actually, I've been meaning to take a few days off. How about you take me to the military for a visit?" "Sister Dongchan?" Chu Dongchan's expression turned incredulous. Does this fellow have a serious delusion? The military is not a place just anyone can enter, especially not her department, where very few in the entire nation are permitted. "Don't you have any other male friends?" she inquired casually, though her eyes sparkled as they scrutinized him. Was having numerous opposite-gender acquaintances truly a good thing? Xiao Yang continued to eat, his words muffled. "A fly will not land on a seamless egg. Only when meat begins to rot does it attract maggots." "Be quiet and eat properly," Chu Dongchan replied, her annoyance evident, though her eyes betrayed a hint of amusement. "You were the one who asked first," Xiao Yang retorted, rolling his eyes. "Ah, women," he thought, as he adopted a pitiful expression reminiscent of a stray dog. Gazing longingly at Chu Dongchan. "What happened to our date?" In the presence of a formidable woman, one could not afford to show off. Instead, it was wiser to feign vulnerability and seek sympathy. The notion that one must outshine a strong woman to win her over was sheer folly. Those who believed that might not even grasp the essence of love. Strong women often surrounded themselves with equally formidable men, if only one could observe the gentle, considerate souls who supported these powerful women. Conversely, the same principle applied to men. The stronger they were, the more virtuous their female companions tended to be. Extremes meet. As the ancients wisely cautioned, Chu Dongchan remained silent, while Xiao Yang chuckled. In that moment, she seemed as helpless as a man. 5 days. Chu Dongchan's voice was tranquil, her tone feeble, insisting that she must return. 5 days, just 5 days. Xiao Yang sighed deeply, pondering that love is indeed like this. If two hearts are meant to endure, what significance lies in the fleeting moments of day and night? Chu Dongchan retorted, "Is there no sense of shame when one is shameless? We have only known each other for a few days. When did feelings blossom? Pretension is but a fleeting act, while shamelessness endures eternally. This is my sister." Xiao Yang, momentarily forgetting his principles, had to admit that a lack of shame often leads to a more carefree existence. It was evident what she desired. Chu Dongchan's lips quivered. "Let us go on a date." Having dined sufficiently, Xiao Yang rose, thumping his chest, and declared, "Trust me, after today, you shall remember this for a lifetime." "If I believe you, I might find my trousers unfit," Chu Dongchan replied with a playful glance. Yet within her heart, an inexplicable anticipation began to stir. "Do not deceive me. I can be quite formidable." Chapter 50. She disturbs my heart. When Xiao Yang first arrived at the Criminal Investigation Division, Chu Dongchan appeared somewhat dazed. Was this truly the unforgettable experience she had anticipated? It soon dawned on her that she had misjudged him. "I need to take a leave of absence," Xiao Yang conveyed a knowing glance to Li Huaqing, directing his gaze towards Chu Dongchan. Li Huaqing hesitated. A significant case was nearing its conclusion, and Xiao Yang was the pivotal figure. His presence was indispensable in numerous aspects. The stakes were high, with his contributions promising to be monumental. No exaggeration. The capture of the leader of a hidden assassin organization within Longwa would undoubtedly lead to its dismantling. Such an accomplishment warranted at least a second-class merit, with first-class merit being a strong possibility. How could the principal contributor be absent during the final stages of the investigation? However, in that moment, Li Huaqing noticed that Xiao Yang seemed rather indifferent to the accolades that awaited him, prioritizing his date over such achievements. Was he out of his mind? "If it's such a trivial matter, then you may as well take the day off," Li Huaqing remarked with a knowing smile, patting his subordinate on the shoulder. "Not just 1 day, but 5, Xiao Yang corrected gently. Li Huaqing squinted, seeking clarification. "She is a soldier," Xiao Yang elucidated. "I return to the military in 5 days, and it will be difficult to meet again thereafter." Understanding dawned on Li Huaqing's face, and he smiled. After a brief pause, He acquiesced. All right, go enjoy yourself. Yet, despite his outward nonchalance, he inwardly cursed. With a case of such magnitude, the higher-ups would undoubtedly wish to see Xiao Yang. What would they think when informed of his absence during his leave? Li Huaqing felt a pang of frustration. Nevertheless, granting such a leave was a privilege reserved for the capable. Exiting the Criminal Investigation Division, Xiao Yang turned to Chu Dongshan with a face full of noble sacrifice. Are you ready? Ready for what? Chu Dongshan shot him a quizzical look, her lips curling slightly, revealing her inner thoughts. I will take you to witness the meaning of living. The sunlight cascaded down, illuminating Xiao Yang's face, making him beam like the sun itself. The meaning of living? Chu Dongshan stood frozen. Before she could gather her thoughts, Xiao Yang took her hand. Come, let us first feel the breeze of our youth. The second destination, Bin City, the Kingdom of Discovery. After purchasing tickets, Xiao Yang held Chu Dongshan's hand, exuberantly leading her into the amusement park like an excited child. Chu Dongshan's heart raced. Since the age of 7, she had not set foot in such a place. Her parents forbade it, her position did not permit it, and her responsibilities left no room for it. For she was a soldier. Childhood. She felt unworthy of such a concept. Her youth consisted solely of relentless study and rigorous training. As the years passed and she matured, she eventually emerged from that base, transformed into a meticulously crafted human weapon. Now, after 2 decades, she found herself once again stepping into an amusement park. The entire day unfolded before them. Xiao Yang and Chu Dongshan reveled in their exuberance, darting between the amusement rides with childlike glee gracing their faces. Each gasp and burst of laughter seemed to unleash profound joy from the depths of their hearts, reminiscent of 2 jubilant birds soaring freely through every corner of this vibrant realm. They frolicked unabashedly in a world resplendent with colors, embracing the purest essence of happiness. As twilight descended, Chu Dongshan paused at the amusement park's grand entrance, her gaze fixed on the exit, lost in contemplation. A wave of tenderness surged within Xiao Yang. Filling him with a sense of affection, he vowed to bring her back again. Turning her gaze away, Chu Dongshan scrunched her nose, her icy demeanor having melted away under Xiao Yang's warmth. Her enchanting eyes sparkled, her face aglow with a radiant smile. The glimmering light in her beautiful eyes was both alluring and mesmerizing. The Ice Princess had not only come to life, but had transformed into a sister capable of a sweet smile. Do you understand now? Xiao Yang inquired with a smile. Indeed, Chu Dongshan nodded in agreement. To live is to seek joy and happiness, and the embodiment of such joy is found in the innocence of youth. Xiao Yang had helped her rediscover that. Their next destination was the bustling night market in Binqing. As night enveloped the sky, the market illuminated with vibrant lights, exuding a rich ambience of life, a living tapestry of earthly delights. Hand in hand, Xiao Yang and Chu Dongshan navigated through the lively stalls, indulging in food, laughter, and playful moments. Their faces radiated satisfaction as they savored the warmth of human connection amidst the market's vibrancy. Delicious, I assent it? Xiao Yang asked, holding a skewer of grilled squid, observing Chu Dongshan relishing octopus balls. Absolutely, she replied, cheeks puffed and eyes gleaming with delight, pecking at her food. Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. It was astonishing to witness such adorableness in a 27-year-old woman. Goodness, she can swallow such a large ball whole. Being her boyfriend must be blissful, he mused. Wait, she's distracting my thoughts. They wandered from one end of the night market to the other, their stomachs happily full. On their way home, Xiao Yang felt the grip of her hand and his had transformed from initial tension to a gentle softness, willingly accepting his hold. This was the essence of true love, devoid of the dramatic pulls and misunderstandings often depicted in novels. In reality, 2 individuals with mutual feelings often found themselves together by the very first day. Why pretend when the world is already chaotic? What Xiao Yang offered Chu Dongshan was a love that was pure and uncalculated, free from ulterior motives and theatrics. It was simply a matter of liking one another, of wanting to share the joy he perceived with her and inviting her to partake in happiness. If she reciprocated, they would unite. How fortunate Xiao Yang felt to have found someone who resonated with him. My time is limited. Chu Dongshan's voice was now imbued with a captivating softness, shedding its earlier chill. I recall encountering a passage online that expressed the following sentiment. Xiao Yang gazed at her with sincere affection. Liking someone was sufficient. Being able to connect with them was enough. Having shared moments in each other's hearts was all that mattered. And the mere existence of that person in this world was enough. In truth, whether they were together every day was not of paramount importance. Sister, what do you think of this statement? Chu Dongshan felt a flutter in her heart. What are your thoughts? It is quite eloquent. If one can articulate well, they should speak more. I believe Xiao Yang, with utmost seriousness, interjected, "That's nonsense." Chu Dongchan. Her thoughts nearly twisted in confusion. Yet she felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. This insufferable fellow is truly irritating. As Chu Dongchan departed, Xiao Yang was not surprised. The previous occasions when he had held her while they slept were merely innocent slumbers. If he sought to pursue something more, he should not jest. She was a girl who cherished meaningful gestures. Frivolity was not an option. Watching the retreating figure of his bothersome sister, Xiao Yang grinned. Surely, this day would remain etched in Chu Dongchan's memory for a lifetime, wouldn't it? Indeed. Chapter 51. Life is like a play. All depends on performance in the blink of an eye. 5 days have passed. Xiao Yang and Chu Dongchan have traversed the entirety of Binqing, indulging in every delightful attraction. Their final destination is the forest zoo. As they stroll along the winding paths, flanked by lush trees and an array of animal enclosures, each few steps reveal a new and fascinating creature, immersing them in a wondrous realm of wildlife. Yet today, Xiao Yang's purpose extends beyond mere amusement. He has a significant objective. Having spent 10 days in this world, he has finally acquired a replication point. He muses to himself. Does the system comprehend the trials I have endured during this period? 2 consecutive incidents have unveiled the stark terrors of this realm, exposing the horrifying realities that lie beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Without the system and the skills of a warrior, he might have met a dire fate. Let us not indulge in fanciful notions of mere mortals contending against deities, nor entertain the fallacy that true strength can be attained solely through intellect. The grim truth is that a mere assassin can swiftly teach one the meaning of ruthlessness. At this moment, Xiao Yang is in urgent need of power. The very presence of Xiao Yang at the forest zoo makes his intentions abundantly clear. He seeks to harness strength from the animals. Prior to his visit, Xiao Yang had meticulously prepared. The forest zoo offers designated interactive sessions for visitors to engage with the animals up close, for a price. The thought of his meager savings brings him discomfort. Some have remarked that with his recent accomplishments in 2 major cases, he is bound to receive substantial rewards. However, he is acutely aware that the recognition of his efforts will take time to materialize. A distant solution cannot quench immediate thirst. Deciding to cast aside these trivial concerns, Xiao Yang takes Chu Dongchan's hand, resembling a couple meandering through the zoo. They proceed to spend money on various animal encounters: leopards, lions, tigers. He even touches a polar bear. Yet, he feels despondent, as the system offers no indication of progress. What constitutes extreme talent, pinnacle skills, and unparalleled abilities? Is it possible that I am approaching this incorrectly? By the end of the day, just as Xiao Yang prepares to conclude their outing, they participate in one last inconspicuous interactive session between humans and animals. Suddenly, a notification chimes. Ding. Unparalleled ability replication successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the strength of the giant elephant. To his astonishment, while seated atop an elephant, Xiao Yang is taken aback. Is the elephant's strength truly unparalleled? The answer is unequivocally affirmative. In terms of sheer power, the elephant reigns supreme among living beings. This is not to suggest that one could compare an ant's ability to lift objects many times its weight and deem it formidable. A single step from a human is enough to crush an ant. Yet, when an elephant steps down, it could prove fatal for a human. This illustrates genuine strength. Thus, how formidable can an elephant truly be? With a mere run-up, one could effortlessly shatter a tree with a diameter of 40 centimeters, topple an armored vehicle weighing 10 tons, and treat lions, tigers, and bears as mere playthings. Suddenly, a torrent of terrifying strength surged from the elephant beneath him, coursing into Xiao Yang's body through the system. An indescribable and formidable power flowed through him, racing through his veins. Filled with trepidation, Xiao Yang dared not move. Fortunately, this power was easily controllable. He could instantly summon the elephant's immense strength or revert to his human capabilities. The system had granted him a switch. In that moment, while maintaining a facade of calm, Xiao Yang's heart was tumultuous, overwhelmed by the 2 words echoing in his mind: incredible, in a surge of excitement. He embraced Chu Dongchan tightly, exclaiming, "Sister, I am invincible." Chu Dongchan replied, "I cannot ascertain your invincibility, but if you do not release me immediately, your hand will soon find itself in peril." Thankfully, the astute Xiao Yang reacted swiftly and released her. Facing Chu Dongchan, who had turned to regard him, he offered a sheepish smile. Acknowledging one's mistakes is a virtue, and one must stand firm in the face of reprimand. Yet, he couldn't help but admire the delightful contours of his sister's physique. He noticed the faint outline of abs on her abdomen. Was the strength of the elephant the absolute power Xiao Yang sought? Not quite. What he desired encompassed far more than that. Strength, speed, defense, agility, everything was included. He would take it slowly, one step at a time. As long as the system existed, all would be attainable. After a day filled with vexation, Xiao Yang finally felt elated. Leaving the forest zoo, he sought out a restaurant. During their meal, he deliberately drank to excess. It must be admitted, when he got serious, he spared no one, not even himself. However, he had no choice. Without intoxication, he lacked an excuse to invite Chu Dongchan to share a bed with him. After all, his sister had a penchant for engaging in mischievous antics. With her youthful appearance, she would not allow him to embrace her for slumber without a compelling reason. Perhaps this delineated the distinction between girls and women. Even at 27, she remained a girl at heart. Observing Xiao Yang, who was deeply intoxicated and only grinning foolishly, Chu Dongchan found it hard to suppress a twitch at the corners of her mouth. Do you take me for a fool, unable to see through your intentions? The saying indeed rings true. Life is but a play, dependent on one's acting skills. Ultimately, she assisted him back to his home. After they had each bathed and freshened up, he embraced her and carried her to bed. Yet, as he buried his head in her embrace, he noticed the glimmering clarity in her eyes that betrayed a hint of shyness. Her heart, after all, had softened. With a silent sigh, she gently held him close and closed her eyes. Tomorrow, she would depart. Time had flown by so swiftly. As for Xiao Yang, happiness had arrived too swiftly. Akin to a gentle breeze that left him dazed. She was fully aware of his act, yet she cooperated so effortlessly. It became apparent that he was indeed exceptional. With a contented smile, he closed his eyes, comfortably drifting into slumber in Chu Dongchan's embrace. In the deep of night, the moonlight gently cascaded through the gaps in the curtains. The gentle light enveloped the embracing couple, who nestled against each other, their breaths intertwining as they savored the warmth and tranquility that belonged solely to them. Suddenly, Chu Dongchan opened her eyes, which sparkled with a chilling, piercing intensity, reminiscent of stars. The entrance door creaked open silently, revealing a tall figure who glided in like a specter. Standing approximately 185 centimeters tall, he possessed an impressive physique and a handsome, mature visage. A subtle smile graced his lips, reflecting the unique charm of a seasoned man, while his dark, arched brows framed eyes that gradually revealed a hint of tenderness as they gazed toward the bedroom. However, the smile and warmth in his eyes faltered upon noticing a crack in the bedroom door, through which a cold, emotionless, and spine-chilling gaze was fixed upon him. Xiao was taken aback. There was someone else in his son's house, a woman? Chapter 52. Who am I? Xiao, afraid of. Xiao was incredibly busy, yet he felt compelled to visit Benqing to see his son. He had heard alarming news that his son had nearly lost his life. After inquiring about his son's recent experiences, Xiao found himself utterly bewildered. Is this really my son you are talking about? It feels as though you were describing someone else's child. Xiao Yang was indeed his flesh and blood, and Xiao was well aware of his son's capabilities. While his intelligence was undeniable, and his penchant for witty remarks was charming, graduating from the police academy was also commendable. However, the revelation that he could outsmart an intelligence organization was astonishing. Not only that, but he had also managed to eliminate several intelligence operatives. Moreover, just days ago, his son had engaged with a group of assassins, annihilating an entire organization and capturing its leader. The most shocking detail was that his son had already taken over 10 lives. Upon hearing this news, Xiao began to question his existence. Yet, there was an even more terrifying revelation. Someone had informed him that the Special Investigation Unit was looking into his son. Upon receiving this information, Xiao felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. A chilling sensation coursed down his spine, and he broke out in a cold sweat. To frighten a senior official of the National Security Agency to this extent is no small feat. Perhaps some may not grasp the dreadfulness of the Special Investigation Unit. To illustrate, it is through the efforts of the Special Investigation Unit that the current National Security Agency was established. With the Special Investigation Unit now focused on his son, Xiao felt as though his son was teetering on the brink of death alive, yet not entirely so. Thus, he had come to check on his son. Yet now, Xiao found himself drenched in sweat, terrified by the eye peering through the door crack. How does one describe that eye? It was indifferent to life and dismissive of death. It belonged to someone who had witnessed countless lives and deaths. A person possessing such an eye must have blood on their hands, with a minimum of a double-digit body count. Xiao was astute in his observations, albeit somewhat cautious. Recently, A certain troublesome sister had been indulging in play with her younger brother for several days, resulting in a body count exceeding 2 digits. Xiao Guoqiang was struck by the illusion that any slight misstep on his part could lead to his demise. Yet, in the next moment, the expression in that eye shifted: surprise, bewilderment, panic, and a hint of shyness. Xiao Guoqiang? The door swung open, revealing Chu Dongchan clad in a white shirt and denim jeans. Xiao Guoqiang's gaze transformed as he beheld the beautiful girl before him, his heart swelling with pride. His son had grown up, as warmth radiated from her eyes. A blush crept across Chu Dongchan's cheeks, leaving her at a loss for words. Xiao Guoqiang turned to leave. Pardon me, I was unaware you were here. Please let my son know to call me when he wakes up. If he has time, he should come home for a visit. Chu Dongchan stood frozen, staring at the closed door. A delicate flush painted her radiant face, adding to her enchanting allure, until 2 arms encircled her waist from behind, lifting her and carrying her back to bed. Don't say a word. Xiao Yang buried his face in her embrace, blushing for what reason? After all, they were legally together. Chu Dongchan? Suddenly, she realized. Yes, they were indeed blind date partners, so it was quite normal to be together. Why blush? However, in such circumstances, meeting Xiao Yang's father would undoubtedly lead to misunderstandings. How would they face others in the future? Chu Dongchan patted the head nestled in her arms. Feigning anger. Still sleeping? Aren't you going to take a look? I've seen enough over the past 22 years, Xiao Yang mumbled. A few more hours won't matter. Chu Dongchan found it utterly amusing. Truly, a son dutiful to his father. Did he genuinely not wish to meet? It was Xiao Yang who was not yet ready. Although his current life mirrored his past, he found it impossible to address strangers as father and mother. It was not mere affectation. The words simply would not come out. He could not regard these strangers as his true parents. Minutes later, Xiao Yang stepped out of the apartment. He glanced toward the figure sitting on the flower bed, smoking. Xiao Guoqiang was lost in thought, staring at his approaching son. His first impression was one of strangeness. His second was the undeniable recognition that this was indeed his son. The third feeling was that something about this boy was off. It was only when Xiao Yang stood before him that the two fathers and sons locked eyes in a silence that spoke volumes. Xiao Yang gazed at the man before him, who bore the same face as his father from his previous life, feeling an uncontrollable pulse of bloodline connection. Yet, in his memories, his father from the past had a youthful visage. The man before him was a middle-aged gentleman. Do you remember when I took you to Tiananmen Square when you were little? Xiao Guoqiang suddenly asked with a smile. Of course, I remember. Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, thinking it was merely a matter of not being able to hold his bladder. Was it really necessary to bring it up repeatedly? Confirming that this man was indeed a bit of a schemer. Ahem. Did he realize something was amiss upon confirming that? Hearing his son's response, Xiao Guoqiang felt a weight lift from his heart. This was a matter only they understood, not even his wife knew. If she found out that he had taken their son out and he ended up wedding himself, she would surely give him a beating. Have I changed too much in just a few months? Xiao Guoqiang wondered aloud. I almost died, Xiao Yang replied, chuckling. I've come to understand many things. I must have grown up. He glanced at the 2 cigarette butts on the ground, advising, smoke less. Certain individuals would not take kindly to it. Ahem. Xiao Guoqiang coughed from the smoke, his throat constricted. Who am I, Xiao Guoqiang, to fear anyone? Haha. Xiao Yang could hardly contain his laughter. Keep pretending. Xiao Guoqiang's face flushed with embarrassment. This little rascal was even trying to lecture his father. How about you cough up some gold coins? I'm quite broke at the moment. Xiao Yang crossed his arms. You could choose not to, but then don't blame me if I expose that someone has 2 WeChat accounts, one of which holds secrets about a private stash. What the? Xiao Guoqiang immediately sprang up, pointing at his son, gritting his teeth. Do you believe I could make you call me grandpa? Come on, whoever doesn't fight is the grandson, Xiao Yang retorted defiantly, raising his chin, unyielding. Suddenly, both father and son were taken aback. Wasn't this a matter of generational discrepancy? They silently covered their faces, inwardly cursing. Foolish. Xiao Guoqiang settled back down, pondering the situation. Xiao Yang did not withhold the truth, recounting the 2 incidents in meticulous detail. As Xiao Yang spoke with nonchalance, Xiao Guoqiang's heart raced with trepidation. Unable to restrain himself from interjecting, can you truly eliminate an assassin with your bare hands? Indeed, Xiao Yang replied, brimming with pride, I possess an extraordinary memory. Xiao Guoqiang, with a skeptical expression, questioned whether his son perceived him as a fool, and the evidence was indisputable. How long has it been since I last dealt with you? He asked, wearing a fatherly smile as he placed a hand on his son's shoulder. almost causing Xiao Yang to collapse under the weight of it. Yet, internally, he felt a sense of relief. This rather troublesome question had been skillfully sidestepped. All is well, Xiao Yang declared, pulling out his phone to transfer 6,000 yuan to his son. He rose with a flourish, saying, "Take care of yourself." Xiao Yang, lost in thought, gazed at the retreating figure of his father. An indescribable feeling welled up within him. However, he soon noticed something unusual. The 6,000 yuan represented Xiao Yang's entire stash of private savings. Any married man with a hidden reserve knows the significance of such funds. It symbolizes a man's very essence. Yet, Xiao Yang had relinquished this essence to his son. Though he appeared nonchalant upon leaving, an undercurrent of farewell lingered in the air. Xiao Yang's expression turned grave, as an ominous premonition settled over him. His father was embroiled in a significant endeavor, one that could potentially lead to a life-and-death crisis. Chapter 53. Mutual Harm. Who fears whom upon returning home? Xiao Yang lay back in bed with a sense of unease. His mind seemed to have a mind of its own, gravitating towards the embrace of his troublesome sister. Chu Dongshan gently massaged his furrowed brow, noticing his troubled demeanor. "Sister? It seems I've encountered some issues at work. And? Do you think I should go take a look?" "Of course. But I'm just a child. Matters of national security must be perilous, right? Do you enjoy being a pampered child? Why the silence?" "Ahem. I believe I should immediately take up arms to protect my country. Is that so?" "Indeed, we young people are filled with lofty ambitions. National security matters are dangerous. Aren't you afraid? Come on, let us mutually harm each other. Who is afraid?" Xiao Yang took out his phone, contemplating for a moment. He sent a message to a certain phone number, his mother's. He recalled fragments of conversations between his ex and his parents before he began typing. "Xiao Yang, Mom. I've discovered something unusual about Dad." Click send. In the dead of night, he wondered if she would even see it. Within 10 seconds, a notification chimed. "Mom, you'd better consider the focal points of this conversation carefully. If your father's peculiar behavior doesn't satisfy me, watch your legs." Xiao Yang. Is my mom that merciless? To his surprise, his sister was laughing, reveling in his predicament. Xiao Yang. Dad gave me all his secret savings, 6,000 yuan. Mom, that's suspicious. Xiao Yang. Exactly. Doesn't that seem odd? Mom. Indeed, it is. I recall your father having a total of 16,000 in secret savings, 10,000 stashed in the ceiling of the bathroom, and another 6,000 hidden in his WeChat account. Xiao Yang. 16,000? Mom, I see now. Your father must be setting a trap for you. Wasn't he deliberately feigning a life-and-death scenario, handing you the money, and then leaving with a nonchalant demeanor? Xiao Yang. Mom, have you installed surveillance on me? He was beginning to feel somewhat unnerved. Mom, are you thinking that your father has encountered something dangerous, leaving him unsettled, and he sent me a message to provoke me into inquiring about his activities? There is no need for that. Xiao Yang. How do you know? Mom. Your mother is a police officer. The little tricks you two play are merely remnants of my experience. Xiao Yang. Wow, that is ruthless. She had seen through his tactics, shattering his dignity. What was most infuriating was that she had voiced it right in front of him. Tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. Reflecting on it, it seemed rather normal. At 39, his mother had already ascended to a prominent position in the Drug Enforcement Department. Now, at 43, she was about to be promoted to deputy director. Was her intellect merely a gift? Mother, rest assured, your father is merely trying to frighten you. He likely seeks to extract something from you. He is quite cunning. And even if everyone else were to perish, he would remain unscathed, unless... Xiao Yang. Unless what? Mother. Unless there are issues within his unit or problems with his old comrades. There are not many circumstances that could place him in a life-threatening situation. Is your father truly that formidable in this lifetime? Xiao Yang was somewhat taken aback, for he possessed scant memories of his parents' occupation's classified information. He only knew that his father worked in national security, but the specifics eluded him. Moreover, it is worth noting that when Xiao Yang was 40, he attained the rank of a department head, placing 17th in the national ranking of the youngest department heads. Can you guess how he achieved such a position? Xiao Yang. Should I go see my father? There might genuinely be something amiss, and perhaps I could offer my assistance. Mother, do you think you are qualified? Xiao Yang. Is mother truly so venomous? I feel quite affronted, my temper flaring. Mother, that's not right. Xiao Yang. Mother, even if your father were shameless, he would not stoop so low as to ensnare his own child. Wait a moment. Why would he seek you out, and even give you 6,000 yuan? Could it be that he is indeed laying a trap? Speak up. Have you done something in Bin City that I am unaware of? Did you nearly perish? Is that why your father came to see you? Xiao Yang, what kind of supernatural mother is this? How terrifying. Not only Xiao Yang, but also Chu Dongchan, who had been observing the younger brother's messages, was astounded. What sort of family is this? To deduce from mere words that Xiao Yang had engaged in certain activities in Bin City and that he had nearly met his demise? Xiao Yang, you're overthinking it. How could I, such a well-behaved child, possibly? Mother, silence. I never expected that my son, freshly graduated from the police academy, has already become a police officer and a formal one at that, having skipped the probationary period. You are truly impressive. Xiao Yang. Just as I began to suspect, you are already investigating me? Such efficiency is rather daunting. Mother, well done, my son. The activities you have recently undertaken are classified. You must be embroiled in some significant case, likely of a special nature, which even I, a department head, lack the authority to access. Xiao Yang. Mother, do not feign nonchalance with those ellipses. Do you think your legs are now quite healthy? Yearning for your mother to bestow some maternal love by helping you break them? Xiao Yang. He suddenly recalled something, a person, Zhang Degui, the head of the Bin City police team, a classmate of his mother. He remembered how this big boss jokingly remarked, I worry I might be killed by your mother. At that time, Xiao Yang had pondered how a department head could be so apprehensive of a mere division head. Now, he profoundly understood the fearsome nature of his mother. Mother, have you learned to conceal your thoughts from me? Indeed, from the moment your father became acquainted with me, he intended to deceive me for his own lustful desires. Ever since you began to comprehend the world, you have been adept at extracting money from others. Neither of you possesses a shred of virtue. Alas, I am aging, and in a few short years, I shall depart this world. You may conduct yourselves as you wish. I shall not concern myself with your affairs. A solitary tear shall suffice for my lamentations. Xiao Yang. Mother, this is a trope frequently encountered in novels. Mother, oh, how clever you have become. You have managed to evade his deceit? Xiao Yang. The back and forth between the mother and son is rather troubling. Isn't it? Mother, given that your father has ensnared you, it is likely that he genuinely wishes for you to assist him. There must be some complication at hand. By the way, does the case you were involved in pertain to matters of national security? Has it been a battle of wits throughout? Xiao Yang. Mother, it seems I have struck a chord. Your father likely perceives your intellect as promising and hopes to salvage his predicament by having you investigate. Perhaps in the hope of a fortuitous discovery. He has orchestrated a dramatic separation to draw you into his web. Such is the nature of his scheme. Xiao Yang is left despondent. That is his biological father. Could one truly imagine him concocting such a ruse? Initially, how could there be any suspicion or vigilance? I was foolishly moved by that sum of 6,000. To think you would employ such tactics against your own son is truly excessive. Yet, as the saying goes, if one does not bear children for amusement, then what purpose does it serve? Chapter 54. My sister is a big shot. Setting aside his phone, Xiao Yang's handsome visage broke into a smile. He turned around, wrapped his arms around his sister's waist, and nuzzled against her, radiating sheer delight. Chu Dongchan could distinctly sense the buoyancy of his spirits. Are you very happy? Indeed. Why? The barrier has been dismantled. Barrier? Are you sure it's not a misunderstanding? Same difference. Not quite, Chu Dongchan thought, feeling an urge to strangle him. She finally understood why his words often felt peculiar. For instance, his references to Xiang Yu's 7 incursions and retreats, or his remark about how charming she looked while eating meatballs elicited an odd sensation, akin to having someone press a car wheel against one's face. Ah, so this fellow drives at full speed with his words. A moment's inattention could land one on the expressway. Truly, a seasoned driver. Xiao Yang was indeed elated, feeling a weight lift off his shoulders. After traversing to this life, his greatest concern had been whether his current parents would perceive anything amiss, as well as his apprehensions about their relationship. Fortunately, he discovered that his father in this life shared his disposition, being as cunning as he was. As for his mother, 3 words sufficed, quite terrifying. Yet, it was evident that his parents were not only cheerful but also remarkably open-minded. They never imposed undue pressure on their child through language. Nor did they intentionally establish rigid rules. They did not force their own wishes upon him. Their approach was fundamentally one of free-range parenting, imparting only the essential distinctions between right and wrong. Before he reached maturity, they would guide him in establishing his values, but upon his coming of age, they would cease to interfere. The path ahead was one he must navigate alone. As parents, they had imparted all they could and nurtured him to adulthood, leaving no debts to be repaid. The journey of life, whether fraught with errors or filled with successes, rested solely on his shoulders. Xiao Yang mused, finding them to be the epitome of ideal parents in the eyes of any child. All his worries dissipated, and all his pressures evaporated. He felt a profound sense of lightness. However, he knew he had to check on Xiao Yang to truly set his mind at ease. Regardless of whether this father had orchestrated a trap, he was nonetheless the man who had bestowed upon him this corporeal existence. The mere bond of blood forbade ignorance or evasion. I can't take you along. Embracing her tightly, Xiao Yang mumbled, "That's all right." Chu Dongshan replied with a graceful smile. She understood his intentions and recognized his concerns. Her intelligence had never been in question. She simply lacked the sharpness of Xiao Yang. "Let us find out where he is," Xiao Yang whispered. He was well aware of Chu Dongshan's capabilities, though certain powers were not to be trifled with. Finding someone Chun-Ti posed much difficulty. Chu Dongshan retrieved her phone, and upon connection, she spoke in coded language. Soon, she mentioned Xiao Yang's name. In no time, his whereabouts were pinpointed. It appeared that Xiao Yang had not concealed his movements. Otherwise, tracking a security personnel would have proven arduous. The route was not leading to the capital. Chu Dongshan furrowed her brow. He must be traveling via a police helicopter to another province or city. Is there a way? Xiao Yang, nestled in her embrace, grunted lazily. With a silent sigh, Chu Dongshan gently patted the head of her dog and spoke to her phone. "Prepare a helicopter. Perhaps in a past life, I owed him something." 20 minutes later, on the road outside the apartment building, a vacuum appeared. The traffic police had cordoned off the area, redirecting vehicles. Stunned, Xiao Yang gazed at the massive armed helicopter hovering above. Its naval insignia was unmistakable. He understood well what it meant for a military helicopter to enter the city. Even without its armament, it was an intimidating sight. To dare to enter the city without cause would surely result in repercussions for someone. "My dear sister, you are putting me in a difficult position," Chu Dongshan remarked coolly as she observed the dazed Xiao Yang, reminding him to stay safe. The helicopter descended onto the road. Its doors sliding open. Xiao Yang cast a glance at her before dashing toward the aircraft. Chu Dongshan's lips curled into a smile. "Don't worry. No one will reprimand your sister, Dongshan. They lack the authority." Inside the cabin, Xiao Yang donned a noise-canceling headset and accepted a military tablet handed to him by a soldier. The screen displayed an unusual electronic information graphic, showcasing a blue dot moving across the interface. Airspace route and radar lock? Xiao Yang, no expert in the field, could only describe it as such. However, he recalled hearing about air route classifications. Class W for low altitude, 0 to 120 meters. Class G for general aviation, 120 to 300 meters. Class E for controlled airspace, 300, 6000 meters. And Class A for air transport, 6,000 to 20,000 meters. The tablet likely indicated that a helicopter was flying within controlled airspace, marked by radar. He surmised that Xiao Yang was aboard this helicopter. All of this had been arranged by Chu Dongshan. How impressive. Xiao Yang chuckled to himself. Then envisioned a melodramatic scene, even coming up with a title. "My sister is a big shot." If he didn't seize the opportunity to benefit from her, would he be doing himself justice? Alas, it's all tears. Xiao Yang lamented his own stubbornness. He could easily make a living with his looks. Yet he foolishly insisted on relying on his talents. Was he truly foolish? He glanced at the night sky outside, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He vowed that in his next life, he would cast aside his moral compass. Instead of being a police officer, he would become a rogue. Soon, the image of Chu Dongshan flashed in his mind. She must have left as well? He never imagined their parting would occur under such circumstances. It didn't matter. They would meet again. "Wait for me to find you." In H province, Harbin, in the suburbs, a police helicopter slowly descended onto the highway. With a serious expression, Xiao Yang disembarked from the helicopter and entered a business vehicle. As the helicopter flew away, the vehicle made its way into the city. Inside the car, Xiao Yang's gaze was icy as he scrutinized the middle-aged man across from him, who wore a look of shame. "Is it him?" "Yes." The middle-aged man forced a bitter smile. "We are far too familiar with our methods. He knows everything we do, and he is immensely powerful. Capturing him is exceedingly challenging. When someone becomes so formidable that you know their whereabouts yet cannot find them, it transcends mere strength and becomes terror." Xiao Yang remained silent for an extended period, closing his eyes to conceal the fury, bitterness, and confusion simmering beneath. "Brother, what has transpired to place you at odds with the nation and its people?" In an instant, Xiao Yang opened his eyes, issuing a command: "Seal off the city." The middle-aged man who heard this order paled in shock. "This is Harbin, a sub-provincial city. You intend to seal it off? Do not make me repeat myself. Xiao Guoqiang's gaze was sharp as he fixed his stare upon the man before him. Suddenly, his phone vibrated with an urgent buzz. Both Xiao Guoqiang and the middle-aged man furrowed their brows. During operations, their phones switched to a special mode, allowing only internal personnel to connect. It was nearly impossible to receive a call at such a moment. Yet, Xiao Guoqiang's phone rang. Hello? He answered, puzzled, only to be met with laughter on the other end. Stop the car. Wait for your clever and handsome son. Xiao Guoqiang's expression reflected deep skepticism about life itself. Chapter 55, Silence. Have some dignity. Xiao Guoqiang was acutely aware of his son's intelligence from a young age. His child had been the epitome of what parents considered the ideal offspring. Yet, despite Xiao Guoqiang's high regard for his son, he could not fathom how. Just as he set a trap, his son would instantly see through it and appear before him. This transcended mere intellect. What kind of extraordinary capability did his son possess? Did he truly deserve such an extraordinary skill? As the business vehicle came to a halt, Xiao Guoqiang was taken aback by the sight of the military helicopter overhead, flanked by traffic police swiftly sealing off the roads. The spectacle was overwhelming. What merit did Xiao Yang possess to warrant such a display? Then, a thought struck him. He recalled that piercing gaze, that girl, and the Special Operations Department. The timing of Chu Dongchang's appearance was far too coincidental. Only a department of such caliber could unleash a woman so formidable. Special Operations, the girl, the helicopter? In an instant, Xiao Guoqiang's expression shifted to one of realization, and a troubling thought emerged. Could it be that his son was living off a woman? What sort of family was this? A second-generation police officer, and he was resorting to relying on his looks? This was intolerable. With a grim demeanor, Xiao Guoqiang fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang as he descended from the helicopter, contemplating a call to his wife to reprimand their son severely. Why not confront him directly? Too familiar, it would be difficult to take action. Amazing, my son has ascended to such heights. As Xiao Yang approached, Xiao Guoqiang sneered, Care to explain yourself? Actually, Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. I have a friend. Xiao Guoqiang, shall we simply eliminate this brat? In truth, it was merely a girlfriend. Xiao Yang chuckled. Didn't you meet her? Son, we are a respectable family, Xiao Guoqiang asserted, adopting the stern demeanor of a father, lamenting, You cannot be living off a woman. Xiao Yang retorted, What nonsense is this? Who am I living off? Yet, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Perhaps, maybe, it could be considered living off her? He had never spent a dime of her money. With a mischievous grin, Xiao Yang added, I've heard from Mom that someone had a phase in their youth when they were quite impoverished, living off others, drinking their drinks, sleeping at their places. Do you know who she was referring to? Coughing awkwardly, Xiao Guoqiang lowered his head. Don't speak. Have some dignity. In a fit of embarrassment, he slapped his son on the head. Rubbing the back of his head, Xiao Yang grimaced, refraining from retaliating, feeling frustrated. If it were anyone else, they would have faced dire consequences for such insolence. Casting a glance at the helicopter rising into the sky, Xiao Guoqiang shot a glare at Xiao Yang. Get in the car. Father and son entered the business vehicle. Upon encountering a middle-aged man, Xiao Yang nodded and smiled. The man returned the gesture, though a flicker of apprehension crossed his eyes. Wasn't it prudent to be wary of someone who could treat a military helicopter as mere transportation amidst the city chaos? Pray tell, how did the call reach my phone? Xiao Guoqiang inquired, his expression turning grave and icy. When matters of national security are at stake, familial ties must be set aside. Some matters are no laughing matter. Dongchang Jia is assisting me, Xiao Yang confessed candidly. The Special Operations Department's channels? Well, that's settled then. Xiao Guoqiang sighed with relief, realizing something. My mother said you were scheming against me. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth. Are you even my real father? Aren't you ashamed? Why should I be ashamed? Xiao Guoqiang's gaze faltered. Enough of the chatter. Aren't you quite adept at finding people? More than adept. Xiao Yang was well aware of the exploits he had undertaken in Bincheng, all revolving around capturing people, finding people, and deceiving people. It must be said, this lad was no ordinary troublemaker. His mind not only worked swiftly, but his ability to dig traps was truly remarkable. An intelligence organization, a killer organization, both had been thoroughly outwitted and destroyed by Xiao Yang. The predicament Xiao Guoqiang faced was also a matter of finding someone. Xiao Yang's mother had guessed correctly. Xiao Guoqiang was in a state of frantic desperation, treating a dead horse as if it were a live one. Since Xiao Yang possessed such great abilities and was indeed his biological son, why not utilize him? Otherwise, he wouldn't have set such a trap for his son. Could he not simply state his needs outright? Why resort to such convoluted tactics? Xiao Guoqiang thought, as a father seeking help from his son. Do I not have any pride? Additionally, he sensed that his son was somewhat peculiar and was intentionally testing him to see if his son would come to save his father. Upon Xiao Yang's arrival, Xiao Yang felt no doubt. This is my blood, without a doubt. Xiao Yang noticed the glimmer of relief, affection, and joy in Xiao Yang's eyes. Even if he was a stepfather, as long as one treats you well and regards you as their own, one must still call them father. Moreover, this was his biological father. What was there to be conflicted about? Xiao Yang relented. I shall call you father, if nothing else. Perhaps you can shower me with some gold coins in the future. If a father were not to be exploited, then what purpose would he serve? Thus, the decision was made with a sense of ease. What do you need me to do? Xiao Yang asked with a smile. Help your old man find someone. Xiao Yang replied, grinning. Who is it? A special operative. Are they formidable? In the realm of special operations, particularly in intelligence, there may be no more than 50 individuals superior to him. Within the boundaries of Longhua? Or globally? Globally, Xiao Yang thought. He truly is my father. You have quite the high opinion of me. Am I to compete with someone of such caliber? Why are you in Harbin? Suddenly, Xiao Yang's expression darkened. He mainly felt the urge to curse, yet was unable to do so, which was exceedingly frustrating. He is right here in Harbin. Xiao Yang provided the answer. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. How do you know? A special operative who ranks among the top 50 in the world. It's not that he looked down upon his father. But how could he possibly know this individual was in Harbin? If he could uncover this, how could the target possibly rank among the world's top 50? It was ludicrous. His relatives vanished in Harbin. Xiao Yang's expression grew serious. Our people have seen him on the Tianwang surveillance footage. Such a person could easily evade detection. How could he be caught on surveillance? Xiao Yang shook his head. If even you know to use surveillance to find someone, how could he be unaware? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback by his son's retort, his expression shifting continuously, yet he remained present. Once he spoke, both father and son instantaneously fell into solemnity, their expressions mirroring each other as they locked eyes. Was that intentional? Upon arriving in Bin City, what were your intentions? Xiao Yang inquired, frowning. To impose a lockdown. Xiao Yang replied. Is it because he is formidable? Xiao Yang scrutinized his father's gaze. I know him well, Xiao Yang sighed. Without the lockdown, it would be impossible to apprehend him. Know him? Xiao Yang questioned. Your friend? My brother, Xiao Yang replied with a wry smile. There is no point in a lockdown now. It's futile. Xiao Yang massaged his temples, pondering. If you understand him so well, how could he not understand you? Surely he anticipated your decision to impose a lockdown? Could you assist your father in locating him? Xiao Yang asked with a hint of hope. You haven't even disclosed what he has done, why you are pursuing him, or what abilities he possesses. Xiao Yang regarded his father as though he were a madman. Am I supposed to find a needle in a haystack? The outcome? Xiao Yang wore an odd expression, classified information. Forget it, I can't even curse, Xiao Yang exclaimed, rolling his eyes in exasperation. At this moment, I should take my leave immediately. Chapter 56. Father claims authority, defiance invites retribution. Do you know? If you were not my biological father, it would be quite easy for you to receive a beating. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth in frustration. However, one cannot entirely blame Xiao Yang. The State Security Bureau is not a family enterprise. Confidential matters are not for outsiders to peruse, nor can they be discussed among family. Otherwise, it would be tantamount to leaking sensitive information. Father insists he is right. Defy him, and I shall strike you. Xiao Yang shot him a glare, challenging. If you have the capability, perhaps in your next life you could be my father? Xiao Yang, yielding to the elder, you are formidable, indeed my father. I concede my error. Yet, you hold a respectable position. Why resort to such petty antics? The middle-aged man, who had been observing the banter between father and son, could not suppress a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Nonetheless, this dynamic, akin to that of brothers, yet still retaining the father-son bond, truly evoked a sense of envy within him. Must one always don an air of authority while the other feigns deference to embody familial piety? Provide me with some materials that I can peruse, or at least share what I am permitted to know. Xiao Yang appeared weary, expressing, I am completely in the dark regarding his identity or character. How am I to seek him out? This request is not unreasonable. In fact, it is exceedingly modest. If my father refuses even this, then what is the point of discussing confidentiality? He truly contemplated taking his leave. Given that Xiao Yang was no longer in imminent danger, he intended to return to Bin City before dawn. He had only taken 5 days off. He was still a police officer and must return to duty. Xiao Yang hesitated for a moment, He could not divulge sensitive identity information. As for what he could disclose, a genius. How brilliant. Xiao Yang's teeth ached. A genius who overshadowed our entire cohort. Xiao Guoqiang's expression grew serious. He was recruited by state security even before graduation. May I interrupt with a question? Xiao Yang inquired, intrigued. How does state security select its talents? 5 avenues, Xiao Guoqiang elucidated. Police academies, military academies, armed police, the military, and special recruitment. I am referring to individuals in confidential roles, not those accessible to the general populace. Understood, Xiao Yang nodded. The 18th Bureau of State Security, correct? This refers not to the overt state security units in various provinces and cities, but to the genuine secretive entities. It is said that state security comprises 18 bureaus, each exceptionally formidable. Any single bureau could dominate within the Dragon Nation. When did you develop an interest in such thrilling narratives? Xiao Guoqiang chuckled at his son's jest. Do you fancy the Dragon Team? Betrayal from a loved one is the most lethal. Xiao Yang ground his teeth. So, does the 18th Bureau truly exist? Well, Xiao Guoqiang smiled awkwardly. I suppose so. How can you still find humor in this? Xiao Yang felt a pang of frustration in his chest. What are the attributes of this genius? Is it their martial prowess, intellect, or perhaps something else? Xiao Guoqiang's expression shifted continually, and he uttered 2 words, versatile. That is quite the genius. Xiao Yang dared to pose what might be a provocative question. Father, how do you measure up against them? Xiao Guoqiang, instead of being angered, grinned with pride. It's a 50-50 chance. How can you even say that? Xiao Yang contemplated mocking, yet hesitated, not wanting to jest. I'm not joking. Xiao Guoqiang spoke with a serious demeanor. Do you think your father holds a prominent position for no reason? Why do you think he is here at this moment? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, casting a deep glance at his father. So formidable. There is no need for subterfuge, Xiao Guoqiang continued. He is proficient in foreign languages. Combat, tracking, counter-tracking, interrogation, counter-interrogation, psychology, and establishing intelligence networks, among other skills. Listen carefully. He is not merely competent. He is an expert. He has undertaken numerous significant national missions, such as apprehending and sniping key criminals, gathering intelligence, and infiltrating foreign countries and organizations to accomplish special assignments. When necessary, he would not hesitate to sacrifice himself for greater interests or the need for confidentiality. He has received 6 commendations for police merit, including 2 first-class honors and 4 second-class honors. He has also been awarded military honors 3 times, all of which are first-class. Notably, he has received a military honorary title as well. Hearing this, Xiao Yang gasped in astonishment. This is incredibly impressive. Wait a moment, he furrowed his brow. Looking at his father. Military and police honors? Does he hold dual roles in the military and police? Or is it a combination of police and armed forces? If it's the former, it shouldn't exist on the surface in Longhua. The latter does exist, however. Achievements in the armed police also count as military honors. Whether in wartime or peacetime, national security pertains to the police, and externally, they are always perceived as police. Armed police may sometimes act as law enforcement, but they are not military. Xiao Guoqiang smiled and explained to his son, but are there not things that only a military officer can accomplish? Understanding dawned on Xiao Yang. Military position. I'm astonished. Special forces can indeed have dual roles in both military and police. It could only be said that Xiao Yang's previous perspective had been too narrow, lacking exposure to this realm. There are many things unknown to ordinary people, much like certain academicians who have never served in the military yet bear military ranks. Why would a national hero betray his country? Xiao Yang stared into his father's eyes, seeking clarification. If I knew, I wouldn't be troubled. Xiao Guoqiang cast a disdainful glance at his son. What exactly did he do? Are you certain he has betrayed the nation, and yet he has followed us here? Xiao Yang felt on the verge of losing his composure. This. Surely you must elaborate? Xiao Guoqiang organized his thoughts. He took something of great importance from the country, something unique, and killed a significant individual in the process. The creator of this item was murdered by him, hence it must be retrieved and the person apprehended. That's all I can disclose. The rest is for you to ponder. If you cannot figure it out. Xiao Guoqiang's smile bore a devilish quality. What use are you? Xiao Yang felt an urge to strike out in frustration, wanting his father to understand what cruelty truly meant. Externally, Xiao Guoqiang appeared calm and composed. Yet internally, he was in turmoil, fearing that his son might abandon the conversation, which would be a significant loss of face, especially with others observing. He merely wished to maintain an air of superiority. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang quickly regained his composure. His logical thinking became rigorous and clear once more. The more he analyzed, the more he sensed something amiss. He sensed an invisible pit before him, beckoning him to leap into its depths. This was not to imply that Xiao Guoqiang was deceiving him, but rather that someone was digging the pit. It remained uncertain whether this pit was intended for him, for national security, or for others. Nevertheless, it was undeniably a pit. Xiao Yang harbored suspicions that this pit could potentially lead to the demise of many, in a manner both shocking and profound. The rationale behind such thoughts was quite straightforward. The special agent that national security was pursuing exhibited peculiar behavior. For someone ranked among the top 50 in the world, his current actions seemed rather foolish. My dear fellow, you are a top-tier special agent. Yet, you are caught in acts of murder, theft, and even your mere presence in certain locations is discovered. Reflect on this. Is this truly a top-tier special agent? Or merely a fool? If this individual is not a fool, then only one possibility remains: digging a pit. Chapter 57. In honor of unsung heroes Harbin, National Security Bureau. The business vehicle came to a halt, and the father and son disembarked. Outside stood a group of police officers, four clad in white shirts, the rest adorned with the insignia of police supervisors. Each uniform bore the emblem of national security. Xiao Guoqiang exchanged a handshake with the leading first-class police inspector. There were no pleasantries. They proceeded directly into the building. In the director's office, Xiao Guoqiang accepted a cigarette offered by the inspector. The inspector glanced at Xiao Yang before extending another cigarette towards him. Xiao Yang accepted it without hesitation, placing it between his lips. Witnessing this, Xiao Guoqiang felt a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth but refrained from comment. His son had grown bold enough to smoke in his presence. What does the higher authority imply? The inspector inquired, his brow furrowed. Find him as soon as possible. Xiao Guoqiang exhaled a cloud of smoke with a sigh. Given your impulsive nature, the inspector jested, you haven't ordered a city lockdown? Xiao Guoqiang remained silent, casting a glance at his son. Why are you looking at me? I'm just a humble, inconspicuous individual, Xiao Yang replied, his gaze lowered as he feigned innocence. The inspector turned to Xiao Yang, smiling. And who might this be? My son, Xiao Guoqiang casually remarked, leaving the inspector momentarily speechless. What was the situation? This young man possessed some capabilities. Xiao Guoqiang cleared his throat awkwardly, offering a smile that was both embarrassed and polite. A few days ago, there was an incident in Bincheng. Did Lao Huang mention it to you? He brought it up, the inspector admitted, a hint of envy crossing his face. He managed to secure a significant case. But it seems the Public Security Bureau is taking the lion's share, while Lao Huang merely gets a taste. By the way, I heard it involved. Suddenly, the inspector's eyes widened in shock, fixating on Xiao Yang. Bincheng? Xiao? Father and son? You are that Xiao Yang? What kind of matter could provoke such an uncharacteristic outburst from a police inspector? A youth, not even an officer. Commanding the three major criminal organizations of Bincheng to dismantle an intelligence network. Due to confidentiality, Lao Huang had said little. But the peculiar expression on his face hinted at the gravity of the young man's reputation. Xiao Yang responded with a bright, innocent smile, the kind that radiated sunlight. How should I address you? Qian Yu, the inspector replied, extending his hand with a beaming smile. Heroes emerge from youth. We've long been acquainted. One who could bring down an intelligence organization, could he truly be a mere innocent? You flatter me, Uncle Qian. I am no hero. You and my father are the true heroes here. Xiao Yang grasped the inspector's hand firmly, engaging in the customary flattery. However, the notion of a long-standing acquaintance felt rather peculiar. What exactly was this connection? After the handshake, Qian Yu understood why Xiao Guoqiang had brought his son along. They were not fools. Faced with the current predicament of not locating the individual in question, they were bound to explore every possible avenue. Xiao Yang's capabilities are indeed formidable. If he were to have a son with such talents, he would undoubtedly showcase him, perhaps to flaunt a bit. I refrained from divulging anything to him. Considering the sensitivity of the matter, Xiao Guoqiang wore a solemn expression, devoid of any inclination to boast. However, I managed to engage him in brief conversation. My little one had deduced rather grim news. What? Qian Yu inquired, astonished. It seemed as though he was digging a pit. Xiao Guoqiang's expression reflected discomfort. Otherwise, given his prowess, how could he have revealed so much information, including his presence in Harbin? If we were to connect the dots between murder, theft, and his activities in Harbin, could it not be possible that he was deliberately luring us or certain individuals here? Moreover, Xiao Guoqiang turned his gaze towards Xiao Yang, urging him to continue. Earlier, in the vehicle, Xiao Yang had begun to articulate a point, but before he could finish, we arrived at the Harbin National Security Bureau. Qianyu, his countenance grave, glanced at Xiao Yang, his eyes filled with uncertainty. Additionally, his family has gone missing, hasn't it? Xiao Yang emphasized. How exactly did they vanish? He was captured by surveillance upon his arrival in Harbin. Qianyu quickly responded. By the time we reached his relative's residence, it was already deserted. Uncle Qian, you misunderstand. That is not what I am asking, Xiao Yang articulated meticulously. I am inquiring how you came to know where that person's relatives reside. The confidentiality of special operations is among the highest in the entire Dragon Nation, reserved for only a select few. Their families receive significant protection and surveillance, yet the personnel of Harbin's national security do not possess the qualifications to access such information. Perhaps some may find it difficult to comprehend. To illustrate, undercover agents often maintain singular lines of communication, with only a few aware of their identities. Their files remain classified, leaving others in the dark. If you are unaware of who he is, how could you possibly know where his family resides? Furthermore, the individual they are currently seeking holds a file classification that Qianyu is not privy to, let alone information regarding his relatives and their addresses. Please elucidate. Why is it that upon merely discovering the individual, you were able to promptly arrive at his relative's home? This young lad is rather alarming. A look of astonishment, admiration, and envy crossed Qianyu's face as he regarded the self-satisfied Xiao Guoqiang. How was he raised? Just a bit clever, Xiao Guoqiang replied with an air of wisdom. You have no idea how vexing it is to be the parent of a mischievous child. Xiao Yang, Qianyu, given our familiarity, do you still derive pleasure from posturing? Subsequently, Qianyu provided an answer, brother. Xiao Yang was taken aback. It had been previously mentioned that the mortality rate of anti-drug police is alarmingly high compared to ordinary officers. Yet, few are aware that the death rate for national security officers, particularly those in special operations, may reach levels beyond what the average person dares to contemplate. Even in sacrifice, their identities remain undisclosed, even if their families are no longer present. Rather, they are permanently sealed or completely destroyed. One might inquire, why? Because the covert front can never be illuminated. There exists a group of nameless heroes who traverse the shadows, bearing burdens that remain unknown to ordinary people. However, they are not alone. They have a brotherhood, comrades akin to themselves, whom they trust implicitly. They often entrust their loved ones to the care of these brothers, allowing them to face their fate with greater peace of mind. When Qianyu uttered the term brother, Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. He rose and saluted, not in reverence to Qianyu, but to honor an unsung hero. Does he not possess a name? Huh. Qianyu did not return the gesture, but accepted it with equanimity. Xiao Yang smiled, as did the two elders. Yet, the words that followed from Xiao Yang rendered the elder's smiles frozen in disbelief. He was not evading. He was calling for help, urging us to find him swiftly. Chapter 58. Why insult our intelligence? A plea for help? Xiao Guoqiang and Qianyu were rendered speechless, staring blankly at Xiao Yang. Their expressions mirrored that of someone beholding an extraordinary creature, filled with incredulity, as if to question. We harbor no grievances against you. Why then, insult our intellect? Should you find my words unclear, allow me to rephrase. Xiao Yang cleared his throat, adopting an exaggerated tone. Oh, great king, come seize me. Come quickly. Let us play together. Xiao Guoqiang and Qianyu. Their sense of insult was now compounded by an overwhelming desire to retaliate. Why must you provoke us when you have always been so audacious? Very well, let me be more candid. Xiao Yang chuckled nervously, primarily out of fear of retribution. He harbored a hypothesis that he seemed to be under some form of control, acting not of his own volition, perhaps even rendered mute. He concocted a scheme, deliberately leaving behind traces to entice them to locate him, not for his own sake, for he had long accepted the possibility of sacrifice, but rather to signal for his family. Regrettably, their response was sluggish, or perhaps they simply failed to grasp his intentions promptly. He had provided numerous clues, yet his family remained missing. Sighing, Xiao Yang contemplated two possibilities. Either he could not wait for his own rescue, or he had been taken by another. Xiao Guoqiang and Qianyu's expressions darkened, their demeanor turning grim. However, they refrained from interrupting the young one's analytical musings, eager to hear more. Have you ever considered a particular notion? Xiao Yang's mind began to race. Regardless of whether it involved murder or theft, the ordinary methods could not definitively implicate him, could they? The reason you identified him must have stemmed from some arcane means, through unique traces or techniques that confirmed his involvement. Yes? Yet, Have you pondered this? If he were truly intent on wrongdoing, he would undoubtedly execute his plans without a trace. He is acutely aware that certain methods and traces, once employed, would inevitably lead to his exposure. Why then did he choose to leave them? This indicates he did not wish to conceal his actions from certain individuals, but rather left conspicuous traces for your benefit. He possesses faith that you would discern the signs of his betrayal. This serves as his initial clue to you. And this clue is, "It is I, save me, find me," perhaps also an invitation to seek out his family. Do you understand my reasoning? For when law enforcement detects a criminal and confirms their identity, the first course of action is to shadow the criminal's relatives. Xiao Yang spoke gravely. He has provided such an overt hint, yet you failed to recognize it? Xiao Yang and Qian Yu's faces drained of color, realization dawning upon them. Is this true? It is precisely due to your oversight that a second cry for help has emerged. Xiao Yang shook his head. He was compelled to make yet another appearance. This time, the clues he provided were more conspicuous, manifesting in Harbin, even captured on surveillance, and appearing in his hometown. Regrettably, it was futile. Someone must have discovered it or deduced his initial hint before you could contemplate his relatives or venture to their homes. He had to either take them away in advance or they were taken by others. Of course, there might be a third hint. He was aware that you could not prevent it, that there was insufficient time to rescue his kin, which is why he appeared on the surveillance. He understood you, was familiar with you, and was even acutely aware of your dispositions. Xiao Yang glanced at his father. He surmised that you would come, anticipated that you might order a lockdown. It was precisely because he knew you that you also understood him. So why would he still draw you here? Did he truly wish for you to enforce a lockdown? And what significance would that hold? He was conveying to me. Xiao Guoqiang's face hardened, his teeth clenched. A lockdown would be ineffectual. It would not stop them. But who could it not stop? Was it this individual or some others? Or perhaps, what manner of individuals could not be deterred by a lockdown? Coupling this with Xiao Yang's earlier words. Who could possibly control an elite operative ranked among the world's top 50, compelling him to undertake certain actions? The answer was becoming increasingly evident, was it not? They must have arrived. Qian Yu's expression was so dark it seemed it could drip water. Speaking halfway, was this still human? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes, nearly blinding himself. There exists a particularly fearsome type of person in this world. Xiao Guoqiang regarded his son. They could be agents, spies, or intelligence operatives from any nation. You could not even ascertain if they were mere spies, double agents, or perhaps even triple agents. Among the world's top 50? But Xiao Yang blinked. Adopting an expression reminiscent of an elementary school student, aren't agents and spies the same? Although they both belong to special operations and intelligence, the distinctions are considerable. Xiao Guoqiang shook his head. Agents primarily execute assassinations, abductions, protection, escort duties, and internal investigations. Spies primarily probe external circumstances, gather intelligence, and may sometimes engage in sabotage. Agents typically possess formidable combat capabilities, whereas spies generally do not require physical strength, but rather intellect, cunning, and skill. They can be elderly, middle-aged, young, or even children. They might not even be human. They could be machines, or even a dog or an insect. What an eye-opener. Xiao Yang frowned. Father, you've elaborated so much, but what is the crux, and how does it relate to the them you are referring to? Perhaps, I say perhaps. Xiao Guoqiang's expression was gravely serious. A king of spies has arrived in Longhua. King of spies? Xiao Yang twitched his lips. The title seemed rather lowbrow. Yet it was fitting. Every domain has its sovereigns. This is a consensus. The military has its king of soldiers. The police have their king of officers. Surely, within the realm of espionage, there must also be a king of spies. Regardless of the circumstances, now that one has arrived in the Dragon Kingdom, it's simply a matter of taking action? Yet, Xiao Yang was acutely aware that matters were not so straightforward. To confront someone, one must at least ascertain their whereabouts. It would be absurd to engage in a boxing match with a shadow, after all. Moreover, at this juncture, any words spoken seemed to be too late. A certain individual had offered 3 clues, yet it appeared that those from the National Security Agency had failed to seize the opportunity. Nevertheless, there was still a chance for redemption. A smile played at the corners of Xiao Yang's mouth. Father, Uncle Qian, there is no need for your furrowed brows. In fact, he is left behind. A 4th clue. The eyes of Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu lit up, akin to a drowning person grasping a life-saving straw. What clue? Chapter 59. The echoes of passing geese. The traces left by people. What is the 4th hint? Xiao Yang inquired, casting a glance at Qian Yu. What are you staring at? The seasoned police chief was momentarily taken aback. feeling a sense of unease under the scrutiny of the young lad. What could it possibly be? Xiao Guqiang interjected, furrowing his brow. I remember posing a question to Uncle Qian earlier. Why does he know the address of that person's relatives? The two elders furrowed their brows, an ominous premonition rising within them, their expressions darkening. At their level, intelligence is merely foundational. They were not lacking in wit. Xiao Yang's hint immediately led them to grasp the crux of the matter. The young boy had already articulated it. The relatives of that individual had gone missing. Which presents two possibilities. 1. He took them away himself. 2. They were taken by someone else. Some may not have realized the gravity of this issue. If it were the first scenario, there would be no problem. However, if it were the second, then trouble would surely ensue. The identity information of such individuals is highly confidential. As previously mentioned, the identities and residences of their family members are equally shrouded in secrecy, until this secret is unveiled. How could anyone possibly know the address of his relatives? This is precisely why Xiao Guqiang and Qian Yu appeared so troubled. There has been a leak, and those privy to the secret are few and far between, a mere handful. Yet each one holds significant power. Take Qian Yu, for instance. He occupies a prominent position. Does he not? Among these individuals, Xiao Guqiang is merely a small cog in the grand machinery. Should a leak truly have occurred, one can only imagine the dire consequences. They dared not ponder such thoughts. You need not overthink it. This is merely one possibility within the fourth hint. Xiao Yang, not wishing to frighten them further, continued. There is also a second possibility. The two elders' eyes brightened. Smack! Xiao Guqiang swiftly slapped the back of his son's head, exclaiming, "Spit it all out at once. This rascal nearly gave me a heart attack." Xiao Yang felt quite vexed. The bloodline suppression from his corporeal form weighed heavily upon him. Before his biological parents, what difference did being a traveler make? He too had to kneel. I forgot to mention something, Xiao Yang said, rolling his eyes, not bothering to conceal the glee on his face. The 10,000 yuan you concealed in the bathroom ceiling and the 6,000 yuan in your WeChat account. My mother is fully aware, yet pretends to be oblivious. Can you guess why she doesn't expose you? Revenge is a must. In that instant, Xiao Guqiang's face drained of color, his countenance paling. Qian Yu, standing nearby, gazed at Xiao Guqiang as if he were a corpse. Brother, you're quite something. Hiding over 10,000 yuan in secret funds. Are you trying to ascend to the heavens? Snapping back to reality, Xiao Guqiang suddenly glared at his son. Speak quickly. If you don't blame me for being ruthless. Always bullying your son. You're nothing without that. Xiao Yang's smile faltered, and he dejectedly continued. The second possibility is that the individual intentionally took them away or did so under surveillance. If that is the case, it leads to two further possibilities. 1. He has defected, or 2. He has not defected. If he has indeed defected, then there is nothing more to discuss. However, if there was no treachery, he would have left something behind. This object would undoubtedly reveal certain truths to me. Xiao Yang's eyes glimmered with determination. He must find it. What is the foundation of this reasoning, and why is he so certain? Because whenever that individual encounters trouble, the national security personnel, regardless of their speed, will inevitably visit the homes of his family. This could very well be his last opportunity, the final clue. Before his disappearance, this was the only chance to leave behind something of significance. It is clear that even if the national security agents fail to discern the hints he left, they will certainly appear here. A commonplace residential community. An old, somewhat dilapidated building. Xiao Yang gazed at the apartment complex with a complex expression. He had been deceived by novels once more. These works frequently mention that the families of classified personnel reside in certain unusual locales. While this notion holds some truth, it is not absolute. Many relatives of classified personnel live in ordinary environments, leading lives akin to those of common people. As long as they do not disclose their connections, no one would suspect that their kin are sacrificing for the nation. It is even likely that, for the sake of confidentiality, they themselves refrain from discussing such matters with their relatives, fearing potential repercussions. Sometimes Xiao Yang pondered, is it worth it? Then he thought of Chu Dongchan, recalling that night when they sat together on a bench and the words she spoke. Some things must be undertaken by someone. If you do not act, and I do not act, will Longwa still exist? The door slowly creaked open. After donning shoe covers and gloves, Xiao Yang stepped into the old, dilapidated abode. The homeowner was an elderly couple, both in their 60s. They were the parents of that individual. No wife or children. Those who contemplate this question likely do not understand the nature of special operations. Some operatives may be assigned overseas duties, executing missions abroad for years, even decades, with no certainty of return. Do you think they would have wives or the opportunity to have descendants while in their homeland? It is a cruel and helpless reality that tugs at the heart, yet it is the truth. Footprints, fingerprints, items containing DNA. Standing at the threshold, Xiao Yang did not enter immediately. He scrutinized the floor, which appeared as though it had been licked by a dog, frowning. Everything had been meticulously cleaned. Xianyu wore a solemn expression. It is exceedingly difficult for one person to achieve such a level of thoroughness. It takes an inordinate amount of time. This serves as a message to Xiao Yang. There are no traces left, and it is possible that this was not the work of a single individual. When we arrived here and observed the condition of the floor, we realized it was too late. Xianyu sighed, making an effort to preserve the scene while searching without causing damage. The results were evident. No clues whatsoever. Xiao Yang did not inquire whether the surveillance outside the community had been checked or if any interviews had been conducted. First and foremost, one must understand whom they are dealing with. The conventional methods of ordinary criminal investigation appear utterly ludicrous in the presence of top-tier special operations personnel. It is comparable to ordinary police being able to apprehend spies and agents. What purpose does national security serve then? Since the individual has made their move, it is undoubtedly directed towards the level of national security reconnaissance. How could they possibly leave behind any trace? Yet, if Xiao Yang's deduction holds true, someone indeed left behind an object capable of deceiving the eyes of certain individuals, perhaps even fooling a master spy. In that moment, his every action and gesture must have been under scrutiny, right? As Xiao Yang stepped into the living room, he murmured to himself, was there an opportunity to conceal something? However, if he has not betrayed his country, then in such circumstances, he would be even more compelled to leave behind some evidence. He was aware that national security would inevitably come, and this was his final chance. In the realm of criminal investigation, there exists a principle, the law of local material exchange. Whenever certain individuals are present in a location, engaged in activities, even if merely passing through, they will invariably leave direct or indirect traces at the scene. As our ancestors wisely stated, a passing wild goose leaves its call, and a person leaves traces. Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings. So where could one possibly conceal an object? Chapter 60. You are truly remarkable. Xiao Yang moved slowly within the confines of the room, his eyelids fluttering infrequently. His gaze meticulously captured every detail within the space, striving to leave no corner unexplored. Yet, he was acutely aware that such efforts were futile, for no matter how keen his observational skills, they paled in comparison to those of the national security personnel. No need to speak of extraordinary talents or remarkable gifts. Some matters are governed not by intellect but by experience. What he sought was that which eluded the vision of all. Only the unseen could outwit the masses, including the discerning eyes of a master spy. What could it be? In what form would it manifest? How might one obscure it from prying eyes, yet ensure it remained? With the possibility of eventual discovery, Xiao Yang stood frozen, akin to a marionette, grappling with the notion of invisibility. If the eyes failed to perceive, then alternative methods must be employed in the search. Was this the essence of his inquiry? If one were to seek without sight, what other faculties could be utilized? Gradually, he closed his eyes and uttered a command. Silence as he shut the door behind him. Xiaoguqiang and Qianyu exchanged astonished glances, puzzled by the young one's intent. Yet they complied nonetheless. Xiao Yang remained motionless, tilting his head to engage his auditory senses, listening intently in the stillness of the room. Time passed minute by minute, and 10 long minutes yielded no results. Not through hearing, perhaps? Slowly, he opened his eyes and murmured, nose, scent. He then began to move deliberately, employing his olfactory senses to detect something. He traversed every corner of the residence, yet found nothing. Not through sight, nor sound, nor smell. What else remained? Fatigue crept into Xiao Yang's expression, his mind tirelessly whirring with a myriad of possibilities and hypotheses. Shape, sound, and scent corresponded to the eyes, ears, and nose. With those ruled out, only 2 senses remained, taste and touch. Taste, associated with the tongue. Touch, connected to the body. Surely, he could not resort to using his tongue. He was a top-tier operative. After all, such an act would be beneath him. A pallor washed over his handsome features as he sensed the malevolence of another operative. The mere thought of having to lick every surface of the room was revolting. Presumably, even the most elite of operatives would not engage in such behavior. Thus, only one possibility lingered: touch. A smile crept onto Xiao Yang's face. Touch encompasses not merely the hands, but also other parts of the body that may come into contact with objects. The absence of any marking suggested that hands were not employed, nor feet. At that moment, someone must have been closely observing his hands and feet, leaving him hesitant to move recklessly. Hence, he could only rely on other parts of his body to make contact, parts capable of leaving a trace. He recalled a character from an animated series, Crayon Shinchan. No way, you can't be suggesting he used his backside to retrieve something? Xiao Yang was taken aback. Could it truly be that extraordinary? No, he shook his head vigorously, dispelling such thoughts. It was highly likely that, at that time, even the physical contact would have proven difficult for him to execute. If he were truly controlled by someone, how could that individual afford him any opportunity? Indeed, they would not allow him any movement whatsoever, would they? Are you intentionally exposing the residence of your loved ones? Are you deliberately placing your family in the hands of that person? Is this the only way for you to return home, leaving something behind in the process? However, your body is in a state of constraint. How then could you leave behind such a thing? With a resounding slap, Xiao Yang struck himself, cursing under his breath. This scene left Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu in a state of astonishment. Has he lost his mind? The subsequent actions of Xiao Yang further led the two to suspect his sanity. 10 minutes later, Xiao Yang had transformed into Azongzi, with his hands and feet bound by tape and his mouth sealed. Yet, this was entirely his own request. Would you say he has lost his mind? Ignoring the bewildered gazes from his father and Qian Yu, Xiao Yang lowered his head in contemplation. At that moment, you must have been in such a state, right? And in that condition, you could hardly move. When others brought you out, you surely were not standing. In the next instant, Xiao Yang collapsed onto the ground, first lying flat on his back. No, that was incorrect. He then rolled over to lie face down. Still not right. Subsequently, Xiao Yang lay on his side, continuing to conduct certain experiments. Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu exchanged glances, having long recognized something amiss. With grave expressions, they watched the peculiar movements of the young man, guessing what he was testing. Suddenly, Xiao Yang's body trembled, his eyes widening. He inquired, can one leave something behind while being completely restrained? The answer, indeed, is yes. There exists something that can undoubtedly be left behind: breath. A person cannot survive without breathing. Even if that individual is entirely bound and their mouth sealed, they must still retain their nose for respiration, correct? One might ask, what can breath leave behind? Droplets. When a person speaks or breathes, the mucous membranes of the oral and nasal cavities secrete substances. These contain moisture, salts, proteins, and potentially viruses or bacteria. The nose is one of the primary sites for the production of droplets. After such a duration, do droplets not dry? They do. But they leave traces, and the bacteria and viruses within those droplets do not perish easily. Those knowledgeable about bacteria and viruses understand that they can sometimes persist for an exceedingly long time. The average person may not comprehend this and might struggle to locate such bacteria or viruses. However, forensic experts can. The instances of tracking criminals through droplets are countless. Having made this discovery, a surge of excitement nearly overwhelmed Xiao Yang. He then lifted his neck, shaking his head slightly. He experimented with whether he could utilize his nose, using droplets to write. Even if writing were not feasible, he could still leave behind some unique markings. Is this not the very realm in which intelligence operatives excel? Once he had unraveled the tape and articulated his reasoning, Xiao Guoqiang and Qian Yu gazed at Xiao Yang as if they had encountered a ghost. At that moment, they wished to pry open Xiao Yang's skull to uncover what resided within. We all consume the same sustenance. Why are you so extraordinary? Or are we perhaps different species? A group of forensic experts arrived at the scene, meticulously examining the ground within a height range of approximately 50 centimeters, as well as the walls, baseboards, and other locations. This particular height coincided perfectly with an individual lying on their side, capable of utilizing their head, nose, and breath to produce aerosolized droplets. Suddenly, a forensic expert exclaimed in astonishment. It was not nasal fluid, but rather a mixture of saliva and nasal secretions. Xiao Yang uttered what? In disbelief, yet quickly regained composure. For instance, when one eats, it is not uncommon for food to inadvertently enter the nasal passages. If food can do this, could saliva not follow suit? Perhaps an individual, unable to utilize their mouth, resorted to this method to moisten their nasal cavity, subsequently creating aerosolized droplets. Remarkable indeed, my friend. Xiao Yang was nearly overwhelmed. You are truly impressive. Chapter 61. I apologize. I am insane. The morning sun rose like a bashful maiden, timidly peeking over the horizon, bestowing a gentle blush upon the earth, heralding the dawn of a new day. Xiao Yang, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, sat outside a residential building, idly exhaling clouds of smoke. Having already uncovered a lead, he pondered why he was not present at the scene. There were certain matters that ordinary individuals were not privy to, such as the unique markings left by certain individuals. It was not only he who had been driven away. The forensic experts, after restoring the special markings, were also expelled due to the secrecy involved. "Are you hungry? Come, let us grab a bite," said Xiao, a broad smile gracing his face as he approached his son. "In a good mood, aren't you?" Xiao Yang glanced at his father and asked with a teasing smile. "Confirmed?" "Confirmed," Xiao nodded. "No treason." "How splendid." Xiao Yang continued to smoke. "Go back a bit." Xiao shot his son a stern look. "Your mother will kill you if she finds out. I'm an adult now, you know?" Xiao Yang rolled his eyes exaggeratedly. "Why don't you go and discuss that with your mother?" Xiao replied with a cold chuckle. Xiao Yang fell silent, recalling his conversation with his mother the previous night, which made him shrink back slightly, evoking childhood fears of horror films. "Can I leave now?" Xiao Yang shrugged. "I'm a policeman. I have to go to work." "Work? Stay right here." Xiao glared at his son. "I just called old Huang from the National Security Bureau and been high. He will speak to the head of your police team to help you take a leave." "Wait. Aren't you going to ask for my opinion?" Xiao Yang grimaced. "I'm your son. Can't you show me a bit of respect?" This thought reminded him of how his parents never bothered to knock when entering his room, barging in as if it were a city gate, leaving him quite helpless. "Respect, you say?" Xiao grinned, extending his hand. "Since you've grown up and are surely earning money now, how about returning the 6,000 yuan from last night?" Xiao Yang, winky face, "I apologize. I am insane. I shouldn't have spoken. Can I handle you?" Xiao chuckled with pride, but his expression quickly turned serious. "You're not going anywhere for the next few days. Help your father find someone." "Impossible." Xiao Yang shook his head. "At this rate, I won't find anything at all." He was referring to the so-called classified information from the National Security Bureau. "They tell me nothing and expect me to know nothing. Yet they want my help. Helping last night was due to your father's favor, a face to uphold. Otherwise, what does your National Security Bureau amount to? I have committed no crime and owe you nothing. If it's classified and cannot be disclosed, then let it remain classified. I shall not serve." "Ha!" Xiao laughed heartily. "This is my son. His temper is just like mine. Don't worry." He patted his son's shoulder and continued. "I'll apply for you to have access. Whatever you wish to know, I will inform you later. Moreover, you've made a significant contribution. If you can locate the individual and recover the items, I guarantee you an exemplary commendation. Do I not have first-class merit?" Xiao Yang, unfazed, confidently extended 2 fingers. "If all goes as expected, I will soon have 2. How about a wager? Perhaps you would like to bet that additional 10,000 in your private stash?" "Damn it." Xiao fumed. "All you care about is my meager fortune. That money is my lifeline, and I would rather die than part with it. Perhaps you should first consider how to explain this to my mother." Casting away his cigarette, but Xiao Yang sneered. "I might just have a change of heart and leave you a bit, but if it falls into my mother's hands, well, haha." Xiao was left speechless. The thought of his wife sent shivers down his spine. Yet, he did not consider this cowardice or fear of his spouse. Rather, it was the demeanor befitting a grown man. This was about saving face. "Stop the prattle. Let us discuss serious matters." He suppressed the erratic beating of his heart, frowning. He left 3 marks and uttered 3 phrases, which aligned closely with my thoughts. Xiao Yang reached into his father's coat pocket and retrieved a pack of cigarettes. After lighting one, he naturally tucked the pack into his own pocket. "And a lighter." Xiao sighed deeply. "Let me guess what those 3 phrases were." Xiao Yang cleverly diverted his father's attention. The first, safety. Xiao eyelid twitched, silently acknowledging it. The second, Xiao Yang exhaled a smoke ring. Watching it ascend, spiking. This time, it was not just his eyelids that twitched, his heart raced as well. The third, was he digging a pit? Wasn't he? Xiao Yang articulated each word, intent on ensnaring the spy king concealed within Longhua. Xiao expression froze as he looked at his son with a newfound apprehension. Why would he possess such knowledge? Xiao Yang had not even seen the marks. How could he deduce such precise information as if he had witnessed it firsthand? Isn't it curious why I am certain that the spy king is hidden within our country rather than someone newly arrived from abroad? Xiao Yang regarded his father, explaining. It's quite simple. If we were to operate as spies in another nation and were discovered, our first instinct would be to eliminate the threat to ensure our own safety. This is comprehensible. Regardless of the potential gains, one must first survive to claim them. If one dies, what good are the riches? Now, let us consider this discovery. Has this brother of yours been investigating something recently? After all, That is his job, and it is quite possible that he has exposed himself in the process. To have a top-tier operative within the world's top 50 compromise speaks volumes about the gravity of the situation. May I propose a hypothesis? Perhaps this individual realized he was exposed and decided to play a double game, feigning treasonous intentions. A trap? The value of a top-tier operative hardly requires elaboration. Their secrets are numerous, to the extent that any nation would cherish them as precious treasures. It is akin to a mountain of gold and silver. Who would not salivate at the sight? One should not utter nonsense about elite operatives never betraying their country, after all. How do we account for the existence of top-tier double agents, triple agents, and those with even more layers, when such a wealth of secrets is at stake? Even the most cunning spies would find themselves tempted to seize it. Yet, how could a mastermind ever be so foolish as to fall for a simple ruse? Thus, this gentleman requires a token of loyalty. However, no one anticipated that this token would escalate to such extraordinary proportions that disbelief in his treachery would be impossible. Xiao Yang playfully inquired, "Father, what do you think of my reasoning? What do you think?" Xiao Guoqiang was nearly rendered speechless by Xiao Yang's deductions. This level of intellect is not merely impressive, it is nothing short of extraordinary. Chapter 62, a spectacle of divine revelation observing his father's expression, which resembled that of a man who had encountered a ghost. Xiao Yang felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He relished this moment of ostentation. Though the term showing off seemed too crude, this was, indeed, a divine revelation before others. Upon regaining his composure, Xiao Guoqiang acknowledged that he had been thoroughly outdone by his son. His emotions were somewhat complex, revealing a look of paternal pride, yet he pondered a rather serious matter. Was it a pity that Xiao Yang was merely playing around in the police force? Should he perhaps arrange for his son to join the National Security Agency? Thus, a decision was made, though those considerations would wait. First, they had to resolve the case at hand. What good was all this idle chatter? Xiao Guoqiang feigned authority. But the pressing issue was that they might not be within Dragon Country anymore. This thought was not unfounded. After all, no one was a fool. Who would stick around after a display of bravado, merely to be captured? I hold a different opinion, Xiao Yang countered. They likely haven't left. They are still in Dragon Country. Shaking his head, he added, otherwise, all the efforts of that gentleman would be rendered meaningless. The token of allegiance had been achieved, and even the parents had been entrusted to the opposing side. This was a substantial commitment, as I previously mentioned. His objective is to ensure the demise of that spy king within Dragon Country. Are you so certain? Xiao Guoqiang raised an eyebrow. What other conclusion is there? Xiao Yang considered a moment of mockery but hesitated. Surely you all think that since the Spy King has secured the token of allegiance and captured a member of Dragon Country Special Forces, it would be foolish not to flee and instead await capture? Indeed, Xiao Guoqiang conceded. That would be the most rational course of action and the most plausible reasoning. Father, you are growing old. Xiao Yang maintained an impassive demeanor. I dare say. Xiao Guoqiang raised his hand to strike his son. But the young rascal deftly evaded him. If you do not articulate your thoughts clearly, do not blame your father for his impatience. A blatant threat. Yet Xiao Yang exhibited the calmness befitting a protagonist. Allow me to pose a question. When you pursued my mother, had my grandparents disapproved, what would you have done? Ah, that? Xiao Guoqiang rolled his eyes. Fleeing was the only option. TSK, is that not an antiquated notion, father? Xiao Yang scoffed. Are you aware of what the modern youth do when they wish to marry their girlfriends? What do? Xiao Guoqiang was genuinely perplexed, as it was challenging for a middle-aged man to grasp the psyche of the younger generation. They are all about bravado and arrogance, Xiao Yang chuckled. They care little for diligence, stability, or the customary dowry. They take everything from you, leaving you with naught, and expect to consume your resources as well. If you disagree, do not blame me for being ruthless. After all, a second child may be on the horizon. Goodness. Xiao Guoqiang shivered. Is that even a viable approach? Fortunately, I have only one son. Were I to have a daughter, his heart chilled at the thought. I convey this lengthy discourse to illuminate the insatiable nature of human greed, ambition, and arrogance. Xiao Yang, suppressing his playful demeanor, spoke with deliberate calmness. If I am not mistaken, the act of loyalty is merely the initial step. The next phase involves placing one's family in peril, and thereafter, that esteemed individual shall embark upon the third step. You mean? Xiao Guoqiang's heart raced with uncertainty. The trap had been set, and the bait had been lured. Xiao Yang, cigarette in mouth, squinted as he exhaled wisps of smoke. The most crucial hook must not be absent. The fishing hook is always adorned with enticing bait. But what might this bait be? The fifth clue has emerged. Investigate further. he harbors a significant secret. Xiao Yang, with the discerning eye of a theoretical sage, offered his assessment. I posit that he has undoubtedly encountered something of immense, terrifying value in the past, possessing both the means and the capability to acquire it. This constitutes the fifth clue. The location of that object should be within your reach. His intention, it seems, is to prompt national security to prepare in advance and lay the trap. When the time comes, he will plunge into the depths alongside that espionage king. Perhaps even an entire spy organization. There is but one task for you to undertake. With cigarette in hand, Xiao Yang extended his arms, fingers interlaced, and declared, "Consume it." Without uttering a word, Xiao Guoqiang turned and departed. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang quietly observed his father's retreating figure, aware that he was off to make inquiries. In truth, they both understood, fishing is never as simple as it appears. Moreover, the fish that someone intends to catch is none other than a shark. A single misstep could result in not only the loss of bait, but the very fisherman himself. The espionage king? Xiao Yang blinked, excitement, anticipation, and a hint of danger gleaming in his eyes. Then let us engage in a proper contest of strength. 3 minutes later, Chen Yu stood before Xiao Yang, presenting a mobile phone. The screen displayed 2 crimson characters, top secret. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang extended his finger to unlock the dossier. Within lay a personal profile. Or rather, a classified document. Name, Lu Qingyu position, Special Operations rank. A mere 15 minutes later, after poring over the dossier, Xiao Yang's pupils dilated in astonishment. Incredible, astonishing, was the only way he could articulate his amazement. If one were to describe this individual, 2 words would suffice: a miracle. Having endured so much, how has Lu Qingyu managed to survive? Xiao Yang set the phone down, murmuring to himself. Setting aside the individual's actions within the country, he had been frolicking abroad at the tender age of 22, engaging in quite audacious exploits. Throughout his distinguished career in special operations, he had undertaken 7 overseas missions, each time successfully accomplishing his objectives. Subsequently, Lu Qingyu shifted his focus to domestic counterintelligence efforts. Xiao Guoqiang's assertion that this individual could rank among the top 50 special operatives globally was no mere hyperbole. His loyalty to the nation is beyond question. In an astonishing turn of events, an individual abruptly murdered the head of a military research laboratory and absconded with a significant research outcome, subsequently appearing in Harbin. Treason. The revelation left everyone bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation, prompting a thorough investigation. This marks the inception of the incident. Subsequently, a comprehensive investigation report was compiled, yet it proved to be of little utility. Its contents largely mirrored the preliminary deductions made by Xiao Yang, showing significant alignment. At this juncture, Xiao Guoqiang reappeared before his son, his countenance remarkably grim. "Have you found anything?" Xiao Yang inquired with curiosity, specifically regarding the elusive bait that Lu Qingyu was able to access. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Guoqiang uttered 3 words: 7th-generation fighter. Xiao Yang nearly lost his composure, incredulous at the absurdity of the claim. Chapter 63. Am I giving you face? Does the Dragon Nation have a 7th-generation aircraft? This is indeed plausible. Given the nature of the Dragon Nation, they develop one generation, conceal another, and research yet another. By this reasoning, Xiao Yang suspects that they might already be in the process of developing an 8th-generation aircraft. The intelligence gathered by Xiao Guoqiang was sparse, but rather alarming. 2 years prior, Lu Qingyu had dealt with the 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute during counterintelligence operations, leading to the arrest of 2 foreign spies who had infiltrated domestically. The term infiltrator refers to individuals developed by foreign forces to betray their homeland. Crucially, Lu Qingyu is aware of the precise location of the 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute. Suddenly, Xiao Yang felt a pervasive sense of paranoia, as if the entire world conspired against him. Fear gripped him, causing him to drop his sunflower seeds. Was it still possible to escape? The reasoning was simple. The 7th-generation aircraft is not something that just anyone can access. Believe it or not, if you are not a participant or a core member, discovering any secrets could very well lead to your demise. Hypothetically, if the Dragon Nation truly possesses a 7th-generation aircraft, even a mere leak of core data could incite madness among nations worldwide. Xiao Yang, bewildered, turned to his father, questioning how Lu Qingyu could be associated with the 7th-generation aircraft. Even the most elite operatives should not possess such qualifications. It defied logic. However, there is an adage that rings true. When one can witness absurdities, even more ludicrous occurrences may have already transpired. This was quite normal. Xiao Yang regained his composure. Recalling that national security had previously engaged with sixth-generation aircraft, deliberately releasing some information regarding them. Xiao Yang was stunned. Why had the world become so surreal? No, wait. He suddenly realized. Was the information released by national security genuine? It need not be entirely accurate. Even 30% truth would suffice. A swarm of flies, drawn by the scent, would inevitably converge. National security would then gleefully bring down the proverbial fly swatter. Perfect. Yet, the current situation did not mirror this scenario. Xiao Yang shook his head, still feeling something was amiss. If it were about something else, he might entertain the notion. But using the seventh-generation aircraft as bait. Do not think you can deceive my discerning eyes, which see through all illusions. Are you frightened? Xiao Yang teased, a hint of mischief in his gaze. If you continue like this, I may have to call the police. Xiao Yang shot a glare at his father, urging him to be reasonable. I am the police. You are a police officer now too. What is the point of calling? Xiao Yang wrapped an arm around his son's shoulders, laughing as he scolded him. Come on. Let us see if your guess is correct. Dear father, all I wish for now is to flee. The expression of the person in question faltered momentarily, his composure slipping. Allow me a drink from the 1993 Fuelman to calm my nerves. In El Province, Jiang City. This place is not only an important industrial hub, but also a pioneering industrial base. To the north, it borders Harbin, and to the south, it adjoins Baishan. Stepping off the police helicopter, Xiao Yang stood on the rooftop helipad, gazing out over the city. Would they be here? He wondered if Lu Qingyu and the so-called Spy King would make an appearance. Xiao Yang was only aware that the so-called 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute was located in the city. As they descended the building, the crowd boarded the convoy. Inside an SUV, Xiao Yang shook hands with a middle-aged man, who was the head of national security in Jiangchen, albeit of a slightly lower rank, a deputy bureau-level official. Luo Yang, age 43, held the title of second-level police inspector. Xiao Yang had no time to indulge in his father's pleasantries. Leaning back in his seat and succumbing to sleep, he had not rested the previous night, and exhaustion weighed heavily upon him. His heart raced, teetering on the edge of overexertion. Upon awakening 2 hours later, the convoy halted at an industrial park on the outskirts. Outside a massive complex of factory buildings. Xiao Yang's muscles tensed instantaneously. His body bristled with tension, akin to a startled cat, as his eyes fixed on the view outside. Ever since acquiring the skills of a seasoned warrior, his awareness had heightened significantly. He possessed an uncanny sensitivity to impending threats. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but Xiao Yang sensed a pair of eyes had just swept across his face, imparting a profound feeling of being targeted. This sensation mirrored a previous encounter when he had stood on a rooftop and felt the gaze of Chu Dongchan's sniper rifle upon him. It was identical. A sniper. Xiao Yang's expression shifted subtly. Aside from those specialized operatives like Chu Dongchan, the presence of a sniper in the city could signify 3 possibilities: guarding a critical location, protecting a target, or eliminating a criminal. Gritting his teeth, he stepped down from the SUV alongside Xiao Yang. Once more, he surveyed the factory area, his eyes betraying a mix of apprehension and vigilance. What on earth was happening? Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, sensing his son's unease. I'm not Ning Kaichen. What nonsense is this? Xiao Yang hesitated, contemplating whether to warn his father. It seemed unnecessary. The individuals from the state were likely military personnel, perhaps merely observing. Yet, Xiao Yang suddenly lifted his gaze to the roof of a factory building approximately 20 meters high. Am I offering you a chance to aim at me? 60 meters away. A sniper lying on the scorching rooftop trembled at the realization. Discovered? Faced with this unforeseen twist, the sniper's face registered shock, his mouth agape in disbelief. However, in the next moment, beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead. He recalled a previous incident when a teammate was boasting, and the captain had shared a crucial insight. There existed a class of experts possessing an astonishing level of perception, akin to that of a beast. The slightest hint of danger would be instantly detected by such individuals. Attempting a long-range assassination on them would prove exceedingly challenging. At that time, a renowned teammate had asked, "What about at close range?" The captain had looked at the teammate as if he were foolish. Do not even think about engaging them in close combat. You are unworthy. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Whenever you encounter such individuals, run as fast as you can. Had Xiao Yang heard these words, he would have regarded the captain with newfound respect, for his warrior skills were derived from Chu Dongchan. He had witnessed firsthand the ferocity of that formidable sister in battle. Engaging in close combat with Chu Dongchan, do you seek a swifter demise? At least you possess some sense. Xiao Yang diverted his gaze, and that feeling of being targeted finally dissipated. Following his father through the heavily guarded entrance, they entered the factory district. Xiao Yang rendered himself nearly invisible, though his eyes remained keenly observant in the shadows. The factory was vast, yet he could not believe it was truly a research facility for the 7th-generation aircraft. It appeared far too rudimentary. The overall exterior resembled a nondescript large factory. Moreover, a crucial point remained. Would a place dedicated to the development of 7th-generation aircraft be so easily accessible? Not even his father, let alone the top officials of the National Security Agency, might possess the requisite clearance for entry. This was no jest. They simply would not entertain your presence. What was his father and the others up to? Xiao Yang was engulfed in confusion. Unable to comprehend, he dared not inquire. Trailing behind the prominent figures like a novice as they entered a factory building and stepped into an elevator. An elevator? Xiao Yang's pupils flickered, if memory served him correctly. The factory building comprised 5 stories. Why would they need an elevator? Suddenly, as the elevator began its descent, he sensed something was amiss. They were not ascending. They were going down. Chapter 64. As the elevator descended rapidly, an air of silence enveloped the group. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering 2 questions, the underground and surveillance. He once again felt the eerie sensation of being locked on as the elevator continued its descent. While this sensation was not of utmost importance, the crucial inquiry loomed. What lay beneath? Ding! The elevator came to a halt, and the doors slid open. Before them appeared a grand hall, where several fully armed soldiers stood 5 meters away. The group passed through security checks and proceeded down a steel corridor. Upon reaching the end, they beheld a metallic door. After a brief 5 seconds, the door opened. Xiao Yang's pupils contracted. As the door glided open, a palace unfolded before his eyes. It was evident that this was a vast underground military research facility, a secret garden that encapsulated the intellect and labor of countless elites. Personnel bustled about, and an array of instruments operated, seemingly nurturing instruments for the defense of the nation. In that instant, Xiao Yang's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld a colossal fighter jet model positioned at the center of the facility. Its fuselage measured an impressive 22 meters in length and stood over 4 meters tall, with a nose reminiscent of a duck's beak rather than that of a traditional fighter. Its design was strikingly futuristic. For military enthusiasts, this model was likely familiar. The White Emperor. Yet, Xiao Yang felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this a joke? He finally understood why entry into the 7th-generation Fighter Research Institute was so effortlessly granted. For anyone with a modicum of intellect, the implications of the White Emperor Type B fighter model were all too clear. It was a publicly disclosed program from the Dragon Nation, intended for foreign eyes. The Southern Gate. It explicitly conveyed to foreigners, "Will you join us?" Whether the Dragon Nation would execute this program was of no concern to them. If you wish to participate, be prepared to expend vast sums of money, endless resources, and countless manpower. A misstep could lead to the collapse of a superpower. Conversely, if you decline, well, the Dragon Nation will proceed with its plans. This exemplifies the wisdom of the Dragon Nation, a masterstroke of strategic maneuvering. So, is the White Emperor truly a 7th-generation fighter? Absolutely. It is an aerospace combat aircraft. However, the question remains, aside from a mere model, does the White Emperor truly exist? Beyond the core personnel of the Dragon Nation, no one knows. You couldn't even discern whether it was a mere ruse or a genuine nuclear weapon. This is why Xiao Yang felt both amused and perturbed upon seeing it, as though someone were forcefully pressing his head to the ground. This is our motherland. When it comes to cunning, they not only deceive foreign nations but also their own people. One thing is certain. This is indeed the 7th-generation Fighter Research Institute. As for whether the research is authentic or a fade, that remains unknown to Xiao Yang. Lu Qingyu had encountered this facility, having visited it 2 years prior. Xiao Guoqiang gazed intently at the White Emperor model within the base, his eyes gleaming with desire. Do you not wish to possess it? Goodness, father, you must tread carefully. Xiao Yang feigned exaggerated concern. Our family cannot afford such a venture. It could cost lives. Let it be noted. His father was merely a departmental head. Even if his esteemed grandfather, a figure of great authority, dared to intervene, he would meet his demise. Then, a pivotal question dawned upon Xiao Yang. Alas, all reasoning had been appended. Why? Because of the so-called 7th-generation aircraft, the White Emperor. Setting aside the intelligence of the so-called Spy King, Xiao Yang was acutely aware that the White Emperor was a veritable pitfall, a treacherous abyss from which none could escape. What means would Lu Qingyu employ to convince the spy king of the White Emperor's authenticity to ensnare him? Such inexplicable details elicited a profound sensitivity in Xiao Yang. Lowering his gaze to the ground, or perhaps to the 7th-generation Aircraft Research Institute, a single word emerged in his thoughts: greed. This seemingly simple word encapsulated a multitude of concepts: ambition, power, temptation, capability, desire, obsession. Without these driving forces, the notion of greed would remain unattainable for many, those who stand at the pinnacle of existence. Who among them is devoid of avarice? Can one truly ascend to the summit without such desires? A spy king, a sovereign atop the peak. His greed eclipses that of the ordinary. What is there that he would not covet? Consequences? Peril? Death? Such notions are non-existent for a person of his ilk. Upon discovering something that ignites his greed, there exists only one option: to act or not to act. Yet, the White Emperor, how could it be the White Emperor? Thus, Xiao Yang murmured, "You must have known all along that this was a trap. Since I can discern so much, you, possessing greater intellect than I, cannot possibly be oblivious. Yet, having seen through it, you still choose to leap into the fray, to play along with Lu Qingyu. Why?" After much contemplation, a line from a martial arts film surfaced in Xiao Yang's mind. The master is often solitary. Some may deem this nonsense, suggesting that solitude leads one to self-destruction. There exists a profession: mercenary. Some are driven by monetary gain, others by desperation, and still others by faith. Yet within this vocation lies another breed: those who do not fight for wealth, but for the thrill of combat and the chaos of war. Why? To kill, to feel exhilaration, to derive joy, to indulge, to dispel ennui, to escape loneliness. They embrace the notion of dying in passion rather than living like vermin. Now it dawned upon him: you are reveling in this, in the thrill of the game. Xiao Yang's eyes shimmered with realization. You are playing a game? If this is the case, then perhaps you have seen through all of Lu Qingyu's machinations. You feign ignorance, deliberately accompanying him in this charade, watching us as we dig our own graves. And just when we believe ourselves on the cusp of success, poised to capture you, you will turn the tables and bury us in the pit you have prepared. Xiao Yang gasped. This is the nature of the game, is it not? Suddenly, a fist surged from behind him, striking with silent swiftness. In that instant, Xiao Yang's eyes flickered with a sharp, icy brilliance. He turned, unleashing his fist with the force of a colossal beast. His strike resembled that of a blacksmith wielding a mighty hammer. It was swift, unrelenting, and imbued with a visceral beauty. But wait, Xiao Yang was suddenly alarmed. This was a military research institute of the Dragon Kingdom. There should be no danger here. Yet even if he were to awaken and retract 99% of his strength, it would still be too late. Bang! Two fists collided with no embellishment. Crack! Under Xiao Yang's suffocating punch, the opponent's fist crumpled, twisted, and shattered as if struck by a mighty hammer, blood splattering everywhere. The owner of the fist resembled a human sandbag, sent flying by a single blow, landing 3 or 4 meters away with a thud. The scene fell into an eerie silence. Everyone stood in a stupor, gazing at this tableau. They glanced at the soldier lying on the ground, then back at Xiao Yang, who had retracted his fist. Each person was engulfed in uncertainty, their eyelids twitching. Clatter. The sound of gun safeties disengaging and the chambering of rounds filled the air. The expressions of Shou Guiqiang and Luo Yang shifted drastically, as narrowing as they regarded the soldiers with cold intensity. Their bodies leaned forward, arms hanging beside their legs, thighs slowly bending, entering a state of readiness. At this moment, whether it was the national security personnel, the base members, or even the entire region, a palpable tension enveloped the atmosphere, ready to erupt at any moment. Chapter 65. The overprotective Chu Dongchan. Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated. What are you all doing? Put down your weapons and stand at attention. At the sound of this order, the soldiers swiftly complied, securing their firearms and aligning themselves. Xiao Yang turned his gaze toward the source of the voice. A middle-aged man clad in military attire approached. He stood tall, with a steady gait, his eyes deep and piercing, exuding an aura of authority that commanded respect without the need for anger. Xiao Yang's attention was drawn to the insignia glimmering on the man's shoulder, the insignia of a major general. The major general halted, first casting a glance at Xiao Yang's bloodied fist, then shifting his focus to the lieutenant who had just risen, cradling his deformed arm. It was then that everyone realized this individual was a first lieutenant. Hubei, what happened? The major general inquired coldly, scrutinizing the young officer. The lieutenant, named Hubei, fixed his gaze on Xiao Yang, reporting quickly that he had come with the national security personnel. However, he had managed to detect the sniper concealed atop the building, adopting evasive military maneuvers at that moment. I was startled when I saw this maneuver on the surveillance footage, for it originated from a rather formidable place. I, too, had once spent a week there, before being expelled. A look of uncontrollable dread washed over the lieutenant's face as he uttered 4 chilling words: Hunter School. Whether in the realm of literature or cinema, such a concept may seem far-fetched. Yet upon hearing the term Hunter School, the Major General's countenance shifted dramatically. Even Xiao Yang and the others shared expressions of disbelief as they turned to Xiao Yang. Those unfamiliar with the matter might wonder, does such a place truly exist? Not only does it exist, but it is also a terrifying entity, a veritable purgatory for soldiers. It stands as the pinnacle of military honor in contemporary history. Each recipient of the esteemed Hunter Badge can be regarded as among the most formidable warriors on Earth. However, the world has changed, my dear friends. Do not speak of the Hunter School. A drone dropping explosives could easily spell doom for even the most divine among us. Yet, the connection to the Hunter School raised questions about Xiao Yang's character. My young brother, enlighten us. How did you acquire the skills of the Hunter School? And why do you find yourself at this base, amidst the national security forces? How could agents of national security possibly train at the Hunter School? That place is reserved solely for soldiers. Realizing this inconsistency, the first lieutenant deemed it a dereliction of duty not to investigate further. He promptly brought his men and initiated a covert inquiry. The results were alarming. Xiao Yang's reactions, speed, and counterattacks were nothing short of extraordinary, particularly his sheer strength, which was terrifying. The first lieutenant, known for being able to effortlessly cleave through red bricks, found himself shattered and sent flying several meters away. What kind of power is this? Is it truly human? Alas, the first lieutenant would never grasp how fortunate he was. Had Xiao Yang not sensed something amiss and restrained much of his strength, the lieutenant might not have been cast aside so easily. Due to the potential for his arm to be directly severed or shattered, Xiao Yang found himself taken aback by the formidable reputation of the Hunter School. It is not entirely his fault for his ignorance. After all, he was merely extracting advantages from Chu Dongchan, rather than delving into memories to gain insight. The young boy felt the weight of the situation. The Major General's expression was grave, his gaze piercing through the haze as he fixed his eyes upon Xiao Yang, demanding an explanation. Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted to one of caution, his attitude becoming markedly more serious as he looked towards his father. Xiao Yang wore a complex expression, remaining silent. There were certain burdens he could bear for his son, even to the point of sacrificing his life. However, the dilemma before them required a response. If Xiao Yang failed to provide an answer, it could lead to dire consequences. A moment of faltering at a critical juncture could prove disastrous. Feeling fatigued, Xiao Yang chose not to glance at his father any longer and instead turned to the Major General with a smile. Are you certain you wish for an explanation? Absolutely certain, the Major General replied coldly. With no further ado, Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Chu Dongchan's number, reluctant to play the part of the show-off. He felt a sense of absurdity and annoyance. Why are you pressuring me? Upon connecting, Xiao Yang feigned a pitiful demeanor. Sister, someone is bullying me. Xiao Yang. Major General. Others. Is this the legendary calling for parental intervention? Chu Dongchan's previously gentle voice turned frigid. Did I not teach you a thing or two while you were with me? Xiao Yang glanced at the Major General. Someone mentioned something about the Hunter School and insisted I provide an explanation or else. When did I ever say I would make things difficult for you? The corner of the Major General's mouth twitched. Xiao Yang silently buried his face in his hands, while others were left in a state of bemusement. After a brief silence, Chu Dongchan asked, Is that person beside you? Yes. Put it on speaker. Xiao Yang activated the speakerphone. Who are you? Chu Dongchan's icy words felt like an invisible chill, offering no warmth whatsoever. The Major General's countenance darkened. And you are? I am Chu Dongchan, head of the Action Department of the Central Special Agency. An overwhelming aura of authority emanated from her chilling words, causing the Major General's face to drain of color, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Not just him. Anyone aware of the Central Special Agency could not help but turn pale. Special Agency. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, finally understanding the significance of his sister's workplace. It appeared to be quite prestigious, yet the Major General seemed on the verge of tears. Curiously, he noted his father's similar expression of fear. Truly, this young rascal had found a way to thrive on the soft support of others. Faced with his son's gaze, Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Yet he couldn't help but acknowledge the impressive nature of this support. The Major General, staring at the phone, found himself at a loss for words. Everything Xiao Yang knows, he learned from me. Chu Dongchan interrupted. Is there a problem? None at all. The Major General replied with a wry smile. Please disconnect the speaker, Chu Dongshan instructed. Xiao Yang complied, bringing the phone back to his ear. Sister. Silence. Chu Dongshan's anger simmered, yet her voice lost its icy edge. I only recall our previous encounters. It seems I never imparted the teachings of Hunter School to you, did I? Xiao Yang replied with a sheepish grin. When we meet again, you had better provide me with an explanation, or else. A hint of mockery crept into Chu Dongshan's tone. Watch your legs. Of all the people to emulate, you chose my mother? As she ended the call, Xiao Yang couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. However, the fact that his elder sister could just indicated that the situation was not dire. An explanation? Throughout my life, I have conducted my affairs without the need to justify myself to others. Xiao Yang straightened up, turning his gaze toward the Major General. Now, perhaps it's your turn to provide an explanation. Why did your men ambush me? The Major General suddenly felt overwhelmed. Enough, Xiao Guoqiang interjected promptly. Let's attend to that wound. Indeed, Xiao Yang's palm had sustained an injury. Chapter 66. The old tricksters possessing the might of an elephant without the physique of one. What consequences might a human face after harnessing such power? Xiao Yang gazed at his hand, resembling that of a mummy, and wept. His physical resilience was insufficient. What could he do? The solution was simple. Attain a corporeal strength that matched the might he wielded, enhancing his defenses. With a singular thought, a system template materialized. Host, Xiao Yang system, biological ability replicator ability, master of arms, elephant's might replication, 09 days system space, long blade, police uniform. 9 days until he could acquire replication points? Xiao Yang felt exhausted yet began formulating a plan. Upon obtaining those points, he would prioritize fortifying his defenses, followed by augmenting his speed. Indeed, he intended to enhance all attributes related to physical prowess without fail. All else was mere distraction. Survival was paramount. The world around him felt profoundly unsettling. As he had surmised, calamity seemed to follow him wherever he went. Even a simple meeting with his father could lead to incidents of such magnitude. No, it was not mere coincidence. Rather, events gravitated towards him, rendering escape futile. Was this the price of transmigration? Xiao Yang's once rosy dreams of crossing realms and rebirth were thoroughly shattered. To live was a blessing in itself. What more could one desire? However, Xiao Yang glanced at his injured hand, his pupils dilating in shock. That punch had severely injured him, rendering his hand nearly immobile. Yet now, it was tinged with a peculiar sensation, numbness, itchiness, and the ability to move once more. He sensed something extraordinary about his body. His wounded hand seemed to be healing at an incomprehensible pace. Xiao Yang felt a stirring within him. Perhaps he would not need an entire day for complete recovery. Did travelers from other realms come equipped with buffs? Science? Science had no answers for this. It was beyond its jurisdiction. Would he undergo a mutation? His face paled at the thought. Would his hand be all right? The door swung open, and Xiao Guoqiang entered. Surely, it should be fine. Xiao Yang was at a loss for words, grappling with uncertainty. What did should be fine even mean? Xiao Guoqiang was tempted to slap this brat. What would follow next? Why was he always asking me? Isn't this the responsibility of your national security? Xiao Yang was left speechless. Did the earth cease to turn in my absence? Who told you to be so clever? Xiao Guoqiang spoke with an air of righteousness, as if challenging him. What, are you dissatisfied? I have my dignity. Xiao Yang was about to explode with rage when he noticed his father extending his hand, as if preparing to demand money. Instantly, his expression shifted to one of forced cheerfulness. No words were necessary. He firmly believed that with great power comes greater responsibility, since his father believed in him. For the sake of world peace and humanity's happiness, he would exert every effort to resolve this matter. What about your dignity? Xiao Guoqiang scoffed. What is dignity, anyway? Xiao Yang wore an innocently naive expression. How shameless, just like me. Xiao Guoqiang chuckled, giving a thumbs up. All right, let us conclude this tedious display of paternal affection. Xiao Yang smirked, reassured that the individual they sought would reveal themselves in due time. What do you mean? Xiao Guoqiang squinted, intrigued. To illustrate, Xiao Yang assumed the guise of a cunning frog always patting your belly. Imagine you were fishing, having preemptively set a baited trap to lure the fish. Yet, these fish are remarkably astute, recognizing that the bait is a trap, and thus refrain from entering. However, they still desire to devour what lies within your baited area. Father, if you were a fish, how would you manage to consume that bait? Xiao Guoqiang's mind raced, comprehending his son's words. The trap set by the national security had been discerned. Or perhaps, Lu Qingyu's scheme had been unveiled. Yet, the observer did not retreat. Rather, they sought to overpower it. This was a blatant disregard for the national security. They intended to approach brazenly. Xiao felt a surge of anger, sensing an affront. Alas, it was futile. The individual was reckless, yet possessed the means to be so. The master of espionage was formidable, terrifying, and exceedingly elusive. This consensus is shared among global intelligence and security agencies. To apprehend someone, one must first ascertain their identity, location, and capabilities. How can one capture what remains unknown? However, the situation was different now. He was about to step forth. Yet, Xiao failed to grasp his son's subsequent remarks. The fish wished to consume the contents of the trap without leaping into it. The national security and research institutions could not possibly dispatch the 7th-generation fighter jet. If the bait cannot depart, what other means are left for consumption? Suddenly, Xiao's expression shifted, a look of horror crossing his face. Are you suggesting? Xiao Yang gazed at his father, remarking, if you lacked such intellect, I would question how you attained your position. Indeed, from the very beginning, the target was never the bait we set, but rather us, the fishermen. Xiao Yang scoffed, his aim is directed at us. As previously mentioned, a special agent is worth more than mountains of gold, harboring countless secrets. For instance, through this agent, one could unravel an entire intelligence network, or even a whole intelligence agency. It is akin to encountering a beautiful maiden and stripping her of all her garments. If one can achieve such with a single individual, what of a multitude? This equates to not only undressing the maiden, but also placing her in a position of vulnerability, free to act as one pleases. At that moment, the national security would appear as a sieve before them. They could infiltrate at will, entering and exiting as they pleased. Moreover, this is a deadlock. Even if one perceives the truth, there remains no solution, for one would still be led by the nose. Lu Qingyu and his kin are in their grasp. Old Lu. Xiao sighed. Are you suggesting he is muddled, losing more than he gains? Xiao Yang shook his head. No, he is quite formidable. He has unearthed a spy master hidden within the Dragon Country, someone none of you had detected, and managed to keep them tethered, preventing their departure until we uncovered them. This is no ordinary prowess. Most crucially, have you forgotten the 3 phrases Lu Qingyu left behind? The first, safety. What grounds does he possess for such confidence? Having already fallen into the clutches of a spy master, yet still daring to utter safety? It is evident that Lu Qingyu possesses a hidden strategy, one that could potentially lead to the downfall of the Spy King. However, I have yet to discern what this strategy entails. Have you not noticed that regardless of the outcome, the fact that this Spy King has not departed signifies his inevitable appearance? This aligns perfectly with Lu Qingyu's design, does it not? Xiao Yang sighed, lamenting the cunning nature of these individuals. Smack! Xiao Guoqiang playfully struck his son on the back of the head, chiding him. What are you talking about? That's your uncle Lu, my brother. All right, your brother, Xiao Yang replied wearily, hastily preparing, for their guest may be arriving soon. Suddenly, Luo Yang, the head of the Jiangcheng National Security, entered the room, his expression tinged with excitement. He has appeared. The father and son exchanged a knowing glance. The game has commenced. Chapter 67. Squatting upright versus squatting at an angle. Squatting at an angle with a shoe 200 meters outside an industrial park. A vehicle is stationed near a makeshift settlement. Numerous individuals traverse to and from their residential complexes or visit others' homes. One might observe an intriguing sight. A car parked along the road, advertising seeing USB drives. Such vehicles not only frequent the vicinity of residential areas, but also appear in remote locations, like the makeshift settlement before us. You may wonder, in this day and age, who still engages in such trade? Is it profitable? If that is your line of thought, you are gravely mistaken. Although few may be inclined to purchase, the earnings of these individuals can far exceed the wages of a full day's labor, multiplying by several times, even dozens. There exists a colloquial term, nail. In plain terms, it refers to lookouts. This describes these individuals aptly. They are acutely aware that the items they offer are seldom sought after, often not even inquired about. Their facade of selling CDs serves merely as a cover. Their presence usually signals accompanying illicit activities, such as gambling, brothels, and illegal trades, on a daily basis. Their earnings can range from a few hundred to potentially thousands, or even tens of thousands. Moreover, their operations are remarkably safe, rarely leading to serious trouble. Typically, other lookouts are nearby. If you disturb the vehicle, others will be alerted. Conversely, if the vehicle remains undisturbed, the lookout continues their vigil. Unless one can pinpoint certain locations of illegal activities and catch them in the act, securing a conviction is nearly impossible. When that CD-selling vehicle appeared outside the industrial park and parked near the makeshift settlement, it had already caught the attention of national security investigators. Would they apprehend it? No. but the vehicle certainly raises suspicions. It is equipped with 4 cameras atop, 2 directed towards the road and 2 facing the industrial park, with one aimed directly at a military research institute. What is most peculiar is that the individual inside appears to be engrossed in their mobile device, not at all resembling a lookout. Their phone does not display any surveillance footage from the 4 cameras. How can one ascertain this? Xiao Yang, intrigued, wishes to learn the investigative techniques of national security. Since the surveillance footage does not appear on the individual's phone, Xiao elucidates, where do you think the surveillance footage might be displayed? This individual is not merely a lookout. They also serve as bait, a classic tactic. Foreign intelligence operatives often favor employing such persons, as their involvement in national security matters can easily be overlooked. They may also utilize them for recording and capturing footage, employing network transmission devices to remotely exfiltrate information. The scheme is rather intricate. Xiao Yang nodded, absorbing the knowledge. In his mind, he recalled that intelligence operatives once appeared in restricted areas, armed with cameras for photography. Yet, in this modern age, these operatives have also evolved, with an array of novel techniques emerging. How to uncover the truth? Xiao Yang diligently studies. Whether through wired or wireless transmission, a network is invariably required. Xiao Yang continued, stating that tracing wired connections was straightforward, while tracking wireless signals posed a greater challenge. One must follow the data flow from nearby base stations to pinpoint a location. Naturally, success was not guaranteed. It required a meticulous, layer-by-layer pursuit. The crux of the matter lay in speed and ingenuity. An intelligence war, in essence, is a battle of wits against the very air. The first to reveal themselves is often the first to perish. Compared to criminal cases, it seemed rather tedious. Xiao Yang mused, shaking his head. We have a location, reported a national security technician, gesturing toward a specialized laptop before him. It's right here in Jiangcheng, but curiously, the other party appears to be a novice, displaying rather poor counter-surveillance awareness. Was it truly a lack of skill? Xiao Yang sneered. No, they are far from incompetent. Rather, they are fishing. And the irony is, you are fully aware of their fishing expedition, yet you are compelled to engage. Is ignoring an option? Xiao Guoqiang glanced at Xiao Yang, posing a seemingly trivial question, but in reality, he was testing his son. If we choose to ignore, we will soon witness corpses and dismembered bodies, Xiao Yang asserted with conviction. The remains of Lu Qingyu's parents, or perhaps even Lu Qingyu himself. The cycle of death and rescue unfolds in such a manner. Even if one can harden their heart and refrain from intervening, the psychological scars will linger for a lifetime. Xiao Yang's cold laughter echoed ominously. It will haunt you forever. Xiao Guoqiang sighed, his eyes betraying a mixture of anger and helplessness, his expression grim. The answer his son provided was flawless yet profoundly unsettling. At Changi District, in front of the expansive Wanda Plaza, Xiao Yang stepped out of the vehicle, gazing at the vast shopping center before him. The location was indeed here. Second floor, Luo Yong instructed Xiao Guoqiang in a low voice. The group entered the mall through the main entrance and proceeded directly to the second floor, heading toward the restroom. Thanks to the location tracking, the national security technicians had traced their target to this spot. The women's restroom had already been cordoned off. Xiao Yang felt a twinge of excitement. In his 2 lifetimes, this was his first venture into a women's restroom. He was genuinely curious about the signage within. For instance, the men's restroom had a slogan, "Do not mock other shortcomings. Do not flaunt your strengths. Embrace civility. Seek convenience." Then, Xiao Yang's gaze fell upon a wall-mounted sign in the restroom. Squat straight, not ask you. If you squat, ask you. You'll splash a shoe. Squat down and pull back. Keep the little splashes in check. Astonishing, indeed. Xiao Yang was impressed. Who said women couldn't craft clever phrases? This was downright audacious. Retracting his gaze, he turned toward the restroom window, where a tablet was affixed. The restroom windows were designed to be peephole-proof, rarely opened in consideration of privacy. Hence, no one had noticed the tablet. Strangely enough, the tablet screen was simultaneously displaying 4 surveillance feeds. At this sight, the expressions of the group darkened. Peering through the window towards the distance, one could only ponder, who was this tablet intended for? Spider-Man? Certainly not. It was meant for someone far away. Easily viewable with a simple pair of binoculars, all without the fear of being caught. Xiao Yang's gaze drifted towards the distant expanse of towering residential buildings. His mind began to whirl like a CPU, engaging in a frenetic dance of thought. Suddenly, his expression turned grave. He surmised that within those high-rise apartments, there was a high likelihood of traps laid in wait, traps that the national security personnel would be compelled to spring. After all, it was inconceivable that the adversary would simply beckon them over without a hint of mischief. Would it not be a pity to set a trap and not relish in its execution? Were the roles reversed, he would undoubtedly orchestrate something similar. For it is only the cunning who can truly comprehend the machinations of their own kind. If he were to devise such a trap, what bait would he employ? It would be simple. Lu Qingyu's parents would suffice. But where would the architect of this snare position themselves? Given their penchant for thrill, proximity would be essential. Xiao Yang scrutinized the towering edifices, contemplating a bold move. With this thought in mind, he exited the restroom, resolved to conceal himself well. After all, he was coming to play. Chapter 68. The deceased cannot be the Spy King. As Xiao Yang entered the residential area, Xiao Guoqiang and others were securing the main entrances of the community. Luo Yang, the head of the national security in Jiangcheng, was also rallying people. If they could delay any issues for just a few minutes, the entire residential complex could be encircled by the police. Criminal investigators, special police, and armed police could all be summoned to collaborate with the national security personnel in a thorough search. This was the extent of national security's authority. If necessary, they could mobilize resources from land, sea, and air. In this day and age, who still fought solo? That would be foolish. The true path was to crush you with overwhelming force. To Xiao Yang's surprise, before he could even survey the dozen or so buildings in his community, a remote-controlled toy car, roughly the size of an adult's shoe, sped toward him from a distance. Xiao Yang squinted, his muscles tensed, and his legs instinctively prepared to dodge. He had a slight apprehension about such devices. He remembered that upon his arrival in this world, someone had used a toy car's remote control to detonate a bomb. Once bitten by a snake, one is fearful of ropes for 10 years. The toy car, which seemed poised to pass by him, suddenly came to a halt. At this sight, Xiao Yang's expression shifted dramatically. Without a moment's hesitation, he prepared to evade swiftly. "It must be you," a voice emanated from the toy car. Laced with amusement, Xiao Yang's heart raced with a singular thought: the Spy King. He did not know why this idea seized him, but he instinctively recognized it was the Spy King. It was as if the other party had immediately known him and uttered those peculiar words. "I see it's you." The voice continued from the toy car. "I didn't expect you to be so young. Now that you have appeared, I suppose you have deduced something? Join me for a game. As long as I am pleased, I shall grant you what you desire. If I am displeased, many will perish. You must choose, I presume?" Before Xiao Yang could respond, the toy car swiftly turned and fled. He sighed, unable to suppress the urge to charge after it. He understood that acting recklessly could cost him his life. Yet this was the Spy King. Xiao Yang dashed forward, pursuing the toy car toward a tall residential building. However, at times, certain actions are unavoidable. One must honor the attire they wear, otherwise they should not don it at all. Inside, there were two individuals, two lives hanging by a thread. The toy car abruptly halted before the entrance of the building. Delivering an urgent message, you have only 24 hours to find them. If you fail, they will die. Xiao Yang's expression darkened. Two people? A pair? Lu Qingyu's parents? Their target was indeed us, but Xiao Yang's expression shifted as he pondered a pressing question. Even if someone were hidden within a building, would it truly require 24 hours to locate them? Yet the other party had stipulated a time limit of 24 hours. Why? 3 thoughts flashed through his mind. 1. The location is extraordinarily secretive, beyond ordinary imagination. 2. These two individuals may present themselves in unfamiliar forms. As Xiao Yang rushed into the building, his expression shifted once more. The person he sought was not within the premises. Lu Qingyu's parents were absent, and the opposition was deliberately misleading him. If they were not present, not even after 24 hours would he ever find them. What could be the purpose of such tactics? To buy time? Suddenly, Xiao Yang regained his composure, his mind racing anew. Why would they seek to delay? Are we not their objective? He paused, contemplating the notion of delay. Perhaps they were merely creating an illusion, as if engaging us in a game, making us believe that their motives revolved around the 7th-generation machine, a contest of wits. Was this the reason they were fully aware of the intricacies surrounding the White Emperor yet still chose to appear? Lu Qingyu was stalling for time. But were they not also attempting to use this to hinder us? Why the delay, and what was the ultimate aim behind it? Moreover, the traces left by Lu Qingyu contained 5 clues. Were you intentionally luring him, manipulating Lu Qingyu to divert our attention? What was the underlying purpose? Xiao Yang let out a sigh of laughter. So you are attempting to misdirect us, are you? As he uttered this, he exited the building, returning to stand before the toy car. Yet the toy car remained immobile, as if no one were at the helm, resembling a presence that had vanished. All along. Was your intention to divert our focus elsewhere? Xiao Yang, with hands in pockets, adopted a posture reminiscent of a rogue, tilting his head. A mischievous grin adorned his face as he gazed at the toy car, daring to speculate why the diversion. Initially, Lu Qingyu's betrayal captivated the full attention of the national security. The defection of a top-tier special agent was akin to an earthquake, only to later reveal that he might have been digging a pit, fishing for a shark. To gain the shark's trust, he presented a token of allegiance, eliminating a prominent researcher and seizing a singular artifact. A mere token was insufficient. Lu Qingyu deemed it precarious. To convince you of his genuine intent to betray, he sacrificed his own parents. After all, even a beast would struggle to stoop so low as to sell their own flesh and blood. It would be hard for any rational person to believe such treachery. Yet you, being far from ordinary, never truly trusted him. After all, you were the king of spies. Since you held no faith in him, yet allowed him to remain by your side, it could only signify one motive: to exploit him. To have him dig pitfalls for us, to ensnare me, to engage us in a cerebral contest. From Lu Qingyu's residence to the 7th Generation Research Institute. It indeed unfolded as such. You even took the initiative to lure us to Wanda Plaza, directing us to this very community. Everything felt like a game, leading us to believe you were merely playing a thrilling bout, and we nearly fell for it. Xiao Yang chuckled derisively, yet despite your meticulous calculations, you overlooked a crucial detail. What have I neglected? The toy car suddenly emitted a low, resonant voice. Finding someone. You still expect us to search for 24 hours. Xiao Yang scoffed, struggling to comprehend the thrill one might derive from observing a multitude in search of an individual, tirelessly pursuing for 24 hours. You possess countless means to ensnare us in traps, to toy with our fates, yet you deliberately opt for this method. This has transcended mere games. Your intention is to ensnare us, and even to ensnare the gaze of the National Security Agency here. And you? Are you about to depart? The purpose of diverting attention is solely because you intend to abscond with something. Otherwise, you could have left long ago without such convolutions. Is it because what you aim to take is exceedingly troublesome? I see now. It is a person, a significant individual, one whom you must take away. Xiao Yang articulated each word with precision. Professor Wang Weiran. Am I correct? Who is Wang Weiran? The esteemed researcher slain by Lu Qingyu, a half-academician. A person whom everyone believed to be deceased. Can the deceased not also be a master of espionage? Chapter 69. What a perplexing situation. How could Xiao Yang ever contemplate the late Professor Wang Weiran? After all, Lu Qingyu did not commit treason. If treason was absent, what justification could there be for the assassination of a half-academician? No matter how formidable or valuable the spy king may be, he pales in comparison to an esteemed figure of academic stature. Is it conceivable that to apprehend a mere spy king, one would resort to eliminating a half-academician? Initially, everyone failed to grasp the gravity of the situation. They did not entertain such thoughts. In the eyes of the public, Professor Wang Weiran was truly deceased, an assertion verified by national security personnel, leaving no room for error. However, if the individual in question were indeed a spy king, the narrative shifts. Consider the case Xiao Yang encountered days prior, involving twins. One brother murdered the other and assumed his identity. If a trivial assassin can execute such a ruse, could not a spy king employ similar tactics? Even if they are not twins, the methods at their disposal are beyond imagination. Yet, the question arises, why stage a death, and why orchestrate such an elaborate scheme? Xiao Yang hypothesized that this spy king intended to extract certain significant individuals whose removal was imperative. Only through his own demise could he facilitate their escape. What kind of person warrants such meticulous effort from a spy king? Family. It can only be family. One might jest. Isn't it absurd? Couldn't his family simply flee in advance? But consider the important personnel. Would there not be surveillance surrounding them? Even if they attempted to leave the country, would they not be closely monitored? Moreover, these relatives are not naive. Should they venture abroad, they risk falling under the control or capture of foreign forces. What compels them to seek refuge abroad? Only to await capture and manipulation to threaten their loved ones. The case of a certain renowned Chinese individual serves as a stark reminder, wherein a daughter was implicated as leverage. Thus, the more important the individual, the less likely their family would dare to leave the country. Perhaps some remain perplexed. If the spy king is indeed Professor Wang Weiran, why must he die? His death would free his family from ongoing surveillance and protection by the state. With all significant figures eliminated, external forces would cease to covet his kin. Isn't that the crux of the matter? Once the watchful eyes are absent, unnoticed, could he not clandestinely whisk his family away? Consequently, he not only utilized Lu Qingyu to feign death, but also directed attention away from himself, creating the illusion of a spy king operating within Longhua. His demise could very well liberate his family from scrutiny. Even if they vanished, it would not raise immediate alarms. By the time national security realizes the situation, this family could already be abroad, assuming new identities, obscured from public view. The riddle is unraveled. Alas, it may be somewhat late, yet not too late. For as Xiao Yang conversed with another, national security was already in motion. Did he truly believe that with his hands in his pockets, adopting a stance of a petty rogue, he was merely playing the role of a carefree youth, oblivious to the concept of adversaries? Xiao Yang was far from idle. He discreetly utilized his mobile phone to make a call to his father. Just moments ago, his words had been overheard by Xiao Guoqiang. Was a city already under lockdown? Were the national entry and exit channels being scrutinized? Had agents from the national security apprehended Professor Wang Weiron's relatives? Upon discovering Lu Qingyu, you seized control of him and began to manipulate him. Xiao Yang, gazing at the toy car, plotted to ensnare you, intending to reveal the whereabouts of your parents. You similarly exploited him, appearing on the surveillance in Harbin, escorting him to his parents' residence, initiating your scheme, for you understood he possessed a means to relay messages. Lu Qingyu aimed to exploit the 7th-generation research institute to provoke your avarice, while you two orchestrated a plan involving the institute, luring us here under the pretense of an exhilarating game. He was digging a pit for your downfall, and you were playing along, both of you cunningly calculating. Yet, merely a day and a half had elapsed since your designated time of demise. Not even 3 days had passed. Xiao Yang raised his wrist to glance at his watch. Realizing that now that I had uncovered your intentions, do you think the individuals you sought to abduct could escape? Would I grant them the chance to flee? Certainly. There was another critical point. What emboldened Lu Qingyu to trust you with his parents? I pondered a possibility that bolstered his confidence, a contingency plan. Had he perhaps done something to your kin, suggesting that should you harm his parents, your loved ones would also face peril, leading to mutual destruction? Naturally, these were minor issues. Once you departed from Longhua, you could easily resolve him. Yet, until you left, you would not dare to touch his parents, correct? The toy car fell silent for a moment before uttering 2 words, Spy King. Those words were imbued with uncertainty, disbelief, yet carried an undeniable conviction. Upon hearing these words, Xiao Yang nearly lost control, overwhelmed with laughter and satisfaction. What could be more exhilarating than gaining the recognition of a top-tier spy? Nothing for now. However, the subsequent words from the other party caused Xiao Yang's smile to falter. Realizing that I had anticipated this scheme, a sigh emanated from the toy car. Why do you still persist in appearing? Indeed, I should not have engaged in matters concerning national security. Xiao Yang felt an acute discomfort. What was the original plan of the other party? Since Lu Qingyu's parents had not appeared, they could not use them to set a trap. It was evident they intended to execute a grand design, drawing all firepower, attention, and personnel towards them. What would they do? Father, run. Xiao Yang managed to utter these 4 words. Suddenly, chaos ensued. Xiao Yang sensed he was being locked on. Bang! The gunfire erupted. Yet, in that moment of being targeted, Xiao Yang's body transitioned from stillness to a breathtaking motion. The terrifying speed was beyond description. He resembled an arrow, akin to lightning, propelled into the air, already 2 meters away in an instant. It was as though he had teleported. This scene, if witnessed by anyone, would undoubtedly evoke an incomprehensible psychological and visual impact. A thought would arise. Is this still human? How did Xiao Yang achieve this? Strength. The power of the giant converges in his legs. Propulsion. Xiao Yang felt as though his legs had shattered, yet he gained unparalleled speed. Otherwise, at the moment his head was locked onto, human agility could not evade it. No human speed could surpass that of a bullet. As Xiao Yang crashed to the ground, he observed a crater forming where he had just stood. His mind was a flurry of questions. Such precise long-range shooting could not be accomplished with rudimentary firearms. Where did the gun originate? This prompts another question. Controlled items such as biological substances, pharmaceuticals, and antiques. Why do certain individuals find ways to smuggle them into the country? Sometimes, the world is indeed surreal. Just because one cannot comprehend it does not imply that others cannot achieve it. At that moment, not only had Xiao Yang been shot at from a distance, but he also witnessed 2 individuals rushing out from the unit door, brandishing handguns. Simultaneously, a throng of people emerged from 2 residential buildings, charging towards Xiao Guoqiang and his companions. Their intentions were glaringly obvious: to eliminate Xiao Yang and these national security personnel before the police reinforcements arrived. If they succeeded in silencing them, the entire national security apparatus, and indeed the gaze of Long Country, would be diverted. What enmity could provoke such fury? Xiao Yang, filled with indignation, instantly rolled over. The immense power within him erupted at that moment. He could no longer concern himself with whether his frail body could withstand it. His life was at stake. Why ponder physical limits? As his limbs braced against the ground, Xiao Yang propelled himself with explosive force. Like a human cannonball, he soared forward. Bang! He collided into the arms of an armed man. Chapter 70. Let the true skills shine. Xiao Yang's speed was astonishing, accompanied by the terrifying force of a colossal elephant. What consequences would ensue upon impact? With a resounding thud, followed by a crack, the opponent's chest caved in, creating a significant dent from Xiao Yang's shoulder. Simultaneously, Xiao Yang's right hand seized the adversary's gun-wielding hand. The man was sent flying, and Xiao Yang landed instantly, the pistol now firmly in his grasp. The Browning M1906 compact model, with a caliber of 6.35 millimeters and an initial velocity of 318 meters per second, boasted a 6-round single-column magazine. The moment Xiao Yang grasped this firearm, a wealth of knowledge about its specifications flooded his mind. This was a manifestation of his mastery as a soldier, an inherent understanding of weaponry. Furthermore, he had completely absorbed the techniques and skills associated with this firearm. Bang! With an almost imperceptible speed, Xiao Yang pulled the trigger. The eyes of the gunman, who had yet to react, erupted in a spray of crimson. Initially aimed at his forehead, the shot went awry. Xiao Yang mused. No matter. Such is the way of men, the first shot rarely finds its mark, but practice brings proficiency. As he fired, his arm shifted, targeting a distant group of armed individuals who were assaulting Xiao Guoqiang and the others. Bang! In the blink of an eye, perhaps just a breath or a second, the remaining 5 rounds in the magazine were expended. This was yet another demonstration of the soldier's extraordinary skill, rapid-fire shooting. However, while this pistol had reached its limits, it did not reflect the full extent of the soldier's capabilities. Were he to wield a high-rate-of-fire handgun, one would witness the most brutal manifestation of his prowess. As the last round was fired, Xiao Yang relinquished his hold. His other hand reached for the handgun of a man who had yet to collapse, his eye obliterated, a bullet having pierced through his skull. Bang! In less than a second of pause, gunfire erupted once more from Xiao Yang's hands. His fingers had already pulled the trigger, 6 more rounds discharged in rapid succession. In under 3 seconds, 11 bullets had been unleashed. The distant group of armed men suffered casualties. Some fell with their heads shattered, others struck in the body, collapsing in a heap. Xiao Yang had done his utmost. If his father and the others could not handle the remaining few nuisances, they were unworthy of their positions in national security. Moreover, Xiao Yang found himself with no further opportunities to fire. 3 seconds had provided ample time for the sniper to prepare, calculating every conceivable scenario. After the first shot had missed, how could the sniper afford a second chance? Yet, conversely, with his preparedness and the skills of a soldier, could he not eliminate any target, no matter how trivial? In an instant, Xiao Yang took a half-step back, his body shifting from a frontal to a sideways stance. When a human body is oriented sideways, the probability of being struck by a bullet diminishes by 30%. Do not underestimate this 30%. For a sniper, it would at least double the difficulty. A moving target is inherently challenging, and when the target suddenly shifts, the sniper's scope must adjust accordingly. Ordinary individuals may not grasp the intricacies of this adjustment. Understanding the intricacies of sniping, one recognizes that even the slightest adjustment of the scope could result in a deviation of half a meter or more from the target. If Xiao Yang were to take a significant step back, the sniper might still be able to anticipate his movement. However, it was precisely this slight retreat, accompanied by a shift in his body position, that proved detrimental. Bang! A bullet whizzed past Xiao Yang's back. The anticipation had failed. Xiao Yang was in motion, akin to a swift cheetah, racing toward the direction of the sniper. The skills of a warrior informed him that an exceptional sniper typically requires a minimum interval of 1.5 to 2.5 seconds between shots. The recoil from firing, the subsequent shift in the scope, the need to regain control, recalibrate, and re-aim all demand time. This is not a cinematic portrayal where one can immediately fire a second shot after the first. Such notions are farcical. Moreover, there exists a terrifying reality on the battlefield. A sniper is likely afforded only a singular opportunity to fire. Why is that? Because once a shot is fired and one does not flee, congratulations, you shall soon witness the true meaning of artillery cleansing the earth. as well as the overwhelming advance of aerial bombardment. Rockets will swiftly impart the lesson that you and your cover are equally laughable. Still wish to challenge a sniper? Such aspirations are utterly unfounded. Regrettably, the current scenario is not a battlefield, and Xiao Yang lacks access to rockets. What is to be done? It is time to showcase true skill. At a distance of 110 meters, within a high-rise residential building on the 9th floor, a sniper stood frozen. His rifle equipped with a scope, his gaze blankly fixed ahead. He had become utterly immobilized. To become a sniper, one must possess not only a sharp intellect and keen eyesight but also exceptional marksmanship. Yet, at this moment, his mind had ceased to function. His eyes could no longer lock onto the target, let alone fire. For the target was not merely running. It was moving erratically, at times pausing, at times lateral shifting, crouching, and at times charging forward. Alarmingly, it was also retreating. The most terrifying aspect was that the time between each transition of the target's movements never exceeded 0.5 seconds. Even more dreadful was the perception that each of its actions oscillated between feints and genuine maneuvers. How could a sniper hope to eliminate such a target? Could anyone truly hit it? Even if the world's foremost sniping master were present, he too would be rendered powerless before this spectacle. In an instant of distraction, the target vanished. The sniper's eyes widened in horror, his face drained of color, breaths becoming rapid and labored as if he might suffocate at any moment. Escape. In an instant, the sniper sprang into action. What of his rifle, his gear? Such concerns were swiftly cast aside. He raised a hand to his waist, revealing a circular metallic box, akin to a flattened football, secured by a hook and loop clasp. Without hesitation, the sniper grasped the hook, pulling it taut to unveil a fine steel wire. As he lifted his hand, the wire wound itself around the aluminum window frame. Subsequently, he sprinted in the opposite direction, hurling himself against the window with reckless abandon. With a resounding crash, the sniper's body shattered the glass and leapt downwards. The 9th floor, a perilous height of 30 to 40 meters above the ground. Was he not afraid of a fatal plunge? Not in the slightest. A metallic box strapped to the sniper's waist rapidly expelled a steel wire, transforming into a zip line. Descending at a safely assured speed that guaranteed survival, he flew past the 8th, 7th, and 6th floors. The color returned to the sniper's face, revealing a triumphant smile. At that moment, did that individual rush into the building, intent on capturing him from above? Apologies, but I am already gone. Huh? Just as the sniper's feet touched the ground, a figure stood silently 2 meters away, eyes radiating a chilling coldness, as if staring at a corpse. Did you think I would ascend the building? Xiao Yang smiled, bemused. I could casually pluck a hair from my head, and the cleverness within it would bury you. Chapter 71. The Illusion of Authority. Suddenly, a handgun emerged in the hands of the sniper, aimed directly at Xiao Yang. In an instant, a fist materialized before the sniper, magnifying in size. Bang! The sniper's nose shattered, his facial bones crumbled, and his skin was torn. Blood splattered forth. That fist, akin to a cannonball, collided with the sniper's head, propelling him against the wall behind him with a thunderous crash. As Xiao Yang retracted his fist, the sniper's face was left indented, a ghastly sight. As his palm moved, it landed upon the hand that clutched the gun. In a blink, the handgun vanished into the system's space. Thud. Xiao Yang collapsed onto the ground, his body finally succumbing to exhaustion, particularly his legs. He felt as though they were not merely injured but on the brink of breaking. This was the terrifying might of the elephant's strength, far beyond what the human body could endure. Lying on the ground, Xiao Yang retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter with his bloodied hand. After lighting one and taking a drag, he felt a sense of relief. The next ability must be enhancing his physical strength. Xiao Yang chuckled to himself. Otherwise, he might become the first traveler to perish due to his own overwhelming power. The thought alone was amusing. True to his expectations, the battle outside concluded in less than 3 minutes. Qiang, frantic, rushed to Xiao Yang's side. Upon seeing his son casually smoking, he breathed a sigh of relief. Let us clarify how Browning handguns and .22 caliber sniper rifles appeared within the borders of Long Nation. Lying on the ground with a cigarette dangling from his lips, Xiao Yang cast a displeased glance at his father. Yes, .22 caliber sniper rifles. Indeed. You heard it correctly. Those who lack knowledge about firearms often assume that the .22 cannot kill, oblivious to the fact that its longest recorded kill shot is 640 meters, with its most formidable takedowns being African elephants and grizzly bears. Furthermore, there are over a dozen variations of .22 ammunition, making it the most lethal caliber in numerous gun-related incidents across the United States. You must be aware of this, right? Xiao Yang took the blood-stained pack of cigarettes and lighter from his son, extracting one to ignite. Like drugs and smuggling? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Drugs, indeed, are a trade that claims lives, with countless casualties. Yet, they still manage to infiltrate Long Nation. How do they do it? Let us put it this way. If the firearms trade could achieve the same level of profit as narcotics, with high demand and addiction potential, just imagine how many guns would circulate among the populace of Long Nation. Indeed, Xiao Yang sighed. If drugs can enter, then firearms are no exception. Some matters are simply unavoidable. You may eliminate one wave, but another will inevitably emerge, akin to harvesting chives. After one cut, another crop springs forth. Is it a failure of Long Nation? Just look at other countries around the world, riddled with problems. Long Nation has performed far better than they ever could. It's time to get to work. Xiao Yang grimaced as he sat up, casting a peculiar gaze upon his legs. The leg, which was on the brink of being severed, astonishingly began to heal within such a short span. If this scenario could be captured in a brief video, it would undoubtedly merit 10 episodes on a scientific program. Is it feasible? Xiao Yang cast a puzzled glance at his son's hand, which was bound in bandages. If memory serves correctly, it was fractured during his time at the research institute, wasn't he? Just moments ago, Xiao Yang had astonishingly used that very hand to push himself up from the ground. Remarkable. It's nothing, Xiao Yang remarked, stretching his limbs and rolling his neck. Then turned to his father. Is the city under lockdown? Indeed, Xiao Yang's face bore a solemn expression, his brows furrowed. Wang Weiran? The Spy King? Xiao Yang shook his head. I don't know. He is quite formidable, nearly caused me to falter. If it weren't for the system, I would have been done for. Even with the system, facing such top-tier professionals merely narrows the gap. Otherwise, do you think you could contend with them? Without a strategy, one could lose their head in an instant. Having been led around by the nose for so long, isn't it now my turn? Xiao Yang laughed as he walked. Just watch me take him on. Xiao Yang laughed heartily, draping an arm around his son's shoulders as they stepped outside. His son had grown up and had learned to show off. On board a police helicopter, Xiao Yang was perusing a dossier on his phone. Wang Weiran, male? 57 years old, a second-tier professor, director of a prominent laboratory, chief scientist of a national key research and development program, head of a specialized research institute. Engaged in human gene research and biological signal system studies. This personal profile was nothing short of impressive for someone like Xiao Yang, who was still finding his footing. A second-tier professor is akin to a Chongjiang scholar, an awardee of national accolades across various fields, a leader in his discipline, and a principal figure in his research institute. Many academicians hold this title, making the claim that Wang Weiran is a half-step academician far from exaggerated. Yet, such an illustrious individual, a spy? Not the kind that betrays their country, but a genuine spy. Who would dare believe it if Xiao Yang hadn't uncovered the truth? The assailants had been confirmed. Xiao Yang turned to his son, little devil. Xiao Yang was not surprised, as the attackers bore a striking resemblance to the Asian populace. He was more intrigued by the methods employed by national security to extract confessions from these individuals. It was astonishingly swift. Characteristics such as physique, appearance, and skeletal structure were evident, with the most pronounced trait being the legs. Xiao Yang tapped his knee, which had become deformed from frequent kneeling. Speaking of kneeling, Xiao Yang chuckled. This sitting posture was borrowed by the Japanese from the Dragon Kingdom in ancient times, yet they failed to realize that in the Dragon Kingdom, kneeling was accompanied by a seat. It appeared as kneeling, but was, in fact, sitting. Do you know what the most bizarre aspect is? At that time, the Dragon Kingdom gifted the Japanese many seating implements, only for them to bring them back and use them as dining utensils. Can you believe it? Those unfamiliar with this can explore the ancient seating implements of the Dragon Kingdom, then compare them with the specialized dining utensils the Japanese use for sushi. Due to their kneeling posture, approximately 80% of the population in Japan has developed leg deformities. Among them, 50% have bowed legs, and 30% suffer from limb deformities. Even copying homework is beyond comprehension, and there seems to be no one left to turn to. Speaking of inability to replicate assignments, aside from Sakura, there is also a certain little Shiba. Take a glance at the dazzling array of flower wreaths at little Shiba's wedding. It will surely dazzle your eyes. Our charming ancestors imparted their lessons exceptionally well. Each one taught, without a murmur. Wang Weiran's family has vanished. Xiao Yang gazes at his son with a peculiar look. Just 2 hours prior, the disappearance of Wang Weiran's family serves to validate Xiao Yang's deduction. Xiao Yang maintains an air of calm. This is not mere pretense. He had anticipated this all along. The city, transportation, and immigration. Xiao Yang is hardly concerned. Let them seal everything. Xiao Guoqiang nods. Well then, Xiao Yang. Feeling bored, stifles a yawn, closes his eyes to rest, and waits to be called, then seeks someone out. Xiao Guoqiang. This act of yours is impressive. As a father, I give you full marks. Chapter 72. Are the elderly so showy now? On a night in Fengtian City, a helicopter descended onto the street. Amidst the howling winds, the Xiao father and son disembarked from the helicopter and entered a blue and white police car adorned with the insignia of the national security. It seems I now share an inexplicable bond with the northeast provinces, thought Xiao Yang, gazing cheerfully out the window at Harbin and Jiangxing, feeling a sense of joy as they arrived in Fengtian. Perhaps I should marry a northeast girl? Xiao Guoqiang jested with a smile. That might not be ideal. Xiao Yang replied, feigning shyness. They are not the type to be so casual. Nonsense. Xiao Guoqiang playfully swatted him. Speak properly and don't disgust me. Then you should speak properly too. Why resort to violence? Xiao Yang dodged. How did you win over my mother back in the day? I've never heard you tell that story. Why does a child need to ask so many questions? Xiao Guoqiang's expression stiffened, his gaze evasive. Don't ask what you shouldn't. There must be a story there. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Of course, excessive curiosity is as useless as the condoms you stockpiled for Double 11. He quipped. It seemed his father would remain tight-lipped. He'd have to find a way to ask his mother instead. Figure out how to locate him. Xiao Guoqiang's demeanor darkened. No need to think too hard. Xiao Yang shook his head, knowing his father would eventually bring it up. What is the art of struggle? It is the exchange of interests. As long as there is sufficient benefit, even the heavens will bow. Just like the world wars on this planet. Every conflict between nations begins and ends with interests. Who would engage in a fight for no reason? That would be insanity. Let us make a wager, Xiao Yang grinned. When we find him, it will be when the cherry blossoms call upon the Dragon Kingdom. I'll bet 10 cents. To me, the little devils are worth no more than that. Some might question, is it not inappropriate to disdain the little devils? It is quite normal, Xiao Yang retorted. I not only disdain them, but I can also curse them. For instance, little devils, I curse your mother. What is the matter? Are you going to hit me? Xiao Guoqiang was left speechless, utterly impressed by his son's audacity. Whoever bets is a fool. There was no need to rush. Xiao Yang's mind was like boiling water. Thoughts swirling. The likely strategy would be to threaten the Liu family with death, then negotiate interests, ultimately exchanging benefits between two nations. This ploy has been showcased on the news 1,000 times, if not 800. One could envision it with their eyes closed. Are you willing to let him go? Xiao Guoqiang narrowed his eyes, his expression cold and somewhat perilous. What can be done if I am unwilling? This is the harsh reality. Xiao Yang shrugged. One side is a dog that has bitten you, and the other is a ton of pure gold. If someone offers a ton of gold for that dog, would you sell it? Xiao Guoqiang fell silent. After a long pause, he posed a question to his son. If one day you were to wipe out an entire family, and after killing them all, you discovered a 5-year-old girl, would you kill her? The choices were saint, demon, or moderation. Xiao Yang chuckled. How would you like me to respond? One must not be overly clever. Xiao Guoqiang sighed. This is not good. Well then, let me say something you might prefer to hear. Xiao Yang assumed an air of righteousness. I would present her with a knife and a piece of candy. If she chooses the knife, it indicates a murderous intent, and she must not be spared. If she selects the candy, it signifies a profound cunning. And she must also be eliminated. Should she choose both, it reveals an insatiable greed, making her even more unworthy of mercy. If she opts for neither, it demonstrates a rebellious nature. Would she not turn against me? Xiao Guoqiang exclaimed. Goodness, is it really that ruthless? The primary aim is to ensure she does not survive, is it? Yet, truth be told, he was genuinely pleased with his son's response. A good person cannot become a police officer. And what is your most genuine thought? Xiao Guoqiang inquired, curious to see if his son could articulate something profound. Are you certain you wish to hear it? Xiao Yang grinned and shook his head. I fear it may dishearten you. Xiao Guoqiang scoffed. You? Hardly. This is what you wish to hear. Xiao Yang's smile faded as he regarded his father. If I were to discover this little girl during a massacre, I would ponder deeply. Did she appear intentionally? Is she a bait meant to protect someone? I would certainly conduct a thorough search, leaving no stone unturned. If a family is to be exterminated, it must be done completely and methodically, not leaving a trace behind. Xiao Guoqiang felt a chill run down his spine. What kind of devil is this? Observing his father's expression, Xiao Yang sensed he had once again impressed him. His level of insight was not something everyone could fathom. Study well and observe closely. When Xiao Guoqiang regained his composure, He let out a bitter laugh, recalling what his son had once said, "Dad, you are getting old." Indeed, they had aged. It was now the era of the youth. Xiao Guoqiang smiled, feeling content, quietly watching his son. Had he received an answer to that question? No. It was an answer to another question. The damned shall surely perish. Upon their arrival at the Fengtian National Security Bureau, Xiao Yang enjoyed a meal, took a bath, and promptly fell asleep, rejuvenating his energy. A group of white-collared individuals, including Xiao Guoqiang, gazed at Xiao Yang's resting chamber with complex expressions. It was quite remarkable. Unbeknownst to them, at some point, Xiao Yang had transformed into the commander. Even Xiao Guoqiang now found himself obliged to heed his son's directives, assisting him closely. The entire Fengtian had already been sealed off. Everyone was anxious, waiting. Yet the most unperturbed among them was Xiao Yang, who not only could eat but also sleep soundly. As the day dawned, Xiao Yang yawned and emerged from his room. Upon seeing a group of executives sporting dark circles under their eyes, he couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness! Are the elderly now so impressive? What is this? Playing the national treasure? And they still know how to rise? Xiao Guoqiang shot a glare at his son. You seem to have miscalculated. That individual has not appeared. Care to wager? Xiao Yang smirked. I bet you're 10,000 in secret savings. Xiao Guoqiang, son, must you always fixate on your father's modest savings? Does your conscience not stir? Greed is the original sin of humanity. You are compelling your father to act against his own kin. Just as Xiao Guoqiang contemplated a physical reprimand for Xiao Yang, an unexpected arrival occurred. A national security officer rushed over to report to the crowd. Instantly, a dozen pairs of eyes gleamed with intrigue, all fixated on Xiao Yang as though he were a specter. Each expression mirrored disbelief, as if in a dream. How had he deduced such a thing? Indeed, it seems that one must always maintain an air of superiority. Xiao Yang disregarded the gazes surrounding him and focused on the officer, clearly indicating the obvious. It was as if he feared we might overlook it. The officer spoke in a tone reminiscent of a subordinate delivering a report. On Youth Street, at a ramen shop. Youth Street, the central axis of Fengtian. A deceased individual has returned to life. He is awaiting someone. Chapter 73. Are you pretending? At noon. The interplay of sunlight and shadow danced across the city streets, casting a mosaic of warmth and vitality upon the pavement. In a ramen shop on Youth Avenue. As the door swung open, a young man stepped inside. A waitress, eager to greet the newcomer, froze upon catching sight of his face. His eyes sparkled like stars. His brows were arched like a painting, and his exquisitely handsome features bore a hint of rebellious charm, his smile reminiscent of the first rays of dawn. Hello. The waitress stammered, regaining her composure. Greetings, Xiao Yang replied with a smile. You're busy. I'm here to find someone. With that, he made his way to a table by the window, where an elderly gentleman sat. Poised at the ramen table, the man exuded an air of scholarly elegance, savoring each bite of his noodles with a leisurely grace, as if relishing a gift from life itself. As Xiao Yang approached and took a seat, he inquired with a smile, Were you waiting for me? Indeed. Wang Weiran set down his chopsticks, a look of wistfulness crossing his aged features. Aren't you afraid of death? Xiao Yang's curiosity was piqued by the elder's demeanor. People are happiest when they are ignorant and unafraid, Wang Weiran chuckled softly. But once one gains knowledge, life becomes cautious and timid, for one realizes the world's darkness, cruelty, and filth. Philosophizing over trivial matters? Xiao Yang laughed. I only understand what filial piety is, what love is. Why do you speak in such a convoluted manner? Wang Weiran inquired, bemused, as he struggled to comprehend the young man's words. That's quite normal. How many can grasp my words without reading them? Xiao Yang leaned back in his chair, feigning boredom. Let us make our move. You go first. Young man, do you lack patience? Wang Weiran chuckled lightly, his eyes glinting with mockery. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yang extended his right hand and tipped a bowl of ramen onto the elder's face. With an elegant flourish, he placed the empty bowl down and glanced at the astonished elderly man. What are you pretending at? A distant gasp from the waitress echoed as she attempted to approach. Xiao Yang raised his hand, revealing a police badge, and smiled at her. The waitress, compliant, stepped back. When I treat you like a human, you ought to act like one. Don't be pretentious. As he tucked away the badge, Xiao Yang's gaze returned to the elderly man, now adorned with noodles and broth. If I considered you a dog, I would treat you as such. Do you understand? Wang Weiran, unperturbed, smiled gently. Luching U.S. family. Then make your move. Your life is at stake. Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly. Wang Weiran frowned. The scientific achievements of Longhua must be returned. Your life is at stake. Xiao Yang maintained his indifferent tone. A spy network? Wang Weiran's expression darkened slightly. Your life is at stake, Xiao Yang yawned. Wang Weiran, with an expression of silent exasperation, found himself struggling to keep pace with the rhythm of the youth before him. If you prefer not to discuss this, he stated coldly. It concerns your life and that of your kin. Xiao Yang replied nonchalantly, and what of it? Wang Weiran's breath quickened, his countenance stiffening. Do not waste your words. Xiao Yang continued, his tone devoid of emotion. Present me with something of interest, something more valuable than the lives of you and your family. Do not squander my time. What is the point of continuing this charade? Wang Weiran's demeanor shifted. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, his eyes reflecting a serene composure. Imbued with the wisdom and openness that only come from weathering life's tempests. I have a question, he stated evenly, recalling the query from their last encounter. Which occasion do you refer to? The toy car? Xiao Yang's brow eased, a playful glint in his eyes. Does it matter whether I am a spy king? Do not jest with me. I am trained to remain stoic, regardless of the absurdity, though internally, I find myself perplexed as to where the failure lies. Wang Weiran pondered for a moment, acknowledging that the process of death bore no flaws. The agents of national security had overlooked it. Who would suspect a man so utterly deceased? Yet, it was precisely this notion that had crossed Xiao Yang's mind, a perplexity that defied understanding. Is death truly final? Xiao Yang mused, a smirk playing at his lips. Rebirth? I have traversed realms beyond mere existence. What is absolute in this world? You declare your demise. And I am to accept it? Wang Weiran sensed a transformation in the gaze of the youth before him. A glimmer of understanding born from an enlightened perspective on the vicissitudes of life. This was a gaze he recognized, one that emanated from genuine encounters with mortality, transcending the earthly concerns that bind most. I had no intention of intervening. Wang Weiran regained his composure, merely driven by curiosity to meet him. I am aware. Xiao Yang nodded. When one strikes a dog, the owner inevitably appears. The nation of Sakura will seek to extract benefits in exchange. Those who lack understanding might inquire, what justification exists for such exchanges? Does Longwell lack resources or support? What is the harm in eliminating you? Very well. Let us not discuss wealth or benefits. Let us consider humanity. Is it not true that only your nation can apprehend spies from other lands, while they cannot capture your special agents? Is this principle truly beyond comprehension? If they offer an exchange, would you not partake? One is insufficient, too insufficient to yield 5. Should you refuse, those who sacrifice their lives for the nation may feel disheartened. This does not pertain solely to the captured, but to those still safeguarding their homeland. If they witness their comrades treated thus by their own country, how would you respond? If the hearts of the people falter, what becomes of the collective? Is this reasoning not rather clear? And this is the foundation upon which Wang Weiran dares to present himself, brimming with audacity before Xiao Yang. Last night, Xiao Guoqiang posed a question to Xiao Yang. Did he truly believe this inquiry to be simple? In that moment, he was filled with rage and helplessness, unwilling to let this scoundrel escape. However, for the sake of camaraderie, there is no other choice. Later, what brings him joy? His son provides an answer, reassuring the old man. Do not worry, the individuals your son intends to eliminate will be thoroughly dealt with. As for the current situation, does Xiao Yang possess a solution? Indeed, he is biding his time, much like Wang Weiran, who also awaits the outcome of the communication between the two nations, although they are both aware of what the result will be. Perhaps, this is our final encounter. Wang Weiran's demeanor is calm and serene, a slight smile gracing his lips. Yes, it is indeed the last time we meet. Xiao Yang gazes at the elder before him, knowing they shall never cross paths again. An inkling of unease stirs within Wang Weiran. Suddenly, 2 mobile phones ring, as if orchestrated, echoing simultaneously. Chapter 74. I must be dreaming in a subterranean cold storage facility in Fengtian. A group of individuals gathered, comprising men and women, young and old. At this moment, an elderly couple stood weeping before a grotesquely mutilated body that lay before them, their hearts shattered with grief. The sight was harrowing. The victim's fingernails and toenails had been ruthlessly extracted, and his bloodied mouth was devoid of teeth. One of his arms was grotesquely twisted, evidently fractured. As he stared vacantly into the abyss, his expression one of utter helplessness, incapable of even the slightest movement. Bound by zip ties at the ankles and wrists, he remained a prisoner of his circumstances, while 2 men, armed with firearms, stood sentinel, their icy gazes fixed upon him. Opposite them, a regal-looking elderly woman and a middle-aged man observed the scene. Notably, both wore heavy metallic collars around their necks, the glinting lights upon them signaling their ominous purpose. As time ticked away, one of the armed men raised his hand to check his watch and spoke in a chilling tone. The moment those words reached the elderly woman and the middle-aged man, their expressions darkened with malice and fury as they glared at the wretched figure on the ground. They approached with deliberate steps, for they were bound by necessity. Every hour, they required the middle-aged man to input a crucial password into the metallic collars. Failure to do so, or any attempt to remove the collars, or the absence of detectable vital signs, would trigger a catastrophic explosion, capable of annihilating all life within a considerable radius. Thus, the pitiful middle-aged man could not perish, for his death would spell doom for the elderly woman and the middle-aged man. As long as he remained alive, no harm could befall the elderly couple, creating an inextricable knot of fate. There was no need for speculation. The identities of those present were now clear. The unfortunate middle-aged man was Lu Qingyu, while the elderly couple were his parents. The elderly woman and the middle-aged man were Wang Weiran's wife and son, respectively. The two armed men were operatives from the Special Operations Unit of Sakura Nation. At last, the moment to input the password had arrived. As the elderly woman and the middle-aged man approached Lu Qingyu, one of the armed operatives seized his hair and lifted him. A small knife appeared, severing the zip ties that bound his wrists, while the other operative remained ever vigilant, his gaze fixed on Lu Qingyu. Any hint of resistance from him would be met with immediate violence. In that charged atmosphere, all eyes were riveted upon Lu Qingyu. Yet, in a surreal twist, the seemingly feeble Lu Qingyu cracked his toothless lips open, revealing an empty cavity within. Vivid crimson blood surged forth, trickling grotesquely from the corners of his mouth, creating a scene of chilling horror. Before this scene, both the elderly couple and the young adults, as well as the two special agents, felt a chilling unease. All gazes and thoughts converged upon him. It was at this moment that the most unexpected event transpired. The elderly couple, who had been trembling and in despair, suddenly stirred. The zip ties binding them miraculously snapped. In that very instant, Lu Qingyu also sprang into action. With the only arm he could still move, he swiftly seized a special agent's firearm. Without pausing, he launched himself off the ground, colliding with another agent. The agent had ample time to pull the trigger. Yet he hesitated. If Lu Qingyu were to perish, the elderly couple and the young adults would meet the same fate. In that moment of transformation and hesitation, the elderly couple appeared behind the two special agents. Their hands descended silently upon the agents' chins and heads. Summoning all their strength, they twisted abruptly. A sharp crack echoed, the sound of bones fracturing, resonating simultaneously. Lu Qingyu, weakened, collapsed to the ground, disregarding the startled cries of the elderly couple and the young adults. As he gazed at the fallen agents, his laughter was filled with unrestrained joy, as if all grievances, heartaches, and suffering dissipated with each chuckle. At a noodle shop, Xiao Yang produced his mobile phone, glancing at the incoming call. He answered it. Simultaneously, Wang Weiran on the other end was also engaged in conversation. Who is it? Xiao Yang inquired with a smile. Guangbu, Zhou Xiaoqian, came an aged, profound voice, both authoritative and imbued with undeniable power, resonating through the phone. Xiao Yang's smile faltered. The notion of facing such a formidable entity was daunting. If it were ancient times, confronting a commander of the Jinyui would surely be terrifying. Hello. Xiao Yang's demeanor shifted to one of utmost seriousness. Not great. Zhou Xiaoqian's words dripped with a subtle coldness. You've caused us quite a headache. Who are you? Xiao Yang blinked innocently. What are you pretending to be a little rabbit for? Can others not see through it? They can. Xiao Yang would wager that his every move, even the hair on his face, was clear to certain observers. Care to bet? Well, Xiao Yang feigned anxiety, adopting an unusually awkward demeanor. Is this my fault then? Haha. Laughter erupted. Zhou Xiaoqian's tone softened considerably, reminiscent of an elder sister. Xiao Yang was taken aback. His mind raced with countless analyses and deductions. Elder sister? Not mother. She's not worthy. The age doesn't match. Then it must be grandmother. So similar? Courage? Tone? Mannerisms? Level of intimidation? Or something else? It doesn't matter. What matters is, he is extending an olive branch, deliberately forging a connection, isn't he? Xiao Yang shook his head and smiled. I must be imagining things. Otherwise, how could I believe that a significant figure would reach out to me? Do I deserve such attention from Guangbu? Casting aside the distractions of his mind, Xiao Yang smiled. Is the discussion concluded? Indeed, it is, Zhou Xiaoqian replied, his tone regaining its steadiness and authority. Shall we change personnel? Xiao Yang inquired with a playful grin. Yes, we shall, came the response. So now, Xiao Yang's smile faded. Are you indicating that I may take my leave? Astute. Zhou Xiaoqian's words carried a hint of amusement. I once uttered a rather unpalatable phrase to someone. Xiao Yang's voice was as tranquil as a still lake, unruffled. Would you care to hear it? What is it? Zhou Xiaoqian's tone suddenly turned frigid, laced with an air of frost. The phrase is, Xiao Yang's voice remained calm. When spring arrives, I do not speak first. Which insect dares to make a sound? In that instant, the entire world seemed to descend into an eerie silence in response to his words. Is the national security burden truly so immense? You have quite startled me. Chapter 75. Apologies, I am insane after hanging up the call. Xiao Yang felt a tremor of fear coursing through him as he pondered a rather terrifying question. Am I going to die? Surely not, right? The mere utterance of sister by the other party should guarantee his safety, and this was the very reason he dared to act so audaciously. Otherwise, even his high-ranking grandfather would be unable to protect him. As for the present moment, Xiao Yang raised his head, stood up, and approached Wang Weiran, who was still on the call. Under the astonished gaze of the other party, he seized the phone that was engaged in a video call. Now, I shall represent the Dragon Nation in negotiations with you. With a smile, Xiao Yang gazed at a middle-aged man on the screen, whose expression was as frigid and gloomy as a winter lake. The man spoke in a peculiar tone of dragon language, questioning, You can represent? His tone was laced with ridicule and disdain, his eyes regarding Xiao Yang as though he were a mere clown. Indeed, I can. Holding the phone in one hand, Xiao Yang reached into his coat with the other. Like a magician performing a trick, he produced a long knife. Behold this blade, forged from high-quality steel, which I acquired from a certain assassin. With a grin, he introduced the weapon to the middle-aged man in the video, emphasizing, It hurts quite a bit when it cuts. Wang Weiran, middle-aged man. Anyone witnessing this scene would undoubtedly share a singular thought. Could this individual have escaped from a mental institution? Perhaps with your intellect, you have yet to grasp the ultimate meaning of my words. As Xiao Yang's arm shifted, the long knife rested against Wang Weiran's neck. Do you understand now? However, neither Wang Weiran nor the middle-aged man on the screen displayed any change in expression. They continued to regard Xiao Yang as one might regard a jester. At their level, life had lost its weight. What was a long knife to them? Are you certain you haven't wandered out of a circus? They sneered. And tell me, do you dare to make a move? Do not forget that within the borders of Sakura, there are still some Dragon Nation operatives who have been apprehended in the past. At this very moment, Wang Weiran holds the fates of the Liu family in his hands. Care to give it a try? Then, in an unexpected turn of events that altered the expressions of all present, Xiao Yang raised his arm and brought the knife down. Crack! Wang Weiran's arm fell to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was left in a state of shock, including Wang Weiran himself. Their expressions seemed to question, How dare you? Xiao Yang not only dared, but he had also acted. The life of a spy king is valuable, but what of an ordinary operative's life? With a beaming smile, he gazed at the furious middle-aged man on the phone, his face a mask of anger. Can you help me calculate that? It was at this moment that a figure emerged, one who defied convention, a reckless madman, a rule-breaking lunatic. Negotiations? To hell with that. The table has been upturned. Wang Weiran's face turned ashen, cold sweat breaking out as he gritted his teeth, pressing his palm against his bleeding shoulder. A pair of eyes, filled with resentment and glimmering with an unusual intensity, fixated intensely on Xiao Yang. Had he lost his mind? Indeed, at this moment, Xiao Yang embodied a lunatic. A mad dog in the eyes of a rational person. Can one reason with a rabid dog? Certainly not. Until you find a way to incapacitate it. You would hesitate to approach, for you cannot predict whether it might lunge at you in the next instant. Within the span of an hour, Xiao Yang scrutinized the middle-aged man displayed on his phone screen, declaring, I demand to see the Dragon Country nationals you promised to release at the airport, to witness them board their flight home. Otherwise, I shall sever Wang Weiran's second arm, then his legs, and every other part of him that can be cut. I am in agony. Would they acquiesce? Yes, indeed. Is it because Wang Weiran is the king of spies? Not solely. As previously mentioned, there are precedents. Now, this is a video call. The middle-aged man is not alone in witnessing this scene. Numerous elite operatives from the Sakura country are also observing. Will the Sakura country intervene? This is their top-tier operative. At times, he embodies heroism, honor, and a plethora of ideals. If it were done discreetly, one could simply say he sacrificed himself. However, the situation is different now. Many eyes are upon them. If they can intervene but allow the nationals of the Dragon Country to be harmed or even killed in plain sight, how will the other Sakura operatives perceive this? The sentiment remains. When hearts are dispersed, leadership falters. What Xiao Yang is executing is merely a reflection of their own tactics. Just moments ago, the Sakura operatives played the same game, threatening the dragon country with the life of their operative in exchange for Wang Weiran. Yet now, the dragon nationals witnessing this scene are smiling. Well done. Regardless of Wang Weiran or the middle-aged man, both wear grim expressions. They are astute individuals. How could they not discern Xiao Yang's scheme? Yet, there is no recourse. Regardless of whether it is an act, the Xiao Yang before them is a rabid dog. Should the dragon operatives captured by the Sakura country not appear at the airport in an hour, do you think he would hesitate to sever Wang Weiran's second arm? Certainly. All are aware that Xiao Yang would not dare to commit murder, for Wang Weiran still possesses the trump card of the Lu Qingyu family. As long as this card is in play, negotiations remain viable. Even if a few dragon operatives are released first, it matters not. For they were already promised for release and hold little value now. Worthless operatives are akin to mere ants to the Sakura country. Would you concern yourself with ants? Indeed. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, uttering those two words. Wang Weiran must be rescued. This is not merely a matter of the Sakura country's reputation, but also of its intrinsic value. He could not gamble on whether Xiao Yang would deliver another blow that could prove fatal for Wang Weiran, a man nearing 60. It is a risk too great to take. Had they listened earlier, this predicament could have been avoided. Xiao Yang wielded a long knife, striking it against Wang Weiran's face. The little devils were indeed despicable, which explained their penchant for kneeling daily. Wang Weiran's jaw was nearly ground to dust, yet he remained silent. The middle-aged man in the video squinted, his gaze akin to that of a venomous serpent, malicious and frigid. Unfazed by the other's glare, Xiao Yang patiently awaited the moment. 55 minutes later, a sudden notification pierced the stillness. The boarding call had arrived. Zhou Xianqian's voice carried a hint of warmth. Xiao Yang replied in a measured tone, stating they would discuss matters once they crossed the national border. Until then, remaining within the confines of another's territory could lead to unforeseen complications. Who didn't he possess a sense of caution? Another hour passed, and they had entered the Dragon Kingdom's borders. Zhou Xianqian's tone now bore a trace of mirth. Xiao Yang too smiled, lifting his hand with a swift motion. Snap! He severed Wang Weiran's other arm. Xiao Yang gazed at the elderly man, who could no longer endure the torment, and let out a wail. I have tolerated you for far too long. Now, let me show you what true recklessness looks like. Chapter 76. A deceptive game with a decisive snap. The mobile phone used for video calling with Sakura country shattered into fragments in Xiao Yang's hands. There was not a hint of hesitation, nor a trace of concern, for it bore no significance. Xiao Yang felt an exhilarating rush, a delightful satisfaction. He gazed with amusement at Wang Weiran, who lay on the ground, rolling and bleeding profusely. A spy king? What a farce! Why? Wang Weiran held in agony. His voice laced with fury, resentment, confusion, and profound malice. With a swift motion, Xiao Yang placed his foot on Wang Weiran's chest, firmly pinning the elder down. In that moment, he had transformed into a complete brute. Why? Xiao Yang chuckled. Your intellect is remarkable, yet you fail to comprehend? Impossible. Wang Weiran, on the brink of unconsciousness from pain, continued to wail in fury, asserting that as long as he withheld the location, no one could find them. That they were utterly unreachable, and if he were to perish, they too would meet their demise. Are you certain you want us to search? Xiao Yang posed this peculiar question. Huh? Wang Weiran momentarily forgot his suffering, taken aback. How could this be? Lu Qingyu was already incapacitated. It was he who had rendered him so. A once formidable operative, now utterly drained of strength. Under the control of two Sakura operatives, what could he possibly do? Even if Lu Qingyu retained some capacity to act, how could this mad dog possibly be privy to that? Because he left me with a phrase. Xiao Yang seemed to read the elder's thoughts, uttering two words, peace. What kind of confidence must one possess to proclaim those words while under the control of a top spy? If he dared to utter them, Lu Qingyu must have a way to turn the tide. Xiao Yang understood he was wagering. He was betting that Long Country would decisively handle Wang Weiran, the spy. If he won this gamble, he could seize the opportunity to break the deadlock. Wang Weiran's trump card would turn into a worthless hand. Of course, there existed another possibility. Long Country might fail to retain Wang Weiran. All his efforts, all his schemes, all rendered futile. Do not question why Lu Qingyu dared to take such risks. Why he was unafraid of death. This was the mission of the Long Country operatives. Death? What does that mean to them? Fear of death. Is that what you think an operative is? Peace? Wang Weiran was stunned. Do you truly believe that? I do, Xiao Yang asserted with conviction. If I cannot trust a compatriot willing to sacrifice their life for the nation, who then can I trust? But what if you are mistaken? Huh? Wang Weiran turned his gaze toward the floor-to-ceiling window. A vehicle slowly came to a halt outside. A bloodied figure trembled as they descended. Through the glass, two pairs of eyes locked in mutual recognition. Lu Qingyu smiled, his lips moving soundlessly. I have one. In that instant, the color drained from Wang Weiron's face, turning ashen. And in the blink of an eye, his expression morphed into one of sheer terror. How could this be? How did he manage to achieve this? I can't believe I lost to an ordinary special agent. Then, all thoughts coalesced into two words. It's over. Look at him. Xiao Yang smiles radiantly, gazing at the figure outside. I am waiting for him. Who are you waiting for? Then a joke comes to mind. Bear, what are you pretending to be? Person, 762. Bear. Isn't that amusing? Wang Weiron's eyes had lost their former brilliance, appearing vacant and lifeless. It was as if all light had been extinguished, leaving only a desolate gloom. However, he spoke with a detached calmness. You will not kill me, nor can you. Why? Xiao Yang coldly regarded the elder. It's about interests. I am merely a living asset. From me, Long Country can acquire many valuable things, gaining unimaginable benefits that ordinary people cannot fathom. In the end, even if I am rendered useless, I can still exchange something of worth with Sakura Country. A spark of life reignited in Wang Weiron's eyes as he stared at the young man. Do you truly not understand? Is that so? Xiao Yang's eyes suddenly glimmered with a ruthless light. Fine wine and wealth can tempt the heart. This is an old saying of your Long Country. Wang Weiron's expression turned ashen, for he discerned a profound murderous intent in Xiao Yang's gaze. He needed to save himself, otherwise, death awaited him. You may not care, but do others not care? You don't, but do they not? Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their parents. If you kill me, others will retaliate against you. Are you not afraid? Are your family members not fearful of being implicated? You should understand this principle. Touch me? Touch my family? Ha ha. Xiao Yang suddenly burst into laughter, tears streaming from his eyes. Wang Weiron was bewildered. He could not comprehend what he had said wrong. He was merely probing the deepest fears of humanity. Isn't this what everyone dreads the most? Why is he laughing? I'm sorry, your words are too hilarious. I couldn't hold it in, Xiao Yang chuckled, breathless. Wang Weiron? What is so funny? Now, allow me to reintroduce myself, Xiao Yang said. A smile gracing his face as he regarded the elder. I am a second generation. Upon uttering this statement, certain individuals in specific locations erupted into laughter. Some laughed so hard they choked on their drinks, others discreetly covered their faces, astonished. It was the first time anyone had introduced themselves in such a manner. Is Xiao Yang foolish? Clearly not. Yet, his actions were shockingly outrageous. It is well known that second-generation individuals often have backing. Xiao Yang, with a triumphant grin, looked at the bewildered elder and declared, Who on earth would dare to touch me? In response to this scene, some individuals shook their heads in amusement. Any lingering apprehension they once had towards this young lad had vanished. He is merely a child. With Xiao Yang's words today, even if he were to err in some way, people would only deem him young and impulsive. Ah, the essence of childhood. If one does not act impulsively, can they truly still be considered a child? Such a notion is monstrous. Have some of you heard me? I have laid the groundwork. Is it not time to commence the task at hand? Xiao Yang grinned widely, his eyes gleaming as he gazed at the elderly man before him. Do you have any final words? There exists a place where I have concealed many of my secrets. Wang Weiron suddenly smiled, only to be engulfed by dread as he realized what this place entailed. No. The smile twisted into horror, then morphed into a roar of rage, culminating in despair. His voice pierced the air, sharp and mournful, akin to the final struggles of a wounded beast, sending chills down the spine of any who listened. Yet, what significance does it hold? Xiao Yang raised his hand, and in an instant it fell. Crack! It struck Wang Weiron's head, blood and matter bursting forth. The entire cranium cleaved in two. Gazing at the lifeless body of the old man, Xiao Yang slowly rose, his expression serene. In your next life, should you feign superiority, remember to restrain yourself if you encounter me. Do you understand? Chapter 77. It seems we are destined to tread upon the rhythm of the sewing machine. How exhausting. After 3 consecutive days of relentless hustle, even a night's sleep couldn't alleviate the fatigue. Now, having shed all burdens and relaxed my nerves, Xiao Yang felt as though every ounce of energy had been drained from his body, leaving him slumped in a chair. He gazed quietly out the window, observing the equally weary and fragile figures outside, and a sincere smile crept across his face. I have left him forever in the Dragon Kingdom. You can rest assured. The shop door swung open. Under the trembling gaze of the waitress, Xiao Guoqiang entered, flanked by a contingent of national security personnel and heavily armed SWAT officers. He glanced at his son, who was silently smoking while reclining in his chair, then surveyed the SWAT officers, whose dark gun barrels were raised. Originally, those barrels were meant to be aimed at Xiao Yang. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that they were slightly misaligned. The guns of the Dragon Kingdom's military and police never point at their own. Yet, commands are commands and must be executed. Indeed, the police always seem to be the last to arrive. Xiao Yang, cigarette in mouth, chose to ignore the guns and instead teased his father with a grin. "You rascal." Xiao Yang chided with a laugh. "Aren't you a policeman yourself?" "Is that so?" Xiao Yang chuckled softly, "But I always feel like I'm merely a faux policeman." He continued, "I mean, which policeman would chase after intelligence agents, engage in assassination, and then end up slaying the head of a spy like a common thug? That's quite unsettling." Suddenly, Xiao Yang found his thoughts wandering to Chu Dongchan. How much simpler it would be to engage in a proper courtship, transforming into a charming gentleman who flatters older women. Of course, I, Xiao Yang, have always lived with integrity, subsisting solely on the fruits of gentle means. But then the question arises, would that valiant warrior sister ever take a liking to a man of such soft disposition? Consequently, Xiao Yang began to feel a profound sense of despair regarding his troublesome future. "Someone wishes to see you," Xiao Guoqiang remarked, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His eyes shimmering with complex emotions, forming an expression difficult to articulate. "Can I decline?" Xiao Yang replied listlessly, his enthusiasm waning, as an ominous premonition settled in his heart. "Goodness, this is the rhythm of being summoned to the sewing machine. What do you think?" Xiao Guoqiang inquired, casting a glance at the surrounding gun barrels, his smile widening. "Father, do admit, do we have a formidable backing behind our family?" Xiao Yang stood up with a wry smile. "Even if I turned the world upside down, it wouldn't spell my demise." Memories of his grandmother flashed through his mind, along with thoughts of a certain family with whom she had severed ties. "I had a dream like that when I was young," Xiao Guoqiang remarked, his lips twitching. "But after causing trouble, your grandfather would thrash you with a leather belt. It amounts to nothing." Xiao Yang rolled his eyes and made his way outside, warning, "Don't push me. I might just summon my sister." Xiao Guoqiang's expression instantly shifted. As he thought to himself, "Son, please don't play like that. It would frighten a great many people." There was no imagined escort, nor any so-called transfer. Xiao Yang was ushered onto an aircraft. Takeoff and landing. Upon arriving in the capital, Xiao Yang boarded a grand red diplomatic vehicle. Throughout his journey, he harbored a desire to report to the authorities, yet hesitated to do so. This particular car was none other than the conveyance of the second-ranking official within the Dragon Nation's police force. One might even argue it holds the foremost position. For the Ministry of State Security and the Ministry of Public Security are, in essence, of equal standing. However, in certain instances, the latter may wield greater influence. Those in the know are well aware of the underlying dynamics. Before the office of the Minister of State Security, Xiao Yang appeared diminutive and apprehensive. Resembling a child who had committed a transgression, he felt compelled to maintain this faade. As the saying goes, in this world, debts must eventually be repaid. If one dares to act with bravado in the presence of someone formidable, one must be prepared for a potential rebuttal. Is it not a natural expectation? The real concern lies in whether the esteemed figure would even bother to confront him directly. He deemed himself unworthy of such attention. It suffices to say, no words are necessary from the superior. A mere glance would suffice to set matters in motion with meticulous precision. Thus, being summoned to the Ministry of State Security was indeed the most daunting prospect. What have I done? Xiao Yang pondered, his mind swirling in confusion. Despite his intelligence, he could not fathom the reason behind his summons. A secretary emerged from the office, smiling as he addressed him. "Comrade Xiao Yang, please come in." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Yang stepped into the office. The room was spacious and well-lit, harmonizing beautifully with the dark wooden furnishings, creating an atmosphere of calm gravitas. Behind a large desk sat an elderly gentleman, dressed in a simple administrative jacket. Though not particularly tall, he exuded an air of authority while engrossed in reviewing documents. As Xiao Yang entered, the elder barely lifted his gaze, casting a fleeting glance in his direction. In that instant, Xiao Yang felt a surge of anxiety as if his scalp might explode. What kind of eyes were those? To describe them would be to speak of a gaze steeped in cunning intellect, tempered by the trials of life and death. As cold as ice and as tranquil as a mirror. It was as if the very essence of the office's space was pierced by an imposing indifference, penetrating Xiao Yang's very soul. Before such a presence, Xiao Yang had to concede that he was but a mere novice, hardly even a contender in the grand scheme of things. Suddenly, a voice, laced with a low, mocking tone, broke the silence. "Spring arrives. yet I do not speak first. Which insect dares to make a sound? Xiao Yang trembled, his mind racing with expletives. Should anyone witness this scene, they would undoubtedly chuckle and inquire, "What troubles you, brother? Why are you drenched in sweat? Aren't you the one who boasts of bravado? Why not take a few steps forward?" Xiao Yang feigned submission, adopting a demeanor of deference to the authority before him, remaining silent. "Say what you wish. I shall play the role of the obedient child. Should you wish to intimidate me, feel free." After a prolonged silence, the elder finally remarked with a smirk, "Be gone." Xiao Yang stood there, utterly bewildered, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. What on earth was happening? Once again, there are airplanes and red flag cars, and then we arrive at the national security. Is it merely to mock me with a taunt, followed by a rebuke? The expression in Xiao Yang's eyes was filled with disbelief, as he found himself plunged into profound contemplation about life. He observed the young lad leaving with a bewildered and dazed expression. Even after witnessing countless storms, Zhou Xiaoqian nearly burst into laughter. The vexation that had been gnawing at him, akin to a painful liver ache, was finally released. "Next time, let's see if you dare to be cheeky again. If you persist, I may just have to teach you a lesson." As he chuckled, a trace of seriousness emerged on Zhou Xiaoqian's aged countenance. Why did the little girl from the old Chu family contact me? Why did she want me to bring him to the capital? Is this the intention of the special forces? No, it cannot be. It is the girl protecting her own. She must be concerned that we old fellows might bully her young suitor. That must be the case, right? TSK, Zhou Xiaoqian clicked his tongue, smiling as he shook his head. How delightful it is to be young. Chapter 78. Is this soft rice truly indispensable? Outside the National Security Bureau, Xiao Yang wore a bewildered expression, grappling with the absurdity of the situation. The recent maneuvers from the National Security Bureau had not only short-circuited his thoughts, but seemingly fried his CPU as well. Who could possibly provide me with an explanation? Regaining his composure, Xiao Yang found the humor in it all. Where to frolic next? Wait a moment, Beijing. Isn't that my hometown? It suddenly dawned on him that he was still a Beijing lord, leaving him speechless, just as he contemplated whether to return home. A vehicle approached and came to a halt before him. Xiao Yang, a rugged white jeep with military plates. Chu Dongshan, what are you daydreaming about? The window rolled down, revealing her clear, bright eyes. Get in. Delighted, Xiao Yang hopped into the passenger seat. Sister, what brings you to the National Security Bureau? Business, replied Chu Dongshan, steering the vehicle with a subtle, cool smile. Really? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes in skepticism. You show up at the National Security Bureau right after I do. What kind of brain do I have to believe that? The strange summons to Beijing from the National Security Bureau only added to his confusion. Today, in front of many witnesses, he had killed a spy. According to the usual protocol, he should have been arrested and interrogated first. Regardless of right or wrong, the process must be followed. Yet, the National Security Bureau ordered him to Beijing, only to tease him upon arrival. Shortly after, Chu Dongshan appeared. One need not possess high intelligence to deduce something amiss. Was she protecting me, fearing that I might be bullied? What merit do I possess to warrant such concern? Xiao Yang found himself lost in thought. In his past life, he had consumed plenty of motivational platitudes, often aimed at teaching men how to appease, love, and protect women. But who teaches men to be cherished? Is it merely cigarettes and liquor? Do men not require comfort, affection, and protection? The stark reality is that such platitudes are ultimately just that, platitudes. But now, sister, I will strive to steal electric bicycles to support you in the future, Xiao Yang declared earnestly. Chu Dongshan. Finally, I believe that saying, there is always a man who comes into this world solely to torment you. At Biankafang, an ancient restaurant established during the Yongle era of the Ming dynasty, boasting a history of 600 years. At the dining table, Xiao Yang devoured his meal ravenously, his mouth glistening with grease. Observing his gluttonous display, Chu Dongshan, initially not hungry, felt her appetite awaken. Today, I rode in the National Security Bureau's #1 vehicle, Xiao Yang boasted, his words somewhat garbled. Oh, Chu Dongshan replied nonchalantly. If you dare to speak to me one word at a time again, I might just let you experience how terrifying a resourceful younger brother can be. Xiao Yang cast a mischievous glance at his sister. Sister, do you charge for your words? Chu Dongshan raised her head. Want to get hit? You can't beat me now. Xiao Yang puffed with pride, thinking to himself that if he were to charge forward now, even he would be frightened. Chu Dongshan inquired casually, does this include full armament? Shocked, Xiao Yang found himself at a loss for words. Is strength truly synonymous with prowess? Such naivety. At a distance of 10 meters, a gun is swift, within that range. It is both swift and precise. Who would resort to bare fists when armed? His military prowess was merely a means to exploit Xu Dongchan's advantages. If both sides were fully equipped and engaged in battle, who would emerge victorious? Frustratingly, it seemed she would still outmatch him. Xiao Yang chose silence. Feeling a weight upon his heart, observing her increasingly despondent brother, Xu Dongchan's lips curved slightly. Fengtian, you have done well. Fengtian, well? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback, then murmured, I might not be able to become a police officer in the future. He was acutely aware of the reckoning that awaited him after this incident. The current sense of freedom was merely fleeting. Certain matters could not be evaded. Merely not stepping into the sewing machine was already a blessing. That won't happen. Xu Dongchan replied, her eyes sparkling. Xiao Yang was astonished. Without further explanation, she added, once we finish eating, I will accompany you to Fengtian. Xiao Yang's heart raced. Did this imply he was destined to partake in this soft meal? It was evident that Xu Dongchan intended to accompany him to Fengtian. When the time came, she would stand beside him and assert, come on, dare to lay a finger on my brother? What if someone attempted to reason with Xu Dongchan? She would respond, I am not here to reason. I am here to provide support. At that moment, Xiao Yang's imagination soared, a grin spreading across his face. Xu Dongchan raised an eyebrow. Are you hungry? Absolutely, Xiao Yang beamed. It's utterly delightful. Her laughter glimmered in her eyes, a sheen of moisture enveloping them. For reasons unknown. Being with him always brought her joy. Was there a future in store for them? Uncertainty loomed. One cannot expect to tread the path of life without missteps. Rather than fear mistakes, one should follow the heart. Fengtian. The airport at night sparkled with lights, resembling a luminous pearl embedded in the vast expanse of the earth, illuminating the path home and the hearts of travelers. A couple emerged from the main entrance. The man bore a refined visage, while the woman exuded an elegant grace. Outside the airport, not only did passers-by steal glances at the pair, but even Xiao Guoqiang, leaning against the car, appeared momentarily entranced by his son and Xu Dongchan. They were an exceptionally fitting pair, perhaps even too perfect. The age difference of 5 years seemed trivial. Dad, Uncle, Xiao Yang greeted cheerfully, while Xu Dongchan carried herself with poise. Good, Xiao Guoqiang replied, his mouth breaking into a smile. When the father and son laughed, they appeared as though cast from the same mold. Xiao Guoqiang began to speak. Do not say a word, Xiao Yang interjected, his countenance sobering. First, take me to see someone. There are matters that must be clarified. Xiao Guoqiang's expression shifted slightly, a sigh escaping him. Indeed, there was no escaping this. He led them directly to the Fengtian Armed Police Hospital. Outside a specialized care ward. Through the glass window, a middle-aged man lies on a hospital bed. Wearing an oxygen mask, his face haggard. Lu Qingyu. He has endured tremendous suffering. Xiao Guoqiang sighed. An ordinary person might not have survived to this point. 7 ribs fractured. An arm broken, nails and teeth stripped away, and the extent of damage to his muscles and soft tissues has reached a state of deformity and dysfunction. Had it been an ordinary individual, they might well have perished. Yet here he is, in such a dire condition. Just as Xiao Guoqiang's words fell silent, Lu Qingyu unexpectedly opened his eyes, a smile gracing his face as he looked over. His gaze fell upon Xiao Yang, and he nodded slightly. Xiao Yang smiled in return and pushed open the door to enter the room, while Xiao Guoqiang and Xu Dongchan remained outside. The ensuing conversation would be solely between Xiao Yang and Lu Qingyu. If Lu Qingyu fails to provide a satisfactory response, unforeseen consequences may arise, something that everyone fervently wishes to avoid. Should such a situation occur, it would spell disaster. Chapter 79. Until next life, I wish to meet you early. I want to be your brother. Xiao Yang approached the bedside, gazing at the frail Lu Qingyu. The two shared a moment of silent understanding. Thank you, Lu Qingyu murmured. His words slightly slurred due to the absence of teeth. Thank you for what? Xiao Yang squinted, a hint of frost glimmering in his eyes. Was it not for leaving the spy king of Sakura Nation and Dragon Country? I truly envy old Xiao for having such a clever son. Lu Qingyu seemed to be lost in thought. You are quite astute as well, Xiao Yang replied coldly, fully aware of the purpose of his visit. Indeed, Lu Qingyu replied with a smile. It was impossible to conceal the truth. Answer me a few questions, Xiao Yang insisted, wishing to avoid any further trivial conversation. Very well. Lu Qingyu agreed readily. Had you suspected Wang Weiran's treachery for a long time? Xiao Yang posed the first question. Indeed, Lu Qingyu nodded. You know precisely what I am asking. Xiao Yang's voice turned icy. After I discovered his betrayal, Lu Qingyu sighed, withholding further details. To uncover a spy yet remain silent? Anyone with a modicum of intelligence would understand the gravity of this issue. This was the conundrum that had initially baffled Xiao Yang. A top-tier special agent should possess the means to notify the national security before being compromised. This represented the most significant flaw in the entire incident. Yet, he chose to allow national security to misinterpret his actions as treason rather than speaking out. Ironically, after being restrained, he communicated with national security in a unique manner, assuring them of his safety, denying his betrayal, all while digging a grave for them. Did he not comprehend the importance of contacting colleagues immediately upon noticing anomalies? Realizing that collective strength could easily subdue the adversary, he understood everything, yet he refrained from action. Not only did he abstain, but he also cast national security and even Dragon Country into a passive position. What was his intent? You are not just concealing the truth, Xiao Yang continued, but you also secretly prepared 2 bomb collars for Wang Weiran's family? Indeed, Lu Qingyu affirmed. Only in this way could he be deterred from killing me. And what about your parents? Xiao Yang could not help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. This was another aspect of the incident that had been overlooked by everyone. Even a spy king had been deceived by 2 individuals, 2 retired agents. Surprising, was it not? Even now, the personnel and national security were unaware that this elderly couple had once been special agents. Since their retirement, nearly all information pertaining to them had been sealed, while others remained oblivious. Lu Qingyu, who had followed in his parents' footsteps, could not possibly be unaware. Who would have thought that this elderly couple was Lu Qingyu's greatest trump card? The key to an extraordinary comeback? Yes, Lu Qingyu chuckled. Wang Weiran used a truth serum on me, attempting to extract the bomb collar's password. I turned the tables on him. Although I did not reveal the password, I disclosed my parents' address and the location of the 7th-generation research institute, leading him into a trap. Truth serum? Xiao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Does such a thing truly exist? Yes, but its use is prohibited internationally. There are 2 reasons. 1. Due to its inherent inefficacy, it bears a striking resemblance to hypnosis. 2. The potential harm to the human psyche is substantial, with a propensity to induce mental illness. It is widely acknowledged that the more something is deemed forbidden, the more alluring it becomes, along with numerous other phenomena. If this element had indeed vanished, what purpose would the prohibition serve? He can discern the truth, and you are aware that he can discern it as well. You are both engaged in a game of wits. Xiao Yang scoffed, recognizing the underlying scheming. Indeed, Lu Qingyu sighed softly, acknowledging that intelligence work operates under such principles. Those lacking mental acuity are the first to perish. It is fundamentally a battle of intellect, a contest of wits against the void. Yet the peril inherent in this endeavor is far more terrifying than that found in physical confrontations. You are acutely aware that he will inevitably exploit you to create distractions, drawing everyone's attention away, thus employing resources to fabricate an illusion of engaging with national security. Xiao Yang's gaze was erratic. Your initial objectives were twofold: to detain him and to eliminate those concealed within Longhua, dismantling this web of espionage. Regardless of the strength of the spy king, he remains but one individual. What, then, is a spy network? It is the culmination of countless years of human and material resources painstakingly expended by Sakura Nation. Lu Qingyu aimed to obliterate it in one fell swoop. The stakes are indeed high, and the methods ruthless. Yes. Lu Qingyu regarded the young man before him with a mixture of complexity and contemplation. What if? Xiao Yang inquired tentatively. There is no what if, Lu Qingyu replied with a smile. You have achieved this with them. Is leading the correct term? Absolutely. He surmised that the young man before him was, in fact, the commander. I nearly met my demise. Xiao Yang's expression stiffened, his desire to strike evident. However, the other party had suffered enough. He should be spared. As long as we succeed, he will inevitably deduce that he is Wang Weiran and will be left behind. Xiao Yang fixed his gaze upon Lu Qingyu's eyes. This represents your opportunity to turn the tide, a deft sleight of hand. The Lu family is Wang Weiran's final trump card. Yet this card has transformed into a dagger, piercing him deeply. It seems that my ultimate aim has long been apparent to you. Lu Qingyu sighed, acknowledging that from the outset of my concealment, you had already surmised the truth, had you not? Perhaps not everyone has grasped it. What precisely is Lu Qingyu's strategy? From the very beginning, his paramount objective has been to rescue the comrades of Sakura Nation. Did you not consider this? This encapsulates his rationale for withholding reports and orchestrating various schemes and traps. To employ an idiom, to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The spy king, the espionage network, and the comrades. Why did Lu Qingyu refrain from disclosing this initially? because he feared the unpredictability of human nature. The worldviews of individuals are rarely aligned. If he were to reveal everything, would others not join him in madness? In the presence of a spy king, would one not instinctively seek to eliminate him, thereby securing accolades and advancement? Do not claim that you would not. This is the inherent nature of the vast majority. When confronted with immediate gain, they seldom contemplate deeper implications, let alone consider long-term consequences. Thus, Lu Qingyu dared not take the gamble. He can place complete trust in the nation and unwavering faith in his colleagues, willing to sacrifice his life for them. Yet, he dares not gamble on human nature, the most terrifying aspect of existence. Have you ever contemplated the potential consequences of your actions, the lives that could be lost? Xiao Yang's words were as chilling as ice. How could I be unaware? Lu Qingyu's eyes grew increasingly red. But what of the brothers from Sakura Nation? What will become of them? If I fail to seize this opportunity, they may never return. I cannot bear the thought of them perishing abroad. They are all my brothers. Even in death, I wish for them to be interred in the Dragon Kingdom, where fallen leaves return to their roots. Xiao Yang's heart tightened, a pang of anguish coursing through him. Yet, this is the nature of covert warfare. It is merciless. To be a member of this front. Do you presume them to be fools, oblivious to the possible outcomes? No, they are acutely aware, more than anyone else, that they might meet a grim fate. Yet, they chose to plunge into the abyss. Lu Qingyu's actions merely drew them out, guiding them towards the light. In this lifetime, you shall only be my uncle. Xiao Yang leaned down, patting Lu Qingyu's shoulder. In our next life, let us meet sooner. I wish to be your brother. With that, he turned and walked toward the door. Lu Qingyu smiled, a joyful grin illuminating his face as he gazed at the receding figure. As if he were beholding a new dawn, he murmured with a smile, "Good." Chapter 80. The honest and dependable young lord outside the armed police hospital. Xiao Guoqiang departed with an air of nonchalance, not wishing to be a third wheel. He was acutely aware that an investigation would soon ensue, with inquiries and repercussions directed at his son. As a father, he found himself unable to interfere, not even from his official position. Was he truly unconcerned about the potential bullying of his son? As his son was taken to the capital, did he not notice the peculiar glint in Xiao Guoqiang's eyes, nor the levity with which he jested with his child? He surmised that connections had been leveraged, leading to the intervention of national security, forcibly whisking Xiao Yang away and providing him with protection. Presently, the formidable figure of Chu Dongchan had graced the scene. Was it not evident who was safeguarding his son? Clearly, she was there to lend her support. Dare anyone to lay a finger on Xiao Yang? Subsequently, an exceedingly perplexing and bewildering situation unfolded upon arriving in Fengtian. Not a soul approached him. Was that not strange? He had taken a life, that of a spy leader, and in doing so, had dismantled a significant interest. Yet now, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. Was it due to Chu Dongchan? Let us not jest. If the esteemed lady were indeed of such caliber, she need not have accompanied him. This indicated that her involvement in the demise of the spy leader also bore its own burdens. Grandfather? No. He lacked the stature to engage in such matters. Grandmother? If that were the case, would his father not have informed him? National security? Were they truly familiar enough to assist him? Who, then, could it be? Xiao Yang felt a throbbing ache in his head, unable to conjure a name. He then turned to the enchanting ice maiden beside him. I do not know, Chu Dongchan replied, her intellect sharp yet equally perplexed. Forget it. It matters not. Xiao Yang appeared indifferent, realizing that speculation was futile when the identity of the benefactor remained shrouded in mystery. Nonetheless, the individual capable of suppressing this affair was undeniably formidable. Let us go. It is time for a bath. Xiao Yang grasped her hand, a hint of anticipation glimmering in his eyes. Chu Dongchan responded, a bath? Will there be something else to do afterward? As a woman, should she not prepare for certain matters at this juncture? What is it? Xiao Yang, taken aback, gazed at her in astonishment. Too fast. Chu Dongchan's words held a chill, her enunciation slightly faltering. Too fast. Xiao Yang paused, suddenly enlightened, nearly amused. Fengtian. Renowned as the nation's premier bathing paradise, surely it would be remiss not to experience it. Sister, if you desire it. I could endure a bit of hardship. He had not anticipated this side of Chu Dongchan. A peculiar grin adorned Xiao Yang's face, a blend of jest and mockery, undoubtedly mischievous. Hence, it was imperative for young men to cultivate self-discipline, lest they succumb to the temptations of a seductive sister. Chu Dongchan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. In an instant, a long leg, akin to a cleaver, descended towards Xiao Yang's handsome visage. Wait. Do not act impulsively. One must win others over with virtue. Xiao Yang broke into a cold sweat, narrowly catching Chu Dongchan's leg with one hand. Chidonkin gazed at Xiao Yang's hand, her beautiful eyes widening, revealing a hint of the unusual. Had she caught it? In an instant, that agile body, as lithe as a leopard, leaped into the air, twisting at the waist. The second thigh descended. I was wrong. Xiao Yang felt tears welling up, realizing he had spoken carelessly. Bang! He grasped Chidonkin's second thigh once more, fearing she might fall. With a sudden release, he tossed Chidonkin into the air. He then extended his hands below to catch her. To his surprise, Chidonkin managed to control her body while airborne, her feet landing squarely on his hands. Standing aloft, she gazed down at Xiao Yang. His strength was indeed peculiar. The delicate dance upon his palms was not merely an illusion. Xiao Yang beamed, observing her feet resting atop his hands. In contrast to his size 43 feet, hers appeared dainty and exquisite, evoking an irresistible urge to play with them. The aesthetic appeal of a woman heavily relies on her feet. No matter how beautiful her face or figure, unattractive feet can shatter the overall allure in an instant. Lost in thought, Xiao Yang overlooked a crucial fact. What kind of strength does one require to support another person with both hands, standing firm without swaying or trembling? Is it not exhausting? Chidonkin squinted, a smile dancing on her lips, showing no intention of descending. A true man cannot claim fatigue. Xiao Yang proclaimed with conviction, one must possess the resilience of 7 entries and exits in battle, the tenacity to charge forth, and furthermore. Chidonkin's foot pressed against his face, irritated. Do you think me a fool, unaware of your antics? Oh, when did you become so clever? Xiao Yang replied sheepishly, Sister, you misunderstand. I am known as the immaculate young man, reliable and honest. What is this driving you speak of? I know nothing of it. Really know nothing? Chidonkin's delicate face turned cold as she scrutinized him. Then what shall we do? Xiao Yang's flattering smile faltered, his lips twitching. The inception of true love often necessitates one to play the rogue. Otherwise, how would progress be made? You do talk too much nonsense. She shot him a glance. And as she stepped down, Chidonkin landed firmly on the ground. She had thoroughly tested his strength. How bizarre. From the moment she met Xiao Yang, his peculiarities had been numerous. An exceptional memory? Surely a ruse. And the skills from the hunter school? How had he acquired them? Setting those aside, what was the nature of Xiao Yang's current strength? At this moment, Chidonkin believed the most prudent course of action would be to report him to the authorities, allowing researchers to unveil the truth. Yet, this is love. Xiao Yang shrugged, asserting that the essence of conversation lies in flirtation, while the crux of dating revolves around teasing. Holding hands, kissing, and sleeping together, which of these is truly serious? If one were to approach an unserious endeavor with a serious mindset, sister, would success be attainable? Such twisted logic. Chidonkin maintained a stern expression, yet her eyes seemed veiled in a misty haze. However, even twisted reasoning holds its own validity. Then, shall we not take a bath? Xiao Yang blinked, grasping her hand once more, feigning innocence. It is said that girls at the age of 18 adore bathing, for it bestows a radiant complexion. 18? Chu Dongchan's gaze was warm and clear, yet her expression bore a hint of chill. Are you implying that I am aging? Becoming an old aunt? How could Sister Dongchan ever be considered an old aunt? Xiao Yang, with utmost seriousness, remarked, isn't she merely an 18-year-old girl? At 108 months? Chu Dongchan. Suddenly, she shook off his hand and walked away. Xiao Yang thought, did my earnest attempt merely graze the air? What are you waiting for? Are you coming or not? Chu Dongchan paused, gazing at him, a smile dancing on her lips, her eyes playfully chiding. Ha. Xiao Yang laughed heartily and ran to take her hand. A faint smile lingered at the corners of Chu Dongchan's mouth. There exists a beautiful line of poetry. Before we meet, we share a smile. Upon our first encounter, we have already pledged our lives. Chapter 81. I, the Mud. Refused to climb the wall as Xiao Yang stepped through the entrance of the bathing center. His senses were awakened. Before him lay a realm reminiscent of a lavish palace, where every detail radiated unparalleled opulence and comfort. After settling the payment and receiving his hand tag and attire, he proceeded to purchase swimwear. As he perused the selection, a profound realization dawned upon him. The world harbors a certain malice towards men, manifesting an inherent unfairness. Just observe the myriad styles and contemporary designs available for women's swimwear, while men's options are relegated to a singular type of shorts adorned with gaudy floral patterns. This inevitably stirred memories of his past life, evoking an adolescent wish that all the beautiful women in the world would don no clothing at all. Having procured his swimwear and changed, Xiao Yang took the hand of Chu Dongchan and made a beeline for the couple's hot spring. Upon entering the warm waters, enveloped by the soothing embrace of the springs, he let out a contented sigh. It felt as though all weariness and worries dissipated with the steam, leaving only a profound sense of relaxation and ease. His body seemed to have a will of its own, leaning toward the alluring beauty beside him. Chu Donchan, Xiao Yang. In a state of feigned indifference, he resigned himself to her whims, daring to endure any ridicule or reprimand, firmly resolved not to waver in his resolve. Noticing that Chu Donchan showed no intention of pushing him away, he took advantage of the moment and nestled deeper into her embrace, resting his head upon her shoulder, blissfully closing his eyes. "Are you not afraid I might harm you?" she chided, her voice laced with irritation. "Sis, why do you think people strive for success?" Xiao Yang deftly diverted the conversation, pondering the futility of effort that yields no reward and the absence of pressure that comes with a lack of ambition. He mused on the irony of being able to articulate the philosophy of surrender so eloquently. With a cold chuckle, Chu Donchan retorted, "Are you not concerned that a lack of effort could lead to starvation? If life dares to knock me down, does that mean I cannot simply recline and indulge in my phone?" Xiao Yang replied with a triumphant grin, "With no one to support my lofty aspirations, I, the mud, refused to climb the wall." Chu Donchan was taken aback, pondering the audacity of his shamelessness. How could he be so brazen? Unbeknownst to her, she had momentarily forgotten that he lay nestled in her arms. Is it not preferable to maintain some semblance of dignity? She mused, bemused, as she playfully pinched his cheek. "What need have I for such trivialities?" Xiao Yang replied with a smile. "Look around. How many people with dignity end up with their beloved from the very start?" "Is that so?" Chu Donchan exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed," he affirmed, "it is often the very pursuit of dignity that breeds timidity, leading to countless missed opportunities." He recalled a poignant memory from their graduation at the police academy, where a classmate, intoxicated, oscillated between tears and laughter, lamenting the day before his first love's wedding. "Is this the regret of a man?" Chu Donchan inquired softly. "Not quite," Xiao Yang clarified as he shifted to sit at the edge of the hot spring, lifting Chu Donchan onto his lap and embracing her before she could protest. "What my classmate lamented was that, at the time of their breakup, he wished for wealth. To have avoided the police academy, to have started working earlier, and to have been less ordinary. Then he wept bitterly, lamenting his foolishness and declaring himself a fool for attending the wedding of his first love. He realized that her husband was utterly ordinary, so mundane that he felt as if he were gazing into a mirror, seeing his former self reflected back at him." His classmate stood there, dazed, staring at his first love as she approached, and asked, "Why?" With a radiant smile, she replied, "He will accompany me on shopping trips, study with me, and share snacks and milk tea, all the things he once did. He, like you, was a poor boy. Yet, he can be by my side until we grow old without letting go." Their classmate remarked it was then he understood that she was far better than he had ever imagined, and that he was unworthy of her. Someone asked, "Is it too late to pursue the one you once cherished after becoming a better version of yourself?" It is too late. Your pride and timidity have already led you to miss the opportunity. Even if you were to win her back, she would no longer be the same person you once knew. Chu Donchan nestled quietly in his embrace, having long surrendered her struggles, resembling a delicate bird. She understood. Xiao Yang was imparting wisdom to her. If you encounter someone you adore, do not dwell on your ridiculous pride. Be bold enough to take their hand. Do not let go. The following day, the young couple emerged from the bathhouse. Xiao Yang no longer held Chu Donchan's hand. Instead, she linked her arm through his. This was a significant step forward, a mark of greater intimacy. Throughout the day, Xiao Yang led Chu Donchan on a wild adventure in Fengtian, transforming them once more into two exuberantly playful children. Should they concern themselves with the opinions of others? Absolutely not. The rules of this world often compel one to kneel, to obey, and to live within the gaze of others. It is exhausting, and they are far too busy. They cherished every moment spent together, each second, until nightfall. At the airport, Xiao Yang suddenly embraced Chu Donchan and kissed her. Just as he had imagined, his sister's lips were moist and soft, a delightful sensation. Without allowing her a moment to regain her composure, Xiao Yang dashed towards the security checkpoint, laughing as he waved goodbye. Chu Donchan watched his retreating figure until it vanished from sight. Slowly, she raised her hand to touch her lips, her eyes shimmering, her cheeks flushed. Was she angry, pouting, smiling, or shy? Gone was the image of the fierce female soldier. The way she appeared now could soften the heart of any man. "You dog. You ran away quickly this time. Next time, I shall make you pay." In Binqing, Xiao Yang entered his apartment and collapsed onto the sofa, utterly reluctant to move. The memory of his impassioned kiss with Chu Donchan before his departure made him burst into laughter uncontrollably. Just that simple thrill, Of course, Xiao Yang was a man of dignity. How could he deceive a girl into kissing him? This was not deceit, but rather romance. Do not assume that Chu Dongchan's beauty would easily lead him to undress. She must at least be a bit foolish. Regrettably, she was far too clever. Deceiving her once was a challenge. If things went awry, he might just find himself in serious trouble. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and searched for Chu Dongchan's number, dialing it directly. However, no one answered. Xiao Yang. Little rascal, have you mastered the art of feigned indifference? Suddenly, a message pops up. Chu Dongchan, busy. Xiao Yang, sis, how could you do this? When you feel lonely, you call someone little sweetie. We've only been apart for 5 hours. And I'm already Lady Cow. Huh, woman, just wait for me. Next time, I'll kiss you senseless. In the capital, at the Special Operations Department, the conference room is enveloped in an eerie silence. Is no one here? No, dozens of figures radiating a terrifying aura sit within. At this moment, everyone bears a ghostly expression. Eyes wide and mouths agape, they stare blankly at the projection on the wall. It is a projection from someone's phone. As they had just been in a meeting, Chu Dongchan silently covers her face. Xiao Yang, I'll find you in a moment. I have something wonderful to show you. Chapter 82. Welcome, little brother. I've been waiting for you in the blink of an eye. 6 days had elapsed. Xiao Yang resembled a hamster, dutifully ensconced in his home, engaging in 3 primary activities: browsing the internet, snacking, and playfully teasing his sister. But what of work? On the other hand, does one truly relish the grind of employment? During the investigation by the National Security Bureau, his father had long since procured him a leave of absence. The Criminal Investigation Department was manned by a cadre of seasoned operatives. His presence was neither a surplus nor a deficit. The world would continue its rotation irrespective of anyone's absence. Want it not to overestimate their significance, the world would not shatter in their absence. However, it was time to shake off the lethargy and get to work. Xiao Yang extricated himself from the warmth of his bed, stretching languidly. A thought struck him as he lifted his gaze. Host, Xiao Yang system, biological ability, replicator ability, skills of a warrior. Strength of a Titan replication, 1.10 days system space, Browning handgun, police uniform, button. At long last, he had acquired replication points. And Xiao Yang grinned widely. The reason for his reluctance to venture outside during this period was threefold. 1. The attribute of causing explosions wherever he went. 2. The necessity for physical fortitude. 3. A sheer sense of laziness. With the first attribute alone, would one dare to roam freely? Furthermore, his own physique, possessing the strength of a Titan, was formidable indeed. Each utilization felt akin to self-dismemberment. Xiao Yang harbored concerns. Could it be that his overwhelming power might one day lead to his own obliteration? Hence, he was in urgent need of a robust body, particularly one capable of withstanding the full force of his Titan strength. Otherwise, he would remain apprehensive about stepping outside, fearing he might inadvertently bring about his own demise. Now that he had acquired replication points, what was there to delay? After completing his morning routine and donning his attire, Xiao Yang stepped out of his abode. His destination, the Saint Asia Ocean world. Was this where Xiao Yang could discover the physical strength he sought? Indeed, it is one of the species with the highest defensive capabilities in the world. The hardness of its body rivals that of diamonds. Should he manage to attain its physical abilities, Xiao Yang could effortlessly bear the Titan's strength without the fear of shattering his own body. This creature is known as the Mola Mola, or the famed sunfish. Upon arriving at the Saint Asia Ocean world and purchasing a ticket, a new quandary presented itself. How could Xiao Yang gain access to the Mola Mola? This was a conundrum he had already contemplated. Did anyone truly believe he had been idle for the past 6 days? Perhaps some had noticed that an additional item had appeared in Xiao Yang's system space. A button. This button had belonged to a master spy, Wang Weiran, whom Xiao Yang had slain prior. Before his demise, he observed Wang Weiran's severed arm a total of 8 times. Initially, Xiao Yang assumed he was merely lamenting the loss of his limb. However, as the observations continued, he discerned the truth. Wang Weiran's gaze was consistently fixated on the button. With this realization, Xiao Yang had taken heed, stealthily pocketing the button and storing it within his system space. Xiao Yang does not perceive this as theft. Rather, he considers it a manifestation of adult wisdom, an act of precaution against unforeseen dangers. Simultaneously, he harbors a hint of ulterior motive, suspecting that this button holds significant importance. Intended as a gift for his father, to assist him in garnering some merit. However, his father, Xiao Guoqiang, in a bid to avoid being a hindrance, fled with the swiftness of a rabbit, leaving Xiao Yang no opportunity to present it. Thus, it remained in his possession until now, finally proving to be of use. Xiao Yang retrieved his phone and dialed Xiao Guoqiang's number. What is going on? Upon connection, a jovial and teasing laughter emanated from Xiao Guoqiang. Thinking of me? Would I really think of a father who treats his own son as a mere tool? Xiao Yang retorted, feigning indignation. Come on, that's a bit much. Xiao Guoqiang, slightly embarrassed yet unyielding, replied, What of it? Am I not your father? All right, you are, Xiao Yang replied, smirking. By the way, there's something beneficial I want to discuss. Interested? What is it? Xiao Guoqiang inquired, somewhat perplexed. It's the benefit that Wang Weiren mentioned. Xiao Yang chuckled mischievously. It might be in my possession. A crash echoed as Xiao Yang heard his phone hit the floor, and he couldn't help but laugh inwardly, thinking, Come on, Dad. You should maintain your composure as a high-ranking official. How can you be so flustered? That was a given. Who could remain calm when faced with the wealth of a master spy? Especially considering the irreplaceable research data that vanished without a trace following Wang Weiren's demise? Upon learning this news, how could Xiao Guoqiang possibly remain unperturbed? Where are you? Xiao Guoqiang's tone grew gravely serious. I'm watching sharks, Xiao Yang replied earnestly. Indeed, behind a glass wall before him, numerous sharks swam. Xiao Guoqiang, suddenly realizing that his son seemingly had not experienced enough of life's harsh realities, he pondered whether he should enlighten him about society's cruelty. Father, you're not contemplating giving me a beating, are you? Xiao Yang squinted, adopting a teasing tone. I advise you to think twice. You little rascal. I'll count to 3, Xiao Guoqiang growled, gritting his teeth. 1. Sanai Ocean World. Xiao Yang, fearing a reprimand, seized his playful banner. Stay put and don't move. Xiao Guoqiang swiftly ended the call. Putting his phone down, Xiao Yang rolled his eyes dramatically. Fine, you're the dad. Your word is law. In less than 15 minutes, a group of uniformed national security officers appeared before Xiao Yang with the speed of a 100-meter dash. Surround him. Then, Xiao Yang spotted a familiar face, one of the national security officers who had previously visited his home alongside the chief of the Binqing police. This gentleman should be surnamed Huang. If memory serves correctly, he recalled his father's conversation with the head of the Harbin National Security, who had mentioned this individual. Hello, Uncle Huang. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile, taking the initiative. Hello, Huang Jiqiang replied, nodding with a smile and gesturing for the area to be cleared. His subordinates began to disperse the surrounding tourists. In addition, the surveillance cameras at the aquarium were completely shut down, and the recorded footage was copied and subsequently erased. Even the hard drives were taken away. Upon witnessing this scene, Xiao Yang couldn't help but grimace. Was such a grand display truly necessary? Indeed, it was. Where are the items? Huang Jiqiang retracted his smile, his expression turning grave. How was this discovered? A certain individual uttered a phrase just before passing. Xiao Yang feigned a serious demeanor, mentioning Saint Asia, the aquarium, the trash can, the diamond fish. The fox's tail has finally been revealed. Utilizing a mere button not only allowed him to bestow a favor upon his father, but also to procure a little benefit for himself, enticing the diamond fish to obediently leap into the bowl. Nevertheless, a person of Xiao Yang's noble character would never deceive. He merely spoke a benevolent falsehood. In less than 20 minutes, a national security officer, carrying a bucket, hurriedly approached Xiao Yang. Within the bucket was not only seawater but also a diamond fish. Xiao Yang beamed as he gazed at the fish. Welcome, little brother. I have been waiting for you. Chapter 83. The little fellow that national security desired in that moment. The name pufferfish truly escaped from his lips. Huang Jiqiang's gaze towards Xiao Yang was peculiarly incredulous, as if questioning, surely, you cannot be jesting with Uncle Huang? I too found it rather perplexing. As he spoke, Xiao Yang's hand reached into the bucket, grasping the diamond fish from the seawater. Suddenly, a notification sounded. Ding. Extreme talent duplication successful. Congratulations, host, you have acquired pufferfish defense. It has arrived, it has come, racing towards me. Xiao Yang felt an intense urge for an emoji to convey the exhilaration within. In an instant, his body underwent an inexplicable transformation, as if it had become stronger. Perhaps even more resilient. He felt tighter and more vigorous, imbued with a formidable tenacity. He could oscillate between his human form and this newfound enhanced state. Curiosity surged within him, compelling him to experiment. The power of the giant elephant, activated. A force akin to a raging torrent surged through his muscles, bones, and cells, engaging in an unknown fusion, colliding and releasing. Xiao Yang's eyes sparkled with brilliance, joy flickering in their depths. Did he sustain it? His physical form truly held firm this time. No cracks, no fractures, no injuries. An uncontrollable surge of excitement erupted within him, a trifecta of astonishment. At last, he no longer needed to fear the overwhelming might of the giant elephant. How to describe Xiao Yang's current physique? When simultaneously wielding the skills of the king of soldiers, the power of the giant elephant, and the pufferfish defense, one might say this. As long as he refrained from employing firearms or technological weaponry, in pure hand-to-hand combat and melee with cold weapons, Xiao Yang was invincible. Even an elephant would bow before him, for he now possessed not only the strength of an elephant, but also a defense surpassing that of the elephant itself, impenetrable. However, upon realizing he could replicate the abilities of marine creatures as well, a sense of unease washed over him. Logically, there existed creatures in this world whose strength surpassed that of an elephant, such as a whale. Why could he replicate the power of an elephant but not that of a whale? Or could it be that he had the capability to replicate the abilities of creatures from water, land, and air? Do you recall the system's note? It stated that by engaging with a creature, one could replicate its extreme talents, top-tier techniques, and unparalleled abilities, requiring the host to explore their usage independently. The crux of the matter lay in the latter part of that statement. The host must explore independently? How does one explore? Why the ambiguity? Is it a trap? Could it be interpreted that this replication is not an absolute duplication? For example, after acquiring the strength of the elephant, could he continue to harness the powers of other creatures? Perhaps he could replicate from various categories, such as aquatic, terrestrial, and aerial beings. Furthermore, regarding the skills of the king of soldiers derived from Chu Dongchan, could he replicate the abilities of other soldiers? Those who pilot aircraft or submarines, and countless other soldierly skills. A peculiar glimmer illuminated Xiao Yang's eyes. Perhaps it was feasible, perhaps not, and perhaps there were other possibilities yet undiscovered. Yet, lacking any replication points for experimentation, this was indeed a vexing predicament. Now, even the system exhibits such peculiar behavior, it feels like a riddle, requiring one to deduce a method to acquire its capabilities. Xiao Yang chuckled in disbelief. It is simply astonishing. Suddenly, confirmation struck. It is a flash memory chip. An exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. What on earth? Xiao Yang released the squishy fish he held, gazing in astonishment. He then noticed that national security technicians were examining the button. This object resembled a USB drive, capable of data storage with the remarkable feature of retaining information even after a power outage, making it suitable for long-term preservation. However, it is encrypted. This matter is beyond us. If it cannot be deciphered, it is a concern for national security. Xiao Yang let out a sigh of relief. If, merely hypothetically, his boast had been unfounded and the button contained nothing, it would have been quite awkward. The outcome before him was, in fact, the most favorable result. Uncle Huang. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, Xiao Yang said, smiling at Huang Jiqiang as he prepared for work the following day. His propensity for causing disturbances wherever he went troubled him. Should any complications arise from his contact with Huang Jiqiang, he would be left lamenting. Very well. Huang Jiqiang nodded with a smile. After Xiao Yang departed, the smile vanished from his face, and he exhaled deeply. He retrieved his phone and dialed a number. He has handed over the item, albeit through his father. It seems he is trying to curry favor with Xiao Guoqiang, and he has not tampered with its contents. Quite filial indeed. Is continued surveillance necessary? No. It appears he harbors no ulterior motives, though there are minor anomalies. It's not significant. I know how to proceed. Otherwise, the pressure would be too overwhelming. What is there to fear? Are you afraid that his girlfriend will alert the national security in Bincheng? You're not concerned. In the National Security Minister's office, Zhou Xiangqian hung up the phone in silence. He is not afraid? The Special Operations Unit, a blade that has existed since before the founding of the nation, hanging over the heads of all. Who could be unafraid? Who would dare to be unafraid? Zhou Xiangqian pondered Xiao Yang once more. Is this young man acting deliberately or inadvertently? Can everyone truly see him taking that button? If it is unintentional, merely for his father's sake, that is one matter. However, if it is intentional, performed for our observation. A chill crept into Zhou Xiaochuan's heart. If he is indeed clever to such an extent, he would be a prodigy. To call him extraordinarily astute would not be an exaggeration. At merely 22 years of age, is it even possible? Zhou Xiaochuan chuckled self-deprecatingly, realizing he might be overthinking. Nevertheless, a peculiar gleam appeared in his eyes. It seems I must have a chat with my elder sister. This young man is of interest to national security. Hey Chu. On his way home, Xiao Yang sneezed. Who is speaking of him? Surely, it must be that pesky sister longing for him. Xiao Yang grinned widely, savoring the thought. In a few days, he would visit the capital to see Chu Dongchan. Moreover, he must return home to see his mother, grandfather, and grandmother. It is unavoidable. Night. The bedroom lay enveloped in a serene silence, akin to a tranquil harbor, where even the sound of breathing resonated with remarkable clarity. Suddenly, amidst his deep slumber, Xiao Yang was stirred by the shrill ring of his mobile phone. Groggy and disoriented, he extended his hand to grasp the device, failing to notice the identity of the caller. Without a second thought, he answered and placed the phone to his ear, his tone laced with irritation. At this ungodly hour. May I inquire whether your insomnia stems from a lack of intimacy or merely some mischievous thoughts? The voice on the other end responded with an utter bewilderment. Confused. He glanced at the screen, confirming that it was indeed his own number. How dare he speak to me in such a manner? After all, he is my superior. Shortly thereafter, a weary voice resonated from the phone, urging, "Don't go back to sleep. Come to the Criminal Investigation Division at once. There's a case." The Criminal Investigation Division? What case? In an instant, Xiao Yang's sleepy demeanor vanished as he sat upright, fully alert. The Criminal Investigation Division? A case? What a calamity. Thus, the blissful existence of a reclusive homebody was abruptly brought to an end. Chapter 84. You are charming. I am compelling at 3 a.m. Silence enveloped the neighborhood, shrouded in profound stillness. Only the distant echoes of vehicles occasionally pierced this tranquility. Is it not permissible to remain indoors? Stepping out of the residential building, Xiao Yang's expression was one of discomfort and tension. This situation was no longer merely about walking into trouble. It was as though trouble had come knocking at his door. Upon entering the ride-hailing vehicle, Xiao Yang directed the driver to the location of the Criminal Investigation Department. Upon arriving at the imposing structure of the Criminal Investigation Bureau and approaching the entrance, he hesitated momentarily before pushing the door open. A pungent cloud of smoke assaulted his senses. How much tobacco had been consumed here? Did they not fear the consequences? As he stepped inside, he was enveloped by a haze of smoke that lingered heavily in the air, which was thick with the acrid scent of cigarettes. The sight of weary figures and bloodshot, vacant eyes filled the office. It was evident that everyone in the Criminal Investigation Department had not had a proper rest for several days. Have you arrived? Li Huaqing greeted him with a smile, prompting nods of acknowledgement from the others. Ah, is that not our esteemed Xiao Yang? Gu Hao, seated at the computer desk, set down his keyboard and inquired with a grin. I hear you've been doing some work for the National Security Agency recently? Xiao Yang's expression faltered, a shadow of embarrassment crossing his face. He felt the acute discomfort of being unmasked as an informant. After all, he was a police officer, albeit one with only a few days of service. Yet, here he was, entangled in an investigation for the National Security Agency. This revelation implied that his dealings with them were no secret to the Criminal Investigation Department. Such intelligence channels were rather formidable. Impossible. I'm merely a recent graduate from the police academy. I lack such capabilities, he replied with an awkward yet polite smile, insisting that he was merely there to serve tea and water. As a seasoned informant, he had mastered the art of subterfuge. Who could intimidate me? He chuckled, though the laughter from the crowd was tinged with skepticism. If they did not know of Xiao Yang's abilities, they might have believed him. Surely, a mere academy graduate could not be entrusted with such responsibilities by the National Security Agency. They were not fools. Do not inquire about matters concerning the National Security Agency. It is prudent to refrain from such questions. Take responsibility for your life. Do not court danger. What is happening? Xiao Yang ventured, perplexed as to why Li Huaqing, the director of the Criminal Investigation Department, would call him at such an ungodly hour. If it were an urgent case, it would be understandable. However, upon his arrival, it appeared that the atmosphere was anything but urgent. This was disconcerting. Xiao Yang's inquiry caused the expressions of those present to shift, plunging the atmosphere into a deeper tension. Most astonishingly, their faces portrayed an unusual countenance, akin to that of someone who had ingested something foul yet was unable to expel it. This only piqued Xiao Yang's curiosity further. What sort of case could possibly render these seasoned officers of the Binqing police force so disturbed? If I were to say, we have encountered a ghost, Li Huaqing's expression resembled that of someone straining under the weight of constipation, eliciting a profound sense of intrigue. Xiao Yang pondered, contemplating his perspective. My stance should be to promptly excuse myself, distancing from the deranged. By the way, I possess the address of a psychiatric hospital. If needed, I could readily share it with you. Some might argue, you've transcended into another realm. Is it not reasonable for such occurrences, even the appearance of phantoms? However, it is not the same. The ambience of this world is incongruous. If this were truly a realm of the supernatural, a realm of terror, or even a realm of the bizarre, then the abilities bestowed by the system would be fundamentally flawed. It is apparent that the impending case has triggered his wherever he goes. Chaos follows disposition, drawing him in. This unfortunate trait is a gift from the heavens, as is the system itself. What are ghosts? They are entities that claim your head before you even comprehend the need to resist. If the heavens wished for his demise, why bestow upon him the chance to transcend? Why grant him a system to replicate biological abilities? Can biological capabilities truly combat phantoms? In an instant, Xiao Yang deduced an abundance of information. It is not disbelief. It is a reluctance to believe. Were phantoms indeed real, he would swiftly shed his police uniform and seek refuge with Chu Dongchan, letting the elder sister protect him. He may act recklessly at times, but he is not foolish. Why the silence? What is the matter? Gu Hao inquired, grinning mischievously. Xiao Yang tilted his head, wondering if this was a provocation. He surveyed the crowd. It was evident that none harbored faith in the existence of phantoms. They merely wished to tease him. Yet, this fairy ghost had manifested. The expressions on their faces were akin to that of consuming something distasteful. It was clear they had exhausted every conceivable method, yet were unable to unravel the enigma or identify the crux. And then, they called him? In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang deduced the antecedents and consequences. Inquiring with a wry smile, is there a corpse? In that moment, silence enveloped the room, an unspoken acknowledgement. Let me hazard a guess. Is it not rather peculiar that the ghost appeared at such a juncture? Xiao Yang surveyed the crowd, noting their disbelief. It seemed that certain supernatural forces had not manifested, and it was unlikely that a ghost directly caused death. Yet, you have encountered a ghost. May I surmise that a murder has indeed transpired? And that ghost was fortuitously present at the scene? The state of the assailant during the act must have been most unsettling, evoking the notion of a ghost manipulating him to commit the act. Furthermore, has the perpetrator been apprehended? This elucidates why you remain seated here, without pursuing inquiries. Observing your furrowed brows, it seems you are perplexed. Your confusion does not stem from the ghost, for you dismiss its existence, believing instead that the murderer is orchestrating some trickery. It becomes clear, the physical state, cognition, and psyche of this murderer must be intact. Though he has committed the crime, he possesses no motive for murder, rendering his actions inexplicable. This, too, is the crux of your bewilderment, is it not? A murder occurred. A ghost appeared, yet the assailant appears unaffected. Xiao Yang chuckled, bemused by their astonishment. The atmosphere in the hall had shifted dramatically. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment, fixed intently upon Xiao Yang, their expressions resembling that of someone who had just witnessed an outrageous spectacle. It was as if they had caught him in the act of publicly exposing himself and committing an indiscretion. Why are you not laughing? Xiao Yang tilted his head, gazing at the stupefied Gu Hao, mimicking his earlier tone. Do you not enjoy humor? My dear brother, I was mistaken. Gu Hao nearly wept. From this day forth, you shall be the charming one, while I shall be the compelling one. Together, we shall form a striking duo. What do you say? The future looks bright. Xiao Yang's lips twitched in response. However, his reasoning left everyone utterly astounded, igniting a thought within them. Could it be that he had seen the dossier in advance? That seemed implausible, for the documents had yet to be prepared, rendering such a possibility impossible. Could one truly believe that if the character ghost appeared in the dossier, the leadership would not throw it in one's face? Now, the looks directed at Xiao Yang bore a striking resemblance to those who had encountered a specter. How did he achieve this? Chapter 85. If you continue this way, I shall no longer be sleepy before the computer. Xiao Yang was intently examining an unfiled investigation report. The case was initiated 3 days prior. Following a dispatch from the 110 emergency hotline, local police were sent to investigate a reported incident. Upon arrival, 2 police officers and 2 auxiliary officers found a blood-soaked man, seemingly deranged, cradling the lifeless body of a woman, while beside him lay the corpse of a child. The man was wailing in indescribable agony. The unmistakable signs of death were evident. Both bodies bore severe knife wounds to their necks and torsos, particularly the neck, which was nearly severed. Should anyone survive such grievous injuries, it would indeed be a medical miracle. The man was restrained, and the criminal investigation team took over as forensic experts arrived on the scene. Through initial investigations and inquiries, it was established that the man was the husband and father of the deceased. The evidence, including the murder weapon and various traces, pointed irrefutably towards him as the perpetrator. Under normal circumstances, this would be regarded as a definitive homicide case. devoid of the possibility of retraction, evasion, or denial regarding the act of murder and the surrounding evidence. However, an extraordinary situation unfolded, leaving all officers bewildered. The man, appearing utterly deranged, vehemently denied committing the murders. Observing his demeanor, the seasoned detectives exchanged perplexed glances. It is often said that many seasoned detectives possess a unique discernment. They can sometimes ascertain when a suspect is lying or detect nuances in behavior that hint at deeper truths. Furthermore, many officers have studied microexpressions in criminal psychology, allowing them to analyze whether a suspect is attempting to deceive, fabricate, or harbor murderous intent. Yet, the man's expressions, demeanor, and psychological responses conveyed an unsettling possibility. He had not killed his wife and child. The veteran detectives were left in a state of confusion. Could it be a case of framing? No, it could not be, for surveillance footage from the crime scene confirmed that the man had indeed exhibited signs of sudden insanity, retrieving a kitchen knife before brutally attacking his family. Some might argue that this settled the matter, asserting that the man was certainly guilty. However, many may not have heard a crucial piece of advice often imparted by police academy instructors. During investigations, one must never solely trust one's own eyes, for some clues and evidence may very well be deliberately presented by the perpetrator for your observation. To illustrate this point, consider the art of magic. Even when one is aware that it is an illusion, without understanding the mechanics behind it, the spectacle remains wondrous and can deceive the keenest of observers. Yet, one might wonder, although this case appears suspicious, could it truly leave all officers flummoxed? Precisely because of its anomalies, the police began a thorough examination of the scene, repeatedly scrutinizing the surveillance footage only to discover that the footage had malfunctioned. A detective reviewing surveillance footage suddenly gasped, his face drained of color. The police, accustomed as they are to confronting ruthless criminals and grotesque corpses, should not be so easily startled. Yet, what he witnessed was a ghost. Humanity, in its essence, exhibits little fear towards the known. However, when faced with the unknown, anxiety and terror emerge, triggering primal fears embedded deep within our very genes. Subsequently, it was not only this detective who beheld the so-called ghost. Other detectives also witnessed this apparition, which materialized near the entrance, within a wall-mounted mirror. The entire occurrence transpired in less than a second. It was this ghost that revealed the truth through the surveillance footage. The suspect, who had been seated calmly on the living room sofa, suddenly erupted in rage, exhibiting madness and fear as if he had seen something incomprehensible. He screamed, leaping to his feet and darting towards the kitchen, brandishing a kitchen knife before emerging in a frenzied state, attacking his wife and child as though possessed by madness. Why was the ghost not initially disowned in the surveillance video? Everyone's attention and thoughts were fixated on the suspect's violent actions, with scarcely anyone regarding that mirror, which displayed the fleeting shadow for less than a second. When the detectives finally recognized the presence of the ghost alongside the suspect's sudden outburst, and considering the suspect's vehement denial of the murder, the seasoned detectives began to suspect he might indeed be innocent. Rumors of the case circulated within the police force, eventually reaching the higher-ups. The leadership was incensed, demanding an investigation into this supernatural occurrence. After 2 days and nights of relentless inquiry, Li Huaqing and his team found themselves baffled, unable to decipher the mystery of the ghost's appearance. Li Huaqing recalled Xiao Yang but was uncertain of his whereabouts in Bin City. He instructed Gu how to check his itinerary, only to discover that Xiao Yang had returned 6 days prior, which infuriated him. How could he have returned without reporting for duty? Was he disregarding his superior, or did he truly not consider him a person? Without regard for the late hour, he placed a call to Xiao Yang. Upon reviewing the investigation report, Xiao Yang moved his mouse and clicked on a segment of the surveillance video. As the video played, it became apparent that the camera captured nearly the entirety of the living room, including the entrance area. It also showcased the shoe rack, coat cabinet, and the wall-mounted mirror. Absent the report's indication, Xiao Yang would have found it difficult to notice the mirror, measuring 150 centimeters in height and 60 centimeters in width. His gaze would likely have been drawn first to the cheerful family of 3 seated on the sofa, where a couple entertained their spirited child while watching television. At that moment, as the father played with his son, he inadvertently glanced towards the entrance. Suddenly, he froze, as if immobilized by some unseen force. It was during this very instant that a sinister and eerie shadow silently emerged within the mirror, exuding a chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Its entire body was a gruesome spectacle, with wounds crisscrossing in a horrific manner, evoking a terror so profound that one could hardly bear to gaze upon it. The moment it materialized, an aura of chilling dread enveloped the living room. Clad in a floral dress and cradling a small doll, it was a little girl, a grotesque figure. No more than 6 or 7 years of age, drenched in blood and flesh. She appeared to be quietly observing the man. Her sinister little mouth twisted into a ghastly smile. In an instant, she vanished, leaving no trace behind. As Xiao Yang regained his composure, an icy shiver coursed through his entire being. It was reminiscent of childhood encounters with horror films, the sudden emergence of a ghoul. Despite the ease with which this creature wielded its weapon, akin to chopping vegetables, it was still human. It too could experience fear, especially when confronted with a situation that defied comprehension. After a moment of mental shutdown, Xiao Yang suddenly smiled. If you intend to play this way, then I shall no longer feel drowsy. Chapter 86. The heavens are unjust. Have you investigated? Xiao Yang turned to the crowd. Yes, the mirror is fine, replied a short, stout middle-aged man. He was Dong Hu from the Criminal Investigation Department, a third-level police supervisor with a background in technical investigation. Unlike Go Hao, who specialized in computers, he was responsible for employing high-tech methods in criminal investigations and handling various cases of technological crime. Always wearing a cheerful smile, he had earned the nickname Smiling Tiger. His primary duty was to ascertain if any technical means had been employed in the crime. After 2 days of thorough investigation, there were no electronic devices, projection equipment, chemical substances, or special coatings that could cause ghostly apparitions in the mirror. The living room had been meticulously examined, revealing no anomalies. As for the mirror itself, it was simply an ordinary coat mirror, nothing out of the ordinary. Xiao Yang felt a bit overwhelmed. Drawing from his experience with the previous suicide dismemberment case, he understood that the Criminal Investigation Department would not overlook a single corner of the crime scene, indicating that there truly was nothing amiss. Yet, how could a seemingly flawless scene inexplicably give rise to ghostly apparitions, driving a suspect to madness and leading him to murder his wife and child? This transcended the realm of scientific inquiry. It was supernatural. Dear heavens, please do not play such tricks on us. Xiao Yang deliberately donned a fearful expression, observing the reactions of those around him. It seemed there truly was a ghost. How terrifying. The crowd remained silent, some stifled laughter while others rolled their eyes. Yet, in an instant, they all paused, realizing the tension in their minds and bodies had eased somewhat due to Xiao Yang's humorous remark. You all need to adjust your mindset, Xiao Yang stated, his smile fading. Let's take a break. Prolonged exhaustion can be detrimental. This was no jest. Overwork, stress, and a heightened state of alertness, coupled with exposure to the darker aspects of life, could lead not only to psychological issues but also physical ailments, increasing the risk of sudden death. The mortality rate among frontline police officers is alarmingly high across all professions. Since Xiao Yang had spoken, it was decided to take a break. Li Huaqing, showing consideration for his subordinates, recognized that most were middle-aged and had endured 2 days and nights of relentless work. You should rest too, Xiao Yang advised Li Huaqing, then smiled and gestured toward Gu Hao. The two of us will head to the scene first. Are you calling him Mouse as well? It's Brother Hao, Gu Hao grumbled, though he only dared to voice such complaints internally. After being reprimanded by Xiao Yang earlier, he was reluctant to act tough again. Very well, Li Huaqing replied with a smile, acknowledging Xiao Yang's authority. This was a double entendre. The previous case had been solved under Xiao Yang's leadership, and everyone was well aware of each other's capabilities. In the police force, meritocracy prevailed, especially within the Criminal Investigation Department. This referred to their response to cases rather than hierarchies or power dynamics. Once Li Huaqing and the others departed, Xiao Yang and Gu Hao hopped into the police car, heading straight for the crime scene. During the journey, under Xiao Yang's probing questions, Gu Hao provided an overview of the personnel configuration within the Criminal Investigation Department. Li Huaqing, head of the Criminal Investigation Department. Gu Hao, computer specialist, Mouse. Dong Hu, technical investigation, the Smiling Tiger. Luo Jessen, criminal investigation, Old Luo. Gu Fong, criminal investigation, the Painter. Zhou Zheng, special police, the Enforcer. Qian Xiangqian, forensic expert, the Knife. Zhui Xiaojia, drug enforcement, the Hedgehog. One can only say that the Criminal Investigation Department is indeed a versatile task force, adept at handling intricate cases, sudden major incidents, and significant crimes. Since its establishment, the number of official members has never exceeded 10. By the way, I heard your police merit is about to be awarded. In the car, Gu Hao expressed his envy. So soon? Xiao Yang was somewhat surprised. Has it only been around 20 days? He referred to the case involving the intelligence organization, not the recent suicide dismemberment case related to assassins. As for the national security case, don't even think about it. It's a miracle if they manage to sort him out, following the usual protocol. Case closure, merit reporting, approval, and awarding typically takes several months, potentially even half a year. If his police merit truly comes through this quickly, something must be amiss. How would I know? Gu Hao exclaimed enviously. I overheard a bit during a call with the big boss. I really envy you. Xiao Yang chuckled. Envious that I am more handsome than you? Gu Hao nearly drove into a ditch, exasperated. It's your brain, not your looks. Well then, Xiao Yang shook his head. In the eyes of many, the intelligence of a clever person holds little value. In his past life, he too had figures he admired. The wealthy elders of the past and the younger generation, Wei Shun. Speaking of Wei Shun, to those who understand, he is a deity. To those who do not, he appears a fool, disheveled and eccentric, leading them to believe that living like him is not worth it. This reflects the differences among individuals. Experiences vary, fields differ, and perceptions diverge, each with their own worldview. Speaking of appearances, Gu Hao, with utmost seriousness, asked, Brother, do you think I'm handsome? Xiao Yang responded. How could you have the audacity to ask such a question? Is it the cricket or the cricket's younger brother? Xiao Yang couldn't help but laugh. Are you really that rash? To be fair, Gu Hao's looks weren't too bad. Standing at 175 centimeters, his features were fairly decent. Well, that's about it. Are we not able to have a proper conversation? Gu Hao jokingly retorted. You're being too harsh. Get to the point. Xiao Yang smirked. Well, about your face. Gu Hao, curious, responded. You must have many admirers, right? Are you cursing me? Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. Those with many admirers are like ocean kings. Who dares to have that many? Why? Gu Hao pressed on with curiosity. Because my current partner would beat me to death. Xiao Yang lamented. It's terrifying. How could it not be terrifying? He thought he was invincible now that he had achieved physical defenses. The defense of the diamond fish is formidable, but against bullets, it's still vulnerable. Unless you never give Chu Dongchon the chance to shoot. Otherwise, it's truly an uphill battle. You are merely 22. And yet you already have a partner? Gu Hao was consumed by envy, jealousy, and resentment, venting his frustration. It is one thing to be handsome, but to possess intellect as well is quite another, and to achieve success? Remarkable. And now, to have a romantic partner. How unfair is the heavens? Indeed. I find myself envious of you as well, Xiao Yang jested. Envious of what? Gu Hao asked, astonished. Envious of the fact that you have the opportunity to associate with someone as remarkable as myself, a paragon of charm and charisma. Xiao Yang's gaze was a blend of pity and schadenfreude, utterly impressive. Damn. Gu Hao responded with an obscene gesture. Are you out of your mind? The two shared a moment of laughter. After approximately an hour, they arrived in Bin City, Jinju District, at a residential area on Xiangying Street. Xiao Yang and Gu Hao exited the vehicle and approached a residential building, ascending to the third floor. They observed two auxiliary police officers stationed before an entrance. Accompanied by a cordon, they had reached the scene of the incident. Chapter 87. Something is truly amiss donning shoe covers and gloves. Xiao Yang and Gu Hao entered through the door and stepped into the living room. A nauseating stench of blood assaulted their senses, mingled with the foul odor of entrails. The investigative report indicated that the suspect had not only nearly severed his wife's neck, but had also disemboweled his own son. Approaching the sofa, Xiao Yang crouched down to scrutinize various elements, the positioning of the victim's corpse post-mortem, signs of struggle at the scene, and traces suggesting the suspect had cradled the victim on the ground after the act. After half an hour of meticulous examination, Xiao Yang stood up, eyeing the marked footprints on the floor as he proceeded toward the kitchen. The patterns of the footprints revealed that the suspect had been in a state of running, rage, and terror. Standing before the kitchen counter, Xiao Yang observed the disarray of the knife holder, with several kitchen knives scattered across the surface. He then glanced back at the footprints, narrowing his eyes as his mind raced to dissect, reorganize, and infer the intricate details. A vivid image formed in his mind. A man, initially seated on the sofa, suddenly sprang up in a frenzy of anger and fear. He dashed to the kitchen, swiftly seized a knife, and rushed out. But something was amiss. Xiao Yang's eyes widened in realization. Did you not notice? He exclaimed. Gu Hao, with a complex expression, replied. You noticed it too? Your insight is unparalleled. The atmosphere was off. The footprints reflected a psychological state, mirroring emotions of anger and terror. Xiao Yang fixated on the marked footprints on the floor, contemplating how these two emotions were difficult to coexist. Anger precipitates an adrenaline surge, often leading to a euphoric state of exhilaration. At times, this heightened state can cloud reason, commonly referred to as being high. Furthermore, an adrenaline rush diminishes psychological fear. It's akin to a person, in a state of exhilaration, daring to confront anything, disregarding fear entirely. Conversely, terror embodies fear, unease, and agitation, standing in stark opposition to anger. The more one fears, the more cautious they become, a universally acknowledged truth. Thus, to manifest both conflicting emotions simultaneously is a formidable challenge. Of course, it is not entirely impossible, but it typically arises in life and death situations. Imagine a nefarious villain boasting and threatening to end your life. You experience rage because you cannot overpower him, and fear because your life hangs in the balance. When anger and terror converge, it is often in the face of imminent peril. The question arises, was the suspect indeed in a life-threatening situation? The answer is no. Instead, he acted like a demon, ruthlessly slaying his wife and child. If provoked by their actions, one would only feel anger and lash out. In such a frenzied state, where is the room for fear or anxiety? Xiao Yang lifted his gaze to the hat mirror by the entrance, his pupils constricting. Had he truly been under control? The investigative report alluded to this. The suspect denies having murdered his wife and child. What rationale does he provide? He claims to have no recollection of the incident, asserting that he merely lost focus for a moment. Upon awakening, he discovered his wife and child lifeless in a pool of blood. Who would believe such a statement? Yet, the specter reflected in the mirror lingers in his thoughts. If ghosts indeed exist, it would render his claim somewhat plausible. However, a smile, tinged with sarcasm, graces Xiao Yang's lips. Could it be hypnosis? Impressive. Gu Hao extends his thumb in a gesture of admiration, chuckling as he shakes his head. But it is not hypnosis. Xiao Yang is taken aback. How can you be so certain? Indeed, I am very certain. Gu Hao nods, explaining, after a day of investigation. We reached the same conclusion the following day and sought the counsel of a psychological expert. His response was, do not be deceived by films. Under hypnosis, one cannot commit murder, nor even suicide. Why? Xiao Yang furrows his brow. Because hypnosis cannot breach an individual's psychological boundaries or limits. Gu Hao quickly elaborates. Otherwise, the state of hypnosis would be forcibly disrupted. Whether it involves murder, suicide, or turning against one's loved ones, these acts transcend the limits of the human psyche. Of course, this is not an absolute rule. There are exceptions, albeit rare. For instance, individuals with severe mental disorders, murderers, or deranged criminals. Some among these groups are oblivious to their psychological boundaries, while others have long since abandoned them, trampling over their limits. They can commit murder without hindrance. Is it not hypnosis? Xiao Yang's brow relaxes. Are there similar methods? They are largely comparable. Gu Hao shakes his head, whether it involves brainwashing or thought control. The limits cannot be transgressed. They have thoroughly investigated the suspect's past. The records are pristine, with no criminal history. Medical reports are also unblemished, revealing no psychological or mental disorders. The Criminal Investigation Department even examined the deceased and conducted paternity tests on the child. No evidence was found indicating that the deceased had subjected the suspect to any form of green and environmentally friendly practices. Furthermore, the child is indeed the suspect's biological offspring. They also interviewed neighbors and relatives of the deceased. In their eyes, the couple shared a deep affection, and the family of three appeared harmonious. One might wonder, is this not a case of the supernatural? There is another clue. A sharp glimmer flashes in Xiao Yang's eyes, a ghost. If it is not a ghost, then its identity is that of a little girl. After employing AI to restore the ghostly visage, they conducted a nationwide search, comparing data on girls aged 3 to 8. Gu Hao offers a wry smile, having found no matching face. Remarkable. Xiao Yang expresses surprise. How was this achieved? Indeed, how was it accomplished? Gu Hao too struggles to comprehend. If it was not the work of a ghost, how could a potential murderer have achieved such an act? Let us go. Xiao Yang strides toward the door. Take me to meet the suspect. Upon reaching the entrance, he pauses, glancing at the mirror. The more this is the case, the less I believe you are a ghost. In the interrogation room of the Bincheng Detention Center, Xiao Yang sat behind the interrogation window, observing a man in his 30s. Escorted into the room by a guard, who took his seat in the interrogation chair. Upon seeing the man's face, Xiao Yang furrowed his brow. It was an unremarkable and somewhat wooden visage. The lines were defined, the contours clear, imparting an impression of plainness. However, the muscles of his face were in constant quiver. Fear, anger, helplessness, and ferocity, an array of expressions flickered across his countenance. Particularly striking were his eyes, bloodshot and ablaze, glimmering with an indescribable madness, resembling a complete lunatic. Gazing upon this face, Xiao Yang felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This truly was not right. Chapter 88. In a moment of disbelief and admiration, Feng Jun, a 31-year-old man from Bincheng and an employee at a technology firm, stood before Xiao Yang. As Xiao Yang recited the suspect's personal details, he scrutinized the man's facial expressions, only to be met with disappointment. Feng Jun appeared to have completely succumbed to madness, his eyes flickering with a blend of insanity and despair. He had transformed into a sorrowful figure, consumed by rage and desperation. Observing the man, who seemed to be suffering beyond endurance, Xiao Yang paused and posed an unusual question. Do you wish for vengeance? In an instant, Feng Jun's demeanor shifted. His eyes, now fierce and wild, locked onto Xiao Yang, and he let out a visceral, howling roar. Do you know who did this? It was no wonder the seasoned detectives doubted his guilt. Xiao Yang felt a strong conviction that Feng Jun was not the one who had murdered his wife and child, but rather, someone had manipulated him into committing the act. Rising slowly, Xiao Yang recognized that there was no need for further interrogation. The man before him had morphed into a beast, driven solely by the desire for revenge. Outside the detention center, within the police car, Xiao Yang exhaled a plume of smoke, squinting at the sky beyond the window. The dawn was breaking, enveloping everything in a tranquil silence. The horizon began to glow with vibrant shades of orange and red as the sun ascended slowly. Do you also believe he is innocent? Asked Gahao, who took a drag from his cigarette and released the smoke. No matter how one disguises their intentions, the dead gaze in their eyes cannot be feigned. Xiao Yang's voice was low and cold. After traversing this ordeal, he has taken many lives. I have witnessed the expressions of countless individuals in their final moments. Indeed, he has completely lost his mind. Gahao sighed. If I were in his position, I too would likely descend into madness. He understood well that nothing productive could arise from engaging with a madman. Instead of indulging in pity, it was imperative to uncover the true culprit. Therefore, one must not waste time on sympathy. As police officers, the priority is to swiftly bring the wrongdoers to justice. This, after all, is the greatest solace and respect we can offer to the victims. Shall we return to the city? Guhao inquired, glancing at Xiao Yang, who seemed lost in thought in the passenger seat. Not yet. I am contemplating a question. Xiao Yang's gaze wandered. What means might one employ to compel another to murder their own spouse and child? We have all pondered this. Such a state cannot be induced by mere drugs. No substance can propel an individual into sudden madness. Guhao shook his head. Crucially, after committing such an act, it is impossible to be devoid of any memory. Hypnosis had also been dismissed. This method of killing trampled upon the psychological boundaries of humanity, rendering it equally implausible. There are almost no means to achieve this. Wait, Xiao Yang interrupted, furrowing his brow. If one does not need to cross that line, could hypnosis potentially work? He realized that his line of thought had been swayed by Gu Hao's perspective, leading him to dismiss certain possibilities. This was not right. It was akin to doubting one's own eyes while blindly accepting the results presented by others. Huh? Gu Hao responded, his expression peculiar. Are you still questioning the efficacy of hypnosis? I have made it abundantly clear that it is impossible. You still haven't answered me, Xiao Yang chuckled, prompting Gu Hao to exclaim, what a redundant inquiry. Gu Hao was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether Xiao Yang was of sound mind. If one were to avoid trampling on psychological boundaries, such a feat could indeed be accomplished. Might I propose a hypothesis? A glint of cold light flickered in Xiao Yang's eyes. At that moment, Feng Jun did not perceive himself as committing murder. He was not slaying his wife and children, but rather vanquishing something else. The act of killing is a burden most cannot bear psychologically, and thus they recoil from it. Yet, what if it were the slaughter of a chicken, a dog, or another creature? Gu Hao found himself in a stupor, his mind churning. Those who could enter the criminal investigation department were no fools, especially given that he himself was a prodigy in computing. With a mere hint from Xiao Yang, a multitude of possibilities flooded his thoughts. He nearly gasped in astonishment. Could it truly be? Why not? Xiao Yang rubbed his temples, recalling the anger and terror we observed in the suspect. You mean to say that he believed himself to be in a life-or-death crisis at that time? Gu Hao's neurons ignited in a fervent blaze. He did not consider himself a murderer? Perhaps you have overlooked a crucial detail? Xiao Yang prompted once more. What is the focus of this case? I forgot. Gu Hao's expression suddenly turned blank, a spark of realization igniting in his mind. Ghosts? Precisely. A life-or-death crisis, anger, and fear. What if you were killing a ghost? Xiao Yang articulated each word with precision. Let us suppose. What if a ghost appeared before you? Would you not feel fear, perhaps even terror? If you wished to survive, would you not resist? Consequently, would slaying a ghost weigh heavily on your conscience? Would it violate your psychological limits? What, then, of Feng Jun's fury? Let us further hypothesize that the scene before him involved a ghost menacing his wife and children. Would you not feel wrath in such a scenario? Therefore, the fear of ghosts and the dread of death induce terror, while the harm to one's family incites rage. This perfectly elucidates why Feng Jun descended into madness. Why he stormed into the kitchen to seize a knife and returned to frantically strike at his wife and children. For in that moment, he was not attacking his family. He was combating a ghost. Gu Hao remained in a daze for several seconds, and when he regained his senses, he stared blankly at Xiao Yang, astonished that such a conclusion was even conceivable. Shouldn't you be exclaiming in awe, praising the brilliance of it all? Xiao Yang teased, maintaining his composure. Oh, do stop it. Your smug expression is written all over your face. Gu Hao, envious, thought it futile to attempt to conceal his admiration. Your intellect is beyond description. Enough of this chatter. Let us first have a meal. Xiao Yang leaned back in his chair, then suggested, take me to meet that psychological expert. I have a few questions. He sought to validate whether his deductions held any merit. At 7 in the morning, an elderly man clad in traditional attire emerged from a residential building. Embarking on a stroll, Xiao Yang observed him quietly, the details of the man's profile surfacing in his mind. Zhu Boyan, a 71-year-old man from Binqing, is a distinguished professor and an esteemed expert. He serves as the specially appointed director of the Dragon Country Psychological Research Institute and leads the national key discipline in foundational psychology. He is also the academic leader in psychology at the first-level discipline and a permanent member of the Dragon Country Psychological Society, as well as the chair of the Psychology Teaching Work Committee, a true luminary in the realm of psychology in the Dragon Country. Then, Xiao Yang felt himself ensnared by a penetrating gaze. It belonged to a middle-aged man clad in sports attire. In an instant, the middle-aged figure transformed into an ordinary individual merely engaged in morning exercises. Was he a guard? Quite reasonable. It would indeed be a jest if such a living national treasure were unaccompanied by security. Xiao Yang approached the elder with a thought in mind. What if he possessed a replication point? Could he perhaps siphon off the psychological prowess of the elder? Greetings, Mr. Zhu. Xiao Yang said with a radiant smile as he approached the elder taking a stroll. I am Xiao Yang from the Criminal Investigation Department of the Binqing Criminal Investigation Bureau, and I find myself in need of your assistance once more. The psychological expert we consulted previously regarding whether the suspect, Feng Jun, had been hypnotized was none other than this esteemed figure before me. Chapter 89. What on earth is this abnormality? The gaunt-faced Zhu Buyin gazed at the young man before him, a gentle smile gracing his lips, radiating warmth. Indeed, in the presence of this esteemed figure, Xiao Yang adopted a humble demeanor, akin to a student before a teacher. Yesterday, my colleague consulted you regarding psychological matters, and I sensed some irregularities. I have come to seek your guidance. May I impose upon you? Zhu Buiyun remained silent, his eyes shimmering with wisdom as they momentarily fixed upon Xiao Yang's face. Suddenly, he was taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he locked onto Xiao Yang's gaze. How could a youth of merely 20 possess such eyes? They were remarkably tranquil, like a still pond. Life and death, the passage of time, he had seemingly perceived it all, leaving only serenity and detachment in their wake. These were the eyes one acquires only after truly confronting death. This young man is intriguing. Zhu Buiyun remarked with a smile. Very well. Thank you. Xiao Yang's heart fluttered, feeling as though the elder's gaze pierced into his very soul. Come, let us sit over there. Zhu Buiyun gestured towards a nearby bench in the community activity area. My old bones cannot stand for too long. Xiao Yang accompanied the elder to the activity area, settling onto a bench. I heard from a colleague that humans cannot breach certain psychological boundaries, known as the bottom line of the heart. Otherwise, hypnosis may be forcibly disrupted. Indeed, Zhu Buiyun's countenance softened. For instance, in matters of killing, be it oneself or kin, there are innumerable constraints. Our ancestors saying that humans are inherently good is no jest. Of course, each individual possesses different worldviews, leading to vastly differing psychological thresholds. To illustrate a rather distasteful example, if one were coerced into consuming excrement, nearly everyone would refuse. Should someone insist on compelling you, while you are in a hypnotic state, your psyche would forcibly shatter the hypnosis. How straightforwardly enlightening. You truly excel in teaching. Xiao Yang nodded. So, may I surmise that as long as this boundary remains unbroken, hypnosis can persist indefinitely until its termination? That interpretation is somewhat accurate. Yet not entirely so. Zhu Buiyun's eyes sparkled with mirth. Do you know what hypnosis entails? Well, Xiao Yang chuckled awkwardly. I have only witnessed it in films. It seems remarkable, almost like magic, yet I find it rather far-fetched. While I am aware that hypnosis exists, it cannot be as exaggerated as portrayed. What do you think would be the success rate if a hypnotist were to attempt hypnosis on a stranger? Zhu Buiyun inquired, his expression brimming with delight. How on earth would I know? Perhaps I should fetch my phone and look it up? Xiao Yang hesitated, sensing the elder was testing his knowledge. After a moment's pause, he ventured 20%, or maybe 10%. This was the highest success rate he could conceive, and he felt even that was overly generous. If hypnosis were truly so miraculous, capable of effortlessly controlling others, Xiao Yang believed countless individuals would undoubtedly flock to learn it. Unlike the present day, where the common person is utterly deprived of access to hypnotists, often not even catching a glimpse of their presence. You are astute, yet your response is misguided. Zhu Buiyun appears even more elated, as if he has stumbled upon a profound revelation, fixating his gaze upon Xiao Yang. Under ordinary circumstances, the success rate for a hypnotist attempting to hypnotize a stranger is non-existent. Xiao Yang's expression solidifies into a state of bewilderment and contemplation. I comprehend your implication. As long as one does not cooperate, success will forever remain elusive. Even with cooperation, the likelihood of success is minimal, is it not? Aha. Zhu Buiyun bursts into laughter, his joy resounding, and then inquires, let me pose another question. Since you assert that even with cooperation, the success rate is low, what is the reason? Caution, Xiao Yang replies without hesitation. Each individual harbors a degree of wariness, whether slight or pronounced. Although he lacks understanding of the processes, principles, and techniques of hypnosis, Xiao Yang possesses insight into the human psyche. It is precisely this understanding that determines the success rate of hypnotizing an individual. For one to be hypnotized, the subject must wholeheartedly cooperate. How could that possibly occur? In this world, aside from family, whom can one truly trust? Some individuals may not even trust their kin, who would willingly cooperate with a hypnotist, a stranger, committing themselves entirely to the process, relinquishing their very existence into the hands of someone unknown without an ounce of skepticism? Such a scenario is conceivable only in the context of treating psychological ailments or in the presence of a loved one. Otherwise, would one be a fool? Is it possible to harbor no reservations whatsoever? Just a hint of caution or psychological resistance, can hypnosis succeed under such circumstances? As Xiao Yang articulates his thoughts to the elder, Zhu Buiyun finds himself momentarily speechless, gazing at Xiao Yang in a daze, unable to regain his composure for an extended period. It seems I have inadvertently struck a blow to his pride as a teacher. Xiao Yang, sensing the awkwardness, refrains from further comment. What a pity. Upon regaining his senses, Zhu Buiyun sighs. What a pity. It is a lamentation for his advancing age, for lacking the vigor to mentor a devoted disciple. It is a lamentation for not encountering Xiao Yang sooner, for missing the opportunity to take him under his wing. It is a lamentation for a prodigious talent in psychology who has found himself in the role of a police officer. Xiao Yang remains silent, feigning ignorance. As a slothful individual, he has no desire to delve into psychology, merely wishing to seize the opportunity to glean wisdom from this esteemed figure in the future. You seek me out because, in your heart, you have long since arrived at the answer. Zhu Buiyun's demeanor softens, his gaze warm and inviting, seeking affirmation, validation, certainty. A luminary of his caliber possesses intellect that could surpass yours by a considerable margin. Is that an exaggeration? Is he truly that astute? Consider, for instance, a master in the field of missiles, Mr. Qian. His lifelong studies and experiences are encapsulated within a single tome. How many individuals can claim to have fully inherited and comprehended its wisdom? The so-called pinnacle of intelligence is merely a threshold to be crossed. Without stepping through that door, one lacks the qualification to engage in dialogue with such a mind. Indeed, Xiao Yang responds, adopting a demeanor of obedient submission akin to that of a student. Do you harbor doubts that the case in question involves hypnosis? Zhu Buiyun recalled the inquiry from the head of the Criminal Investigation Department, Li Huaqing, from the previous day, furrowing his brow slightly. Indeed, Xiao Yang nodded, deliberately leading the suspect to believe that it was not murder, but rather the act of slaying a ghost or something similar. This facade seemingly protected his wife and children, while in reality, he had inflicted harm upon them. Subsequently, the suspect's memory of this incident was erased or sealed, resulting in a complete lack of recollection. Is it possible to achieve this through hypnosis? Yet, did you not just mention that without a person's cooperation, Hypnosis cannot be performed? Zhu Buiyun suddenly inquired with a peculiar smile, his expression notably strange. This, Xiao Yang's face also bore an enigmatic grin. Do you truly wish for me to disclose it? Zhu Buiyun's heart trembled, unable to suppress an expletive within. What on earth is this anomaly? Chapter 90. Long out Yin. Express my defiance. A question arose. Is it possible to hypnotize someone without their cooperation? The answer is affirmative. Through a conversation with Elder Zhu, Xiao Yang discerned the method. It entails conducting hypnosis without the subject's awareness. When one is unaware, there is no suspicion of being hypnotized. Subsequently, certain techniques, such as words, prompts, and methods, can be employed to subtly implant hypnotic suggestions. Once ensnared in a hypnotic state, the hypnotist can delve deeper, exerting control over the subject. This can alter one's psyche, thoughts, memories, and even lead to more alarming repercussions. What is this? This is unequivocally a crime. A luminary in psychology would never divulge such knowledge nor instruct others in this manner. Yet, Xiao Yang could conceive of it. His understanding of human nature enabled him to ponder the criminal potential of hypnosis. This is why he posed the question to Elder Zhu. Do you truly wish for me to reveal it? Who is Zhu Buiyun? With his intellect and acumen, how could he possibly be oblivious to Xiao Yang's insinuations? His awareness evoked astonishment. The average person scarcely comprehends what hypnosis entails, let alone its intricacies. Yet, this young lad not only guessed it but recognized it as a criminal tactic. Is this level of intelligence not somewhat terrifying? I have discerned the answer. Rising. Xiao Yang smiled at Elder Zhu, expressing gratitude for his enlightenment. Departing just like this would be inappropriate, wouldn't it? Zhu Buiyun chuckled and inquired. Have you taken me for a mere tool? I have not. You misinterpret my intentions. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Xiao Yang responded, flustered. You are mistaken. He then obediently sat beside the elder, adopting the demeanor of a well-behaved child. Ha! Zhu Buiyun burst into laughter, suddenly patting Xiao Yang on the shoulder. You must be weary, yes? In an instant, Xiao Yang's expression froze. He had deliberately projected an image of cheerful brightness and humor to mask his inner self. Zhu Buiyun sighed, noting that while it may be manageable in the short term, it would become exhausting over time. It appeared as if nothing had been said. Yet it felt as if everything had been conveyed. The art of language relies on interpretation. Indeed, my disguise cannot deceive a master of psychology. Xiao Yang's gaze turned distant and perplexed. I wish to be joyful and carefree. Is that wrong? Not at all. Rather, it is entirely right. Who does not long for happiness and joy? Zhu Buiyun remarked. Once a choice is made, one must persevere to become the person they wish to be. Keep striving. Xiao Yang's bewildered expression gradually faded, replaced by an unprecedented resolve. A radiant smile blossomed on his face, akin to the brilliance of the sun. Thank you. Guhao was taken aback. Whether it was an illusion or not, he perceived that Xiao Yang, now seated in the passenger seat, seemed changed. His smile had grown, radiating even more sunshine. What has transpired? Guhao inquired. Elder Zhu suggested I check in on him and engage in conversation, Xiao Yang replied, filled with admiration. Truly, he is a master of psychological insight. It all stems from that remark made by old Zhu, a statement that reveals yet conceals. The bond between him and Zhu Buiyun has deepened significantly, evolving into a relationship that is both mentor and friend. Perhaps having such a teacher is indeed a blessing. Is this what I was inquiring about? Guhao found himself at a loss. Where was the case? Xiao Yang's smile faded as he confirmed it. Guhao inhaled deeply. Hypnosis. Before departing, old Zhu imparted a piece of wisdom to me. Xiao Yang's expression grew increasingly grave. Their capabilities were formidable, surpassing our wildest imaginations. If we are not careful, it could lead to our demise. This individual possessed the ability to hypnotize without your consent, stealthily ensnaring you without your awareness. Of course, this does not imply that this person could achieve instant hypnosis. In fact, their method of hypnosis was more complex and time-consuming. Yet, the true terror lies in the possibility of falling prey to their influence without realizing it. Subsequently, the hypnosis would be subtly completed. Good heavens, do not frighten me. Guhao's complexion shifted. Hypnosis is truly that terrifying? Then he recalled the suspect, Feng Jun, who had murdered his wife and child. It is indeed quite alarming. A piece of good news and a piece of bad news, Xiao Yang jested. Why do I get the impression you resemble someone from a cult? Unable to speak plainly, Guhao retorted, somewhat irked. What is the good news? There are no ghosts. Xiao Yang affirmed with great certainty. If it were a ghost, what need would there be for hypnosis? The reasoning is quite simple. And the bad news? Guhao inquired eagerly. The bad news is succinctly stated by Xiao Yang. We are about to confront an adversary far more terrifying than any specter. Gu Hao's expression soured. Indeed. It is exceedingly frightening. A scene devoid of any traces, leaving no evidence behind. They need not even appear in person to manipulate someone into committing murder. Could there be anything more dreadful? Most importantly, how did they accomplish this? We are well aware that the issue lies with the suspect, Feng Jun. Xiao Yang retrieved a cigarette, lit it, and tossed the pack to Gu Hao, taking a puff as he spoke, since they could orchestrate such a scheme. How could they possibly leave clues on Feng Jun? They must have severed all traces. How then are we to pursue this? Gu Hao furrowed his brow, exhaling clouds of smoke. The investigative department has scrutinized everything possible. We have exhausted all conceivable methods over the past few days. It is indeed unsolvable. There is certainly a solution. Xiao Yang smiled, invoking the law of local material exchange. Gu Hao was taken aback. The law of local material exchange states that any criminal act inevitably leaves direct or indirect traces at the crime scene. This principle is fundamental in criminal investigation, known as the theory of consistency in crime countermeasures, which has yet to be disproven. In simpler terms, as long as one commits a crime, something will invariably be left behind. It is impossible for there to be absolutely nothing. Yet, the investigative department has failed to uncover this evidence. Clearly, the murderer understands this principle as well. They employed a cunning technique to conceal their traces. If one fails to see through the tactics of others, there exists but one consequence: the perfect crime. This refers to those cases that remain unsolved. If a crime cannot be unraveled, it is deemed perfect. To put it more bluntly, perfection does not exist in this world. The transformation into a perfect crime stems from the inadequacy of the investigative personnel, who have been metaphorically ground into the dirt by others. Though harsh, this is the truth. We all comprehend the reasoning. Gu Hao wore an expression of defiance, as if to say, I, the dragon, refuse to accept this. Yet, there is nothing to be found. The absence of evidence indicates that it has been taken away, not left at the scene. Xiao Yang's eyes narrowed, but there must be a process left behind. Without this process, Feng Jun could not have been hypnotized. Without a process, the apparitions we witness could not possibly manifest. Let us return to the scene. This time, I shall search thoroughly. Chapter 91. The Ghostly Disguise. Life and death uncertain at noon, the sun radiated brightly. Xiao Yang arrived at the scene of the incident. Gu Hao had departed, retreating for a rest. Li Huaqing and others soon arrived, the group of middle-aged men having regained their vigor after a half-day's respite. Upon learning that the suspect, Feng Jun, might have been hypnotized, a confirmation from the esteemed psychologist Zhu Boyan, their expressions darkened. Each man cast peculiar glances at Xiao Yang. Were they truly inept? Certainly not. Otherwise, they would not be employed in such a unit as the Criminal Investigation Department. If they were not incompetent, then why could Xiao Yang conceive notions that eluded them? The brothers exchanged glances, bitter smiles adorning their faces, feeling as if their intellect had been grievously insulted. At times, one must yield to age. Their era had long since passed. What splendid weather! Xiao Yang greeted his superiors and seniors with a smile. What a nuisance! Li Huaqing muttered, his lips twitching. Have you discovered anything? Nothing at all. Xiao Yang gazed at the scene, preparing to reassess it. Given the certainty that the suspect may have been hypnotized into committing the heinous act against his wife and children, a previously insurmountable dead end had been breached. The ghost was a fabrication, a mere illusion wrought by human hands. Although the true perpetrator had concealed the process of conjuring this specter, such concealment also necessitated a method. Excrement does not materialize from thin air. One must first consume sustenance. And how does one procure such sustenance? As Xiao Yang approached the mirror, Li Huaqing gestured for his subordinates to refrain from interrupting. The others vacated the vicinity, standing guard outside. How was this achieved? Xiao Yang scrutinized the mirror before him, reflecting, focusing and observing. Yet nothing seemed amiss. The surveillance footage revealed that the ghostly apparition genuinely manifested in the mirror. Strangely, there was nothing outside the mirror, yet it appeared vividly within. Another query arose. Why did this phantom take the form of a young girl? Through facial recognition comparisons using the vast database of Dragon Country residents, no individual matched the visage of the girl. One might argue that this was nonsensical, for children do not possess identification cards to facilitate comparison. Such a question surely comes from one unacquainted with children. Nowadays, records begin at birth, encompassing birth certificates and social security records. From the age of 3 or 4, children can attend kindergarten, where a photographic record is mandatory for identification, aiding in tracking and verification. The same applies to primary and secondary schools. Even in the absence of an ID, A child's likeness and identity information are typically collected and entered into the expansive database of Dragon Country residents. The absence of a match in the grand database suggests only two possibilities. 1. A remote region. 2. The individual is not a citizen of Dragon Country. Additionally, the girl's appearance was unsettling. A floral dress, a doll-like visage, and a disfigured countenance. It felt profoundly incongruous. While this portrayal was indeed horrific, it fell short of true terror. For the people of Dragon Country, horror transcends mere gruesome imagery. For instance, Japanese horror often entails indiscriminate attacks on those nearby. American horror embodies indiscriminate assaults on humanity as a whole, while Chinese horror is characterized by a targeted pursuit of individuals. In foreign narratives, horror frequently hinges on the notion that fleeing may still offer a chance of survival. However, the terror within the country is palpable. I flee desperately. Yet she clings to my back. Upon reaching the door, I spot a pair of embroidered shoes. Whether to close the door or to run has become a matter of little consequence. On Halloween, one may revel in the guise of a ghost, but during the ghost festival, the situation becomes a matter of life and death. Only those who comprehend the essence of Chinese horror can truly fathom its depth. Suppose you are a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, intent on instilling fear. Would you conjure the image of a blood-soaked little girl clutching a doll? Such creativity would reflect a lack of imagination. It would be far more effective to evoke the presence of an old woman. In his youth, Xiao Yang once watched an old horror film featuring a dragon lady. The moment she appeared on screen, he nearly lost control. That was genuine terror. A floral dress, a doll, and a visage of gore. Xiao Yang's pupils dilated. Perhaps it is not the killer's imagination that is lacking, but rather a fundamental misunderstanding of Chinese horror, resulting in scenarios that fall short of true fright. Foreigners? Their identity holds little relevance at this juncture. First, let us unravel the mystery. Xiao Yang's gaze shifted from the mirror to the sofa. His mind replaying the scenes captured by the surveillance footage at the time of the incident. A family of 3 sat comfortably on the sofa, engrossed in the television. No, it was the wife who was watching a drama while the husband played on his phone, tending to the child. In that moment, the husband suddenly lifted his head. Simultaneously, a ghostly figure flickered in the mirror for less than a second. Once the apparition vanished, the husband erupted in a fit of rage, a frenzy culminating in murder. It appeared as though he had been manipulated by the specter within the mirror. Under ordinary circumstances, even if a ghost were present, what impact would it have on the husband? At most, he would be startled. What then? Is the significance of the ghostly apparition? Is it a form of hypnosis? Utilizing the ghostly image to induce a hypnotic state in the husband? No, that cannot be right. Why did the husband fortuitously lift his head at that precise moment? What led him to anticipate the ghost's fleeting appearance? Wait, Xiao Yang's expression turned rigid. What have I overlooked? He delved deeper into his reflections. Suddenly, the thought struck him. The phone. Xiao Yang's eyes gleamed with realization. In this modern age, especially among individuals ranging from youth to middle age, one is seldom without their mobile device. Many tasks can be accomplished with the aid of a phone, which offers unparalleled convenience and leisure, even serving as a companion into slumber. It can even facilitate hypnosis. Initially, he had not considered this possibility, as his understanding of hypnosis was rooted in the belief that it necessitates face-to-face interaction, where the hypnotist induces the subject into a trance. This notion is not only prevalent in literature, but also portrayed in film and television. However, if a phone can accomplish so much, why could it not also be employed for hypnosis? If that were the case, it would imply that a hypnotist need not be physically present before the subject. No direct contact, no appearance, no props, merely a mobile device to achieve the desired effect. Thus, the true purpose of the ghostly apparition was not to instill fear, nor to provoke a hypnotic state within the subject. Rather, it served to divert attention and lead the authorities to overlook the phone. Since Xiao Yang could conceive of it, so too could the perpetrator. Is it conceivable that the individual would not erase any traces? Absolutely not. Even if the adversary manages to eliminate the evidence on their mobile device, there remain 2 elements that cannot be obliterated. 1. Data records, usage logs. 2. Network traffic, data flow, whether wired or wireless. Any activity conducted through these channels can eventually be traced by law enforcement. For instance, if one utilizes a VPN to access foreign networks, the authorities are aware of it, though they may choose to disregard such actions. Under the current cybersecurity laws, should they truly wish to apprehend you, a few days in custody would be inevitable. A thorough examination of the suspect's mobile device is imperative. Xiao Yang called out to the outside. Have the technician investigate all applications. I suspect that particular app has vanished. Yet there should be records on the phone. Focus on determining whether this app has consumed a significant amount of data and whether the suspect has used it frequently and for extended periods. Understood, came Li Huaqing's reply. The method of hypnosis has been identified. Xiao Yang surveyed his surroundings. Now, it is time to uncover how the specter manifested. Chapter 92. This is not a brainstorm, but a black hole. What method could one employ to conjure a ghostly apparition upon a mirror? Xiao Yang once again positioned himself before the mirror, his brow furrowed in deep concentration. Thoughts whirled rapidly in his mind, akin to an engine that had been ignited. He relentlessly deconstructed the problem, reasoning through potential solutions. With a sharp slap, Xiao Yang struck his own cheek. Foolishness. Perhaps the detectives were not as astute as he. But in the realm of criminal investigation, their expertise far surpassed his own, given that they had meticulously examined the scene countless times without unearthing any clues. It could only indicate one thing. Xiao Yang turned his gaze towards the floor-to-ceiling window. The ghostly shadow must originate from outside. A drone? A balloon? Some floating object? He shook his head. No, it could not be that. If it were, his colleagues would undoubtedly have considered it and pursued inquiries. They must have already canvassed the area. If anything unusual were to appear outside the window, it would not escape their scrutiny, since these possibilities had been thoroughly investigated. It stood to reason that the source of the ghostly apparition was not within this building. Xiao Yang's eyes scrutinized the outside world. He found no clusters of buildings. Surely, something capable of creating a ghostly shadow could not operate effectively from a distance, much like a sniper rifle. The farther the distance, the more challenging it becomes to strike a precise target. How could one possibly create such an apparition directly on the mirror? It had to be from a close range. Outside, however, just over 30 meters away was the street. A spark of realization illuminated Xiao Yang's mind. The street? An array of terms flooded his consciousness. Boom lift, moving truck, maintenance vehicle, special operation vehicle. Could it be possible? The incident occurred at night. If such a vehicle were present, utilizing a tool like a boom arm to extend outside the window at the time of the incident, could they have created the ghostly image? Of course, he exclaimed, his discovery igniting excitement. In an instant, Li Huaqing and others rushed to the scene. Over there. Xiao Yang pointed towards the street more than 30 meters away. If there were a special operation vehicle using a boom arm to extend out the window, then, you understand. The faces of the group shifted, each member, being police officers, instantly comprehended the implication. This method was decidedly unorthodox, a form of investigation not typically encountered. Search for it, Li Huaqing commanded, as several subordinates swiftly departed. In today's urban landscape, surveillance was ubiquitous, whether through public or private means. Any special vehicle appearing outside a residential building could be located in a matter of minutes. An hour later, those who had left returned with grim expressions, shaking their heads. No special vehicle had been discovered. Yet, laughter erupted among the group. No matter. As long as we ascertain the feasibility of such an operation to create ghostly shadows from outside. Once the thought process was set in motion, it opened the floodgates of creativity for everyone involved. Subsequently, some began to brainstorm, while others resumed canvassing. They sought to query neighbors and passers-by regarding any peculiar occurrences or strange objects observed outside the building on the day of the incident. Eventually, a lead emerged. On the day of the incident, someone had spotted a drone hovering above the building, while a young couple sat in the community garden, engaged in conversation. Upon inadvertently hearing a faint buzzing sound, I caught a glimpse of a drone soaring through the night sky, gracefully hovering above a residential building. It circled for approximately 2 to 3 minutes before vanishing from sight. A drone? Furrowing his brow, Xiao Yang, along with the others, pondered this anomaly. It seemed illogical. If it were indeed a drone, why would it not hover outside the scene of the incident, but rather above the rooftop? At such an altitude, how could one create an apparition with a drone? The mere factors of distance and angle rendered it improbable. Just as the crowd assumed it was merely a coincidence and chose not to dwell on it, an unsettling thought crossed Xiao Yang's mind. Could this be a method to muffle sound, avoiding detection? A glint of cold sharpness flashed in his eyes. What do you mean by muffling sound and fearing detection? The others questioned in confusion. Find a drone, Xiao Yang commanded as he moved toward the exit with haste. Li Huaqing and his subordinates exchanged glances, sharing a wry smile. All right, you're in command now. We'll follow your lead. Once, Xiao Yang, a mere youth, would have been deemed suitable only to be their apprentice. When he first joined, Li Huaqing had intended to mentor him thoroughly. However, it turned out that the seasoned detectives, were now merely assisting Xiao Yang, akin to tools in his hands. The discomfort and helplessness of the situation were palpable, leaving them feeling quite flustered. Outside the building, Xiao Yang gazed up at the rooftop. Before long, a police drone was delivered. After a brief orientation on its operation, he piloted the drone skyward, making it hover above the rooftop. Send someone to the top floor resident's home. See if we can hear anything without opening the windows, Xiao Yang instructed. A colleague hurried upstairs. Shortly after, Li Huaqing's phone rang. Upon answering and listening for a moment, he shook his head at Xiao Yang. Nothing to hear. It was as he suspected. The perpetrator was indeed cunning. Xiao Yang maneuvered the drone downwards. Bring me a spool of fishing line. It arrived swiftly, and the team remained bewildered. Yet when Xiao Yang tied 2 strands of fishing line to the drone, attaching the other ends to his mobile phone, the realization began to dawn upon them. He then commanded the drone to ascend once more. As it hovered above the rooftop, Xiao Yang skillfully maneuvered it, allowing the phone suspended by the fishing line to gradually appear outside the window of the crime scene. The expressions of the onlookers shifted dramatically, comprehension washed over them. They finally grasped the significance of Xiao Yang's earlier words and understood his intentions. The drone's elevation served to prevent detection and sound. The fishing line could not only support a mobile phone, but also other objects. By employing the drone in this fashion, he could create an illusion at the scene of the crime. At that moment, everyone's minds buzzed with astonishment. They nearly fell to their knees before Xiao Yang. Brother, how did you conceive such a brilliant idea? This is not merely a stroke of inspiration. It's akin to a black hole. They were ready to investigate further. Xiao Yang tossed the remote control to a colleague beside him and remarked coldly, during the night, "It is highly probable that the adversary will not be too far from this location. Otherwise, it would be rather challenging to operate. Moreover, they are likely to have launched and landed the drone in a concealed area. We must focus our search on such locations. If no pedestrians were to witness this, then we should investigate the vehicles, as it is unlikely that they approached while carrying the drone, fearing detection and harboring a guilty conscience. There should be a vehicle involved. Let us ascertain the timing of the crime and examine the surveillance footage specifically. The Skynet cameras, to determine if any vehicles have traversed this region before vanishing into a blind spot. We should also compare whether this vehicle reappeared after the incident. This principle is well understood by many. When you drive a vehicle into a surveillance blind spot, it is certain to be recorded. As soon as you exit that blind zone, you will be identified once more. If you compare the time of the incident with your whereabouts, the suspicion becomes evident. Does it not? There is nowhere left for you to escape." Chapter 93. The unabashed freeloaders. The setting sun bled crimson across the vast expanse of the sky, its afterglow spreading like molten gold. In a quaint eatery, Xiao Yang, with chopsticks in hand, savored his stir-fried noodles while engaging in a garbled conversation with Xiao Guqiang. "Please check if there's a way to project a human image onto a mirror, as if it were conjured from thin air, resembling the emergence of a ghost." "What is this? Are you now bold enough to employ your father as a mere tool?" Xiao Guqiang chuckled while playfully reprimanding, suggesting that one cannot expect something for nothing and should offer some benefits in return. He remarked that the relationship between father and son should not be characterized as taking advantage. Rather, it is a mutual assistance. Xiao Yang suppressed a laugh, indicating his understanding of the underlying strategy. Xiao Guqiang, with a sardonic smile, remarked that where there is one, there will inevitably be two, implying that this could lead to greater exploitation in the future. Is this truly a superficial father-son bond? Xiao Yang feigned anger. "Very well, from this moment on, let us forget each other in the rivers and lakes. When the time comes, do not come seeking me, otherwise, you have turned against me." Xiao Guqiang curses vehemently, "Waiting for you to return home so that my wife can deal with you. Let us see if you dare to act so arrogantly then. Father, this is the extent of your capabilities. Unable to contend with me in argument, you resort to employing my mother to subdue me?" Xiao Yang nearly spat out his noodles, dismissing it as nothing of significance. "You may concern yourself with me, but as long as I can handle you, that is all that matters." Xiao Guqiang, filled with pride, swiftly shifted the topic, asking, "Have you encountered a case? It's quite a predicament." Xiao Yang lamented, "Hurry up, we're pressed for time. How can one who freeloads have the audacity to urge others?" Xiao Guqiang chuckled with a hint of irritation. "All right, just wait." He ended the call. Xiao Yang, stifling a yawn, focused intently on his bowl of noodles. He hadn't had a proper rest since last night and felt utterly exhausted. "Shouldn't I acquire a power that allows me to remain awake without fatigue?" Xiao Yang pondered. But he quickly dismissed the thought. The system only granted a replication point every 10 days, and each time he had to seek out biological specimens for replication. Such wastefulness was truly excessive. Furthermore, he had already set his sights on the psychological prowess of a certain esteemed expert. As soon as he obtained a replication point, he would, wait. Something feels off. Xiao Yang furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that his system might harbor ulterior motives. The myriad abilities present in the world were overwhelming. As long as one possessed replication points, almost any skill could be emulated. The crux of the matter, however, lies in the fact that possessing formidable abilities is futile if one lacks the means to utilize them. In the initial stages, failing to enhance one's self-preservation skills could lead to dire consequences at any moment. This is no jest. Imagine if one were to squander replication points on abilities that are of no immediate utility, only to inadvertently activate a volatile nature that wreaks havoc wherever one goes, and then confronts a life-threatening predicament. Without adequate means of self-protection, could one not meet a grim fate? The dog system, you seem rather ominous. Xiao Yang's expression grew grim. If it weren't for the detection of abnormalities, he might have truly faced dire consequences. Perhaps he was merely being overly sensitive. Nevertheless, it is essential to take precautions against potential threats. The investigation has yielded results. Li Huaqing entered the shop briskly, making his way to the front. Xiao Yang remained silent, swiftly finishing the remaining fried noodles before standing up to settle the bill. Upon exiting the snack shop, the two of them boarded a police car. Through the surveillance systems of the Skynet, street cameras, and civilian monitoring, a suspicious vehicle was identified. Li Huaqing presented a mobile phone, revealing that the time of the drone's appearance coincided with the moment the tragedy unfolded, and the location was precisely within a blind spot of the surveillance. Xiao Yang listened to the report while simultaneously observing the surveillance footage on his phone. How is the investigation at the rat's location progressing? It has been confirmed that a certain application is indeed missing from the suspect's mobile phone, with traces of usage and data discovered. Li Huaqing continued, stating that the software has been frequently utilized for the past 6 months, primarily during the suspect's after-work hours, with an average usage duration of approximately 1 hour each time. Furthermore, analysis of the mobile phone's usage patterns and angles indicates that the suspect consistently maintains a seated posture, which raises suspicions. Is it possible to analyze the suspect's posture while using the mobile phone? Indeed,